him and of being adored and worshipped. Now he almost felt sick at the thought. Although that might also just be because he had barely slept the night before and had eaten almost nothing for breakfast. Lord Marshal Varus rode at Jezal's right side and looked as if his age had finally caught up with him. He seemed shrunken in his uniform, sitting hunched and with drooping shoulders on the horse. His movements had lost their steely precision, and his eyes no longer looked as icily concentrated as before. Instead, he now conveyed a tiny feeling as if he no longer knew what to do. "Fighting is still going on in Bogan, Your Majesty," he explained, "but we are barely holding the district. The Gurkish control the 3 courts. They have dragged their catapults up to the canal, and last night, for the first time, hurled incendiary devices far into the heart of the city, as far as Mittenweg and beyond. The fires burned until morning. In some areas it is still burning. The damage is considerable. Large areas of the city were devastated by fire. Entire streets where, Jezal remembered, magnificent houses had stood, lively taverns and bustling workshops, which were now just black ruins. Looking at them was as terrifying as if a former lover opened her mouth to show 2 rows of rotten teeth. The stench of smoke and fire and death constantly scratched at Jezal's throat and had reduced his voice to a solemn whisper. In the still smoldering ruins of a house, a man searched, covered from head to toe with ash and dirt. He lifted his head and stared at Jezal and his guards as they rode past him. "Where is my son?" he suddenly shrieked. "Where is my son?" Jezal diligently looked away and lightly spurred his horse. He did not want to give his conscience any more weapons to torment him with. It was already exceedingly well equipped. "However, the Arnold Wall still holds, Your Majesty." Varus spoke decidedly louder than necessary, trying in vain to drown out the heartbreaking screams echoing behind them over the rubble. "Not a single Gurkish soldier has yet set foot in the central district of our city, not a single one." Jezal wondered how long they would still be able to boast about that. "Have we received any news from Lord Marshal West yet?" he asked, for the 2nd time this hour and the 10th time this day. Varus gave Jezal the same answer he would surely receive 10 more times that day before falling into restless sleep again at night. "I am sorry, Your Majesty, but we are almost completely cut off from the outside world. News rarely penetrates the Gurkish blockade. But there have been severe storms off the coast of England. We must face the possibility that the troops will arrive late." "Such bad luck," grumbled Bremerdan Gorst on the other side. His narrow eyes constantly scanned the ruins, watching for any sign of threat. Jezal nervously chewed the salty remains of his thumbnail. He could barely remember the last good news. Storms, delays, even the elements seemed to have conspired against them. Varus did little to lift the mood. And now a plague has also broken out in Agriant, a rapidly fatal and merciless disease. A large group of those citizens for whom you opened the gates were suddenly afflicted by it. It has already spread to the palace. 2 knights of the watch have died from it. One day they were standing guard at the gate as usual. The next, they were already in their coffins. Their bodies withered, their teeth rotted, their hair fell out. The bodies were burned, but more and more cases are becoming known. The doctors have never seen anything like it before and do not know how to combat the disease. Some say it is a curse of the Gurkish." Jezal swallowed. This magnificent city had been built over centuries by so many hands, and now, apparently, a few weeks under his wise rule were enough to turn it into a charred ruin. Its proud citizens had largely become stinking beggars, screaming wounded, wailing mourners, at least those who were not already dead. He was the most ridiculous attempt at a king the entire Union could have produced. He couldn't even bring a hint of happiness to his own bitter illusion of a marriage, let alone the nation. His reputation was based on a host of lies he hadn't dared to correct. He was a powerless, spineless, helpless zero. "Where are we now, approximately?" he murmured, as they reached a large square swept by the wind. "Well, these are the 4 corners, Your Majesty." "What?" That can't be. He fell silent, and it hit him like a slap in the face when he actually recognized the place again. Only 2 foundation walls remained of the building that had once been the Cloth Merchants' Guildhall. Windows and doorways stared blankly with the motionless features of corpses frozen at the moment of their death. The pavement, where hundreds of colorful stalls had offered their wares, was cracked and covered with sticky soot. The gardens had turned into leafless patches of bare earth and burnt thorny bushes. The air should have been filled with the cries of merchants, the gossip of servants, the laughter of children. Instead, a deadly silence reigned, apart from the cold wind whistling around the destroyed houses and driving black grit in waves through the heart of the city. Jezal reined in his horse, and his escort, which included about 20 knights of the watch, 5 herald knights, a dozen men from Varuz's staff, and a nervous page, clattered to a halt around him. Gorst looked up at the sky with a frown. "Your Majesty, we should ride on. We are not safe here. We don't know when the Gurkish will resume shelling." Jezal ignored his objection, swung out of the saddle, and walked through the rubble.
It was hard to believe that this was the same place where he used to buy wine, browse for small gifts, have a new uniform fitted. Not 100 paces away, on the other side of a row of smoking ruins, stood the statue of Herod the Great, under which he had met R.D. under the cover of darkness. It seemed to him as if that had been 100 years ago. Now, in the corner of a trampled garden, a pitiful group of people had gathered. Mainly women and children, but also some old men. Dirty and on the verge of despair, some on crutches or with bloody bandages, they clutched a few salvaged possessions. These were those who had lost their homes in the fires of the last night. Jezal's heart almost stopped. R.D. was among them, sitting on a stone in a thin dress, trembling and staring at the ground, her dark hair covering half her face. He abruptly walked towards her and smiled for the first time in weeks. At least it seemed so to him. "R.D." She turned, eyes wide, and Jezal froze. A completely different girl, younger and not nearly as pretty. She looked up at him, blinking, and swayed slowly back and forth. His hands twitched involuntarily, and he mumbled something incoherent. All eyes were on him. He couldn't possibly just turn away now. "Please, take this." He unbuckled his crimson cloak and held it out to her. She said nothing as she took the garment from him, but just kept staring. A silly, meaningless gesture, and so hypocritical that it was almost insulting. But the homeless citizens seemed to think differently. "Long live King Jezal," someone shouted, and loud cheers followed. A young lad, walking on crutches, stared at him with desperately astonished eyes. A soldier wore a bloody bandage over one eye, while the other gleamed moist with pride. A mother held an infant pressed against her, wrapped in something that looked suspiciously like a... It was hard to believe that this was the same place where he used to buy wine, browse for small gifts, have a new uniform fitted. Not 100 paces away, on the other side of a row of smoking ruins, stood the statue of Herod the Great, under which he had met R.D. under the cover of darkness. It seemed to him as if that had been 100 years ago. Now, in the corner of a trampled garden, a pitiful group of people had gathered. Mainly women and children, but also some old men. Dirty and on the verge of despair, some on crutches or with bloody bandages, they clutched a few salvaged possessions. These were those who had lost their homes in the fires of the last night. Jezal's heart almost stopped. R.D. was among them, sitting on a stone in a thin dress, trembling and staring at the ground, her dark hair covering half her face. He abruptly walked towards her and smiled for the first time in weeks. At least, it seemed so to him. "R.D." She turned, eyes wide, and Jezal froze. A completely different girl, younger and not nearly as pretty. She looked up at him, blinking, and swayed slowly back and forth. His hands twitched involuntarily, and he mumbled something incoherent. All eyes were on him. He couldn't possibly just turn away now. "Please, take this." He unbuckled his crimson cloak and held it out to her. She said nothing as she took the garment from him, but just kept staring. A silly, meaningless gesture, and so hypocritical that it was almost insulting. But the homeless citizens seemed to think differently. "Long live King Jezzel," someone shouted, and loud cheers followed. A young lad, walking on crutches, stared at him with desperately astonished eyes. A soldier wore a bloody bandage over one eye, while the other gleamed moist with pride. A mother held an infant pressed against her, wrapped in something that looked suspiciously like a strip of a Union flag. It seemed as if this moment had been carefully staged to evoke the greatest possible emotional impact, as if a painter had arranged the backdrop to create a stark and striking image of the horrors of war. "King Jezzel," came the next cry, followed by a faint hurrah. Their admiration was like poison to him. He felt the weight of responsibility even more intensely. He turned away, no longer able to maintain his distorted semblance of a smile. "What have I done?" he whispered, incessantly plucking at the fingers of one hand with the other. "What have I done?" With effort, he climbed back into the saddle, and guilt gnawed at his insides. "Bring me closer to the Arnaud wall." "But, Your Majesty, I don't think that." "You heard what I said. Closer to the fighting. I want to see it." Varus frowned. "Very well." He turned his horse and led Jezzel and his bodyguard towards the Bogan district, along a path that was both familiar and terribly changed. A few nervous minutes later, the marshal reined in his steed and pointed along a deserted road leading west. Then he said softly, as if fearing the enemy might hear him, "The Arnaud wall is less than 100 paces away, and the Gurkish swarm on the other side. We really should turn back." Jezzel felt his saddle transmit a slight tremor. His horse reared, and dust trickled from the roofs of the houses on one side of the street. He was about to open his mouth and ask what had happened when a thunderous noise tore through the air. A booming, terrible, piercing crash that made Jezzel's ears ring. Men gasped in fright and stared. The horses kicked and buckled, their eyes wide with fear. Varus's steed reared and unceremoniously dumped the old soldier from the saddle. Jezzel paid no attention to him, too busy urging his own animal in the direction from which the explosion had come. Small stones gradually rained down, clattering on the roofs and hitting the street like hailstones. A large cloud of brown dust rose into the sky in the west. "Your Majesty," Gorst cried imploringly, "we should turn back." But Jezzel did not listen to him. He rode into a wide square where a lot of rubble was scattered over the cracked paving stones, including pieces almost the size of a small shed. As the suffocating dust gradually settled and gave way to an eerie silence, Jezzel realized he knew the square all too well. On the north side was a tavern he had often visited, but something had changed. It was all much more open than before. His jaw dropped. The square had been bordered to the west by a long section of the Arnaud wall. Now only a large crater gaped there. The Gurkish must have dug a mine filled with their very gunpowder. At that very moment, the sun decided to break through the clouds, and Jezzel could now look through the gaping breach into the devastated Bogan district. There, on the other side, a considerable number of Gurkish soldiers were gathering, preparing to climb down the rubble slope left by the explosion with shimmering armor and brandished spears. The first had already crossed the crater and reached the destroyed square. A few semi-conscious defenders struggled, coughing and spitting through the dust. Others were not moving at all. There was no one to drive back the Gurkish as far as Jezzel could see, no one but him. He wondered what Herod the Great would have done in his situation. The answer came to him without difficulty. Courage can be found in the most diverse places and drawn from the most diverse sources, and yesterday's coward can become tomorrow's hero when the right time comes. The dizziness of bravery that seized Jezzel at that moment consisted largely of guilt, fear, and the shame of that fear, fueled by resentment that nothing had turned out as he had hoped, and by the sudden, vague realization that his death would solve a lot of disturbing problems for which he saw no solution. Noble motives played no great role in any case. But no one asks the baker what he puts in his pies, as long as they taste good. He drew his sword and held it in the sunlight. "Knights of the Watch," he roared, "to me!" Gorst made a desperate attempt to grab his reins. "Your Majesty, you cannot put yourself in such." Jezzel spurred his horse. It sprang forward with unexpected momentum, and Jezzel's head was painfully thrown back, so much so that he almost lost the reins. He swayed back and forth in the saddle, hooves thundering, and the dirty pavement flew beneath him. Vaguely, he noticed his escort following him at some distance, but his attention was more focused on the ever-increasing number of Gurkish soldiers appearing before him. His horse carried him forward at dizzying speed and charged directly at a man in the front row, a standard-bearer carrying a long staff with golden symbols gleaming at its tip. His bad luck, Jezzel thought, to have been given such a prominent task. The man's eyes widened as he saw this colossal horse charging at him. The tip of Jezzel's blade plunged into his shoulder with the full force of the impact, slicing him open and throwing him onto his back. More men fell under the horse's hooves as it carried him into their midst. How many, that could he not say. Then there was utter chaos. He sat high above a sea of distorted dark faces, shimmering armor, and thrusting spears. Wood cracked, metal clattered, and men screamed words he did not understand. He struck out, first on one side, then on the other, and roaring wild shouts. A spearhead scraped loudly, screeching over his armored leg. He thrust at a hand that grabbed for his reins, and a few fingers fell off. Something slammed into his side and almost threw him from the saddle. His sword crushed a helmet with a hollow impact and hurled the man wearing it into the melee of struggling bodies. Suddenly, Jezzel's horse let out a high-pitched sound and reared, twitching. He felt a terrible wave of fear as he flew from the saddle and the world spun around him. With a hard thud, he hit the ground, getting dust in his eyes, in his mouth, coughing and flailing.
Finally, he managed to roll onto his knees. Hooves drummed on the torn-up ground. Boots slipped and trampled. With his hand, he felt in his hair for the golden circlet, but it must have fallen off at some point. Would anyone even know he was king now? Was he even king anymore? His head was all sticky. A helmet would have been a good idea, but that thought came a little late now. He reached weakly into the rubble, turned over a flat stone. By now, he had forgotten what he was looking for. Then he laboriously got to his feet, but his foot caught on something and pulled him painfully to the side with a jerk so that he fell again. He half expected someone to smash his skull in, but then he realized he had only caught his foot in his stirrup, which was still attached to the magnificent body of his dead horse. Hastily, he freed his foot, gasped for air, and took a few drunken steps under the weight of his armor, his sword hanging limply in his hand. Someone raised a scimitar, and Jezzel plunged his blade into the man's chest. The Gurkish spat blood into Jezzel's face, toppled over, and pulled the weapon from his hand. With a dull clatter, something crashed against Jezzel's breastplate, pushing him sideways against an opponent carrying a spear, who then dropped it. They wrestled, pushing each other senselessly back and forth. Jezzel was gradually becoming terribly, terribly tired. His head hurt very much. Just breathing was incredibly strenuous. The idea of a heroic charge probably hadn't been so good after all. He would have preferred to lie down. The Gurkish soldier freed his arm and raised it, a knife in his fist. But before he could strike, it was severed from his wrist with a violent blow, and a long gush of blood followed it. The man slid to the ground, stared at the stump of his hand, and howled. "The king!" Gorst's boyish voice squeaked. "The king!" His long iron described a wide arc and struck off the screaming Gurkish's head. Another opponent sprang forward with a swinging scimitar. Before he had taken a step, Gorst's heavy blade had split his head. An axe struck his armor-protected shoulder, and he shook it off like an annoying fly, before slicing open the man who had wielded the weapon with a blow that sent blood spraying. A fourth took the short iron to the throat, and he stumbled forward with bulging eyes, a bloody hand clutched to his neck. Jezzel, swaying back and forth as if stunned, almost felt sorry for the Gurkish. From a distance, their sheer numbers had seemed intimidating, but up close, it was clear that they were merely poorly trained forces,
a suicide squad sent into this crater. They were emaciated, dirty, terribly disorganized, lightly armed, and barely armored. Many of them, he now noticed, looked extremely frightened. Gorst unconcernedly cut a swath through them, like a bull charging through a flock of sheep, letting out a wild roar as his irons tore deep wounds with sickening fleshy squelches. Other armed men pressed after him, pushing attackers aside with their shields, striking with their bright swords, and carving a bloody path through the Gurkish. Gorst's hand slid under Jezel's armpit. Then he dragged his king back. His boots dug deep into the rubble. Jezel was vaguely aware that he had dropped his sword somewhere, but it seemed idiotic to look for it now. Some beggar would undoubtedly consider it a gift from heaven when he later plundered the corpses. Jezel saw a herald knight still on horseback, a silhouette with a winged helmet, swinging his long-handled axe. Then he was half dragged, half ran out of the throng. Some of the defense force had regrouped or had been called in from other sections of the wall. Men in steel helmets circled the crater, knelt and shot flatbows into the surging mass of Gurkish floundering in dirt and rubble. Others dragged a cart and tipped it on its side for cover. A Gurkish soldier sobbed as he was cut open, fell over the jagged edge of the crater, and plunged back into the mud. More Union flatbows now appeared at the edge of the square, and more spears. People dragged barrels, masonry, and wooden planks, erecting a makeshift barricade around the breach torn in the Arnault wall, and manned it with armed men. Peppered with bolts and pieces of fallen masonry, the Gurkish advance stalled, and then they retreated, climbing over the rubble on their side of the crater to safety, leaving the bodies in the blast hole. "To the Agriant, Your Majesty," Gorst said. Immediately. Jezel offered no resistance. He had fought enough for today. Strange things were afoot in Marshall Square. Workers with picks and chisels were busy with the paving stones, digging shallow trenches here and there, seemingly at random. Smiths sweated in hastily erected field forges, pouring iron into molds, illuminated by the glow of molten metal. The noise of hammers and shattered stones was enough to make Jezel's teeth ache, yet the first of the Magi managed to make his voice heard above the din. "No, a circle, you fool, from here to there." "I must return to the army halls, Your Majesty," Varus said. "The Arnault wall has been breached. It won't be long before the Gurkish try to push through the breach again. They would have reached the Mittenweg already if you hadn't stood in their way, eh? I'm beginning to understand how you earned your reputation in the West. Such a noble advance, as I haven't seen in a long time." Jezel watched as the dead were carried away. 3 knights of the watch and a page who could have been no more than 12, his head hanging by only a piece of cartilage. 3 men and a child he had led to their deaths. This didn't even include the wounds the rest of his loyal bodyguard had suffered because of him. A noble advance indeed. "Wait here," he snapped at Gorst, then pushed through the sweating workers to the first of the Magi. Pharaoh sat cross-legged on a row of barrels, her hands hung loosely, and her face bore the same all-encompassing contempt she had always shown him. It was almost a little comforting that some things never changed. Beaz's gaze was fixed on the pages of a large black book, obviously very old. Its leather binding was cracked and torn. He looked emaciated and pale, old and withered. "What happened to you?" Jezel asked. Beaz frowned, and a muscle twitched beneath one of his dark-rimmed eyes. "I could ask you the same." Jezel noticed that the Magus hadn't even bothered to add Your Majesty. "I led a sally." "A what?" "The Gurkish breached a part of the Arnault wall while I was patrolling the city. There was no one there to repel them, and so I did it myself." It almost surprised him to hear himself say these words. In truth, he was far from proud of the fact. He had also done little more than ride, fall from his horse, and hit his head. Bremer Don Gorst and his own dead horse had done most of the fighting, and against very little resistance at that. But he assumed that for once he had done the right thing, if such a thing existed. Beaz, however, was of a different opinion. "Has the little bit of brain fate allotted you now completely turned to a mess? Has it?" Jezzel blinked as the meaning of Beaz's words slowly dawned on him. "How dare you, you old, intrusive jerk! You're speaking to the king!" That was what he had actually wanted to say, but his head throbbed, and something in the old magus's twitching, ruined face prevented him from actually uttering those words. Instead, he found himself muttering in an almost apologetic tone. "But I don't understand. I thought, isn't that what Herod the Great would have done?" "Herod?" Beaz looked at Jezzel with contempt. "Herod was an incredible coward, and besides that, a complete idiot. That idiot could barely dress himself without my help. But it's easy to find men who can lead a sally."
The magus spoke each word with exaggerated emphasis, as if addressing someone a little mentally slow. "It is much harder, however, to find men who can lead a people. I do not intend to see the effort I've put into you wasted for nothing. Next time you feel the need to risk your life, perhaps you should lock yourself in the latrine. People respect a man with a reputation for being a fighter, and you've been lucky enough to acquire that reputation so far. People do not, however, respect a corpse." "Not there!" Beaz roared, limping past Jezzel, angrily waving his arm at one of the smiths. The poor man froze like a frightened rabbit, and glowing sparks flew from his crucible. "I told you, you fool, you must follow the diagram exactly, just as I drew it. A mistake could be worse than deadly." Jezzel watched him with a fixed gaze, and anger, guilt, and sheer exhaustion fought for dominance over his body. Exhaustion won. He shuffled to the barrels and sank down beside Pharaoh. "Well, your Gosh Majesty," she said. He rubbed his eyes with thumb and forefinger. "You do me too much honor with your kind attention. Beaz isn't happy, eh? Doesn't look like it. Well, when is the old jerk ever happy about anything?" Jezzel grunted in agreement. He realized he hadn't spoken to Pharaoh since his coronation. Of course, they hadn't exactly been the best of friends before, but he had to admit he found it incredibly refreshing that she showed him not the slightest deference. It was almost as if, for a brief moment, he was again the vain, lazy, worthless, happy fellow he once had been. He looked with a frown at Beaz, who was pointing a finger at a spot in the old book. What is he even planning? "He wants to save the world, he told me." "Ah, of course. But he got up a bit late for that, didn't he?" She shrugged. "I have nothing to do with his schedule." "How does he plan to do that? With picks and forges?" Pharaoh looked at him. He found her devil eyes as repulsive as ever, among other things. Jezzel rested his elbows on his knees, let his chin sink into his palms, and let out a long sigh. He was tired, so tired. "I did something wrong," he murmured. "Well," Pharaoh's eyes drifted away again. "You seem to have a talent for that." By night, General Polder squirmed in his field chair, the tips of his mustache bristling as if he barely had control of his body, so overwhelmed was he by rage. His reddish complexion and snorting breath seemed to suggest that he would storm out of the tent at any moment and attack the Gurkish positions all by himself. General Croy sat rigidly upright on the other side of the table, his clenched jaw muscles protruding from beneath his closely shaven skull. His murderously grim expression clearly showed that he had his anger, which he felt as much as everyone else towards the invaders, firmly under control, and that if an attack were to occur, this military operation would proceed with the most careful planning. During the initial discussions, West had found himself facing 20 officers from the huge command staffs of both generals. Through tenacious struggle, he had finally managed to reduce this number to 2 staff members from each side. Since then, the meetings no longer had the atmosphere of a bar brawl, but rather seemed a little like small, tense family gatherings, perhaps like the reading of a disputed will. West was the executor, trying to find an acceptable solution for two squabbling beneficiaries for whom nothing seemed acceptable at all. Jalenhorn and Brint, flanking him left and right, were his silent assistants. What role the Dogman played in this equation was hard to say, but he further fueled the feverishly tense atmosphere in the tent by cleaning his fingernails with a dagger. "This will be a battle like no other," Polder frothed, completely ineffectually. "Since Harrod created the Union, never has an invader set foot on the soil of Midderland." Croy grumbled his agreement. "The Gurkish will abolish our laws, stifle our culture, enslave our people. The future of our nation hangs by a—" The tent flap was thrown back, and Pike ducked through. His burned face was completely expressionless. He was followed by a tall man, stooped and unsteady with fatigue, a blanket wrapped around his shoulders and his face smeared with dirt. "This is Fedor Dan Hayden," Pike said, "a herald knight. He managed to swim out of Adua's harbor under cover of night and bypass the Gurkish lines." "An extremely brave act," West said, and Polder and Croy grumbled their agreement. "You have our thanks. How are things in the city?" "Frankly, Marshal, it looks bad." Hayden's voice was hoarse with exhaustion. "The western districts, Bow and Three Courts, are in the Emperor's hands. 2 days ago, the Gurkish broke through the Arnold Wall, and our defenses are under great pressure. The enemy could break through at any moment and advance towards the Agriont. His Majesty asks you to march on Adua with the greatest possible speed. Every hour could be crucial." "Did he have a specific strategy in mind?" West asked. Jezeldan Luthar had never thought of anything but getting drunk and spending time with his sister, but West hoped that time might have forced some changes. "The Gurkish have surrounded the city, but the siege ring is thin, especially in the east of the city. Lord Marshal Varuz believes it's possible you could break through on this side with a concerted attack. Although Gurkish pigs will still be crawling around in the western districts," Croy growled. "Scumbags," Polder whispered, his jowls trembling. "Scumbags." "We have no choice but to march on Adua immediately," West said. "We will use every road and move as quickly as possible to a position east of the city, by torchlight if necessary. At dawn, we must attack the Gurkish siege ring and wrest control of the city wall from them. Admiral Rutzer will meanwhile lead the fleet against the Gurkish ships in the harbor. General Croy, send a portion of the cavalry ahead to scout the way and prepare our advance. I want no surprises." This time, Croy showed no hesitation. "Of course, Marshal. Your division will advance from the northwest to Adua, break through the Gurkish lines, fight its way into the city with all its might, and push west to the Agriont. Should the enemy have already reached the heart of the city, you will attack them there. If not, you will reinforce the defenses of the Arnold Wall and prepare to drive the Gurkish out of Bow." Croy nodded grimly, and a single vein pulsed on his forehead. His officers stood behind him like statues of military precision. "By this time tomorrow, no Kontic soldier will be alive in Adua. Dogman, it would be good if you and your Northmen could support General Croy's division's attack. If your—" West struggled with the word. "King doesn't object." The Dogman ran his tongue over his sharp teeth. "I reckon he lets the wind blow him in any direction. That's always been his way anyway. Tonight, the wind blows towards Adua." "Aye," the Northman nodded. "Then on to Adua. General Polder, your division will approach the city from the southwest, participate in the fight for the city walls, advance into the city with all its might, and then push on to the harbor. If the enemy has already made it that far, then push them back, turn north, and follow the Mitten Way to the Agriont." Polder slammed his fist on the table, and his two officers growled like prize-fighters. "Yes, very. We will drench the streets with Gurkish blood." West cast a grim look first at Polder and then at Croy. "I don't need to emphasize the importance this victory will have for us tomorrow." The two generals rose wordlessly and walked towards the tent flap. Right in front of it, they looked each other in the face. For a brief moment, West wondered if the two would fall back into their familiar squabbles even in this situation. Then Croy extended his hand. "Good luck, General Polder." Polder grasped the outstretched right hand with both of his. "To you too, General Croy."
"All the best luck to all of us." The two stepped briskly out into the twilight, followed by their officers, and Jalenhorm and Brint also left the tent. Hayden coughed. "Marshal." "Besides me, 4 other Herald Knights were sent out. We separated, hoping that at least one of us would make it through the Gurkish lines. Has one of the others arrived?" "No, not yet. Perhaps later." West didn't think it very likely, and Hayden thought no differently. He read it in his eyes. "Of course, perhaps later. Corporal Pike will bring you some wine and get you a horse. I imagine you'd certainly like to witness our attack on the Gurkish tomorrow morning." "I would indeed very much like that." "Good." The 2 men went out, and West watched them with a furrowed brow. The matter of the Herald Knight's comrades was a sad affair, but when tomorrow was over, they would have many more dead to mourn. West pushed aside the tent flap and stepped into the cool evening air. The ships of the fleet anchored in the narrow harbor below him, swaying gently on the waves, and the tall masts swayed back and forth against the gradually darkening sky, with its black-blue, cold gray, and orange-red clouds. West thought he could make out a few boats heading for the Black Beach, still busy landing the last of the troops. The sun quickly sank below the horizon, sending a last blurred glow over the mountains to the west. Somewhere below, just out of sight, Adua burned. West rotated his shoulders, trying to relax his cramped muscles. He had received no further news before they left England. As far as he knew, Ardee was still within the city walls. But there was nothing he could do. Nothing except to immediately give the order to attack and hope for the best, contrary to the previous course of events. He unhappily rubbed his stomach. He had been suffering from indigestion since the sea voyage. The pressure he felt as commander was certainly also to blame. A few more weeks, and perhaps he too would be vomiting blood onto his maps, just like his predecessor. He took a deep, trembling breath and slowly exhaled. "I know what's going on inside you." It was the dogman, sitting on a rickety bench next to the tent entrance, elbows on his knees, looking out at the sea. West sank down beside him. Meetings with Polder and Croy always drained him incredibly. If you had to pretend to be made of stone for too long, eventually you were just like straw. "I'm sorry," he heard himself say. Dogman looked at him. "You're sorry? For what?" "Everything. About Three Trees, about Tool, about Cathal." West unexpectedly felt a lump in his throat and swallowed. "Everything. I'm sorry." "We're all sorry. I don't blame you. I don't blame anyone, not even Bethod. What's the use of blaming someone? We all do what we have to do. I stopped looking for reasons a long time ago." West thought about it for a moment. Then he nodded. "All right." They sat there and watched as the torches were lit in the bay below them, spreading like shimmering dust over the dark land. Night. Dark night. Dark also because of the grim cold, the steady drizzle of thin rain, and all the hard miles that had to be fought before dawn. Dark also because of what awaited them at its end, when the sun rose again. Marching into battle became harder each time. When Logen had been a young man, before he lost a finger and earned such a dark reputation, there had at least still been a little excitement, a hint of a certain thrill. Now there was only the foul fear. Fear of the fight, but above all, fear of its outcome. That he was now king didn't help at all. It didn't help with anything as far as he had noticed so far. It was simply like being a chieftain, only worse. He constantly thought he should be doing something he wasn't doing. It only made the gap between him and the others a little wider, a little more unbridgeable. Boots squelched in the mud, weapons and armor clattered and rattled, men grunted and cursed in the darkness. A few of them carried flickering torches to light the muddy path a little, and the glow that surrounded them showed the incessant shower of drops. The rain also fell on Logen, like a feather-light kiss on his scalp, on his face, and lightly pattered on the shoulders of his old cloak. The Union army advanced on all 5 roads leading east, to Adua, moving towards a battle that sounded like a rather fierce reckoning with the Gurkish. Logen and his troop were on the northernmost road.
To the south, he saw a faint line of flickering lights, coiling bodilessly over the black land and fading in the distance. Another column, another few thousand men, toiling, cursing through the mud, towards a bloody battle. Logen frowned. He saw the profile of Espe's gaunt face a little further ahead in the flickering light of a torch, hard and contemptuous, and with a shimmering eye. They looked at each other briefly, then Espe turned his back to him with raised shoulders and walked on. He still doesn't like me much, and that probably won't change. Reckless slaughter isn't exactly the best way to great popularity, said Dogman, especially not for a king. But that one might even have the guts to do something. Espe held a grudge against him, a grudge that would not dissolve with the passage of time, nor with kindness or saved lives. There are few wounds that heal completely, but certainly some that hurt more with each passing day. Dogman seemed to guess Logen's thoughts. Don't worry too much about Espe. He's all right. We probably have more problems with these Gurkish or whatever they're called. Grumbled Grim. Logen wasn't so sure. The worst enemies are always those next door, his father had told him that before. In the good old days, he would have just killed the jerk where he stood, and that would have been the end of it. But now, he was finally trying to be a better man. He really was. But by the dead, Dogman said now. So now we're fighting brown men on the Union side? How, really, did it come to this? We shouldn't be here at all. Logen took a deep breath and let Espe go. Bloody Nine stayed because of us. Without him, we never could have dealt with Bethod. We owe him. It's just this one last fight. Have you ever noticed that one fight usually leads straight to the next? Somehow, there's always one last fight. Grumbled Grim. Not this time. This is the last one. Then, we're done. Really? And what comes after that? After that, we'll go back north, I guess. Logen shrugged. Then it'll be peace, won't it? Peace, Dogman growled. But what is that, really? What do you do with it? Well, I'd say we grow things or something. We grow things? By the very dead. What do you or I or any of us know about growing things? What have we ever done in our lives but kill? Logen uneasily squared his shoulders. One can always hope. A man can learn something, can't he? Can he? The more you kill, the better you get at it. And the better you get at killing, the less good you are at other things. It seems to me we've only lived this long because when it comes to killing, we're the best there is. You're in a dark mood, Dogman. I've been in a dark mood for years. But what worries me much more is that you're not. Hope doesn't really suit guys like us, Logen. Tell me one thing. Have you ever touched anything that didn't break because of it? And what have you ever owned that didn't eventually turn to dust? Logen thought about it. His wife and children, his father and all his people, all had turned to mud again. Forley and Blacktoe, Three Trees and Toole, all good people, and all dead. Some felled by Logen's own hand. Others perished through his carelessness, his pride, or his foolishness. He could see their faces now as he thought of them, and they didn't look happy. The dead rarely do. And that was without looking at the dark and ill-tempered horde lurking behind them. A horde of ghosts, a dismembered, bloody army. All those he had intentionally killed.
Shama Heartless, whose intestines spilled from his slit belly. Blacktoe with his shattered legs and burned hands. That jerk Phineas with a chopped-off foot and gaping chest. Bethode even, right at the front with his shattered skull, his distorted face turned to the side, and Crummock's dead son peeking past his elbow. A sea of slaughter. Logen squeezed his eyes shut and then opened them wide, but the faces remained at the edge of his consciousness. There was nothing he could have answered. I thought so. Dogman turned away from him, his wet hair dripping into his face. You have to be realistic. Haven't you always told me that? I suppose you do. He marched off, down the road, under the cold stars. Grim stayed by Logen's side for a moment, then shrugged his damp shoulders and followed Dogman with his torch. A man can change, Logen whispered, not knowing if he was speaking to Dogman or to himself or to the pallid faces lurking in the darkness. All around him, men tramped, rattling along the path, but still he stood alone. A man can change. Questions. A strip of autumn mist had detached itself over the restless sea as the sun set over wounded Adua, lending a ghostly chill to the night. At 100 paces, the houses were barely discernible. At 200, they were mere outlines, and the few lights in the windows, wavering specters, blurred in the twilight. Good weather for evil deeds, and some of those lie ahead of us. So far, no distant explosions had shaken the quiet darkness. The Gurkish catapults were silent, at least for the moment. And why not? Adua was almost theirs, and why should they destroy their own city? Here, in the east of Adua, far from the fighting, a timeless calm seemed to reign, almost as if the Gurkish had never marched. And so it was that Glokta involuntarily felt unease when he heard a vague rattling, like a band of armed men, in the twilight, and retreated further into the shadows of a roadside hedge. Faint, wavering lights penetrated the darkness. Then the outline of a man appeared, one hand resting casually on the hilt of a rapier, and whose leisurely, strolling gait betrayed an extremely exaggerated self-confidence. Something tall seemed to rise from his head and wobbled with every movement. Glokta peered into the twilight. "Koska?" "Exactly," laughed the Styrian. He wore a beautifully crafted leather beret with an almost ridiculously long ornamental feather and flicked it with a finger. "I bought myself a new hat. Or perhaps I should say you paid for it, eh, Superior?" "I see." Glokta looked at the long feather and the lavishly gilded basket hilt of Koska's rapier. "I thought we said inconspicuous?" "Inconspicuous?" The Styrian frowned, then shrugged. "Ah, right, that was the word. I remember something else had been agreed upon, and I knew I hadn't understood it." He grimaced and shifted uncomfortably. "I think I caught some unwanted company from one of those women in the tavern. Kleine Jörgs, die mich eigentlich gar nicht jucken sollten. Bäh. Die Frauen werden immerhin dafür bezahlt für ihre Bemühungen. Von den Läusen hätte ich jedoch erwartet, dass sie einen besseren Geschmack hätten." Eine schattenhafte Gruppe nahm währenddessen in der Dunkelheit hinter Glokta Gestalt an. Einige trugen verhüllte Laternen. 1 Dutzend abgerissener Gestalten, dann noch 1 Dutzend, und von ihnen ging schweigend ein Gefühl der Bedrohung aus, wie Gestank von einem Kackhaufen. Sind dies ihre Leute? Der Mann, der ihm am nächsten stand, hatte die vielleicht schlimmsten Eiterbeulen im Gesicht, die Glokta je gesehen hatte. Der daneben hatte nur eine Hand, während die andere von einem gefährlich aussehenden Haken ersetzt worden war. Als nächstes kam ein großer, dicker Kerl, dessen blasser Hals von einem Durcheinander schlecht gezeichneter blauer Tätowierungen bedeckt war. Ein beinahe zwergenhafter Mann mit einem Rattengesicht, der nur ein Auge hatte, begleitete ihn. Er hatte sich nicht die Mühe gemacht, sich eine Augenklappe umzubinden, und die leere Augenhöhle gähnte offen unter seinem fettigen Haar. Die Liste der Schurken ging so weiter. Insgesamt waren es vielleicht 2 Dutzend der fiesesten Verbrecher, die Glokta je gesehen hatte. Und mir sind schon einige zu Gesicht gekommen über die Jahre. Leute, die offenbar nicht so gern baden. Nicht einer von ihnen vermittelt den Eindruck, als ob er nicht für 1 Mark seine Mutter verkaufen würde. "Sie erscheinen ein wenig unzuverlässig", brummte er. "Unzuverlässig? Unsinn, Superior. Sie hatten in letzter Zeit kein Glück, das ist alles, und wir beide wissen, wie schnell es einem so gehen kann, oder? Es ist keiner darunter, dem ich nicht bedenkenlos meine Mutter anvertrauen würde." "Sind Sie sicher? Sie ist seit 20 Jahren tot, was könnten Sie ihr schon noch antun?" Koska warf den Arm um Gloktas verdrehte Schultern und zog ihn zu sich heran, was ein heftiges Stechen in Gloktas Hüften verursachte. "Es tut mir leid, aber das Angebot ist derzeit nicht so üppig." Sein warmer Atem roch stark nach Schnaps und korrupten Gedanken. Jeder Mann, der nicht völlig verzweifelt war, floh aus der Stadt, als die Gürkischen eintrafen. Aber was soll's, nicht wahr? Ich habe sie für ihren Mut und ihre Muskeln angeheuert, nicht wegen ihres guten Aussehens. Verzweifelte Männer sind es ja gerade, die ich mag. Wir verstehen sie, nicht wahr, Sie und ich? Manche Aufgaben verlangen auch gerade die Verzweifelten, nicht wahr, Herr Superior? Glokta warf einen kurzen, finsteren Blick über die Sammlung ausgemergelter, aufgedunsener, vernarbter und zerstörter Gesichter. Wie konnte es nur dazu kommen, dass der vielversprechende Oberst Glokta, schneidiger Befehlshaber des 1. Regiments der Königstreuen, heute eine solche Truppe von Galgenvögeln anführt? Er stieß einen tiefen Seufzer aus. Aber jetzt ist es nun einmal zu spät, um eine Gruppe gut aussehender Söldner zu finden, und ich denke, diese werden eine Grube ebenso gut zu füllen wie andere, wenn nicht besser. Nun gut, warten Sie hier. Glokta sah zu dem dunklen Haus empor, als er mit der freien Hand das Tor aufschwang und hindurchrumpelte. Ein kleiner Lichtstrahl drang zwischen den schweren Vorhängen vor dem Fenster der Vorderseite hindurch. Er kloppte mit dem Griff seines Stocks. Erst geschah gar nichts, dann waren zögernde Schritte zu hören, die sich der Tür näherten. Wer ist da? Ich bin's, Glokta. Riegel wurden zurückgeschoben und Licht drang in die Kälte hinaus. Ades Gesicht erschien. Sie sah ein wenig spitz aus, grau um die Augen und rosa um die Nase. Wie eine sterbende Katze. Superior. Sie grinste, als sie ihn am Arm fasste und beinahe über die Schwelle zog. Was für eine Freude. Endlich einmal wieder etwas Unterhaltung. Ich langweile mich so schrecklich. In einer Ecke des Wohnzimmers standen mehrere leere Flaschen, die rußige Kerzen und ein schwälendes Holzfeuer im Kamin zornig schimmern ließen. Der Tisch war mit dreckigen Tellern und Gläsern übersät. Die Wohnung roch nach Schweiß und Wein, abgestandenem Essen und frischer Verzweiflung. Kann es eine traurigere Beschäftigung geben, als sich ganz allein zu betrinken? Wein kann einem glücklichen Mann gelegentlich die Freude erhalten. Einen traurigen macht er stets noch trauriger. Ich habe noch einmal versucht, das Seherbuch zu lesen. Ade klopfte auf einen schweren Band, der aufgeklappt mit dem Rücken nach oben auf einem Stuhl lag. »Der Sturm des Meisterschöpfer«, brummte Glokta. »Dieser Blödsinn, nur Zauberkunst und tapfere Taten, oder? Ich habe nicht einmal den 1. Band geschafft. Kann ich gut verstehen. Ich bin jetzt beim 3. und es wird nicht leichter. Zu viele Seher-Zauberer. Ich verwechsel die immer miteinander. Dauernd geht es um Schlachten und um endlose blöde Reisen, von hier nach da und dann wieder zurück. Wenn ich nochmal eine Landkarte sehen muss, dann bringe ich mich um, das schwöre ich. Vielleicht würde Ihnen das auch jemand abnehmen. Was? Ich fürchte, Sie sind hier nicht mehr sicher.«
»Sie sollten mit mir kommen. Eine Rettung? Dem Schicksal sei Dank?« Sie machte eine ablehnende Handbewegung. »Das haben wir doch schon einmal durchgesprochen. Die Gurkisen sind auf der anderen Seite der Stadt. Sie sind im Agriont in größerer Gefahr. Und ich sollte nicht. Nicht die Gurkisen stellen die Bedrohung dar, um die es hier geht, sondern meine Verehrer. Ihre ehrenhaften Freunde sind eine Bedrohung für mich? Sie unterschätzen das Ausmaß ihrer Eifersucht. Ich fürchte, sie könnten zur Gefahr für jeden werden, den ich einmal in meinem elenden Leben gekannt habe, Freund oder Feind.« Glokta zog einen Mantel mit Kapuze von einem Haken an der Wand und hielt ihn ihr hin. »Wohin gehen wir?« »In ein nettes Haus in der Nähe des Hafens. Hat seine besten Zeiten schon hinter sich, dafür aber sehr viel Charakter. Wie wir beide, könnte man sagen.« Im Flur waren schwere Schritte zu hören, und Koska steckte den Kopf durch die Tür. »Superior, wir sollten gehen, wenn wir den Hafen bis...« Er unterbrach sich und sah Ade an. Dann folgte ein unbehagliches Schweigen. »Wer ist das?« fragte sie leise. Koska drängte sich nun mit großer Geste ins Wohnzimmer, riss sich das Barett vom Kopf, zeigte dabei eine schorfige, kahle Stelle und verneigte sich tief, tief, tief. Noch tiefer, und seine Nase würde über die Dielenblätter bürsten. »Vergeben Sie mir, meine Dame, Nikomo Koska, berühmter Glücksritter, zu Ihren Diensten. Ich werfe mich Ihnen untertänigst zu Füßen.« Dabei rutschte ihm sein Wurfmesser aus dem Mantel und glitt klappernd über die Dielen. Sie alle starrten die Waffe eine Weile an. Dann begann Koska zu grinsen. »Sehen Sie die Fliege dort an der Wand?« Glokta kniff die Augen zusammen. »Dies ist vielleicht nicht der beste Augenblick, um...« Die Klinge fuhr zischend durch den Raum, verfehlte das Ziel um mindestens einen Schritt, prallte mit dem Griff voran gegen die Mauer und schlug eine Handvoll Putz heraus, bevor sie wieder über den Boden schlitterte. »Gosh«, sagte Koska. »Ich meine, very.« Ade sah mit gerunzelter Stirn zu dem Messer. »Ich hätte gosh gesagt.« Koska lächelte und zeigte seine verrotteten Zähne. »Ich war ganz durcheinander. Als mir der Superior ihre Schönheit beschrieb, da dachte ich, er müsse, wie sagt man, übertreiben. Jetzt sehe ich, dass er der Wahrheit sehr nahe gekommen ist. Er nahm das Messer wieder zur Hand und stülpte sich das Barett auf den Kopf, allerdings etwas schief. »Bitte gestatten Sie, dass ich Ihnen meine Liebe gestehe.« »Was haben Sie ihm erzählt?« fragte AD. »Nichts.« Glokta saugte vergrätzt an seinen Zähnen. »Meister Koska hat die Angewohnheit, ein wenig zu übertreiben. Vor allem, wenn er verliebt ist«, warf der Söldner ein. »Vor allem dann. Wenn ich mich verliebe, dann stürze ich tief, aber normalerweise geschieht mir das nicht öfter als einmal am Tag.« AD starrte ihn an. »Ich weiß nicht, ob ich mich geschmeichelt oder verängstigt fühlen soll.« »Wieso nicht beides?« fragte Glokta. »Aber Sie werden sich diesen Gefühlen unterwegs hingeben müssen. Wir haben nicht mehr viel Zeit und ich habe einen verwilderten Garten, in dem ich Unkraut jäten muss.« Das Tor öffnete sich mit dem gequälten Kreischen rostigen Metalls. Glokta überwand mit einer schlingenden Vorwärtsbewegung die vermodernde Schwelle und sein Bein, die Hüften, der Rücken schmerzten heftig nach der langen Humpelei bis zum Hafen. Das verfallene Anwesen ragte am anderen Ende des von Trümmern übersäten Hofes auf, wie ein mächtiges Mausoleum, ein höchst passendes Grab für all meine gestorbenen Hoffnungen. Severat und Frost warteten im Schatten der gebrochenen Stufen, ganz in Schwarz gekleidet und maskiert wie üblich, aber einander dennoch ganz und gar nicht ähnlich. Ein bulliger Mann und ein schlanker, einer mit weißem, einer mit dunklem Haar, einer, der mit verschränkten Armen dasteht und einer, der mit gekreuzten Beinen dasitzt. Einer ist loyal und der andere, nun, wir werden es herausfinden. Severat ernüsste sich aus dem Schneidersitz und stand mit dem üblichen Lächeln um die Augen auf. »In Ordnung, Chef, weswegen denn die ganze?« Koska trat durchs Tor und schlenderte gemächlich über das gesprungene Pflaster, wobei er ein paar Steinbrocken mit der Spitze seines schäbigen Stiefels zur Seite stieß. Er blieb neben einem kaputten Springbrunnen stehen und kratzte ein wenig Schlamm vom Grund des Beckens. »Hübsches Haus? Hübsch und...« Mit einer kreisenden Bewegung fuhr sein Finger mit dem Schlamm an der Spitze durch die Luft, abgerissen. Seine Söldner verteilten sich bereits über den trümmerübersäten Hof. Geflickte Mäntel und zerrissene Umhänge glitten zurück, um Waffen jeder Art und Größe preiszugeben. Schneiden, Spitzen, Dorne, Kanten schimmerten im flackernden Licht ihrer Laternen, und der Stahl war ebenso poliert und sauber, wie ihre Gesichter rau und dreckig waren. »Who, really, are they?« asked Severat. »Friends. They don't look particularly friendly.« Glokta showed his practical the gaping gap between his front teeth. »Well, I suppose that depends on which side you're on.« Now Severat's smile had completely faded. His eyes darted nervously across the courtyard. The eyes of a guilty man. How well we know them. We see them in our prisoners. We see them in the mirror, if we dare to look there. One might have hoped for more from a man of his experience, but if you hold the blade yourself, it doesn't necessarily prepare you for being hurt by it. I should know that, after all.« Severat darted towards the house as swiftly as a rabbit, but he had only taken einen Schritt, wenn ein heavy white hand struck ihn auf der Seite des Nackens, senden ihn crashend unconscious of the cracked tiles. »Take him downstairs, Frost. You know your way around.« »Nuff, Umpum.« Der gigantische Albino schwung Severats Limpegalb-Körper über seinen Schulter und hemmte für die Vordertür. »I must say«, declared Koska, who now flicked the dirt from his finger, »I like how you handle your people, Superior. Discipline. I've always admired that. Good advice von one of the least disciplined men in the entire world. I've learned all sorts of things from my many mistakes.« Koska raised his chin und kratzte seinen schäbigen Nacken. »Die einzige Kurs I've never understood is how to stop making the same mistakes over and over and over again.« Glokta grumbelt, straggelnd auf die Steigen. »Ein Kurs wir alle leben müssen. Again and again we run in circles, clinging to successes we never truly grasp, and repeatedly stumble over the same weaknesses. It's true, life is the misery we endure between disappointments.« They walked through the empty Tür und into die tiefe Dunkelheit des Eingangshalls. Koska hielt auf die Lampe, blickt auf den kollabierten Ruf und seine Buten klappernd über die Bird-Droppings, die den Boden verstanden. Ein Palast? His voice echoed back from the collapsed stairs, the empty passages und der bare Rufbeams above. »Please, make yourselves comfortable«, Glokta sagte, »but stay out of sight. We might expect visitors tonight.« »Very good. We love company, don't we, boys?« Einer von Koskas Men lott einen Chuckle, das klang wie Wasser in seinen Lungen, zeigte 2 Reihen von braunkühnen Zähnen. »So unerträglich rottende Zähne, dass ich almost glad bin für meine eigenen.«
The said visitors will descend by His Eminence the Archlector. Perhaps you could deal with them mit einer Firmenhand, während ich busy downstairs. Koska hielt am Adeladierduttel hatte die Hall approving. A nice place for a warm welcome. I'll let you know when our guests have been here. I don't think they'll stay long. AD hatte einen Spott an der Wand gefunden, ihrer Hut weit über ihr Gesicht, ihre Augen auf den Boden. Sie versucht zu wirken, als wäre sie gar nicht da, und wer könnte verblieben haben? Es ist hardlich die most pleasant company für eine junge Frau, noch eine besonders erregende Umgebung. Aber besser als ein Schlittkopf, vermute ich. Glokta extended his hand to her. It would be best if you came with me. Sie zögerte, als ob sie nicht ganz sicher es wirklich das Beste wäre.
But a quick glance at some of the ugliest men engaged in one of the world's ugliest professions apparently convinced her. Koska handed her his lamp, letting his fingers rest on hers for an uncomfortably long moment. "Thank you," she said, pulling her hand back. "It's a particular pleasure." Large shreds of hanging wallpaper, broken laths, and fallen stucco cast strange shadows as they moved away from Koska and his thugs and ventured deeper into the dead building. They passed doorways, squares of blackness that gaped like graves. "Your friends are quite a charming group, apparently," RD said softly. "Oh, they are, the brightest stars in the social firmament. Some work obviously requires desperate men. You must have very desperate tasks ahead of you." "When have I not?" Her lamp imperfectly illuminated the dilapidated drawing room. The wood paneling hung from the cheap masonry, and most of the floor was covered with a putrid puddle. The secret door in the opposite wall stood open, and Glokta shuffled along the wall towards it, his hips thanking him for the effort with stubborn pain. "What did your practical do, Severed?" "He abandoned me. And we'll soon find out how much. Then I hope I never abandon you. With you, I'm sure you have more sense. I should go ahead here, so at least I fall alone if I slip." He worked his way down the steps, his face contorted, while she followed him with the lantern. What's that smell?" "The sewers. There's an entrance leading in there somewhere." Glokta passed the heavy door into the former wine cellar. The bright iron grates in front of the cell doors on both sides gleamed in the light. Everything down here smelled of dampness and fear. "Superior!" a voice echoed from the darkness. Brother Longfoot's desperate face appeared, pressed against some bars. "Brother Longfoot, I must apologize to you. I've been so busy. The Gurkish are besieging the city." "Gurkish?" the man squeaked with bulging eyes. "Please, if you would release me." "Silence!" Glokta hissed in a tone that brooked no contradiction. "You should stay here." RD looked nervously towards the Wayfinder's cell. "Here? He's not dangerous. I think you'd be much more comfortable here than—" He nodded towards the open door at the end of the vaulted hall. "Than—" She swallowed. "All right. Superior, please." A desperate arm stretched out from Longfoot's cell. "Please, when will you release me? Superior, please." With a gentle click, Glokta closed the door on his lamentations. "We have other business to attend to today, business that cannot be postponed." Frost had already tied the still unconscious Severed to the chair in front of the table and was gradually lighting the lamps with a burning kindling stick. The domed room brightened, and color seeped into the mural that wrapped around the round walls. Canadius looked down at them grimly, arms outstretched, fire raging behind him. Our old friend, the Master Creator, who always looks as if he disagrees with everything. Opposite him, his brother Yuvens shed his last blood over the wall. And that probably won't be the only blood shed here today, I suppose. "Ugh," Severed groaned, and his smooth hair moved slightly. Glokta slowly sank into his chair, its leather creaking softly. Severed groaned again, his head fell back, and his eyelids fluttered. Frost shuffled over to him, reached out, unbuckled Severed's mask, pulled it off, and threw it into a corner. From a feared practical of the Inquisition to nothing special. Severed stirred, wrinkled his nose, and twitched like a sleeping boy. Young, weak, helpless. One could almost pity him if one had a heart. But this is not the time for such feelings, for friendship or forgiveness. The spirit of the cheerful and promising Sandan Glokta has clung to me for far too long. Farewell, old friend. You cannot help us today. Now is the time for the ruthless, superior Glokta, who will do what he does best, the only thing he is truly good at. Now is the time for hard thoughts, hard hearts, and even harder blades. Time to cut out the truth. Frost poked severed 2 fingers in the stomach, and the prisoner's eyes snapped open. He jolted in his chair, and the handcuffs clattered. He saw Glokta. He saw Frost. His eyes widened as they darted around the room. They grew even larger when he finally discovered where he was. A loud snort escaped his nose, the quick, hard breath of greatest terror, and the greasy strands of hair hanging over his face were blown left and right by the draft. And how shall we begin now? I know, he croaked. I know I told that woman who you are. I know, but I had no choice. Ah, now the haggling begins. Every man behaves roughly the same when chained to a chair. What else could I have done? She would have very well killed me. I had no choice. Please. I know what you told her, and I know you had no choice. Then, why then? Now don't start that, Severed. You know why you're here. Frost stepped forward, unmoved as ever, and lifted the lid of Glokta's wonderful little box. The individual layers within opened like an exotic flower, presenting the polished handles, the shimmering needles, the gleaming blades of the instruments. Glokta puffed out his cheeks. Ich bin unbeschmutzt aufgewacht und habe es allein bis ins Bad geschafft, ohne allzu große Schmerzen. Legte die Finger den Griff des Hackmessers. Das ist ein Grund zum Feiern, ein so guter Tag. Von denen habe ich nicht allzu viele. Langsam ließ die schwere Klinge aus seiner Lederhülle gleiten und sie blitzte im hellen Lampenschein. Severats Augen folgten ihr, vor Angst und Faszination geweitet, und Schweißperlen schimmerten auf seiner fahlen Stirn. Nein, hauchte er. Ja. Frost löste die Schelle von Severats linkem Handgelenk und packte den Arm mit seinen breiten Händen. Dann nahm die Finger und spreizte sie, einen nach dem anderen, bis sie flach vor ihm auf der Tischplatte lagen, während er seinen anderen Arm in festem Griff Severats Schultern legte. Ich denke, wir können auf das Vorspiel verzichten. Glokta schaukelte sich nach vorn, stand auf und humpelte langsam den Tisch. Sein Stock klapperte auf die Fliesen, das linke Bein zog wie immer nach, und eine Ecke der Messerklinge schabte sanft über das Holz des Tisches. Ihnen muss ich doch nicht erklären, wie es jetzt weitergeht. Nicht Ihnen, der Sie mir bei so vielen Gelegenheiten derart kompetent assistiert haben. Nein, wimmerte Severat und versuchte ein verzweifeltes Lächeln, während jedoch eine Träne aus einem Augenwinkel rann. Nein, das werden Sie nicht, doch nicht mit mir, das werden Sie nicht tun. Nicht mit Ihnen? Glokta erwiderte das Lächeln mit einem traurigen Heben seiner Mundwinkel. Oh, Practical Severat, ich bitte Sie. Langsam ließ das Lächeln verblassen und hob das Hackmesser. Sie sollten mich doch wirklich besser kennen. Bang! Die schwere Klinge fuhr herab und schlug in die Tischplatte, wobei sie ein winziges Stück Haut von der Spitze von Severats Mittelfinger mitnahm. »Nein«, kreischte er, »nein!« »Jetzt bewundern Sie meine Präzision wohl nicht, wie?« »Oh ja, ja.« Glokta bewegte sanft den polierten Griff und zog die schwere Klinge aus dem Holz. »Was dachten Sie, wie diese Sache ausgehen würde? Sie haben geredet. Sie haben Dinge gesagt, die Sie nicht hätten sagen sollen, zu Menschen, denen Sie besser gar nichts anvertraut hätten. Sie werden mir verraten, was Sie erzählt haben und wem.« Das Hackmesser schimmerte, als Glokta es erneut hob, und es wäre besser, Sie warten nicht allzu lange damit. »Nein«, Severat zuckte und wand sich in seinem Stuhl, aber Frost hielt ihn so fest wie Honig eine Fliege. »Ja.« Die Klinge fuhr glatt durch das obere Ende von Severats Mittelfinger und trennte ihn am ersten Gelenk ab. Die Spitze des Zeigefingers kullerte über das Holz. Die Spitze des Ringfingers blieb an Ort und Stelle, in eine Kerbe der Tischplatte gedrückt. Da Frosts Hand sich noch immer wie ein Schraubstock um Severats Handgelenk legte, trat das Blut nur sanft aus den 3 Wunden und breitete sich langsam in den Holzfasern aus. Es folgte eine atemlose Pause. 1, 2, 3. Severat schrie. Er heulte, zappelte und bebte, und Zuckungen liefen über sein Gesicht. »Tut weh, was? Willkommen in meiner Welt.« Glokta bewegte den schmerzenden Fuß in seinem Schuh hin und her. Wer hätte je gedacht, dass unsere höchst angenehme Verbindung, die für uns beide bisher so erquicklich und profitabel war, auf diese Weise enden würde? Meine Wahl war das nicht. Oh nein! Sagen Sie mir, mit wem Sie geredet haben. Verraten Sie mir, was Sie erzählt haben. Dann sind diese Unannehmlichkeiten sofort vorbei. Ansonsten, bang! Die Spitze des kleinen Fingers und 3 weitere Stückchen der anderen. Der Mittelfinger war nun bis zum 2. Gelenk verschwunden. Severat sah seine Hand an, die Augen vor Entsetzen geweitet, und atmete in kurzen, schnellen Stößen. Schreck, Überraschung, blankes Grauen. Glokta neigte sich zu Severats Ohr. »Ich hoffe, Sie hatten nicht die Absicht, das Geigespielen anzufangen, Severat. Wenn wir hier fertig sind, werden Sie sich glücklich schätzen können, wenn es noch für einen freaking Gong reicht.« Er verzog gequält das Gesicht, denn ein Krampf packte seinen Hals, als er das Messer wieder hob. »Warten Sie«, schluchzte Severat, »warten Sie! Valent und Balk, die Bankiers! Ich habe Ihnen erzählt! Ich habe Ihnen erzählt! Wusste ich es doch! Was haben Sie ihnen erzählt? Dass Sie immer noch nach Reynolds Mörder suchten, auch als wir den Gesandten des Imperators schon gehängt hatten?« Glokta sah Frost in die Augen, und der Albino erwiderte reglos seinen Blick. Und wieder wird ein Geheimnis wild um sich schlagend ans gnadenlose Licht gezerrt. Wie enttäuschend richtig ich hier lag. Es erstaunt mich immer wieder, wie schnell sich Probleme dadurch lösen lassen, dass man anfängt, den Leuten etwas abzusäbeln. Und, ich sagte ihnen, dass sie etwas über unseren Bastardkönig herausfinden wollten und über Bajas und auch, dass sie Salt nicht so überprüft haben, wie sie es wollten. Und ich habe ihnen gesagt, Severats Stammeln brach kurz ab, während er auf die Überbleibsel seiner Finger starrte, die sich in kleinen Blutpfützen auf dem Tisch verteilt hatten. Diese Mischung aus unerträglichem Schmerz, noch unerträglicherem Verlust und völligem Unglauben. Träume ich, oder habe ich wirklich die Hälfte meiner Finger auf ewig verloren? Glokta stieß Severat leicht mit der Spitze des Hackmessers an. Was noch? Ich habe Ihnen alles gesagt, was ich konnte. Ich sagte Ihnen alles, was ich wusste. Die Worte kamen spuckend und sabbernd von seinen Lippen, die er vor Schmerz verzerrt hatte. Ich hatte keine Wahl, ich hatte Schulden, und Sie boten an, sie zu bezahlen. Ich hatte keine Wahl, Valent und Balk, Schulden, Erpressung, Verrat. Wie entsetzlich banal das alles ist. Das ist das Problem mit den Antworten. Sie sind irgendwie nie so aufregend wie die Fragen. Gloktas Lippen verzogen sich zu einem traurigen Lächeln. Keine Wahl. Ich weiß genau, wie es Ihnen geht. Wieder hob er das Hackmesser. Aber, bang! Die schwere Klinge schabte über die Tischplatte, als Glokta erneut 4 hübsche Scheiben Fleisch wegfegte. Severat schrie und keuchte und schrie weiter. Verzweifelte, schluchzende Schreie, das Gesicht völlig verkrampft. Zusammengeschrumpft wie die Pflaumen, die ich manchmal zum Frühstück esse. Die Hälfte des kleinen Fingers war noch da, die übrigen waren nur noch blutende Stummel. Aber jetzt können wir nicht aufhören, nicht nachdem wir schon so weit gekommen sind. Um keinen Preis. Wir müssen alles wissen. »Was ist mit dem Erzlektor?« fragte Glokta, reckte den Kopf zur Seite und bewegte seine steife Schulter. Woher wusste er, was in Dagoska geschah? Was haben Sie ihm erzählt? Woher wusste er? Was? Ich habe ihm gar nichts erzählt. Ich habe ihm... Bang! Severats Daumen flog davon, drehte sich auf dem Tisch und hinterließ eine Spirale aus Blutstropfen auf der Platte. Glokta bewegte die Hüftknochen vor und zurück und versuchte sich dem Schmerz zu entwinden, der von den Beinen ausstrahlte. Aber man kann ihm nicht entfliehen. In jeder möglichen Körperhaltung ist es ein bisschen schlimmer als zuvor. »Was haben Sie Salt erzählt?« Severat blickte starr auf, der Mund stand ihm offen und ein langer Speichelfaden tropfte von seiner Unterlippe. Glokta runzelte die Stirn. Das ist keine Antwort. Binden Sie die Hand am Gelenk ab und bereiten Sie die andere vor. Auf dieser Seite gibt es nichts mehr, womit wir noch arbeiten könnten. Nein, nein, bitte, ich habe nicht, bitte. Wie sehr mich dieses Gebettel ermüdet.
Die Wörter Nein und Bitte verlieren nach einer halben Stunde, die man sich einer solchen Tätigkeit widmet, schlicht ihre Bedeutung. Irgendwann klingen sie wie das Gebläke eines Schafs. Letzten Endes sind wir alle Lämmer, die man zur Schlachtbank führt. Er sah auf die Fingerstückchen, die auf dem blutigen Tisch verstreut lagen. Fleisch für den Metzger. Gloktas Kopf schmerzte, der Raum war viel zu hell. Er legte das Hackmesser hin und rieb sich die brennenden Augen. Es kostet so viel Kraft, die engsten Freunde zu zerstückeln. Dann merkte er, dass er sich Blut auf die Augenlider geschmiert hatte. Gosh darn it. Frost hatte währenddessen eine Aderpresse um Severats Handgelenk geschlossen und den blutigen Stumpf seiner Hand wieder an die Stuhllehne gekettet. Nun löste er den rechten Arm und führte ihn in aller Ruhe auf den Tisch. Glokta sah ihm dabei zu. Ordentlich, geschäftsmäßig und gnadenlos zweckgerichtet. Ob sein Gewissen an ihm nagt, wenn die Sonne untergeht? Ich bezweifle es. Schließlich bin ich es, der die Befehle gibt. Und ich bekomme meine Befehle von Salt, handle nach den Ratschlägen Marovias, erfülle die Forderungen von Valent und Balk. Welche Wahl haben wir denn alle? Was soll man schon sagen? Die Entschuldigungen drängen sich ja geradezu auf. Frosts weißes Gesicht war mit blutroten Spritzern übersät, als er Severats rechte Hand auf dem Tisch ausbreitete, genau dort, wo eben noch die linke gelegen hatte. Diesmal wehrte der Praktikant sich nicht einmal mehr. Nach einiger Zeit verliert man den Willen dazu. Daran erinnere ich mich noch gut. »Bitte«, flüsterte er, »es wäre so schön, jetzt aufzuhören.« Höchstwahrscheinlich werden die Gurkisen die ganze Stadt anzünden und uns alle töten, und wen wird es dann noch interessieren, wer wem was erzählt hat? Sollten sie wie durch ein Wunder daran gehindert werden, dann wird Salt mich zweifelsohne fertig machen, oder aber Valent und Balk werden ihre Schulden in Blut einfordern. Wenn ich bäuchlings in einem Hafenbecken treibe, was wird es da noch ausmachen, ob bestimmte Fragen je beantwortet wurden oder nicht? Wieso tue ich das also? Wieso? Das Blut war nun bis zum Rand des Tisches geflossen und rann nun mit beständigem Tropf, Tropf, Tropf zu Boden. Keine andere Antwort. Glokta spürte, wie ein Schauer kleiner Zuckungen seitlich über sein Gesicht lief. He took the cleaver in his hand again. Look at this. He pointed to the bloody scraps of flesh lying on the table. Look at what you've already lost. And all because you won't tell me what I need to know. Are your own fingers worth nothing to you? They're no use to you now, are they? Not to me either, I can assure you. They're no use to anyone anymore, except perhaps a hungry dog or two. Glokta bared the gaping hole between his front teeth and slammed the tip of the cleaver into the wood between Severat's splayed fingers. Once more. He emphasized each word with icy precision. What did you tell His Eminence? I told him nothing. Tears streamed down Severat's hollow cheeks, and his chest was wrecked with sobs.
I told him nothing at all. Belant and Balk, I had no choice. But I haven't exchanged a very word with Salt in my life. Not a word. Never. Glokta looked long into the eyes of his practical, his prisoner, trying to discern the truth. All was silent, save for Severard's gurgling, tormented breath. Then Glokta curled his lips and clattered the cleaver onto the table. Why give up the other hand when he'd already confessed everything? He let out a long sigh and gently wiped the tears from Severard's pale face. All right, I believe you. But what now? Now we have even more questions than before, without a direction in which to seek answers. He arched his back and grimaced as the familiar pains shot through his twisted spine and toeless foot. Salt must have received his information from another source. Who else survived Dagaska? Who else saw enough? Eider? She would never have dared to show herself. The Tari? If she had wanted to reveal anything, she could have done so back then. Koska? His Eminence would never work with such an unreliable person. I myself only use him because I have no other choice. Who else remains? Glokta's eyes met Frost's gaze, pink eyes that did not blink. They stared at him, bright and hard as rosy gemstones. And the mosaic pieces suddenly formed a picture. I understand. Neither of them spoke. Frost, without too much haste, stretched out his hands, not taking his gaze from Glokta's face, and placed his two thick arms around Severard's neck. The former practical could only watch helplessly. What do you want? Frost frowned slightly. There was a sharp crack as he twisted Severard's head to the side, as simple and effortless as if he were wringing a chicken's neck. Severard's skull tilted backward when Frost released him, and then a little further. Unnatural lumpy protrusions were visible under the pale skin of his neck. The albino rose and stepped between Glokta and the door, which was slightly ajar. No escape route. With a pained face, Glokta limped back, the tip of his stick scraping over the tiles. Why? Frost came closer, leisurely and unstoppable, his white fists clenched tight, his white face expressionless behind his mask. Glokta raised a hand. "Just tell me why. Vary it." The albino shrugged. It seemed some questions had no answer. Glokta's aching back hit the wall. "And now my time is up." "All right." He took a deep breath. "My prospects were never the best. I don't mind dying, not much anyway." Frost raised his white fist, then groaned. The cleaver plunged with a dull thud into his ungainly shoulder. Blood ran from the wound onto his shirt. Frost spun around. Behind him stood Artie. The three stared at each other for a moment. Then Frost punched her in the face. She stumbled sideways, hit the table, and collapsed. The table tipped over, and Glokta's box clattered to the floor beside her, scattering the instruments and sending blood and small pieces of flesh flying. Frost turned back to Glokta. The cleaver was still stuck in his shoulder, and his left arm hung limply. Glokta pulled up his lip, revealing his empty gums. "I don't mind dying, but I won't be beaten." As best he could, he found a firm stance, ignoring the pain that shot through his foot and the leg he had placed forward. Then he raised his stick and pressed his thumb against the hidden spring. The stick had been crafted to his precise specifications by the same man who had also created the box for his instruments, and it is an even more outstanding example of fine craftsmanship. A soft click sounded as the wood hinged back on invisible pivots and then fell away, revealing a 2-foot-long needle of mirror-bright, gleaming metal. Glokta let out a piercing scream. "Forward, Glokta! Thrust! Strike!" The blade was so fast it was only a blur. The first thrust struck Frost precisely in the left side of his chest. The second silently plunged into the right side of his neck. The third pierced his mask and scraped against his jawbone, and the shimmering tip was visible for a brief moment beneath his white ear before being swiftly withdrawn. Frost stood motionless, his white eyebrows raised in mild surprise. Then blood seeped from the tiny wound on his throat and ran down his shirt as a black trail. He stretched out a large white hand. Then he staggered, and blood welled from beneath the mask. "Fife!" he gasped. As if his legs were suddenly pulled out from under him, Frost collapsed and fell to the floor. Once more, he tried to prop himself up with one arm, but he had no strength left. He breathed hard and gurgling, then softer and softer, and finally he was still. And that was all. Beside the overturned table, Artie scrambled to her feet. Blood ran from her nose and seeped onto her upper lip. "He's dead." "I used to fence," Glokta murmured. "Apparently you never really forget it." He looked from one corpse to the other. Frost lay in a dark, steadily growing puddle, and a pink eye, even in death, stared unblinking into the room. Severard's head hung over the back of the chair, his mouth wide open in a silent scream, his mutilated hand still chained, the other hanging limply. My boys, my eyes, my hands, all over. With a grim look, he gazed at the long, bloody metal rod in his hand. Well then we must fight on as best we can without them. With gritted teeth, he bent down, picked up the detached piece of his stick with 2 fingers, and snapped it back around the bloody blade. "Would you mind closing the box for me again?" Artie stared wide-eyed at the instruments, at Severard's beeping corpse, at the overturned, blood-stained table, and the pieces of finger scattered everywhere. She coughed, then pressed the back of her hand against her lips. "One forgets that others are not used to dealing with such things. But we need all the help we can get, and it's a little too late now to ease her into it. If she can attack a person with a cleaver, then she can certainly sort 1 or 2 blades for me without fainting." "The box," he repeated brusquely. I'll still need my instruments later." Artie blinked, gathered the fallen instruments with trembling hands, and put them back in place. Then she tucked the box under her arm and stood up, swaying slightly, before wiping the blood from her nose on her white sleeve. Glokta noticed that a piece of Severard's fingers had gotten caught in her hair. "You have something there." He pointed to the corresponding spot on his own head. "Right there." "What? Gah!" With a jerk, she flung the bloody flesh to the floor and shuddered with disgust. "You should find another way to earn your living. I've been thinking that for some time now. But there are still some questions I'm looking for answers to." The door creaked, and sudden panic seized Glokta. Koska entered the room. When he saw the bloodbath, he whistled softly and pushed his beret to the back of his head, so that the large feather cast long shadows over the mural. "You've made quite a mess here, Superior, a real mess." Glokta fingered his stick. His leg burned, his heart thumped dully up to his temples, and he was soaked with sweat under his scratchy clothes. "Couldn't be avoided. I thought you might be interested that our guests actually came by. 6 practicals from the Inquisition. My guess is they might have been sent to kill you, no doubt, on the Archlector's orders, after the late practical Frost provided him with some interesting information." "And?" Glokta asked. After the events of the last hour, he almost expected Koska to fall upon him with a drawn sword. But if the last hour has taught us anything, it's this: the follower you trust the least is not necessarily the least trustworthy. And we, of course, cut them to pieces." The Styrian grinned. "It is an insult to me that you would actually consider anything else." Good, good. At least one thing had gone according to plan. Glokta would have liked nothing more than to sink to the floor and screaming, but there was still work to be done. With a pained expression, he limped to the door. "We must set out for the Agriant immediately." The first light of dawn licked across the cold, clear sky as Glokta limped out onto the Mittenweg, Artie beside him. There was still a little fog in the air, but it was clearing quickly. It seemed it wanted to be a beautiful day for bloodshed, betrayal, and... In the fog, several figures moved across the cobblestones of the wide street to the south where the sea lay. Sounds could also be heard, rattling and a bright ringing. It sounded very much like a group of armed men was on the move. Something further away, someone yelled something. A muffled and sullen bell rang. An alarm bell. Koska peered suspiciously into the fog, which was gradually dissolving. "What is that?" The figures gradually became clearer. Armed men carrying spears. Many men. Their tall helmets looked very different from those of the Union. Artie touched Glokta's arm. "Are those Gurkish?" Their armor shimmered in the thin gray light as the fog receded. In large numbers, they marched up the Mittenweg. Apparently, they had finally managed to land men at the docks and penetrate into the heart of the city. What incredibly bad timing! Back! With a jerk, Glokta turned back to the small alley, slipped and almost fell. He grimaced as Artie grabbed him by the elbow and pulled him back up. "Back to the house, and let's hope we haven't been discovered yet. And take the lanterns with you, we'll need them." As fast as he could, he hurried towards the stinking alley, pushed and surrounded by Koska's mercenaries. "Very Gurkish," the Styrian hissed. "I don't know for the life of me what I've done to them to make them so angry with me." "You have my deepest sympathy." The gate slammed shut with a loud squeal, and a few mercenaries barricaded it with the remains of a fountain. "I'm not sure how long the few stone fragments will hold back a legion of the Emperor. May I ask what the plan is now, Superior? Your palace is very pretty, but it doesn't seem like a good idea to hole up there and wait for help to come." "No," Glokta struggled up the steps and opened the front door. "We must break through to the Agriant." "Something tells me our Gurkish friends might have the same idea. Above ground, we're unlikely to succeed, that much is clear. Then we'll have to try underground.
Glokta limped as elegantly as possible into the building. Artie and the mercenaries followed him, concerned. Down there's an access to the sewers. You can get all the way to the Agriont if you know the way. Sewers? Koska grinned. Nothing I like more than wading through the muck of the whole world, as you know, but sewers can be quite confusing. Do you know the way? Unfortunately not, but I know a man who boasts of finding the right way everywhere, even through a river of gosh. Brother Longfoot, Glokta called loudly, limping towards the stairs, I have a proposition for you. The Day of Reckoning. Lord Marshal West stood in the shadow of an abandoned barn on a rise above the fertile plains of Midderlands. With his gloved right hand he clutched his spyglass. A light morning fog still lay over the flat autumnal fields, a patchwork of brown, green, yellow, broken by trees and sparse hedges. In the distance, West could make out the outermost city walls of Adua, a stark gray line from which some turrets rose like pimples. Behind them, in lighter gray, the blurred outlines of buildings rose against the sky. They were overshadowed by the towering, eerie House of the Maker, dark and unrepentant. All in all, it was a grim homecoming. There was no wind, not the slightest breeze. The cool air was strangely still, as if there were no war, as if no warring troops were moving against each other, as if no bloody battle was imminent. West swung the spyglass from side to side, but he saw little of the Gurkish. Perhaps there was something like a barricade in front of the walls, perhaps the outlines of tiny, pin-sized spears, but at that distance and in that light he could say nothing for certain. They must be expecting us. It can't be otherwise. Perhaps they are late sleepers, Jalenhorm said, hoping for the best as always. Pike was much more direct. What difference does it make whether they expect us or not? Not much, West admitted. King Jezel's orders had been precise. The city was overrun with Gurkish troops, and the defenses were on the verge of complete collapse. There was no time to devise a clever strategy, to cautiously sneak up and look for weaknesses in the enemy lines. Absurdly, even Prince Ladislaw could have led the command in this particular situation as well as anyone else. In fact, circumstances demanded a heroic attack that would inevitably be rewarded with death or glory. The only thing West could actually influence was the timing. Brent brought his horse to a halt nearby, kicking up a shower of gravel into the cold air. He swung out of the saddle and saluted elegantly. General Croy's cavalry has taken position on the right flank, Marshal, and is ready to attack at your command. Thank you, Captain. His infantry? Perhaps half are deployed. Some companies are still moving up through the streets. Still? It's quite muddy there, Marshal. Armies left mud everywhere in their wake, like a snail leaves slime. What about Polder? It looks similar there as far as I can tell. No news from him? Jalenhorm shook his head. General Polder wasn't very communicative this morning. West looked over at the city, at that distant gray line beyond the fields. Soon. He chewed on his lower lip, which was already raw from so many worries. Very soon. But we mustn't strike half-prepared either, if a few more of the infantry are in place. Brent looked south with a grim haste. Marshal, is that? West followed his finger with his eyes. There, on the left flank, where Polder had gathered his division, the cavalry was already moving forward with momentum. West stared in disbelief as the horses sped up. What the... The two full cavalry regiments broke into a majestic gallop. There were thousands, now streaming across the open farmland, around the trees and individual farmsteads, kicking up a cloud of dust behind them. West could now even hear the drumming of hooves, like distant thunder, and almost felt the earth tremble through his boots. The sun glinted on raised swords and lances, on shields and armor. Banners fluttered and flew in the wind. It was a sight of martial grandeur.
a scene from a dramatic narrative with a muscular hero, in which meaningless words like honor and righteousness were often repeated. "Gosh," West growled through clenched teeth, feeling the familiar throbbing behind his eyes. General Polder had wanted to lead one of his infamous cavalry charges throughout the Northern campaign. There, difficult terrain, unfavorable weather, or unfavorable circumstances had thwarted him, but now the conditions were ideal, and apparently he had not been able to resist this opportunity. Jalenhorm slowly shook his head. Very Polder. West let out an exasperated snort, raised the spyglass, and almost hurled it to the ground. Only at the last moment did he control himself, forced himself to take a deep breath, and angrily collapsed the device. He couldn't afford to lose his temper today. "Well, that's it then, isn't it? Sound the attack along the entire line." "Sound the attack!" Pike roared. "Attack!" Loudly the trumpet blared through the cool morning air. West's headache was not improved by it. He slid a mud-encrusted boot into the stirrup, and, saddle-sore as he was after the night's ride, reluctantly pulled himself into the saddle. "I suppose we must now follow General Polder to glorious deeds, albeit at a somewhat less honorable distance."
Someone has to sort out this mess after all. In the distance, further trumpet blasts now sounded in response, and on the right hand, General Croy's cavalry gradually began to move. "Major Jalenhorm, order the infantry to advance immediately as soon as they arrive." West's jaw muscles ground. If necessary, piece by piece. "Of course, Marshal." The massive man was already turning his horse to relay the orders. "War," West grumbled. "An honorable business." "Marshal?" Pike asked. "Oh, nothing." Just before the end of the stairs, Jezzel took 2 steps at once. Gorst and a dozen watch knights clattered behind him, doing their best to stick to his heels like shadows. He swept majestically past the guard into the bright morning light at the top of the chain tower, high above the embattled city. Lord Marshal Verus already stood at the battlements, surrounded by a cluster of staff officers, all looking down at Adwa. The old soldier stood rigidly upright, hands behind his back, just as he had long ago during fencing lessons. Jezzel, however, had never seen his hands tremble then. They did now, violently. Crown Judge Morovia stood beside Verus, and the gentle breeze stirred his black robe. "What's new?" Jezzel demanded to know. The Lord Marshal nervously ran his tongue over his lips. The Gurkish made a sally before dawn. The defenders on the Arnott wall were overwhelmed. It wasn't long before they managed to land soldiers at the harbor, very many. We fought with the greatest courage during the retreat, but, well, indeed, nothing more needed to be said. As Jezzel approached the battlements and the wounded Adwa came into his view, he could see the Gurkish streaming across the middle way, while the tiny golden standards of the Emperor's legions drifted over the crowd like flotsam on the current. As if seeing an ant on the carpet, only to then realize that hundreds were swarming through his living room, Jezzel now noticed movements elsewhere, everywhere. The heart of the city was overrun by Gurkish soldiers. The fighting on this retreat was, well, of mixed success, Verus concluded wearily. Below, some men burst from between the buildings near the Agriant's west gate, ran across the cobblestones of the square in front of the moat, and headed for the bridge. "Gurkish?" someone shrieked. "No," the Lord Marshal grumbled, "those are our people." The men were merely trying to escape the slaughter that was happening everywhere in the ruined city. Jezzel had looked death in the face often enough to guess how they felt. "Will these men be brought to safety?" he asked, his voice slightly broken. "I fear the gates have been locked, Your Majesty." "Then open them." Verus' veiled gaze slid nervously to Morovia. "That would be not very wise." A dozen or more had now reached the bridge, shouting loudly and waving their arms. Their words could not be understood over the distance, but the helpless, terrified tone was unmistakable. "We should do something." Jezzel's hands gripped the battlements. "We must do something. There will be others out there, many others."
Varuz cleared his throat. "Your Majesty, no, have my horse saddled, call the watch knights together. I refuse." Crown Judge Morovia had stepped in front of the door to the stairs, blocking the passage, and looked calmly and sadly into Jezel's face. "If you were to open the gates, you would endanger the lives of those within the Agriant, the lives of many thousands of citizens, all of whom trust in your protection. Here, we can at least grant them safety for the moment. We must preserve that safety for them." His eyes slid to the side, down to the streets. Different colored eyes, Jezel noticed. One was blue, the other green. "We must weigh what is more important for the common good." For the common good. Jezel now looked down from the other side of the tower into the Agriant. Brave defenders had positioned themselves along the walls, he knew, and they were ready to fight to the death for their king and their homeland, whether he deserved it or not. He imagined unarmed citizens also running through the narrow streets seeking shelter. Men, women, children, old and young who had been driven from their destroyed homes. People to whom he had promised refuge. His eyes swept over the tall white buildings surrounding the Green Park, over the wide Marshall Square, the long Way of Kings with its tall statues. Everywhere, he knew, were helpless and needy people. Unfortunate souls who had no choice but to trust the cowardly deceiver Jezel Dan Luthar. He felt as if he would suffocate, but he knew the old inkslinger was right. He could do nothing. His last heroic sally had been pure luck that he had survived it all, and it was now far too late to attempt anything of the sort again. Outside the Agriant, Gurkish soldiers streamed onto the square in front of the gate. Some of them carried bows, knelt on the ground, and sent a hail of arrows to the other side of the bridge. Tiny figures swayed and fell, splashing into the water of the moat. Tiny screams drifted up to the top of the chain tower. In response, the clatter of a longbow volley sounded from the walls, and the Gurkish were riddled with bolts. Men fell, others lost courage and retreated. A few corpses remained on the pavement. The soldiers sought cover in the buildings around the square, and men slipped from house to house in the shadows. A Union soldier jumped from the bridge and swam a few strokes in the moat before going under. He did not resurface. A handful of stranded defenders still moved, raising their arms in desperation. For them, it was probably little comfort, as they took their last breaths on the bridge, that the common good had to be kept in mind. Jezel squinted and looked away. There, in the east, Varuz and some members of his staff had crowded together on the other side of the tower, looking past the maker's house to the fields outside the city. Jezel strode over to them, shading his eyes against the rising sun. Behind the great wall of the Agriant, behind the shimmering river and the broad semicircle of the city, he thought he perceived movement. A long, curved line, moving slowly towards Adwa. One of the officers lowered his spyglass. "Cavalry! That's the Union cavalry!" "Are you sure?" "The troops." "They come late," Varuz grumbled, "but are no less welcome for it." "A cheer for Marshal West! We are saved!" Jezel was not in the mood to shout for joy. Hope was a beautiful thing, of course, and they had had little enough of it for a long time, but it was far too early to celebrate. He went back to the other side of the tower and looked grimly down. More Gurkish streamed onto the square in front of the citadel, more and more, apparently well prepared. They pushed slightly inclined wooden shields on wheels in front of them, large enough to provide cover for 20 or more men. The foremost was already riddled with longbow bolts, but it still moved closer to the bridge. Arrows hissed up from below to the battlements, and down from above from the battlements. Wounded men fell and tried to crawl to safety behind the lines. One of the houses on the square had caught fire, and the flames licked hungrily at the edge of the roof. "The troops!" someone cheered loudly from the opposite battlements. "Marshal West!" Indeed, Morovia looked at the bloodshed in front of the gate as the din of battle steadily grew louder. Let's hope he's not too late. The clash of weapons echoed through the cool air. Clatter and rattle, resounding shouts. Logan looked left and right at the men around him, who hurried across the open fields with hard, hissing breaths and clanking equipment. Grim faces and sharp weapons. It wasn't exactly an uplifting feeling to be part of all that again. The sad truth was that Logen had felt more trust and warmth towards Pharaoh and Jezzel, Beaz and Quai than he now felt towards his own people.
They had been quite difficult in their own way and somehow also jerks, and it wasn't that he really understood or particularly liked them, but Logen had liked himself while he was with them. Out in the abandoned west of the world, he had been a man one could rely on, like his father, a man on whose shoulders no bloody history rested, without a name blacker than hell, and who constantly had to be on guard, a man who could have hoped for something better. The thought of seeing these people again and perhaps getting the chance to be that man again spurred him on and made him run even faster towards the gray walls of Adua. At least in that moment, it seemed possible to leave the Bloody Nine out of it. But the other Northmen were in much less of a hurry than he was. Their pace was more like a stroll, not an attack. They ambled over to a clump of trees, a few birds flew up into the white sky, and then they stopped completely. No one said anything. One of the lads even sat down, leaning his back against a tree, and drank water from a canteen. Logen looked at him. By the dead, I don't think I've ever seen such a weak attack in my life. Did you leave the marrow in your bones up north? There was a little murmuring and a few furtive glances. Rotcap looked away and tugged his tongue behind his lower lip. Perhaps we have. Don't get me wrong, Chief, or Royal Highness, or whatever it may be called now. He tilted his head to show that he didn't mean it disrespectfully. I've fought often, and always hard. My life has often been on a knife's edge, and so on. It's just, why are we fighting at all now, I ask myself. I think we all ask ourselves that. It's not our business, is it? This isn't our fight, is it? Dogman shook his head. The Union will think us a pretty bunch of cowards. Who cares what they think? Someone asked. Redcap stepped closer. Listen, Chief, I really don't care at all if some guy I don't know thinks I'm a coward or not. I've shed enough blood for that. We all have. Logen growled. So you're voting for us to stay here, is that right? Redcap shrugged. Well, I guess. He cried out as Logen's forehead crashed against his face, shattering his nose like a nut on an anvil. Then he fell backward into the dirt, blood running over his chin. Logen turned and tilted his head slightly, as had been his way in the past. The face of the Bloody Nine, cold and dead, to whom nothing mattered. It was easy to show that expression. It wore as comfortably as a pair of old, cozy boots. His hand found the cool hilt of Canadia's sword, and around him the men recoiled, stepped aside, muttered to themselves, or whispered. Does anyone else among you jerks want to vote here? The boy who had been leaning against the tree let his canteen fall into the grass and jumped up. Logen targeted other men, one after another, especially those who looked particularly tough, and one after another they looked at the ground, at the trees, everywhere but at him. Until his gaze fell on Espe. The long-haired jerk stared at him unblinkingly. Logen narrowed his eyes. What about you? Espe shook his head, and his hair flew around his face. Oh no, not now. Then, when you're ready, when you're all ready. Until then, I have work for you. To arms, Logen growled. Swords and axes, spears and shields were quickly made ready. Men bustled around, took their places, and suddenly vied to attack at the front. Redcap was just getting back up, his hand pressed to his bloody face. Logen looked down at him. If you feel like you've just been treated badly, then remember one thing. In the old days, you'd be trying to push your guts back into your belly right now. Yeah, Redcap growled, wiping his mouth. You're right about that. Logen watched him go back to his boys, spitting blood. If one thing could be said about Logen Ninefingers, it was this. He had a knack for turning a friend into an enemy. Did that have to happen? Dogman asked. Logen shrugged. He hadn't wanted it, but he was the leader now. It had always been a disaster, but that's how it was. And a man who has taken responsibility cannot allow others to question him. It just doesn't work. First they come with questions, then they come with knives. I didn't see any other way out. That's how it's always been, hasn't it? I had hoped times would change. Times never change. You have to be realistic, Dogman. Yeah, it really is a shame, though. Many things were a shame.
Logen had long ago given up trying to change them. He slid the Maker's sword from its sheath and held it aloft. Then let's go now, and this time as if we didn't care at all. With that, he stormed off through the trees and heard the rest of the boys follow him. When they reached the open field, the walls of Ottawa loomed before them, like a steep gray cliff, topped with round turrets, rising behind a grassy knoll. Numerous corpses lay there, enough to give even a battle-hardened Carl cold feet. Judging by the color of their skin, they were mostly Gurkish dead, stretched out among broken weapons and armor of all kinds, trampled into the muddy earth and covered with hoofprints. "Stand firm," Logen roared as he rushed through the corpses. "Stand firm!" Now he could see something ahead, a palisade of sharpened stakes, and from one of the stakes hung a dead horse. Behind the stakes, men were moving, men with bows. "Take cover!" A few arrows hissed down at them. One struck deep into Espe's shield. A few more buried themselves in the ground at Logen's feet. A Carl, standing a short step away from him, took one to the chest and collapsed. Logen ran. The palisade swayed towards him, much slower than he would have liked. Between two stakes stood someone, a dark-skinned man with shimmering breastplate and a red plume on his pointed helmet. He yelled something to a group of others huddled behind him and swung a scimitar. Perhaps a Gurkish officer. As good a target for an attack as any. Logen's boots sank with a squelching sound into the softened ground. More arrows hissed poorly aimed over his head. The officer's eyes widened. He took a nervous step back and raised his saber. Logen sprang to the left, and the curved blade plunged into the earth beside his feet. With a growl, he now swung the Maker's sword, and the heavy blade struck hard against the man's breastplate, leaving a deep dent. The officer screamed, then staggered a few steps forward and crumpled, barely able to take a breath. His saber fell from his hand, and Logen delivered a blow to the back of his head, shattering the helmet and sending him sprawling to the ground. Then he looked at the others, but none of them had moved. They were a ragged bunch, a dark-skinned version of the scrawniest and weakest thralls. Certainly not the unscrupulous jerks he had always imagined them to be from Pharaoh's reports. A few of them had even knocked arrows and could have riddled him like a hedgehog, but they didn't. Still, it might have roused them from their stupor if he attacked them directly now. Logen had taken an arrow or two in his life and didn't much care for a few more. So instead of advancing further, he stood tall and let out a wild roar. A battle roar, like back then when he had stormed down the hill at Carleon, when he still had all his fingers and all his hopes. He felt Dogman catch up to him, raise his sword, and also let out a cry. Then Espe was with them, roaring like a bull and striking his shield with the head of his axe. Next came Redcap with his bloody face, and Grim, and all the others, letting out their battle cries. They stood side by side in a long line, brandishing their weapons, clanging them together, roaring and screaming and yelling at the top of their lungs. They made a noise as if hell had opened and a group of devils had appeared to sing them a welcome song. The brown man stared at them, trembling and with wide eyes and mouths. Such a sight, Logen suspected, they had probably never seen before. They had hoped times would change. Times never change. You have to be realistic, Dogman. Yeah, it really is a shame, though. Many things were a shame. Logen had long ago given up trying to change them. He slid the Maker's sword from its sheath and held it aloft. Then let's go now, and this time as if we didn't care at all. With that, he stormed off through the trees and heard the rest of the boys follow him. When they reached the open field, the walls of Ottawa loomed before them like a steep gray cliff, topped with round turrets, rising behind a grassy knoll. Numerous corpses lay there, enough to give even a battle-hardened Carl cold feet. Judging by the color of their skin, they were mostly Gurkish dead, stretched out among broken weapons and armor of all kinds, trampled into the muddy earth and covered with hoofprints. "Stand firm," Logen roared as he rushed through the corpses. "Stand firm!" Now he could see something ahead, a palisade of sharpened stakes, and from one of the stakes hung a dead horse. Behind the stakes, men were moving, men with bows. "Take cover!" A few arrows hissed down at them. One struck deep into Espe's shield. A few more buried themselves in the ground at Logen's feet. A Carl, standing a short step away from him, took one to the chest and collapsed. Logen ran. The palisade swayed towards him, much slower than he would have liked.
Between two stakes stood someone, a dark-skinned man with shimmering breastplate and a red plume on his pointed helmet. He yelled something to a group of others huddled behind him and swung a scimitar. Perhaps a Gurkish officer. As good a target for an attack as any. Logen's boots sank with a squelching sound into the softened ground. More arrows hissed poorly aimed over his head. The officer's eyes widened. He took a nervous step back and raised his saber. Logen sprang to the left, and the curved blade plunged into the earth beside his feet. With a growl, he now swung the Maker's sword, and the heavy blade struck hard against the man's breastplate, leaving a deep dent. The officer screamed, then staggered a few steps forward and crumpled, barely able to take a breath. His saber fell from his hand, and Logen delivered a blow to the back of his head, shattering the helmet and sending him sprawling to the ground. Then he looked at the others, but none of them had moved. They were a ragged bunch, a dark-skinned version of the scrawniest and weakest thralls. Certainly not the unscrupulous jerks he had always imagined them to be from Pharaoh's reports. A few of them had even knocked arrows and could have riddled him like a hedgehog, but they didn't.
One of them dropped his spear. Perhaps he didn't mean to, but was just so confused by the noise and the sight of all these crazy hairy fellows that his grip involuntarily loosened. In any case, the spear fell into the grass, whether he intended it or not, and that was that. Now they all dropped their weapons. In great haste, they clattered into the grass. Thereupon, the Northmen felt silly to continue roaring, and the battle cries subsided until the two groups of warriors stared silently across the softened ground, which was paved with bent stakes and twisted corpses. "Strange battle this is," Espe grumbled. Dogman leaned over to Logen. "What do we do with them, now that we have them? We can't sit here and watch over them." Grim said. Logen chewed on his lip, turned his sword over and over in his hand, and thought about a clever way out of this situation. None came to mind. "Maybe we should just let them go," he nodded north. No one moved, so he tried again, also pointing his sword in that direction. They flinched back and muttered something to each other when he raised the weapon, and one of them slipped in the dirt. "Just get lost over there," he said. "Then we won't have any trouble. Get lost over there." Again he twitched the sword north. One of them now understood what he meant and moved away from the group with a hesitant step. When no one killed him, he started to run. The others quickly followed him. Dogman watched the last of them go. Then he shrugged. "Well, good luck to the boys then." "Yeah," Logen murmured. "Good luck." Then he whispered, so softly that no one heard it, "Still alive, still alive, still alive." Glokta limped through the stinking gloom down a corridor about half a step wide, his tongue pressed firmly against his empty gums in an effort to stay upright. The pain in his leg worsened with every step, and he grimaced in agony, trying his best not to breathe through his nose. When I returned from Gurkel, crippled in bed, I thought then that I couldn't sink any lower. When I took over supervision of the brutal mechanisms of a stinking prison in England, I thought the same thing again. When I had a scribe butchered in a slaughterhouse, I believed I had reached the lowest point. How very I was wrong. Koska and his mercenaries marched in single file, with Glokta in their midst, and their cursing, grumbling, their slow steps echoed through the vaulted tunnel, and the light from their swinging lanterns cast swaying shadows over the damp, shimmering stone. Rotten, black water dripped from above, ran over the mossy walls, gurgled in slimy gutters, and flowed along the disgusting canal beside him. Ardi shuffled behind him, the box with his instruments still tucked under her arm. She had given up all attempts to gather the hem of her dress, and the fabric was soiled with black sludge. She looked at him, her hair damp in her face, and tried a faint smile. "You really lead a woman to the most exquisite places." "Ah, that's right. My knack for finding a romantic setting certainly explains my continued popularity with the fair sex." Glokta winced as a painful cramp seized him. "Apart from the fact that I'm a crippled monster, where do we go from here?" At the front, Longfoot hopped through the darkness, tied with a rope to one of the mercenaries. "North, north, at least roughly. We are just below the Mittenweg." Above us, not 10 steps away, are some of the most prestigious addresses in the whole city.
The dazzling palaces and a river of Gosh are much closer together than most people would ever believe. Everything beautiful has a dark side, and some of us have to live there so that others can be happy in the light." His laughter turned into a scream as his toeless foot slipped on the slippery embankment. He reached for the wall beside him with his free hand, clumsily grabbed his stick, which promptly fell onto the soiled stones. Artie grabbed his elbow before he fell and pulled him back up. He couldn't suppress a girlish whimper that hissed through the gap in his teeth. "You're not having much fun down here, are you?" "I've had better days." He bumped his head against the wall as Artie bent down to pick up his stick. "That I was betrayed by both," he heard himself say. "That hurts, even me. One I expected, one I would have overcome, but both of them? Why?" "Because you're an unscrupulous, calculating, scheming, self-pitying scoundrel." Glokta stared at her, and she shrugged. "You asked." Then they resumed their march through the stinking darkness. The question was supposed to be purely rhetorical. Rhetorical? In a sewer? "Wait up ahead!" Koska raised his hand, and the procession grumblingly came to a halt again. A sound slowly reached them from above, at first very soft, then louder, the rhythmic thud of trampling feet, which seemed to come from all sides at once, most disturbingly. Koska pressed himself against the dirty wall, and the daylight falling through a grate cast bright streaks on his face. The long feather on his beret hung down, covered in slime. Voices penetrated the gloom, Kontic voices. Koska grinned and pointed a finger at the ceiling. "Our old friends, the Gurkish. These jerks just don't give up, do they?" "They've made pretty good progress," Glokta grumbled while he gasped for air. "Apparently there's not much fighting left in the streets. Everyone has retreated to the Agriont or surrendered." "Surrendered to the Gurkish?" Glokta grimaced in agony as he stretched his leg. "That's hardly a good idea, and no one would ever think of it a second time." "Then we must hurry. Now onward, Brother Longfoot." The Pathfinder stumbled on. "It's not far now. I haven't led you astray. Oh no, not me. That wouldn't be my way at all. We are close now, very close to the moat. If there's a way into the fortress, then I'll find it. You can count on that. I'll get you inside in no time." "Shut up and go," Glokta growled. Victim. One of the workers emptied the last wood shavings from his barrel, another raked apart a pile of pale powder, and then they were finished. The entire martial square, from the towering white walls of the army halls to Pharaoh's right, to the gilded gates of the Prince's Round to her left, was completely covered with sawdust. It looked as if snow had suddenly fallen, only in this spot, and had laid a thin white blanket over the smooth stone slabs, over the dark stone, and over the bright metal. "Good." Bayaz nodded with an expression of rare satisfaction on his face. "Very good." "Is that all, my lord?" cried the foreman from the middle of the huddled group. "Unless one of you wants to stay here and witness the destruction of the indestructible 100 words." The foreman cast a confused side glance at one of his colleagues. No, I think we'll just, you know." With that, he and the other workers retreated, taking the empty barrels with them. Soon they had disappeared between the white palaces. Pharaoh and Bayaz were alone on the large area of cleanly spread sawdust. Only the two of them and the Creator's box, and the thing it contained. So, the trap is set. We just have to wait for our prey now. Bayaz tried to put on his knowing grin, but Pharaoh was not fooled. She saw that he was nervously playing with his gnarled hands, while the muscles on the side of his bald head repeatedly contracted. He was not sure if his plan would work. As wise as he might be, as clever and cunning, he was not sure. The thing in the box, the cold and heavy thing, whose touch Pharaoh so greatly desired, was something unknown. It had only been used once before, far away, in the desolate wilderness of the old empire, in the ruins of withered Ulcus. Pharaoh frowned and loosened her saber in its sheath. "When they come, that won't save you." "You can never have too many knives," she growled back. "How do you even know they'll come here? What else could they do? They have to go where I am."
That's their goal. Bayaz inhaled sharply through his nose and exhaled again. "And I am here."
Victim, Dogman squeezed through the gate with some others, with a few Northmen and a fairly large group of Unionists, who were now, after this ridiculous skirmish outside, pushing into the city. A few people stood on the battlements above the passage and cheered as if they were at a wedding. A fat man with a leather apron awaited them on the other side of the passage and clapped them on the shoulders as they passed. "Thank you, my friend, thank you!" He pressed something into Dogman's hand and grinned as if he were mad. It was a loaf of bread. "Bread?" Dogman sniffed it. "What the hell is this now?" The man had a whole mountain of loaves on his cart. He distributed them to every soldier who passed him, whether Unionist or Northman. "Who is that, anyway?" Grim shrugged. "A baker?" There wasn't much time to think about it. They were all herded together in a large square, with countless men pushing, snorting, and causing great confusion. Various soldiers gathered, and at the edges stood a few old men and women who were gradually getting tired of cheering. A well-groomed fellow in a black uniform had climbed onto a cart amidst all the madness and was bleating like a lost goat. "8th Regiment to the Four Corners, the 9th to the Agrient. If you belong to the 10th, then you very yet come through the wrong gate. Thought we were supposed to go to the harbor, Major." "Polder's division is taking care of the harbor. We're assigned to the northern area of the city, the 8th Regiment to the Four Corners." "I'm from the 4th." "From the 4th? Where's your horse?" "Dead." "What about us?" Logen roared. "What about the Northmen?" The fellow stared at them with wide eyes, then helplessly raised his hands. "Just get in here. If you see Gurkish, then kill them." With that, he turned his back to the gate and jerked his thumb over his shoulder towards the city. "The 9th Regiment to the Agrient." Logen grimaced sullenly. "We're not getting any sensible instructions here." He pointed to a wide street where crowds of soldiers were on their way. Ein großer, hoher Turm erhob sich hinter den Gebäuden. Ein riesiges Ding, das sicher auf einem Hügel errichtet worden war. Falls wir getrennt werden, dann treffen wir uns da drüben wieder. Er bog in die breite Straße ab und der Hundsmann folgte ihm, wie auch Grimm mit Espe und seinen Jungs sowie Rotkapp und seine Truppe als Nachhut. Es dauerte nicht lange und die Menge hatte sich verlaufen. Sie marschierten leere Straßen entlang und hörten kaum etwas außer ein paar Vögeln, die so froh gelaunt wie immer zwitscherten und sich nicht darum scherten, dass es gerade eine Schlacht gegeben hatte oder dass noch eine weitere bevorstand. Hundsmann verschwendete auch nicht allzu viele Gedanken daran, wie man daran ablesen konnte, dass er den Bogen recht locker in der Hand trug. Er war viel zu sehr damit beschäftigt, die Häuser auf beiden Seiten der Straße anzustarren. Häuser von einer Art, wie er sie noch nie zuvor in seinem Leben gesehen hatte. Aus kleinen, viereckigen roten Steinen gebaut und aus schwarzem Holz, das mit weißem Putz verfüllt war. Jedes war groß genug, dass ein Häuptling damit zufrieden gewesen wäre, und die meisten hatten sogar Fensterscheiben aus Glas. Freaking Paläste, was? Logen schnaubte. Du meinst, das hier wäre großartig? Du solltest mal diesen Agriont sehen, auf den wir gerade zuhalten. Was die da für Häuser haben. Von sowas hast du noch nicht mal geträumt. Kalion ist ein Schweinestall im Vergleich dazu. Hundsmann war stets der Meinung gewesen, dass Kalion bereits übertrieben großartig geraten war. Die Vorstellung von etwas noch Größerem war geradezu albern. Er ließ sich ein wenig zurückfallen und geriet schließlich neben Espe. Nach kurzem Überlegen brach er den Brotlaib in 2 Stücke und hielt Espe eine Hälfte hin. »Danke.« Espe biss ein Stück von der Kruste ab, dann noch eins. »Nicht übel. Gibt doch nichts Besseres, oder? Diesen Geschmack von frischem Brot. Schmeckt nach Frieden, denke ich mal. Wenn du meinst.« Sie kauten eine Weile und sagten nichts. Hundsmann guckte schließlich zur Seite. »Ich denke, du solltest mit dieser Fehde abschließen.« »Mit was für einer Fehde? Wie viele führst du denn?« »Die mit unserem neuen König da, mit Neunfinger.« »Kann nicht sagen, dass ich das nicht schon versucht hätte.« Espe warf Logens Rücken einen finsteren Blick zu. »Aber sobald ich mich umdrehe, ist sie wieder da.« »Espe, du bist ein guter Kerl, ich mag dich, das tun wir alle. Du hast Mark in den Knochen, Junge, und auch Hirn, und die Männer werden dir folgen. Du könntest weit kommen, wenn du dich nicht vorher umbringen lässt. Und genau da liegt das Problem. Ich möchte nicht gern erleben, dass du etwas anfängst, dem du selbst kein Ende setzen kannst. Dann brauchst du dir keine Sorgen zu machen. Alles, was ich anfange, führe ich ganz sicher auch zu Ende. Huntsmann schüttelte den Kopf. Nein, nein, das meine ich nicht, Junge, ganz und gar nicht. Vielleicht wirst du die Oberhand behalten, vielleicht auch nicht. Ich meine nur, weder das eine noch das andere wird ein echter Sieg sein. Blut erschafft Blut, nichts anderes. Ich meine, es ist noch nicht zu spät für dich. Es ist noch nicht zu spät, als dass du es nicht besser machen könntest. Espe sah ihn mit gerunzelter Stirn an. Dann warf das Stück Brot weg, drehte Huntsmann die Schulter zu und marschierte ohne ein weiteres Wort davon. Huntsmann seufzte. Manche Dinge konnte man mit bloßem Reden nicht gerade rücken, manche Dinge überhaupt nicht. Sie traten nun aus dem Irrgarten der Häuser heraus und erreichten einen Fluss. Er war vermutlich ungefähr so breit wie die Weißflut, aber die Ufer auf beiden Seiten bestanden aus Stein. Die größte Brücke, die Huntsmann je gesehen hatte, schwang sich darüber, mit einem Geländer aus gedrehtem Eisen, und sie war breit genug, dass 2 Fuhrwerke nebeneinander darauf Platz hatten. Am anderen Ende erhob sich eine weitere Mauer, die sogar noch höher war als jene, deren Tore sie zuvor passiert hatten. Huntsmann tat mit offenem Mund ein paar Schritte und sah von links nach rechts am schimmernden Wasser entlang. Es gab noch viele weitere Brücken, noch viel mehr und sogar noch größere, die sich aus einem Wald von Mauern und Türmen und in den Himmel ragender Gebäuden reckten. Viele Nordmänner sahen sich mit ebenso großen Augen um, als sähen sie unversehens auf dem Mond gelandet. Selbst Grimm zeigte einen Gesichtsausdruck, der als Überraschung durchgehen konnte. »Gosh«, sagte Espe, »habt ihr sowas schon mal gesehen?« Huntsmann tat der Hals weh vom vielen Schauen. »Die haben hier doch so viel. Was wollen sie überhaupt mit Angland? Das ist doch ein Dreckloch.« Logen zuckte die Achseln. »Keine Ahnung. Manche Leute kriegen wohl nie genug, nehme ich an. Manche Leute kriegen nie genug, was, Bruder Langfuß?« Glokta schüttelte missbilligend den Kopf. »Ich habe ihren Fuß verspart. Ich habe ihnen das Leben gelassen. Jetzt wollen sie auch noch die Freiheit?« »Herr Superior«, bettelte Langfuß, »wenn ich Sie daran erinnern darf, dann haben Sie zugesagt, mich freizulassen. Und ich habe meinen Teil unserer Abmachung erfüllt. Diese Tür dort sollte auf einen Platz unweit des Hauses der Befragungen führen. Das werden wir sehen.« Ein letzter Schlag mit der Axt ließ ein paar Holzsplitter zur Seite fliegen und die Tür erschauerte in ihren rostigen Angeln. Tageslicht strömte in den engen Kellerraum. Der Söldner mit dem tätowierten Hals trat beiseite und Glokta humpelte hinaus, um sich umzusehen. Ah, frische Luft. Ein Geschenk, das wir so oft für selbstverständlich halten. Eine kurze Treppe führte in einen kopfsteingepflasterten Innenhof, der von den schmuddeligen Rückseiten grauer Häuser eingefasst wurde. Glokta erkannte ihn wieder. Tatsächlich gleich um die Ecke vom Haus der Befragungen, wie versprochen. »Herr Superior«, raunte Langfuß. Glokta verzog den Mund. »Aber was sollte es schon schaden? Höchstwahrscheinlich wird niemand von uns den Tag überleben, und Tote können es sich leisten, gnädig zu sein. Sie sind die Einzigen, die das können. Na schön, lassen Sie ihn laufen.« Der einäugige Söldner zückte ein langes Messer und sägte den Strick um Langfuß' Handgelenke entzwei. »Es wäre besser, wenn ich Sie nie wieder sähe.« Der Schatten eines Grinsens legte sich über die Züge des Wegkundigen. »Keine Sorge, Herr Superior. Ich dachte gerade genau das Gleiche.« Dann verschwand er auf demselben Weg, den sie gerade gekommen sind, die dumpfe Treppe zu den Kanälen hinunter. »Jetzt hoffe ich, dass Sie die Sachen mitgebracht haben«, sagte Glokta. »Ich bin vielleicht nicht vertrauenswürdig, Herr Superior, aber ich bin nicht unfähig.« Koska streckte seinen Söldnern die Hand entgegen. »Es ist soweit, meine Freunde. Lasst uns schwarz werden.« Wie ein Mann zogen sie schwarze Masken hervor und befestigten sie mit Riemchen. Dann entledigten sie sich ihrer zerlumpten, zerrissenen Kleider. Jeder von ihnen war darunter in reines Schwarz gekleidet, von Kopf bis Fuß und mit sorgfältig verstauten Waffen gerüstet. In nur wenigen Augenblicken hatte sich ein Grüppchen von Verbrechern in eine wohlgeordnete Einheit von Praktikalen der Inquisition seiner Majestät verwandelt. Nicht, dass es von einem zum anderen so ein großer Schritt wäre. Koska selbst legte seinen Hantel schwungvoll ab, wendete ihn hurtig und zog ihn dann wieder über. Das Futter war schwarz wie die Nacht. »Es ist immer klug, verschiedene Farben am Leib zu tragen«, erklärte er, »falls man gezwungen sein sollte, ruckzuck die Seiten zu wechseln. Das schönste Beispiel für einen echten Wendehals. Er setzte das Barett ab und schnippte gegen die schmutzige Feder. »Kann ich das behalten?« »Nein, Sie sind ein harter Mann superior.« Koska grinste und schleuderte die Kopfbedeckung in die Schatten. »Und ich liebe Sie gerade deswegen.« Nun zog er sich die eigene Maske vors Gesicht und sah dann mit gerunzelter Stirn Ardee an, die verwirrt und erschöpft in einer Ecke des Lagerraums stand. »Was ist mit ihr?« »Mit ihr? Sie ist natürlich eine Gefangene, Praktikal Koska, eine Spionin, die mit den Gurkisen im Bunde steht. Seine Eminenz hat den Wunsch geäußert, Sie persönlich zu befragen.« Ardee sah ihn blinzelnd an. »Es ist ganz leicht. Versuchen Sie, ein bisschen verängstigt auszusehen.« Sie schluckte. »Das sollte kein Problem sein.« »Und nun?« »Nun gehen wir durchs Haus der Befragungen in der Absicht, den Erzlektor festzunehmen. Da haben wir uns was vorgenommen.« Glokta schnippte mit den Fingern. »Wir müssen aufbrechen.« »Wir müssen aufbrechen«, sagte West. »Ist der Hafen wieder in unserer Hand? Wo Gosh ist Polder?« »Das scheint niemand zu wissen, Herr Marschall.« Brent versuchte, sein Pferd weiter anzutreiben, aber sie gerieten nun in einen dichten Pulk. Speere schwankten hin und her und kamen ihnen mit den Spitzen bedrohlich nahe. Soldaten sprachen harsch, Korporale brüllten, Offiziere gackerten wie verärgerte Hühner. Um ein Heer von über 1000 Mann voranzubewegen, konnte man sich kaum ein schwierigeres Terrain vorstellen als die engen Straßen am Hafen. Dazu kam, dass zudem noch ein unheilverkündender Strom von Verwundeten, die teils selbst voranhumpelten, teils getragen wurden, in die entgegengesetzte Richtung drängte. »Macht Platz für den Lord Marschall«, brüllte Pike, »der Lord Marschall!« Damit hob er das Schwert, als sei er bereit, mit der flachen Seite zuzuschlagen, und die Männer gingen ihm eilig aus dem Weg. Zwischen den klappernden Speeren tauchte sich allmählich eine Schneise auf. Ein Reiter kam aus der Mitte der Soldaten auf sie zu. Es war Jalenhorn, dessen Stirn eine blutige Wunde zierte. »Alles in Ordnung?« Der massige Mann grinste. »Kein Grund zur Sorge, Herr Marschall. Hab mir den Kopf an einem freaking Balken gestoßen.« »Fortschritte?« »Wir drängen sie allmählich in den Westen der Stadt zurück. Croy's cavalry has advanced to the Four Corners as far as I can tell, but the Gurkish still have Agrion surrounded, and now they are regrouping and attacking from the west themselves. Many of Croy's foot soldiers are held up on the roads on the other side of the river. If we don't get reinforcements there soon—« »I need to speak with General Polder«, West interrupted him brusquely. »Where is the very fellow? Brint, Lord Marschall. Take some of these men and bring Polder to me here immediately.« His finger jabbed the air. »Personally. Yes, Lord Marschall.« Brint did his best to turn his horse in the narrow space. »What about the seaside? How has Weitzer fared?« »As far as I know, he's fighting the Gurkish fleet, but I have no idea.« Der Smell from spoiled Salzwasser und brennender Wut grüßte stärker, als sie aus dem Schatten der Gebäude näher dem Hafen ermogte. »Very gosh.« West hatte nichts hinzuzufügen dazu. Der einst elegante Semizirkel von Aduas Hafenfazilitäten präsentierte eine Sicht von Devastation. Die Quays der Nähe waren beschwärzt, der Struss, befalf mit brochenen Waffen, Armorpieces und vertrumpfte Körpern. Ein wenig weiter weg führten sich Männer in angeordneten Formationen einen Kampf. Polearms stachen aus dem Melee hervor wie die Stacheln eines Häkels, und der Laut schwankte hin und her. Unions waren pennert und gürkische Standards flatterten wie Krähen in der leichten Luft. Die Skirmishes erfanden altnahe den gesamten Strand. Warenhäuser brannten, machten die Luft schimmern, und dies machte die vielen hunderte Männer, die feslich vor ihnen kämpften, einen eher dramatischen Anblick. Kolonnen von Rauch, schwarz, grau, weiß, bildeten aus den brennenden Gebäuden und drehten über die Bay. Da, im trüben Hafen, numeröse Schiffe waren entaugt. Unter vollem Segel kreisten sie, wandten, takten, suchten neue Positionen, und schimmernde Sprei schoss auf. Katapulten hörten Entzündien auf den Enemy. Arkias vierten brennende Wollen von den Decks, und Segler kletterten hoch in der Spinawehr des Riegens. Andere Schiffe waren mit Rauen und Grapelhuken verbunden, in klumpige Paare, wie feitende Hunde, die sich auf andere bissen. Und der glänzende Sonnenschein zeigte die Crews in wildem Kampf. Hitte Schiffe drifteten listend über die Bay, mit trahierten Seilen und herunterhängender Riga. Manche brannten, sinnten braunen Rauch hinauf, der das untergehende Sonne zu einem unödlichen Schlattfleck machte. Wrack liegte überall auf dem fäumenden Wasser, Barrels, Krater, zerschlagene Bretter und tote Soldaten. West erkannte die vertrauten Formen der Unionsschiffe, den goldenen Sonnen auf ihren Segeln, und er ahnte, welche Schiffe den Gürkischen gehörten. Aber es waren andere lange, schlenkere Piratenschiffe mit schwarzer Kare, deren weiße Segel mit einem Kreuz zierten. eines in besonderem, thronte über jedes andere Schiff im Hafen und war in diesem Moment an einem der wenigen Piere anzulegen, die noch intakt waren. »Nichts Gutes hat immer gekommen aus Talins«, Pike grummelte. »Was in der Welt stehen styrische Schiffe hier?« Der formere Konvikt pointete auf eine, die gerade dabei war, eine görkische Segelschiff zu rammen. »They fighting the Görkisch, it seems.« »Lord Marshal«, sagte einer, »was sollen wir tun?« Die ewige Frage. West öffnete seinen Mund, aber kein Wort kam heraus. Wie konnte ein Mann hoffen, einen annäherungsweise Eingriff auf den ungeheuren Chaos zu wagen, zu unternehmen? Er erinnerte Varus, wie er sich im Deox herumschreutete, immer akkompaniert von seinem großen Stab. Er dachte von Burr, tappend auf seinen Maps und wedelt mit seinem dicken Indexfinger. Die größte Verantwortung eines Kommandanten war nicht Order zu erteilen, sondern so zu tun, als wüsste er, wie es geht. Er schwang seine schmerzhafte Bein über das Sattelbein und schlitt dann auf den grissigen Boden hinunter. »Wir werden hier unser Hauptquartier aufschlagen. Major Jalenhorn? Lord Marshal, finden General Croy und teilt ihm zu Advance weiter Nord und West nach Agreont. Yes, Lord Marshal. Some people need to clear all the rubbish from the quays so we can march our men through here faster. Yes, Lord Marshal.«
»And someone find me General Polder, very much. Every man must do his duty. What is that now?« Pike growled. A strange procession strutted across the destroyed quay towards them. Amidst the rubble, it appeared completely out of place, like something from a dream. A dozen attentive bodyguards in black armor flanked a single man. His black hair was streaked with gray, his goatee impeccably trimmed. He wore black boots, a fluted breastplate of black steel, and a black velvet cloak draped majestically over his shoulder. Dressed like the wealthiest undertaker in the world, he moved with the steely self-assurance reserved for the highest kings. He walked directly towards West, looking neither left nor right, and the speechless guards and staff officers were pushed aside by his commanding presence as effortlessly as iron filings repelled by magnetic charge. He extended a black-gloved hand. »I am Grand Duke Orzo of Talons.« Perhaps he had expected West to kneel and kiss his hand after this gesture. Instead, the Lord Marshal grasped it with his own right hand and shook it firmly. »Your Excellency, it is an honor.« He had not the slightest idea if that was even the appropriate address. After all, he had not necessarily expected to meet one of the most powerful men in the world in the midst of a bloody battle at the harbor of Adua. »I am Lord Marshal West, Commander-in-Chief of His Majesty's forces. I do not wish to appear ungrateful, but you are far from home. My daughter is your queen. For her, the people of Talons are prepared to make any sacrifice. After He raised a black eyebrow and looked over the burning harbor. »Of the difficulties here, I immediately prepared the journey. The ships of my fleet, as well as 10,000 of my best soldiers, are at your disposal.« West barely knew what to say to that. »Indeed. I have taken the liberty of already putting them ashore. The men are busy driving the Görkisch out of the southwest of the city. 3 Courts is the area called, is it not? Yes.« Grand Duke Orzo allowed himself a faint smile. »A very fitting name for such an inner-city district. You no longer need to worry about your western flank. I wish you good luck in your endeavors, Lord Marshal. If fate wills it, we will meet again later, as victors.« He inclined his majestic head and swept away. West stared after him. He knew he should have been truly grateful that a force of 10,000 Styrians had arrived out of nowhere, but he could not shake the nagging feeling that he would have been happier if Grand Duke Orzo had never shown up here. However, at that moment, he had other, more pressing concerns. »Lord Marshal!« It was Brent, hurrying across the quay, followed by a group of officers. One side of his face was adorned with a long streak of smeared ash. »Lord Marshal! General Polder!« »Finally, very much,« West thundered. »Now we will finally hear an answer. Where is the jerk?« He pushed Brent aside and froze. Polder lay on a stretcher, carried by 4 mud-splattered and miserable-looking officers of his staff. His expression was that of a peacefully sleeping man, so much so that West almost expected to hear him snore.
A huge, gaping wound in his chest, however, spoiled the image. "General Polder led the attack from the front lines," said one of the officers, fighting back tears. "A noble sacrifice." West looked at the stretcher. How often had he wished this man dead? A wave of nausea threatened to overwhelm him, and he jerked his hand to his face. "Very," he whispered, "very." Glokta hissed, as he twisted his trembling ankle on the top step and almost fell forward. A gaunt inquisitor approaching him gave him a long look. "Is there a problem?" Glokta snarled at him. The man lowered his head and hurried away without a word. Click, clack, pain. The gloomy corridor slid past him with agonizing slowness. Every step was torment, but he forced himself to continue, despite the burning in his legs, the throbbing in his foot, the sweat dripping down his twisted back beneath his clothes. Rigid, toothless nonchalance was carved into his features. With every groan and gasp on his way through the building, he had expected an attack. With every twitch, every cramp, he had expected practicals to burst from the side doors and slaughter him and his poorly disguised hired helpers like pigs. But the few nervous people they had encountered had barely looked up. Fear makes them careless. The world stands on a precipice. Everyone fears taking another step, because that step might lead into the void. The instinct for self-preservation. It can indeed ruin a man's abilities. He limped through the open door into the antechamber leading to the Archlector's offices. The secretary angrily raised his head. "Superior Glokta? You can't just—" he stammered as the mercenaries crowded into the narrow room. "I mean, you can't—" "Silence! I act on the king's direct orders." What the hell? Everyone lies eventually. The difference between a villain and a hero lies in whether you believe him. "Step aside," he hissed at the two apprentices flanking the door. "Otherwise you will have to answer for it." The two men exchanged a glance, and as more of Koska's loyal men appeared, they simultaneously raised their hands and allowed themselves to be disarmed. The instinct for self-preservation, it can indeed be a distinct disadvantage. Glokta paused before the door. "How often have I writhed here like an eel for His Eminence's pleasure?" His fingers gently touched the wood. Can it really be so easy? Can one simply march up here in broad daylight and arrest the most powerful man in the Union? Finally, he turned the doorknob and limped across the threshold. Salt's office looked as always. The large windows with their view of the university, the big round table with the jewel-encrusted map of the Union, the magnificent chairs, and the gloomy portraits. But it wasn't Salt sitting in the high-backed chair. There sat none other than Salt's favorite lapdog, Superior Goyle. Just trying out how it feels to sit there, eh? Still a bit too big for you, I'd say. Goyle's first reaction was rage. How dare they burst in like this? The second was confusion. Who dares to disturb so boldly? The third was fright. The cripple? But how? His fourth, as Koska and 4 of his men followed Glokta through the door, was horror. Now we're finally getting somewhere. "You," he hissed, "but you're dead?" The plan was unfortunately changed a little. Where is Salt? Goyle's gaze darted around the room, gliding from the dwarfish mercenary to the man with the hook instead of a hand, and to the one with the ugly sores, until it finally settled on Koska, who strode through the room with a grand gesture, one hand always on the hilt of his rapier. "I'll pay you well. Whatever he offers you, I'll double the sum." Koska held out his hand. "I'd like it in cash." "Now? But I don't have it with me." "A shame, but I work on the same principles as a whore. Promises don't buy you good times, my friend. No good times at all." "Wait!" Goyle stumbled to his feet and took a step back, his trembling hands outstretched before him. "But there's no escape route here except the window." That, in turn, is the problem with ambition. If you always only look up, you easily forget that from lofty heights, there's only one way down, with a deep fall. "Sit down, Goyle," Glokta growled. Koska grabbed Goyle's hands, brutally twisted one arm behind his back, making him shriek, and pushed him back onto the chair. Then he placed a hand around Goyle's occiput and slammed his face hard onto the beautiful map of the Union. There was a sharp crack as Goyle's nose broke and blood ran over the western part of Mitterland. Not particularly imaginative, but we've probably long since left the time for elegant solutions behind. The Archlector's confession, or a man close to him. Salt himself would have been better, but if we can't catch the brain, the jerk will have to do.
"Where is that woman with my instruments?" R.D. cautiously slipped into the room, walked slowly to the table, and set down the box. Glokta snapped his fingers and pointed at the prisoner. The fat mercenary waddled over and grabbed Goyle's free arm, pressing it onto the table with a violent tug. "You probably think you know a lot about torture, don't you, Goyle? But believe me, you haven't understood anything at all until you've spent some time on both sides of the table." "You crazy bastard!" The superior writhed back and forth, smearing blood from his face all over the Union. "You've really crossed a line now." "Line?" Glokta burst into laughter. "I spent the night sawing off one of my friend's fingers and killing another, and you dare to talk to me about lines?" He slid open the lid of the box. "There's only one line that matters here, and that's the one between the strong and the weak. Between the man who asks the questions and the one who answers them. There are no other lines." He leaned forward and pressed his fingertip hard against Goyle's temple. "It's all in your head. The handcuffs, please." "Huh?" Koska looked at the fat mercenary, and the man shrugged, making the blurred tattoos on his neck twitch. "Pff," said the dwarf. The one with the sores was silent. The one-handed mercenary had pulled down his mask and was busy picking his nose with his hook. Glokta arched his spine and sighed heavily. "There's simply no substitute for good professionals. Then we'll have to improvise, I'm afraid." With these words, he grabbed a dozen long nails and let them clatter metallically onto the tabletop. Then he pulled out the hammer, its polished head gleaming. "I think you already guess where this is going." "No, no, we can come to an agreement, we can." Glokta pressed the tip of a nail onto Goyle's wrist. "Ah, wait, wait. Would you be so kind as to hold the nail? Unfortunately, I only have one hand free." Koska cheerfully took the nail between his thumb and forefinger. "But be a little careful where you hit, won't you?" "Wait!" Goyle shrieked. The hammer tapped brightly 3 times, almost disappointingly quietly, as it cleanly drove the nail between the bones of Goyle's forearm and into the tabletop. The superior roared loudly in pain, and bloody spittle flew across the table. "Oh, come now, superior. Compared to what you did to your prisoners in England, this is child's play. Try to conserve your strength a little. If you're screaming like this already, you won't be able to escalate later." The fat mercenary now grabbed Goyle's other wrist with his greasy paws and pulled it onto the map of the Union. "Nail?" Koska asked with raised eyebrows. "You've got the game down well." "Wait! Ah, wait!" "Why? I almost feel like I'm having fun, and that's the first time in 6 years. You wouldn't begrudge me this moment, would you? I so rarely enjoy something like this." Glokta raised the hammer. "Wait!" Click. Again Goyle roared in pain. Click. And again. Click. The metal pin had gone through, and the former scourge of Anglin's penal colonies was nailed to the tabletop with outstretched arms. That's where ambition leads, it seems, when talent is lacking. Humility can be taught much more easily than one might suspect. To let the air out of our arrogance, 1 or 2 small nails in the right place are enough. Goyle's breath hissed through his bloody teeth, his fingers scraped over the wood. Glokta shook his head disapprovingly. "If I were you, I'd stop struggling. Otherwise the nails will just tear into your flesh. You'll pay for this, you crippled bastard. Don't think you'll get away with it." "Oh, I've already paid." Glokta slowly rotated his head, trying to loosen the tense muscles in his shoulders at least a little. "I was held captive, I don't know for how long, but I suspect it was several months, in a cell no bigger than an average chest of drawers. Far too small to stand up or even sit straight. Every possible posture was twisted, bent, agonizing. Hundreds of endless hours in the darkest gloom and suffocating heat.
I knelt in the stinking mush of my own gosh, writhed back and forth, gasping for air, begged for water, which my guards sometimes let trickle down through a grate from above. Sometimes they even pissed down, and even for that I was grateful. Since then, I've never stood upright properly again. I have no idea how I maintained my sanity. For a moment, Glokta thought about what he had said, then shrugged. Perhaps I didn't at all. In any case, these were the sacrifices I made. And what sacrifices are you willing to make just to keep Salt's secrets? There was no answer, only the blood that welled up from under Goyle's forearms and collected around the shimmering gemstone marking the house of interrogations in the city of Keln. Well, Glokta gripped his stick firmly and leaned forward to whisper into Goyle's ear. The university, Goyle barked. A light film of sweat had formed on his balding scalp. Salt, he's in the university. Already? That's almost disappointing. But then again, rough blocks often take surprisingly few blows themselves. And what is he doing there at this hour? I don't know. That's not enough. Silber! He's with Silber! Glokta frowned. The university steward? Goyle's eyes darted from Glokta to Koska and back. Then he closed them in despair. The Adeptus of Demonology! A long pause followed. The what? Silber, he doesn't just run the university. He conducts experiments. Experiments of what kind? Glokta abruptly thrust the hammerhead towards Goyle's face. Before I nail your tongue to the table. Occult experiments. Salt has been giving him money for it for a long time, since the first of the Magi appeared here, maybe even before that. Occult experiments? Funds from the Archlector? That doesn't seem like Salt's style at all, but it explains why those very Adepti expected money from me when I first investigated there, and why Vitari and her whole circus have settled there now. What kind of experiments? Silber, he can establish contact with the other side. What? It's true. I've seen it. He can learn things there. Secrets that cannot be learned in any other way. And, yes, he says he's found a way to bring them here. Them? The betrayers of secrets. That's what he calls them anyway. Glokta ran his tongue over his dry lips. Demons? I thought His Eminence had no time for superstition, but he was all along. The man has some nerve. He says he can send them against his enemies, against the Archlector's enemies. They are ready. Glokta felt his left eye twitch, and he pressed the back of his hand against it. A year ago, I would have laughed myself gosh and nailed him to the ceiling. But today, things are different. We were in the house of the Maker. We saw Schickel smile as she burned. If there really are devourers and Magi, why shouldn't there be demons too? How could it be otherwise? Which enemies? The Lord Inquisitor, the first of the Magi. Goyle closed his eyes again. The king, he whimpered. Ah, the king. Those two little words are magic to my taste. Glokta turned to RD and showed her the gaping gap between his front teeth. Would you be so kind as to draw up a confession? Would I? She stared at him for a moment, her eyes wide in her pale face. Then she hurried to the Archlector's desk, grabbed a sheet of paper and a quill, and dipped it clattering into an inkwell. With a trembling hand she paused. What should I write? Oh, something like this. I, Superior Goyle, hereby confess to having been an accomplice in the treasonous plot of His Eminence Archlector Salt to— how best to phrase that? Probably by simply calling things by their name. To employ devilish arts against His Majesty the King and members of the closed council. The quill scratched awkwardly across the paper, leaving ink blots. RD held out the rustling sheet to him.
Is that enough? He remembered the beautiful documents Practical Frost used to draw up, the elegant, flowing script, the infallible phrasing. Every confession a work of art. Glokta stared sadly at the ink-stained note in his hand. Barely legible, but it will suffice.
He slid the paper under Goyle's trembling hand, took the quill from Ardy, and pushed it between his fingers. Sign. Goyle sobbed, sniffled, and scrawled his name at the bottom of the note, as best he could with his nailed arm. I win, and for the first time, victory actually tastes almost sweet. Excellent, said Glokta. Pull out the nails and find some bandages. It would be a very shame if he bled out before he had a chance to testify. But gag him. I've heard enough for now. We'll take him to the Lord Inquisitor. Wait! Why? Goyle's screams abruptly broke off as the mercenary with the ulcers stuffed a rag into his mouth. The dwarf slid the pliers from their sheath. We've come this far, and we're still alive. Who would have thought that possible? Glokta limped to the window and stretched his aching legs. A muffled scream sounded as the first nail was pulled from Goyle's arm, but Glokta's thoughts were elsewhere. He looked over at the university, its turrets reaching like clawed fingers into the smoke-filled darkness. Occult experiments? Summoning and sending out? He licked his gums bitterly. What's going on there? What's going on there? Jezal paced back and forth on the roof of the chain tower, hoping he looked like a tiger in a cage. Unfortunately, he looked more like a condemned man on the morning of his execution. The smoke had cast a sooty veil over the city, and it was now impossible to tell what was happening even half a mile away. The officers from Varus's staff, spread out along the parapet, occasionally announced useless and completely contradictory news. Fighting was taking place at the four corners, on the middle way, and everywhere in the heart of the city. Fighting was taking place on land and at sea. Alternately, all hope was in vain, or they were on the verge of rescue. But one thing was undoubtedly obvious. Below them, around the moat of the Agriont, the Gurkish did not relent in their efforts. A hail of flat-bow bolts repeatedly rained down on the square in front of the gate, but for every dead Gurkish claimed by the volleys, and for every wounded man dragged aside, the burning building spewed out 5 more, like bees from a broken hive. The soldiers swarmed in by the hundreds, encircling the entire Agriont with a strengthening ring of men and steel. They entrenched themselves behind wooden barricades, and from there sent their arrows up to the battlements. The beating of the drums had grown steadily louder, and now thundered through the entire city. As Jezal looked through his binoculars, which he held steady without wavering by exerting all his muscle tension, he discovered strange figures everywhere in the throng below. Tall and elegant, clad in pearl-white armor trimmed with shimmering gold, they moved among the Gurkish soldiers, pointing here and there, giving orders or indicating directions. Often, they now pointed to the bridge leading to the west gate of the Agriont. Dark thoughts gnawed at Jezal. Khalul's 100 words? Risen from the shadows of history to deliver the first of the Magi to justice? If I didn't know better, I'd say they're preparing an attack. There's no cause for concern, croaked Varus. Our defenses are impregnable. His voice trembled and finally broke completely on the last word, which did nothing to actually reassure those present. Only a few short weeks ago, no one would have even considered that the Agriont can ever fall, but no one would have dreamed that it would be surrounded by legions of Gurkish soldiers. Clearly, the rules had changed. A deep horn fanfare sounded. "Down there," murmured a staff officer. Jezal looked through his binoculars at the indicated spot. A large cart had been pulled through the streets, like a wooden house on wheels, covered with dented metal plates. Even now, Gurkish soldiers, supervised by 2 men in white armor, were pushing barrels into it. "Gunpowder," someone said, unhelpfully. Jezal felt Morovia's hand on his arm. "Your Majesty, it might be best if you withdrew now." "And if I'm not safe here? Where would I be safe then? What do you suggest?" "Marshal West will surely rescue us soon, I am convinced of that. But in the meantime, the palace is the safest place. I will accompany you." He smiled apologetically. "At my age, I'm useless up here on the battlements anyway." Gorst pointed with his gloved hand towards the stairs. "This way." "This way," Glokta growled, limping through the hall as fast as he could. Koska followed him. Click, clack, pain. Only one secretary remained outside the Lord Inquisitor's offices, and he looked at them disapprovingly over his sparkling spectacles. The rest have undoubtedly donned ill-fitting armor and manned our walls. Or, more likely, he's locked himself in the cellar. I wish I were with them. I regret, but His Grace is busy. Oh, he'll want to speak to me, don't you worry. Glokta didn't stop, but limped straight past the man, placed his hand on the brass doorknob to Morovia's offices, and was almost surprised to recoil. The metal was ice cold, cold as hell. He turned the knob with his fingertips and opened the door a crack. A frosty white mist drifted into the hall, like the icy fog that lay over the snowy valleys of England in the deepest winter. In the room beyond, it was ice cold. The heavy wooden furniture, the old oak paneling, the greasy window panes were all covered with white frost. The stacks of paper wore a white fur. A wine bottle on the table by the door had shattered, leaving a bottle-shaped bright red block of ice and a few sparkling shards. What the hell? Glokta's breath rose white before his aching lips. Mysterious objects lay scattered in the wintry room. A long, coiled black hose was frozen to the wall paneling, like a string of sausages in the snow. There were chunks of black ice on the books, on the desk, on the crunching carpet. Pinkish pieces clung to the ceiling, long white splinters on the floor. Human remains? A large piece of icy flesh, partly covered in frost, lay in the middle of the desk. Glokta turned his head to the side to get a better look. A mouth was discernible, still containing a few teeth, an ear, an eye, a few strands of a long beard. It was enough for Glokta to finally recognize whose body parts were so generously scattered in the frost-cold room. Of course, those of my last hope, my last admirer, Arch-Lector Morovia. Koska cleared his throat. Looks like there's something to your friend Silver's claims. An understatement of devilish proportions. Glokta felt the muscles around his left eye contract painfully and violently. The secretary scurried to the door behind them, looked through, gasped, and turned away. Glokta heard him noisily vomit outside. I doubt the Arch-Lector will offer us his support. That's true, but isn't it a bit late for your confessions and all that stuff anyway? Koska pointed to the windows, which were splattered with frozen blood. The Gurkish are coming, have you forgotten? If you still have some scores to settle here, you'd better hurry before our Kontic friends tear up all the promissory notes. When plans fail, one must act quickly, mustn't one, Master Superior? He reached behind his head, unfastened the buckles of his mask, and let it fall to the floor. Time to laugh openly in the enemy's face, to put everything on one card. You can pick up the pieces later. If the fragments no longer fit together, well, what then? Tomorrow we might all be living in a different world. Or die in one. It's not the approach we would have preferred, but he's right.
Perhaps we can borrow a last slice of Colonel Glokta's medal before the game is over? I hope I can still count on your help? Koska clapped him on the shoulder, sending a painful shiver down his twisted back. An honorable last stand, even though all signs are against us? Of course, though I should mention that I usually charge double once demonic arts are involved. How about triple? Valent and Bulk have deep pockets after all. Koska's grin widened further. Sounds good. And your men? Are they reliable? They're still waiting for 4/5 of their pay. As long as they haven't received it, I'd trust each of them with my life. Good, then we are prepared. Glokta moved his aching foot back and forth in his boot. Just a little further, my toeless beauty. Just a few more trembling steps, and then we can rest, one way or another. He opened his fingers and let Goyle's confession float to the frost-hard ground. Then to the university. His Eminence has never appreciated being kept waiting. The box is opened. Logen could feel the doubt of the men around him. He read the concern in their faces and in the way they held their weapons, and he couldn't blame them. A man can be fearless when fighting on his own doorstep against an enemy he understands,
But when he is brought long miles across the salty sea to a foreign land, such as he had never even imagined in his dreams, then he will be startled by every empty doorway. And there were quite a few of those by now. The city of white towers, where Logen had hurried after the first of the Magi and marveled at the size of the buildings, the strange people, and the incredible quantity of both, had become a labyrinth of blackened ruins. The Northmen crept through empty streets lined with the oversized skeletons of burnt-out houses, from which charred beams jutted into the sky. They moved across empty squares, strewn with rubble and covered in ash. And from everywhere, from near, from far, and from all directions, the ghostly din of battle drifted towards them. It was as if they were walking through hell. "How do you fight in something like this?" whispered the dogman. Logen wished he had an answer. He knew the rules for fighting in the forests, in the mountains, in the valleys. He had fought such battles 100 times. But here? His eyes darted nervously over the gaping windows and doorways, the piles of fallen stones. There were countless hiding places where enemies might lurk. Logen could do nothing but head for the Maker's house and hope for the best. What would happen when they reached the building? He didn't know exactly, but he assumed that blood would flow. Presumably, nothing would happen that would actually help anyone to a better life. But he had given the order to march, and a leader cannot afford to change his mind afterwards. The din of battle grew louder and louder. The stench of smoke and wrath bit at his nose and scratched at his throat. The ridged metal of Canadea's sword lay slippery in his sweating hand. He crept, crouched over a pile of rubble and along a destroyed house, and he stretched his hand flat behind him to signal the others to be careful. Tense, he reached the end of the wall and peered around the corner. Directly in front of him rose the Agriont, high walls and towers silhouetted black against the white sky and reflected in the moat at their feet. In front of the water, many men had gathered, crowding together in the paved square as far as Logen could see. One didn't have to be a quick thinker to realize that these were Gurkish. Arrows shot up to the battlements, bolts whizzed down in response, bouncing off the cobblestones or sticking, trembling, in wooden shield walls. Not 30 paces away, they had set up a line of soldiers, their faces turned towards the city. It was a clean, orderly line, bristling with spears and flanked on both sides by tall standards on which golden letters sparkled. These hard men seemed strong, well-armed, and well-equipped, not like the scum they had encountered outside the walls. Logen suspected that a little shouting wouldn't be enough to get these boys moving, except perhaps directly towards him. "Oh well," muttered the dogman as he crept up beside Logen. A few more Northmen followed, ran across the street intersection, and looked around with dumbfounded faces. Logen waved his arm. "It might be better if we stayed out of sight for now." An officer in the midst of the Gurkish formation barked something in his harsh language and pointed a scimitar in their direction. Armor clattered as the men raised their spears. "Ugh, gosh," Logen hissed. They advanced, quickly but organized. A strange mass of men bristling with bright, sharp, deadly metal. When attacked, you have 3 options: run away, stand your ground, or attack yourself. Running away is usually not a bad idea, but given the mood of the other boys, they might not have stopped running until they plunged into the sea. If they had let the attackers approach them as the bewildered, unorganized bunch they were after marching through the city, it might well have been that they would have been wiped out, and many would have died without anything being gained. That left only one option, and with only one, you can hardly speak of a choice. 2 attacks in one day. Very bad luck. But there was no point in whining about it. In such matters, one must be realistic. Logen ran. Not in the direction he would have preferred, but forward, out from the cover of the buildings and across the pavement towards the moat. He didn't think too much about whether anyone would follow him. He was more concerned with screaming wildly and swinging his sword. The first to kill, just like in the old days. A fitting end for the Bloody Nine. Might even make a good song if someone bothered to compose a melody for it. He bared his teeth and waited for the terrible impact. At that moment, a small group of Union soldiers burst out from between the houses to his left, also roaring at the top of their lungs. The Gurkish attack faltered, their unit broke, and spears swung wildly in all directions as the men turned to the suddenly appearing new threat. An unexpected stroke of luck, that much was certain. The Union crashed into the end of the Gurkish line. Men shrieked and roared, metal scraped against metal, weapons flashed, men fell, and Logen found himself in the middle of the whole mess. He dodged a trembling spear and struck at a Gurkish soldier, missing him but hitting another who screamed as blood streamed over his chainmail. Logen rammed a third with his shoulder, knocking him down, then kicked him in the side of the jaw and felt the bone break under his boot. The Gurkish officer who had led the attack was only a few steps away, sword drawn and ready for battle. Logen heard a bowstring behind him, and an arrow struck the officer in the collarbone. Shuddering, he gasped to scream and half spun around. Logen split his back armor, and drops of blood sprayed through the air. Men trampled the remnants of the Gurkish unit around him. A spear shaft bent and snapped, and wooden splinters flew into Logen's face. Immediately beside him, someone roared, making his ears ring. He threw his head around and saw a carl desperately raise his hand as a scimitar plunged into it, severing his thumb. Logen delivered a sword blow to the face of the Gurkish man who had wielded the weapon, and Canadia's heavy blade caught the opponent on the cheek, splitting his skull. A spear flew towards him. Logen tried to dodge sideways and gasped as the tip passed through his shirt and into his right side, leaving a cold sensation beneath his ribs. The man wielding the weapon stumbled towards him, moving too fast to stop. Logen's sword pierced him just below his breastplate, and he blinked at the other's face. A Union soldier with a downy reddish beard on his cheeks. The man frowned and seemed confused to see an equally white face before him.
"What?" he croaked, clutching at him. Logen tore himself free, hand pressed against his side. It was damp there. He wondered if the spear had only grazed him or hit him properly, and if he was already doomed to die and only had a few moments left to live. Then something struck him on the back of the head, and he stumbled, roaring and not knowing what was happening. His limbs felt as if they were made of mud. The world spun, wobbling, and was full of flying dust and twitching blades. He struck at something and kicked at something else. Then he wrestled with someone, hissed in their face, tore his hand free, and laboriously drew a knife, stabbed into a throat, and black blood gushed out. The din of battle boomed and roared in his ears. A man stumbled past him, part of his face hanging down. Logen could see directly into his destroyed mouth with falling teeth from the side. The stab in his side burned and burned, sucking the air from his lungs. The blow to the head made the pulse in his head throb and gave the world around him a blurred appearance. His mouth was filled with the salty, metallic taste of blood. Then he felt a touch on his shoulder and threw his head around, baring his teeth, fingers tightly closed around the hilt of Canadia's sword. Huntsman let go of him and raised his hands. "It's me! It's me!" Logen saw who it was, but it was no longer his hand guiding the sword, and the bloody nine saw only work that needed to be done before him. What a strange flock this crippled shepherd had gathered. 24 false practicals followed Glokta through the deserted streets of Agriont, led by Nicamo Koska, the notorious mercenary. All my hopes rest on the least trustworthy man in the whole world. One of the mercenaries dragged the bound and gagged superior Goyle stumbling behind him on a rope, like an unwilling dog forced to go for a walk. Amidst the men, Artie West shuffled along. Her white dress was soiled with the filth of the canals and the blood of various men, and her face was full of swellings that were gradually turning a dark color. It bore a ghostly, empty expression, undoubtedly due to the numerous terrible experiences she witnessed throughout this day. A few capers through the Agriont at the side of the Inquisition's only crippled superior. A joyful dance through hell, accompanied by the sound of distant battle. He stopped abruptly. An archway to the side led straight to Marshall Square, and for some reason he didn't understand, the pavement was strewn with sawdust across its entire width. In the middle of the white-yellow area stood, clearly visible even from this distance, the first of the Magi, waiting.
Beside him was the dark-skinned woman Glokta had almost drowned in his bathtub. The two people I currently hold dearest in the whole world. Is it even possible? Behaz, Glokta hissed. No time for such things. Koska grabbed his arm and pulled him away. Glokta limped further down the narrow alley and flinched when he suddenly stared into the face of his old acquaintance, Jezal Don Luthar. Or, as I should rather say, the High King of the Union. That really is too much honor. Your Majesty, he said, bowing his head and immediately feeling a particularly unpleasant sting in his neck. Koska, who was catching up to him, performed an exaggerated bow and raised his hand to doff his beret. It was gone. He shrugged apologetically and instead tugged at his greasy forelock. Luthar looked at him and the others in their strange group with a furrowed brow. Someone seemed to be hiding in the back row of the royal retinue, a black and gold robe among all the polished steel. Could that be our old friend, the Arch-Lector? But he's in frozen pieces. And then Artie shuffled around the corner. Luthar's eyes widened. Artie? Jezal? She looked as surprised as he did. I mean, and at that moment, an enormous explosion ripped through the air. The midpath was no longer what it once had been. West and his staff rode north in stunned silence. Their horses' hooves clattered on the cracked road. A miserable bird chirped from the bare roof beams of a burned-out house. In a side street, someone cried for help. From the west, vague sounds of battle could still be heard, like a distant sporting event, but one with no winners. Fire had raged through the heart of the city, turning entire streets into black ruins, trees into gray claws, and gardens into patches of dirt and decay. And corpses lay everywhere, corpses of every kind and size. The Four Corners was a slaughterhouse, strewn with the ugly refuse of war, bordered by the ruins of some of the most beautiful buildings Adua had once possessed. Nearby, the wounded had been laid out in long rows on the dusty ground. They coughed, groaned, cried for water, and blood-stained medics ran helplessly among them. Some grim soldiers were already piling the Gurkish dead into formless heaps of twisted arms, legs, faces. They were overseen by a tall man who held his hands clasped tightly behind his back. General Croy, always quick to restore order. His black uniform was soiled with gray ash, and a torn sleeve hung loosely around his wrist. The fighting must have been really hard for his otherwise always immaculate appearance to have suffered so much, but his military salute remained unaffected. It couldn't have been more perfect on the training ground. How is it progressing, General? There was bitter fighting in the center of the city, Marshal. Our cavalry managed to break through this morning and surprise the enemy, but then they counterattacked while we were still waiting for the infantry. I swear, this small patch of ground changed hands a dozen times, but now we hold the Four Corners. The Gurkish are fighting hard for every step of ground, but we have pushed them back to the Arnott Wall. Now look at this. He pointed to two Gurkish standards leaning against a crumbling wall. The golden emblems shimmered brightly amidst the grim destruction that surrounded them. They would make a splendid decoration for any living room, wouldn't they? West couldn't help it. His gaze wandered deeper and fell on a few wounded lying stretched out before the wall. I wish you much joy with them. The Agriant? Unfortunately, there's less good news from there. We're pressing them hard, but the Gurkish are numerically superior. They still have the citadel completely surrounded. Then press them harder, General. Croy responded with another precise salute. Yes, Marshal, we will break the siege. Don't worry. May I ask how General Polder fared down at the harbor? The harbor is back in our hands, but General Polder is dead. A pause followed. Dead? Croy's face had turned deathly pale. But how did he... A rumble sounded, like distant thunder, and the horses shied and stamped. West, Croy, and all the other officers simultaneously turned their faces north. There, a large dust cloud rose over the Agriant, above the blackened ruins of the buildings in the square. The bright world spun and pulsed to the beautiful song of battle, the wonderful taste of blood, and the delicious, fertile stench of death. Amidst all this, only an arm's length away, a small man stood and looked at him. How had he managed to get so close to the Bloody Nine? One might as well beg for death as burn when stepping into fire. One practically invited it. The pointed teeth seemed somehow familiar to him. A memory stirred, long ago, far away. But the Bloody Nine pushed it away, shook it off, sank it into the bottomless sea. He didn't care who the men were or what they had done. He was the great equalizer, and before him all were equal. His only task was to turn the living into the dead, and it was high time he began his good work. He raised his sword. The earth trembled. He stumbled, and a great noise surged over him, tearing a chasm between the dead men and the living, splitting the world. He felt the bang trigger something in his skull.
He straightened up and contorted his face into a grimace, then raised the blade, but his arm did not move. "Jerk!" snarled the Bloody Nine, but the flames were already extinguished. It was Logen who turned in the direction from which the crash had come. A large cloud of gray dust rose a few hundred paces away over the wall of the Agriant. Swirling small specks flew high into the air and drew brown trails of dust across the sky, like the tentacles of a gigantic sea monster. One of them seemed to have reached the peak of its trajectory directly above them. Logen watched it fall back down. At first, it had looked like a pebble. As it plunged to earth, Logen gradually realized it was a piece of masonry as large as a cart. "Gosh," said Grim. There was nothing else to say. The projectile crashed into a building amidst the fighting. The entire house collapsed, and twisted bodies flew in every direction. A splintered beam whizzed past the dogman and splashed into the moat. Pebbles rattled on Logen's head as he threw himself to the ground. Choking dust billowed across the street. Logen gagged, hand over his face. Then he scrambled to his feet with weak knees, leaning heavily on his sword, and the dusty world around him did not stop spinning. His ears still rang from the bang, and he wasn't sure who he was, let alone where. All strength and determination had drained from the fight in front of the moat. Men coughed, stared wide-eyed at the area, moved about in the dim light. Many dead Northmen, Gurkish, Unionists lay jumbled together. Logen saw a dark-skinned man, blood running from a wound above his eye over his dust-covered face, staring at him. He raised his sword, let out a guttural roar, and attempted an attack. He only managed to sway a little to the side. He almost fell. The Gurkish dropped his spear and ran away. There was a second deafening explosion, this time even closer, to the west. A sudden gust of wind tugged at Jazal's hair and stung his eyes. Swords sprang from scabbards. Men stared upwards, faces slack with horror. "We must go on," squeaked Gorst, gripping Jazal's arm tightly. Glokta and his followers were already turning into a cobbled alley, moving as fast as the limping superior could manage. Ardi cast him a wide-eyed glance over her shoulder. "Wait!" Suddenly, Jazal was overcome with intense longing when he saw her like that. That she was in the hands of this disgusting cripple was almost unbearable. But Gorst would have none of it. "To the palace, Your Majesty." He pushed Jazal towards the park without looking back, and the rest of the royal bodyguards clattered behind them. Fragments of stone and masonry rattled onto the roofs around them, bounced across the street, struck the armor of the watch knights. "They're coming," Morovia whispered, staring grimly at Marshall Square. Pharaoh had crouched on the ground, hands over her head, as the booming echo reverberated from the tall white walls. A stone the size of a man's head had fallen from the sky and shattered into pieces on the ground a few steps away. Black pebbles rolled over the pale sawdust. A stone block 10 times larger crashed through the roof of a house, and the windows burst into small splinters. Dust rose in gray clouds from the streets and blew across the square. Gradually, the noise subsided. The man-made hailstorm ebbed, and a weighty silence followed. "And now," she growled at Bayaz, "now they will come." Somewhere in the streets there was a crash, men screamed, and then a long scream followed, which suddenly broke off. He turned to her,
his jaw muscles grinding nervously. "Once we've started, you don't move an inch, not a hair's breadth." The circles were very carefully. "You'd better focus on your own tasks, Magus." "Then I will. Open the box, Pharaoh." She stood there, grimaced, and rubbed her fingertips over her thumbs. Once the box was opened, there would be no turning back, she felt. "Now," Bayaz snapped at her. "Now, if you want your revenge." Sss. But the time when she could have turned back was long past. She crouched on the ground and placed her hand on the cool metal of the lid. A dark path was the only way. It had always been so. She felt the hidden hook and pressed it inward. The lid swung open silently, and the strange excitement flowed out like a small stream, then like a river, washing over her body like a wave, making her gasp for breath. The seed lay in the box, resting on the metal spirals, a dull, gray, inconspicuous lump of stone. She closed her fingers around it. Lead-heavy and ice-cold, she lifted it out. Good. But Bayaz grimaced as he looked at her, and fear and disgust were written on his face. She held out the seed to him, and he recoiled. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. "Don't come closer." Pharaoh slammed the lid of the box shut. 2 Unionist guards in full armor sought cover in the square, heavy swords in hand. Fear was in their movements, as if they were retreating from an entire army. But only one man turned the corner. A man in white armor, adorned with shimmering metal. His dark face was young and smooth and beautiful, but his eyes seemed old. Pharaoh had seen such a face before, in the desert lands near Dagaska. An eater. The 2 guards attacked him together, one letting out a shrill battle cry. The eater effortlessly brushed their swords aside, suddenly sprang forward so quickly that the movement was barely visible, and caught one of the Unionists with a careless blow of his open hand. A hollow sound echoed as he broke through shield and breastplate, sending the man flying into the air. He fell about 20 paces from where he had stood, tumbled, and left dark stains on the pale sawdust. Finally, he lay not far from Pharaoh, coughed up a thick gush of blood, and lay still. The other guard recoiled. The eater looked at him, and sadness lay on his perfect face. The air around him began to shimmer. The Unionist's sword fell to the ground. Then he let out a croaking scream and clutched his head. He burst, and bones and flesh splattered against the walls of the white buildings behind him. The headless body crashed to the ground. Then followed a pause. "Welcome to the Agriant," cried Bayaz. Pharaoh's eyes were drawn by a lightning-fast movement. High above them, a figure in white armor glided over a roof. With an impossible leap, it crossed the gap to the next house and then disappeared from sight. On the street, a woman flowed from the shadows and reached the square, clad in shimmering chainmail. She swayed her hips as she approached, a happy smile on her flawless face, and a long spear held loosely in her hand. Pharaoh swallowed, shifted her grip on the seed, and clutched it tightly. Behind her, a section of a wall collapsed, and stone blocks crashed into the square. A gigantic man stepped through the gaping breach, a large piece of wood in his hands, shod with black iron. Seine Rüstung und sein langer Bart waren staubbedeckt. 2 weitere folgten, ein Mann und eine Frau, ebenfalls mit glatten, jungen Gesichtern und alten, schwarzen Augen. Pharaoh warf ihnen einen finsteren Blick zu, als sie ihren Säbel zog. Das kalte Metall glitzerte. Vielleicht war es sinnlos, aber es war ein beruhigendes Gefühl, ihn in der Hand zu halten. »Seid mir alle willkommen«, brüllte Bayaz. »Ich habe dich erwartet, Mamun.« Der vorderste der Verzehrer runzelte die Stirn, während er sorgsam über den kopflosen Leichnam hinwegstieg. »Und wir dich.« Weiße Gestalten glitten von den Dächern der umgebenden Gebäude, sprangen geduckt aufs Pflaster des Platzes und richteten sich. Es waren 4, einer in jeder Ecke. »Wo ist dieser kriechende Schatten, Julve?« Er konnte leider nicht hier sein. »Chakarus?« blieb in den Ruinen des Westens hängen,
und versucht dort eine Leiche durch einen Verband zu heilen. Cornyle klammert zu sehr an dem, was sie einmal war, um an das zu denken, was kommt. Dann bist du hier, am Ende, ganz allein, von der da mal abgesehen.
Mamun richtete seinen leeren Blick auf Ferro. Ist ein seltsames Geschöpf. Das ist sie und ausgesprochen schwierig, aber nicht ohne Fähigkeiten. Ferro verzog grimmig das Gesicht, schwieg aber. Wenn etwas gesagt werden musste, konnte sie das mit ihrem Säbel tun. Nun gut. Bayards zuckte die Achseln. Ich war immer schon der Meinung, dass ich mir selbst der beste Ratgeber bin. Welche andere Wahl hättest du sonst auch? Deinen eigenen Orden hast du zerstört mit deinem Stolz, deinem Hochmut und deinem Verlangen nach Macht. Weitere Gestalten traten aus den Türen der umliegenden Gebäude und spazierten ohne Eile von den Straßen auf den Platz. Die Haltung einiger von ihnen erinnerte an die selbstbewusste Lässigkeit eines Edelmanns. Andere hielten sich an den Händen wie Liebespaare. Macht ist alles, was dir je wichtig war, und jetzt ist dir nicht einmal mehr das geblieben. Der erste der Magi und der letzte. So sieht es aus. Gefällt dir das nicht? Ich habe keinen Gefallen an all dem, Bayards. Es ist nur das, was getan werden muss. Eine gerechte Schlacht? Eine heilige Pflicht? Ein Kreuzzug vielleicht? Wird Gott wohlgefällig über die von euch gewählten Mittel lächeln? Was glaubst du? Mamun zuckte die Achseln. Gott lächelt wohlgefällig über die Ergebnisse. Weitere Gestalten in weißen Rüstungen erschienen und nahmen am Rand des Platzes Aufstellung. Sie bewegten sich mit nachlässiger Anmut, mit müheloser Kraft, mit bodenlosem Hochmut. Ferro warf ihnen finstere Blicke zu, den Samen fest umklammert gegen ihre Hüfte gedrückt und den Säbel in der anderen Hand. »Wenn du einen Plan hast«, zischte sie ihm zu, »dann wäre es jetzt vielleicht die richtige Zeit, damit anzufangen.« Aber der erste der Magi beobachtete nur, wie sie allmählich umringt wurden. Die Muskeln seines Gesichts zuckten und die Hände ballten sich und lockerten sich wieder. Eine Schande, dass Kalul selbst nicht vorbeischauen konnte, aber du hast andere Freunde mitgebracht, wie ich sehe. 100, wie ich versprochen habe. Einige wenige haben in der Stadt andere Aufgaben zu erledigen, sie lassen sich entschuldigen. Aber die meisten von uns sind deinetwegen hier. Mehr als genug. Die Verzehrer waren still. Sie standen da, die Gesichter zur Mitte des Platzes gewandt, in einem großen Kreis, deren Mitte der erste der Magi bildete. Ferro Malgin spürte natürlich keine Angst. Aber die Aussichten waren nicht besonders gut. »Eines musst du mir noch beantworten«, rief Mamun, »da wir nun am Ende angekommen sind. Wieso hast du Juvens getötet?« Juvens? Er dachte, er könnte die Welt mit Lächeln und guten Absichten verbessern. Gute Absichten erreichen gar nichts, und die Welt wird ohne Kämpfe nicht besser. Ich sage, ich habe niemanden getötet. Bayards warf Ferro einen Seitenblick zu. Aber was spielt es für eine Rolle, wer vor 1000 Jahren wen getötet hat? Wichtig ist, wer heute stirbt. Das ist wahr. Nun wirst du endlich gerichtet werden. Langsam, ganz langsam zog sich der Kreis der Verzehrer zusammen, die nun vereint vortraten. Der erste der Magi lächelte grimmig. »Oh, es wird hier heute Gericht gehalten werden, Mamun, darauf kannst du dich verlassen. Die Magie sickert aus der Welt. Meine Künste sind nur noch ein Schatten dessen, worüber ich einst verfügte. Aber während du dich mit Menschenfleisch vollgestopft hast, hast du eines vergessen. Dass nämlich Wissen die Wurzel der Macht ist. Die hohen Künste lernte ich von Juvens. Das Schöpfertum nahm ich mir von Canedias. Du wirst mehr als das brauchen, um uns zu besiegen. Natürlich. Dafür brauche ich eine dunklere Medizin.« Die Luft um Bayards Schultern begann zu flimmern. Die Verzehrer blieben stehen und einige hoben die Hände vor die Gesichter. Ferro kniff die Augen zusammen, aber es kam nur ein leichter Windhauch auf. Eine sanfte Brise, die wie eine Welle vom ersten der Magi ausging und das Sägemehl von den Steinen wehte, das als weiße Wolke an den Rand des Marschallsplatzes geweht wurde. Mamun sah zu Boden und runzelte die Stirn. Eingearbeitet in den Stein leuchtete Metall matt im dünnen Sonnenlicht. Kreise und Linien und Zeichen und wieder Kreise in anderen Kreisen bedeckten den ganzen weiten Platz in sorgfältiger Anordnung. 11 Siegel und noch einmal 11 Siegel rückwärts, sagte Bayards. Eisen. Gelöscht in Salzwasser. Eine Verbesserung, die sich aus Canedias Forschung ergab.
Glustrot verwendete reines Salz. Das war sein Fehler. Mamun sah auf, und die eisige Ruhe war aus seinem Gesicht gewichen. »Du willst doch wohl nicht sagen?« Seine schwarzen Augen huschten zu Ferro, dann zu ihrer Hand, die den Samen umklammert hielt. »Nein, das erste Gebot.« »Das erste Gebot?« Der Magus zeigte seine Zähne. »Regeln sind für Kinder. Wir sind im Krieg, und im Krieg gibt es nur ein Verbrechen: zu verlieren. Das Wort von Eus?« Bayards Lippen kreuzelten sich. »Ha, soll er doch vortreten und mich aufhalten. Das reicht.« Einer der Verzehrer sprang vor und glitt über die Metallkreise auf ihre Mitte zu. Ferro keuchte, als der Stein in ihrer Hand plötzlich schrecklich kalt wurde. Die Luft um Bayards zuckte, tanzte, als spiegelte er sich in einem kleinen See voller Wellen. Der Verzehrer sprang auf, den Mund geöffnet, und die helle Klinge seines Schwerts leuchtete. Dann war er verschwunden, so wie auch 2 weitere hinter ihm. Eine lange Blutspur zog sich dort über den Boden, wo einer der beiden gestanden hatte. Ferros Augen folgten ihr und wurden dabei größer und größer. Ihre Kinnlade klappte ihr herunter. In dem Haus hinter ihnen klaffte ein riesiges, gähnendes Loch vom Fundament bis zum hohen Dach. Ein riesiger Spalt, eingefasst von gebrochenem Stein und gebrochenem Putz, zersplitterten Dachsparren und hin und her schwingendem Glas. Staub rieselte von den gezackten Kanten in das gähnende Loch darunter. Ein paar Papierstücke schwebten durch die leere Luft. Aus diesem Bild der Zerstörung ertönte dünnes, gequältes Geschrei. Schluchzen, Schmerzgeheul, viele Stimmen. Die Stimmen all jener, die in diesem Haus Zuflucht gesucht hatten. Sie hatten Pech gehabt. Bayards Mund verzog sich allmählich zu einem Lächeln. »Es funktioniert«, hauchte er. Dunkle Pfade. Jesal eilte durch den hohen Bogengang in die Palastgärten, umgeben von seinen Rittern. Es war überraschend, dass Kronrichter Marovia mit ihnen hatte Schritt halten können, als sie hastig durch den Agriont geeilt waren, aber der alte Mann schien kaum außer Atem zu sein. »Verschließ die Tore«, brüllte er. »Die Tore!« Die riesigen Türen wurden zugeschoben, und 2 Balken, die dick wie Schiffsmasten waren, wurden quer als Riegel vorgelegt. Jesal gestattete es sich, ein wenig befreiter zu atmen. Das Gewicht dieser Tore, die Höhe und Dicke der Palastmauern und die beträchtlich große Gruppe gut ausgebildeter und gut bewaffneter Männer, die sie verteidigten, vermittelten ein beruhigendes Gefühl. Marovia hatte die Hand sacht auf Jesals Schulter gelegt und lenkte ihn den gepflasterten Weg zur nächsten Tür, die in den Palast hineinführte. »Wir sollten den sichersten Platz finden, Euer Majestät.« Jesal schüttelte ihn ab. »Wollen Sie mich in meinem Schlafzimmer einschließen, oder soll ich mich im Keller verschanzen? Ich werde hier bleiben und die Verteidigung des...« Ein langer Schrei, der einem das Blut in den Adern gerinnen ließ, ertönte von der anderen Seite der Mauer und hallte durch die kahlen Gärten. Es war, als bohrte er ein Loch in Jesal, aus dem all seine Selbstbewusstsein schnell herausleckte. Die Tore erzitterten hinter den mächtigen Balken, und die Vorstellung, sich im Keller zu verschanzen, gewann in erschreckender Schnelligkeit deutlich an Anziehungskraft. »Aufstellung«, brüllte Gorst mit seiner schrillen Stimme. »Zum König!« Eine Mauer aus schwer bewaffneten Männern schloss sich binnen eines Augenblicks um Jesal. Sie zogen ihre Schwerter und hoben die Schilde. Andere knieten vor ihnen, holten Bolzen aus ihren Köchern und bedienten die Spannvorrichtungen der schweren Flachbogen. Alle Augen waren nun auf die mächtige Flügeltür gerichtet.
Sie klapperte erneut und erbebte dabei leicht. »Da unten«, rief jemand von den Mauern über ihnen. »Da!« Ein Kreischen ertönte, ein bewaffneter Mann stürzte von den Zinnen und kam mit dumpfem Schlag auf den Boden auf. Ein Zittern ging durch seinen Körper, dann wurde er schlaff. »Wie?«, murmelte jemand und verstummte. Eine weiße Gestalt sprang von der Mauer, drehte sich elegant in der Luft und kam hart auf dem Pfad vor ihnen auf. Sie erhob sich. Es war ein dunkelhäutiger Mann, angetan mit einer Rüstung in Weiß und Gold und mit einem Gesicht, das so glatt war wie das eines Jungen. In einer Hand trug er einen Speer aus dunklem Holz, in der anderen eine geschwungene Klinge. Jesal starrte ihn an, und der Junge sah mit ausdruckslosem Blick zurück. Es lag etwas Seltsames in diesen schwarzen Augen, oder vielmehr, es fehlte etwas. His armor and long beard were covered in dust. 2 more followed, a man and a woman, also with smooth young faces and old black eyes. Pharaoh gave them a grim look as she drew her saber. The cold metal glinted. Perhaps it was pointless, but it was a comforting feeling to hold it in her hand. "Welcome, all of you," Bayas roared. "I have been expecting you, Mamun." The foremost of the devourers frowned as he carefully stepped over the headless corpse. "And you." White figures glided from the roofs of the surrounding buildings, jumped, crouched onto the square's pavement, and straightened up. There were 4, 1 in each corner. "Where is that creeping shadow, Yulvai?" "He unfortunately couldn't be here." "Zakarus?" "Got stuck in the ruins of the west, trying to heal a corpse with a bandage there." "Cornile?" "Clings too much to what she once was to think of what is to come." "Then you are here, in the end, all alone, apart from her." Mamun directed his empty gaze at Pharaoh. "She is a strange creature." "She is, and extremely difficult, but not without abilities." Pharaoh grimaced fiercely, but remained silent. If something needed to be said, she could do it with her saber. "Very well," Bayas shrugged. "I've always believed I am my own best counsel." "What other choice would you have? You destroyed your own order with your pride, your arrogance, and your desire for power." More figures emerged from the doors of the surrounding buildings and strolled unhurriedly from the streets into the square. The posture of some of them resembled the confident nonchalance of einem nobleman. Andere hielten Hand wie lovers. Power is all you ever cared about, and now you don't even have that left. The first of the Magi and their last. "So it seems. Don't you like that?" "I take no pleasure in any of this, Bayas. It is merely what must be done." "Ah, a righteous battle? A holy duty? A crusade, perhaps? Will God smile favorably of the means you have chosen, do you think?" Mamun shrugged. "God smiles favorably upon the results." More figures in white armor appeared and took up positions on the edge of the square. They moved with careless grace, with effortless strength, with bottomless arrogance. Pharaoh gave them grim looks, clutching the seed tightly against her hip and the saber in ihrer anderen Hand. "If you have a plan," she hissed at him, "now might be the time to start." But the first of the Magi merely watched as they were gradually surrounded. The muscles of seines Gesichts twitched, und seine Hände klemmten und entklemmten. "A shame Kalul himself couldn't drop by, but you've brought andere Freunde, I see." 100, as I promised. A few have other tasks to do in the city. They sent their apologies. But most of us are here because of you. More than enough. The Devourers waren sillig. Die stood there, faces turned towards den Zentrum des Quadrates, in einem großen Ring, mit dem First of the Magi at seinem Zentrum. Pharaoh Margin natürlich fühlte keine Furcht, aber die Aussichten waren nicht besonders gut. "One more thing you must answer me," Mamun called, "now that we have reached the end. Why did you kill Juvens?" "Juvens? Ha! He thought he can't improve the world mit smiles and good intentions. Good intentions achieve nothing, und der Welt wird nicht besser ohne Streiten. I say, I killed niemand. But what does it matter who killed whom 1,000 years ago? What matters is who dies today. That is true. Now you will finally be judged." Slowly, very slowly, der Zirkel der Devourers closed in. Nun erwandsenden alles kracht. Der First of the Magi smiled grimly. "Oh, there will be judgment here today, Mamun. You can count on that. Magic is seeping from the world. My arts sind nur a shadow of what I once possessed. But where you gorged yourself of human flesh, you forgot one thing. That knowledge is the root of power. I learned the high arts from Juvens. I took the art of making von Canedias. You'll need mehr than that to defeat uns. Dat, Kefra, for dat, ich brauche eine dunkler Medicine." Der Anblick den Schultern Bayas begann zu schimmern. Der Devourers statten, und Sander riefen die Hand auf die Gesichter. Pharaoh schwintete, aber nur ein leichter Wind erhob sich. Ein Genfbries, erinnert wie eine Welle von dem First of the Magi, schwebte den Sägestaub von den Steinen, der als weiße Wolke zum Rand von Marschallsquadrat geschweift wurde. Mamun las unten und frownte. Embettet in dem Stein, Metall glimmte dumpf im windlichen Sonnenlicht. Kreise und Linien und Symbole und nochmal Kreise innerhalb anderer Kreise verzierten den ganzen weiten Quadrat in karvoller Anordnung. 11 Siegel und andere 11 Siegel in Revers, sagte Bayas. Eisen, quellt in Salzwasser. Eine Verbesserung, Ergebnis aus Canedias Forschung.
Glustrot brauchte pures Salz, dat war sein Fehler. Mamun blickte auf, und der eisige Kalt hatte sein Gesicht. »Du don't meinen zu sagen?« Seine schwarzen Augen darrten zu Pharaoh, dann zu ihrer Hand, die den Samen klammerte. »Nein, dat erster La.« »Dat erster La?« Der Magus zog die Zähne. »Regeln sind für Kinder, wir sind im Krieg, und im Krieg gibt es nur einen Verlust. Dat wird von Auz?« Bayas Lippen kürten sich an. »Ha, lass ihn sich vorn stellen und stappen mich.« »Enough!« Einer der Devourers lebte fort und glitt über die Metallkreise Richtung ihrem Zentrum. Pharaoh gaspte, als der Stein in ihrer Hand plötzlich tödlich kalt wurde. Der Arsch Bayas twitchte, tanzte, als würde er sich in einem kleinen, welligen See spiegeln. Der Devourers lebte auf, Maul auf, und der blasse Schwert glinste. Dann war er Gang, als waren 2 mehr hinter ihm. Eine lange Schmiere von Blut streckte sich auf dem Boden hin, wo einer der beiden gestanden hatte. Pharaohs Augen folgten ihn, größer und größer. Ihr Kiefer fiel. In der Haus dahinter ihnen, ein großer gäbender Schall jaunte von der Fundament bis zum Hochraus. Ein massiver Krack, der umrannt von Krotzstein und gebrochenem Plaster, splinterte Rafter und schwingendes Glas. Dust trotzte von den gagernden Kanten in das Gäbe hohl unten. Ein paar Papiere schwebten durch den leeren Raum. Von dieser Szene des Tods kamen dünne, tormentierte Schreie, Suffering, Kreise von Schmerz, Many Voices, die Wort von all those who had sought refuge in that house. Deren waren unglücklich. Bayas Maul graduell zog zu einem Lächeln. »Et wag's«, er wisperte. »Dark paths.« Jezal hurried through the high archway into the palace gardens, encircled by his knights. Es war erstaunlich, dass Hauptjustiz Marovia den Takt mit ihnen halten konnte, als sie den Agreont gestürmt haben. Aber der alte Mann schien kaum außer Atem. »Close die Gates«, errohrte er, »die Gates!« Die massive Türen wurden zugeschlagen und 2 Beamer, dick wie Schiffsmasten, wurden als Bolten übergeworfen. Jezal fühlte sich ein wenig wohler. Der Weg dieser Garten, die Höhe und Dicke der Palastmauern und der ansehnlich große Gruppe von wohltrainiertem und wohlangerabten Männern, die sie bewachten, vermittelten ein ermutigendes Gefühl. Marovia hatte sanft seine Hand auf Jezals Schulter gelegt und er leitete ihn an den Pfad zur nächsten Tür, die ins Palast führte. »We should find the safest place there is, Your Majesty.« Jezal schüttelte ihn ab.
Do you want to lock me in my bedroom? Or should I barricade myself in the cellar? I will stay here and defend the... A long, blood-curdling scream echoed from the other side of the wall and through the bare gardens. It was as if it drilled a hole in Jezal, from which all his self-confidence quickly leaked out. The gates trembled behind the mighty beams, and the idea of barricading himself in the cellar gained significantly in appeal at an alarming speed. "Form up!" Gorst roared in his shrill voice. "To the king!" A wall of heavily armed men closed around Jezal in an instant. They drew their swords and raised their shields. Others knelt before them, taking bolts from their quivers and operating the tensioning devices of the heavy flatbows. All eyes were now fixed on the mighty double door. It rattled again and trembled slightly. "Down there!" someone shouted from the walls above them. "There!" A shriek sounded. An armed man fell from the battlements and hit the ground with a dull thud. A tremor went through his body. Then he went limp. "How?" someone murmured and fell silent. A white figure leaped from the wall, spun elegantly in the air, and landed hard on the path in front of them. It rose. It was a dark-skinned man, clad in white and gold armor, with a face as smooth as a boy's. In one hand he carried a spear of dark wood, in the other a curved blade. Jezal stared at him, and the boy looked back with an expressionless gaze. There was something strange in those black eyes, or rather, something was missing. Jezal knew immediately that he was not facing a human. This was a devourer, one who had broken the second commandment, one of Kalul's 100 words, come to settle an ancient score with the first of the Magi. It seemed quite unfair to Jezal that his name was suddenly on the list. The devourer raised a hand as if to bless them. "May God raise us all to heaven." "And fire!" Gorst squeaked. The flatbows rattled and spat. A volley of bolts glanced off the devourer's armor. A few more struck his flesh, one beneath the breastplate, the other in the shoulder. A bolt hit him directly in the face so that the feathers protruded from beneath his eye. Any human would have collapsed dead. The devourer, however, sprang towards them with terrifying speed. One of the knights raised his flatbow in a desperate attempt to defend himself. The spear split the weapon in two and also cut the archer in half at waist height, then struck another man with a resounding crash, throwing him 10 paces through the air. Parts of the dented armor and splintered bow flew around. The first knight let out a strange whistle as his upper half crashed onto the path, splattering his speechless comrades with blood. Jezzel was pushed back and could only observe fragments of the events between the movements of his bodyguards. He heard screams and groans, clattering metal, saw flashing swords and spurting blood. A body in armor flew into the air, flailing its arms and legs like a rag doll, then crashed against a wall on the other side of the garden. The bodies slid apart. The devourer was encircled, swinging the spear in dazzling circles. He struck a man on the shoulder, throwing him screaming, while the shaft broke from the force of the blow, and the blade plunged tip first into the earth. A knight attacked from behind, piercing the devourer so that the shimmering tip of his halberd passed through the white armor over his chest without a drop of blood. Another knight chopped off his arm with his axe, and dust trickled from the stump. The devourer cried out, struck the knight with a backhand against his breastplate, sending him groaning to the ground. A sword stroke screeched through the white armor, kicking up dust as if beating a rug. Jezzel watched, paralyzed, as the devourer whirled towards him. Gorst pushed him out of the way and let out a deep growl as he drove his long iron deep into the devourer's neck with a dull thud. The creature began to spin silently, its neck hanging by only a piece of cartilage, and brown dust streamed from its gaping wounds. It grabbed Gorst with its remaining hand, and the knight stumbled, his face contorted in pain, then sank to his knees as it twisted his arm. "Here's your heaven, jerk!" Jezzel's sword severed the last piece of its neck, and the devourer's head fell onto the grass. It released Gorst, and the knight clutched his twisted forearm, the creature's handprint visible in its heavy armor. The headless body slowly tipped forward. "Very thing!" Jezzel kicked the head, which rolled into the garden, and watched it tumble into a flower bed, leaving a long trail of dust in the grass. 3 men bent over the body, heavy breaths hissing from beneath their helmets, and their rapiers flashed in the sun as they hacked it to pieces. The fingers still twitched. "They are made of dust," one whispered. Morovia frowned at the remains. "Some, others bleed. Each of them is different. We should retreat to the palace," he roared, running through the garden. "More of them will come." More? 12 watch knights were dead. Jezzel swallowed as he counted their shattered and bloody, twisted and mangled bodies. The best men the Union had to offer lay like scrap metal among the brown leaves in the palace garden. More? But how can we? The gates trembled. Jezzel's had snapped around, and the blind courage the fight had briefly given him quickly left him, replaced by foul panic. "This way!" Morovia roared, holding open a door and desperately waving him over. There were no other options anyway. Jezzel hurried towards him, tripped over one of his gilded boots, and stumbled 3 steps before reaching the entrance, falling painfully forward. A crash sounded behind him, a splintering, a crunch of wood and metal. He rolled onto his back and saw that the gates were breaking open in a cloud of flying wood splinters. Burst planks flew through the air, bent nails fell clanging onto the paths, splinters rained down on the lawn. A woman strolled through the open gate, the air shimmering softly around her tall, thin body. A pale woman with long golden hair. Another walked beside her, identical to her, down to the hair, except that her left side was splattered from head to foot with red blood. 2 women with happy smiles on their beautiful, perfect, completely identical faces. One of them struck a herald knight on the head as he attacked her, tearing his winged helmet from his shattered skull and sending it whirling through the air. The other fixed her black, empty eyes on Jezzel. He got unsteadily to his feet and fled, gasping with fear, slipping past Morovia through the door and into the shadow-laden corridor lined with ancient weapons and armor. Gorst and a few watch knights stumbled after them. Behind them, the unequal battle continued in the garden. A man raised a flatbow, only to explode immediately in a fountain of blood.
An armored corpse crashed into a knight who was trying to escape, throwing him sideways through a window, tearing the sword from his hand. Another ran towards the attackers with flailing arms, collapsed a few steps before them, and flames shot from the joints of his armor. "Help!" someone howled. "Help! Help!" Gorst slammed the heavy door shut with his good arm, and one of his comrades slid the thick beam into the fastenings. They tore old polearms from the walls, one still bearing an old war flag, and wedged them in front of the entrance. Jezzel was already retreating. Cold sweat ran under his armor over his skin, and he clutched the hilt of his blade, less to defend himself, but rather because the gesture gave him security. His greatly diminished retinue retreated with him, Gorst, Morovia, and only 5 others, and their gasping, terrified breaths echoed in the dark corridor. They all stared at the door. The last gate didn't stop them, Jezzel whispered. Why should this one? No one answered. "Please keep your wits about you," Glokta said.
"The door, please." The thick mercenary raised his axe against the university's entrance gate. Splinters flew. It trembled with the first blow, shook with the second, sprang open with the third. The one-eyed dwarf scurried through, a knife in each hand, and Koska followed him with drawn sword. "All clear," his drawn-out Styrian dialect boomed from inside, if a little musty. "Excellent," Glokta looked at RD. "It might be best if you stayed a little in the background." She nodded, exhausted. "I was just thinking that." He limped painfully over the threshold, followed by the black-clad mercenaries crowding into the hall, the last one dragging the struggling Goyle by his bandaged wrists. And now, along the paths I took when I first entered this dusty shack so many months ago, before the election, even before Dagaska, how nice to be back here. The floorboards groaned in agony under the mercenaries' boots as they walked down the dark corridor, past the stained pictures of forgotten adepts. Limping, Glokta entered the great dining hall. The chamber of horrors of practicals was spread throughout the dim room, just as it had been the last time he was here. The 2 identical men from Suljuk with their scimitars. The tall, thin one, the dark men with their axes, the giant Northman with the battered face, and so on. About 20 people in total. Have they been sitting around here all this time, I wonder, threatening each other, or what? Vitari had already jumped from her chair. "I told you to stay away from here, cripple." "I tried, really, but I just couldn't forget your smile." "Ho, Shiloh!" Koska strolled in from the corridor, twirling the waxed ends of his mustache with one hand while drawing his rapier with the other. "Koska, do you never die?" Vitari let a knife, crafted like a cross, fall on a long chain from her hand to the floorboards. "Apparently, today is the day for men I hoped never to see again." Her practicals gathered around her, swords sliding from their scabbards, axes, maces, spears scraping across the table. The mercenaries stomped into the hall, their own weapons at the ready. Glokta cleared his throat. "I think it would be better for all involved if we handled this matter like civilized." "Do you see any civilized people here?" Vitari interrupted him roughly. "Well observed." A practicals jumped onto the table, and the cutlery clattered. The one-handed mercenary stretched his hook into the air. The 2 heavily armed groups hesitantly moved towards each other. It really looked as if Koska and his hired fighters wanted to earn their money. A nice bloodbath will probably ensue, and the outcome of a bloodbath is always very difficult to predict. Actually, I'd rather not take this risk at all. "It's a shame, especially because of your children. Really a shame that no civilized people are present." Vitari's orange-red eyebrows furrowed angrily. "They are far away." "Oh, I'm afraid not. 2 boys and a girl, beautiful flaming red hair, just like their mother? Through which gate might they have fled? The Gurkish came from the west, so?" "They were stopped at the east gate and taken into custody." Glokta pushed out his lower lip. "In protective custody, so to speak. After all, these are bad times for children to be out on the streets alone." Although she wore her mask, Glokta recognized how horror seized her features.
When? She hissed. When would a loving mother have brought her children to safety? Well, on the very first day the Gurkish landed, you know that. By the way her eyes widened, he knew he had been right. And now, twist the knife nicely in the wound. But don't worry, they are taken care of. Practical Severard is playing nanny. But if I don't return, you wouldn't hurt them. What's wrong with people today? Limits I won't cross? People I won't hurt? Glokta showed his most disgusting grin. Children? Hope and good prospects, and a whole happy life ahead of them? I hate the very little difficult people. He shrugged his crippled shoulders. But maybe you know me better. If you'd like to risk your children's lives, then we can find out. Or we can come to an agreement, just like back in Dagaska. Gosh, on all this talk, one of the practicals growled, raised his axe and took a step forward. And the readiness for violence increased a little more, moving another dazed step towards the abyss. Vitari held out her open palm to him. Don't move. You have children? So what? That means nothing to me. And Sult won't care either. Metal flashed, the rattling of a chain was heard, and the practical stumbled forward. Blood ran from his slit throat. Vitari's cross-shaped knife slid back into her hand, and her eyes focused on Glokta again. An agreement? Exactly. You stay here. We'll go past you. You saw nothing, as they say in the older parts of town. You know very well that you can't trust Sult. He left you to the dogs in Dagaska, didn't he? And he's finished anyway. The Gurkish are already knocking at the door. It's time we tried something new, don't you think? Vitari's mask moved as she tensed her jaw muscles. She's thinking. She's thinking. The eyes of her murderers sparkled. The blades of their weapons shimmered. Don't even think I'm just deceiving you, you very difficult person. All right. She made a gesture with her arm, and the practicals grumbled and retreated, still staring bloodthirstily at the mercenaries. Vitari nodded her shaggy head towards an entrance at the end of the hall. Down that corridor, down the stairs at its end, and then there's a door with black iron fittings. Excellent. A few words are still more effective than many blades, even in times like these. Glokta limped away, and Koska and his men followed him. Vitari watched him with a grim look, her eyes narrowed to deadly slits. If you even touch my children. Yes, yes, Glokta waved him off. I'm stiff with horror. A moment of complete silence followed as the remains of the gutted house on one side of Marshall Square gradually settled. The eaters stood there as shocked as Pharaoh, a circle of astonishment. Bayaz seemed to be the only one not surprised by the extent of the destruction. His clipped chuckle echoed from the walls. "It works!" he cried. "No!" Mamoon screamed, and the 100 words rushed forward. Closer and closer they came, the polished blades of their beautiful weapons gleaming, their hungry mouths open, their white teeth shimmering. Closer still they came, streaming with terrible speed towards the center of the circle, shrieking in a chorus of hatred that made even Pharaoh's blood freeze in her veins. But Bayaz only laughed. "Let the judgment begin." Pharaoh snarled through clenched teeth, while the seed burned cold in her hand. A mighty gust of wind shot from the center of the square into the corners, knocking eaters to the ground like pins, where they tumbled with flailing limbs. The wind shattered every window, forced open every door, and tore at the roofs of all adjacent houses. The large inlaid gates of the Prince's Round were torn open with a powerful suction, then lifted from their hinges and hurled across the square. Tons of wood flew through the air like scraps of paper in a gust. They cut a crazy swath through the helpless eaters. They tore the white-armored bodies to pieces, sending limbs whirling individually through the area and causing blood and dust to gush and spray. Pharaoh's hand shimmered, as did half of her forearm. She breathed hastily as the cold spread through her veins to every part of her body and burned within her. The seed blurred and trembled as if she were looking at it through fast-flowing water. The wind tore at her eyes, while white figures were thrown up like toys and twitched in a storm of shattered window panes, splintered wood, or burst stone.
At most, a dozen still stood, staggering, clinging to the ground, while their shimmering hair whipped around their heads and they braced themselves against the storm wind. One of them reached for Pharaoh, their distorted face turned against the wind. A woman whose gleaming chainmail clattered back and forth. Her hands clawed at the screaming air. She moved closer and closer. A smooth, proud face, marked by contempt. Like the faces of the eaters who had attacked her near Dagaska. Like the faces of the slave owners who had stolen her life. Like the face of Uthman-ul-Dasht when he had smiled at her anger and helplessness. Pharaoh's scream of rage merged with the shriek of the wind. She hadn't known she could swing her saber with so much force. Horror had only a tiny moment to settle over the eater's perfect face before the curved blade twitched through her outstretched arm and struck her head from her shoulders. The corpse was torn away, and dust gushed from its gaping wounds. The air was full of flashing shapes. Pharaoh stood spellbound as debris flew around her. A beam struck a struggling eater in the chest and carried him screaming away, high into the air, like a grasshopper on a spit. Another suddenly burst into a cloud of blood and flesh, and the remains were sucked swirling into the trembling sky. The large, bearded eater fought his way forward, raised the heavy club over his head, and roared words no one could hear. Through the pulsing, twitching air, Pharaoh watched Bias look at him, raise an eyebrow, and form a single word with his lips. Burn. For a brief moment he flared up like a bright star, and his outline burned white into Pharaoh's eyes. Then his blackened bones were carried away by the storm. Only Mamoon remained. He struggled desperately forward, pushing his feet over the stone, over the iron, inch by inch towards Bias. A greave detached from his armor and flew spinning through the roaring air. Then a part of his shoulder plate followed. Tattered fabric fluttered in the storm. The skin over his distorted face began to fold and stretch. No! A searching, grasping arm desperately pushed towards the first of the Magi, fingertips widely extended. Yes, said Bias, and the air around his smiling face shimmered like the air over the desert. Nails detached from Mamoon's fingers. His outstretched arm sprang back, broke, was torn from the shoulder. Flawless skin rippled from the bones, fluttering like canvas in a gust, and brown dust flew from his ruptured body like a sandstorm over the dunes. Quite suddenly, he was swept away and smashed through a wall high up in one of the tall buildings. Blocks of stone were hurled outwards and upwards from the edges of the jagged hole he had left behind. They joined the dancing paper, the coiling stones, spinning planks, limp corpses, whirling in the air above the edge of the square, faster and faster, a circle of destruction following the iron rings on the ground. It had now reached the height of the great buildings and continued to rise. It sucked everything in its path, even more stone, glass, wood, metal, flesh, and grew darker, faster, louder, and more powerful with every moment. Above the undirected rage of the wind, Pharaoh could only hear Bias's voice. God smiles at the results. Huntsman stood up and shook his aching head. Dirt flew from his hair. Blood ran down his arm, red on white. Apparently, the world had not ended after all, but from the looks of it, it had been pretty close. Bridge and gatehouse were gone. Where they had stood, there was nothing left but a pile of shattered stones and a gaping chasm torn into the wall. And a lot of dust besides. Some people were still killing each other, but many more were writhing on the ground, choking and groaning, or dragging themselves through the rubble. The courage to fight had left them all. Huntsman knew how they felt. Someone climbed over the many rocks that now lay where the moat had once been, heading for the breach. Someone with matted long hair and a long sword in his hand. Logen Ninefingers, of course. Oh gosh, Huntsman cursed. Logen had always had strange ideas, but this wasn't even the worst of them. Someone followed him over the rubble bridge. Espe, axe in hand, shield on arm, and his dirty face showed a grim expression,
as a man has when he intends to complete a dark task. Oh, gosh. Grim shrugged his dusty shoulders. We'd better go after them. Yep. Huntsman pointed his thumb at Redcap, who was just getting back up and shaking plenty of small stones from his cloak. Round up some lads. He gestured with his sword blade towards the breach. We're going that way. Very. He had to pee, as always. Jazal retreated down the shadow-laden corridor. He barely dared to breathe, feeling the sweat prickle on his palms, his neck, and in the small hollow of his back. What are they waiting for? Someone asked. A soft creaking was heard above them. Jazal looked up at the black roof beams. Did you hear that? There was just... A figure burst through the roof, whirling indistinctly white down the corridor and felling one of the watch knights. Her feet left 2 large dents in his breastplate, and blood spurted from his visor. She smiled at Jazal. I bring greetings from the prophet Khalul. For the Union! Another knight roared and attacked. His sword hissed towards her, but a mere blink later she was already on the other side of the corridor. The blade clattered harmlessly on the stone tiles, and the man lunged forward. She grabbed him under the armpit, bent her knees slightly, and hurled him howling through the ceiling. Chunks of plaster rained into the corridor as she grabbed a second knight by the neck and slammed his head against the wall with such force that it stuck in the broken masonry. His legs, still in their armor, hung lifelessly. Ancient rapiers fell from their fastenings and clattered around his limp corpse. This way! The Lord Justice dragged Jazal, stunned and helpless, towards a gilded double door. Gorst lifted his heavy boot, kicked hard against it, and sent it trembling open. They burst into the Hall of Mirrors. The many tables that had stood there on Jazal's wedding day had long since been cleared away. Before them lay, empty and vast, half an acre of polished tiles. He ran towards the opposite door, his loud footsteps and gasping, terrified breath echoing through the enormous hall. In the mirrors to his left and right, and in front of him, he saw himself running, slightly distorted. A ridiculous sight. A jester king fleeing through his own palace, his crown askew, his scarred face drenched in sweat and slack with terror and exhaustion. He skidded to a halt and almost fell on his backside in his hasty effort to stop. Gorst crashed almost into his back. One of the twin sisters sat on the floor beside the door, leaning against the mirrored wall, and through the reflection, it looked as if she was leaning on her sister. She lazily raised a hand, dark red with blood, and waved. Jazal turned abruptly to the windows. But before he could even think of running again, one shattered. In a shower of shimmering glass pieces, the other twin sister leapt through, somersaulted several times, then landed elegantly on her feet and skidded to a halt. She ran a hand through her golden hair, yawned, and licked her lips. "Did you ever feel like it's always the others who have all the fun?" she asked. Reckoning. Redcap had been right. There was no reason why any of them should die here. No one but the Bloody Nine, at least. It was high time that jerk took his share of the blame. "Still alive?" Logen whispered. "Still alive." He crept around the corner of a white building and entered the park. He had to think of how lively it used to be here. People who had laughed, ate, talked. Now no one laughed here anymore. Corpses lay sprawled on the lawn. Some wore armor, others did not. From a distance he heard noise, perhaps a battle, far away.
Nearby, there was nothing but the whistling of the wind through the bare branches and his own crunching steps on the gravel. His skin tingled as he walked warily towards the high palace wall. The heavy doors were gone, only the crooked hinges still protruded from the entrance. The gardens opposite were full of corpses. Men in armor, dented and blood-smeared. On the path in front of the gate lay a whole pile of dead, twisted and crushed, as if they had been hit by a giant hammer. One had been cleanly cut in two, now lying in a dark pool of blood. Amidst all this stood a man. He wore white armor, sprinkled and splattered with fine red droplets. Wind had risen in the garden, and black hair blew around his face, whose dark skin was smooth and flawless like a baby's. With a grim face he looked at a dead man at his feet, but he raised his gaze to Logen as he came through the gate.
A look without hate or fear, without joy or sorrow, somehow without anything. "You are far from your home," he said in Northern. "You too." Logen looked into the empty face. "You are an eater?" "Of this crime I must confess myself guilty. We are all guilty, in one way or another." Logen weighed the sword in one hand. "Shall we get it over with then? I came here to kill Beaz, no one else." Logen looked at the terribly mangled corpses scattered in the garden. "And how is that working out?" "Once one has decided to begin killing, one often cannot estimate the number of victims." "That is true enough. Blood brings nothing but more blood, my father always told me. A wise man. I wish I had listened to him. It is sometimes hard to recognize what the truth is." The eater raised his blood-soaked right hand and looked at it with a frown. "It is quite appropriate that a righteous man has doubts." "If you say so. I haven't met too many righteous men so far. I once thought I had. Now I am not sure. Must we fight?" Logen took a deep breath. "Looks like it. Then so be it." He came at him so fast that Logen barely had time to raise his sword, let alone swing it. Logen threw himself aside, but something still caught him in the ribs, in the elbow, in the knee, in the shoulder. Sometimes it's hard to tell when you're tumbling on the grass and everything seems to be flying around you. Logen tried to get up and realized he couldn't. He could lift his head an inch, but that was all. Every breath pained him. Sighing, he let his head sink back and stared at the white sky. Perhaps he would have been better off staying outside the walls. Perhaps he should have just let the lads rest in the forest until it was all over. The tall figure of the eater moved into his blurred field of vision and stood dark against the sky. "I am sorry. I will pray for you. I will pray for us both." With that, he raised his foot in his heavy armor. An axe struck his face and sent him reeling. Logen shook the hollow feeling from his head and hesitantly drew breath. Then he laboriously pushed himself up, leaning on his elbow, holding his side. He saw a fist in white armor descend and strike Espe's shield. It tore a piece from the edge and threw Espe to his knees. An arrow bounced off the eater's shoulder plate, and he turned. One side of his head gaped bloody. A second arrow pierced cleanly into his neck. Grim and Huntsman stood in the entrance, bows raised. The devourer stormed towards them with great strides, and the draft swept through the grass as he rushed past. Said Grim. The devourer slammed his armored elbow into his stomach with full force. He crashed against a tree 10 paces away and slid into the grass. The devourer now raised his other arm to strike the dogman, but a carle pierced him with a spear and hurled him backward. More Northmen pushed through the gate, surrounding him, roaring and screaming, hacking at him with swords and axes. Logen rolled onto his stomach, crawled across the lawn and grabbed his sword, tearing out a handful of grass with it. A carle stumbled past him. His shattered head was covered in blood. Logen gritted his teeth and attacked, his sword raised above his head with both hands. It plunged into the devourer's shoulder, cut through his armor and penetrated deep into his chest. Blood splattered across the dogman's face. Almost simultaneously, one of the carles caught the devourer with a hard club blow to the side, shattering his other arm and leaving a deep dent in his breastplate. The devourer stumbled, and Redcap stabbed deep into one of his legs. Now he fell to his knees, blood flowing from his wounds and running down his damaged armor to pool at his feet. He smiled, as far as Logen could tell, since half his face was hanging down. "Free," he whispered. Logen raised the Maker's sword and cut off his head. Suddenly wind had risen, sweeping through the defiled streets, whistling through the burnt-out houses, and throwing ash and dust into West's face as he rode towards the Agriant. He had to shout against it. "How is it progressing?" "They have lost their fighting spirit," barked Brint, whose hair was swept aside by another gust of wind. "They are retreating. Apparently they were too busy trying to encircle the Agriant and were not prepared for us. Now they are almost falling over each other in an effort to push west. There are still fights around the Arnol Wall, but Orso is giving them a good run for their money in the 3 courts." West saw the familiar outline of the chain tower rising behind a ruin and steered his horse in that direction.
Good. If we can drive them from the Agriant, then we will defeat them. Then we can— He fell silent as they rounded the corner and could see the fortress's west gate. Or, more precisely, where the west gate had once been. It took him a moment to comprehend. The chain tower loomed beside a gigantic breach gaping in the Agriant's wall. The entire gatehouse had been utterly destroyed in some way, tearing down large sections of wall to its left and right. The remnants choked the moat or lay scattered widely across the nearby streets. The Gurkish had penetrated the Agriant. The heart of the Union lay open and unprotected. Not far from them, a shapeless battle still raged before the fortress. West urged his horse forward, through the men who wrestled with each other or lay wounded, into the shadow of the walls. He saw a line of kneeling longbowmen, sending a devastating volley towards the Gurkish. Men fell to the ground. Beside him, someone screamed over the howling wind, while another tried to fasten a tourniquet around the bloody stump of his leg. Pike's face was even grimmer than usual. "We should retreat, Marshal. It's not safe here." West ignored him. Every man had to do his part, without exception. "We should take up positions here. Where is General Croy?" But the corporal was no longer listening to him. His eyes had drifted to the sky, and now his jaw slowly dropped. West turned in the saddle. A black column rose above the west of the fortress. At first it looked as if it consisted of rising smoke, but after West grasped the scale, he realized it was swirling objects. Masses, countless tons of objects. His eyes followed the column upwards, higher and higher. Even the clouds had begun to move, rotating around the spiral at their center and drifting in a slow circle above them. The fighting ceased as Unionists and Gurkish alike stared at the winding pillar standing over the Agriant, while the chain tower stood out like a black finger before it, and the house of the Maker loomed like a tiny pin behind it. Now things began to fall from the sky. First small ones, splinters, dust, leaves, scraps of paper. Then a piece of wood the size of a chair leg shot down and struck the pavement multiple times. A soldier shrieked as a fist-sized stone shattered his shoulder. Those not fighting recoiled, ducked, held their shields over their heads. The wind grew even wilder, tearing at clothing, and the men had to brace themselves against it, teeth bared and eyes narrowed to slits.
The circling column grew wider, darker, faster, higher, until it touched the sky. West saw small specks at its edges, playing against the white clouds like a swarm of gnats on a summer day. Only these were swirling chunks of stone, pieces of wood, earth, metal, which a crazy whim of nature had hurled into the sky and was now letting fly around. He didn't know what was happening here, or why. He could only stare into the air. "Marshal!" Pike roared into his ear. "Marshal, we must get out of here!" He grabbed West's reins. A large piece of masonry crashed onto the pavement not far from them. West's horse reared up and neighed in panic. The world lurched, spun, went black. He didn't know for how long. He lay on his stomach, his mouth full of dust. Carefully, he lifted his head, came drunkenly to all fours, while the wind roared wildly in his ears and hurled small, stinging pebbles into his face. It was so dark, as if dusk had already fallen. The air was filled with flying debris. The wind tore at the ground, at the houses, at the men who now huddled together like sheep, no longer thinking of fighting. The living lay prostrate on their stomachs, side by side with the dead. Debris scraped against the chain tower, whose shingles flew from the roof until the storm also ripped off the roof truss. A huge beam shot down and crashed onto the cobblestones, tumbling lengthwise several times and pushing corpses out of its way before breaking into the wall of a house, whose roof immediately collapsed. West trembled, tears were torn from his burning eyes, and he felt utterly helpless. Was this truly how the end came? Not blood-stained and wreathed in glory during a foolish sally, like for General Polder. Not in his sleep at night, like for Marshal Burr. Not even under a hood on the scaffold, condemned to death for the murder of Crown Prince Ladislaw, but quite by chance struck down by a huge piece of debris falling from the sky. "Forgive me," he whispered into the wild storm. Then he saw the black outline of the chain tower shift.
He leaned forward. Chunks of stone fell and splashed into the agitated moat. The entire massive building sagged to one side, bulged, and collapsed outwards with almost absurd slowness through the raging storm and into the city. As it fell, the tower shattered. Pieces of masonry crashed onto houses, crushing cowering men like ants and flying as deadly projectiles in all directions. And that was all. There were no more houses now in this place that had once been Marshall Square. No gushing fountains, no stately statues on the Kingsway, no palaces full of effeminate rosigs. Everything had been swept away. The gilded dome of the Prince's Round had risen, burst, and been blown into thousands of small pieces. The high walls of the army halls were now mere ruins. Of the remaining once proud buildings, only shattered stumps remained. They had been razed to their foundations. Before Pharaoh's tear-filled eyes, they had melted away, had dissolved in the formless rage that roared wildly around the first of the Magi, filled with endless hunger from the earth up to the sky. Yes, she could hear his enthusiastic laughter over the roar of the storm. "I am greater than Juvens! I am greater than even Uz!" Was this revenge? How much of it would then be needed to make her whole again? Pharaoh wondered dully how many people had sought shelter in the destroyed buildings. The shimmer surrounding the seed spread, enveloped her shoulder, then reached her neck, and finally enclosed her completely. The world grew still. In the distance, the destruction continued, but it was now only vaguely discernible, and the noise reached her muffled, as if through water. Her hand was cold beyond measure. Everything felt numb up to her shoulder. She saw Beaz, smiling, arms raised. The wind raged around them in a wall of endless motion, but there were figures within it. They became clearer as the rest of the world appeared less distinct. They gathered outside the outermost circle. Shadows, ghosts, a hungry pack. Pharaoh, their whispering voices echoed. Suddenly, a storm had risen in the gardens, even more abruptly than the gales usually broke on the high peaks. The light had faded, and then all sorts of things had fallen from the dark sky. Huntsman didn't know where it came from, and he didn't really care. There were more pressing things to worry about. They dragged the wounded through a high gate, and the men groaned, swore, or, and that was the worst, said nothing at all. A few who had already turned to mud, they left outside. It was pointless to waste breath on those who could no longer be helped. Logen had gripped Grim under the armpits, and Huntsman carried his boots. His face was chalk white, but his lips were blood red. It was clear from his face that he was in a bad way, but he didn't complain, not Hard and Grim. Huntsman would never have believed that of him. They set him down in the gloom on the other side of the door. Huntsman heard objects striking against the windows, crashing to the ground outside, or rattling on the roof. More men were carried in, with broken arms and broken legs, and worse. Espe followed them. He carried the bloody axe in one hand. His shield arm hung uselessly. Huntsman had never seen a corridor like this. The floor was made of green and white stone, so smooth and brightly polished that one might have thought it was glass. The walls were adorned with large paintings. The ceiling was covered with flowers and leaves, so finely carved that they almost looked real, had they not been made of gold, which now gleamed dimly in the light that seeped through the windows. Men knelt and tended to their injured comrades, giving them water and kind words, setting a break or two. Logen and Espe just stood there, looking at each other. There was no hatred in it, not really, but no respect either. Huntsman found it hard to say what it was, and he didn't really care. "What were you thinking?" he snapped at Logen. "Just running off on your own like that? I thought you were a chief or something now. That was a pretty weak move, wasn't it?" Logen returned his gaze blankly, and his eyes shimmered in the gloom. "Had to help Pharaoh," he murmured as if to himself. "And Jezzel, too." Huntsman glared at him. "Help whom? There are real people here who need help." "I don't have a knack for the wounded." "Only for creating them? Then get on with it, Bloody Nine, if you can't do otherwise. Then get it over with." Huntsman saw Logen flinch when he heard that name. He recoiled, one hand pressed against his side, while the other held the bloody sword. Then he turned and limped down the shimmering corridor.
"It hurts," Grim said as Huntsman squatted beside him. "Where?" Grim twisted his mouth into a bloody smile. "Everywhere." "All right, let's see." Huntsman pulled up his shirt. One side of his rib cage was caved in, and a large black and blue swelling spread across it like a tar stain. He could hardly believe a man with such a wound was still breathing. He murmured, not even having a clue where to begin. "I think I'm done for." "What, because of this?" Huntsman tried to grin, but couldn't manage it. "That's just a scratch." "A scratch, eh?" Grim tried to lift his head, twisted his face in agony, and sank back down. "That's a very beautiful ceiling." Huntsman swallowed. "Yeah, I think so too. Should have died a long time ago, back in the fight against Ninefingers. The time since then has been a gift. But I'm grateful for it, Huntsman. I very much liked our talks." He closed his eyes and stopped breathing. He had never said much, this Harding Grim. He had been famous for it. Now he would be silent forever. A senseless death, so far from home, for nothing he believed in, understood, or from which he had anything good to expect. Nothing but waste. But then again, Huntsman had seen many men turn to mud again, and there had never been anything good in that.
He took a deep breath and stared at the floor. A single lamp cast creeping shadows over the decaying corridor, over rough stone and peeling plaster. It outlined the grim figures of the mercenaries and transformed the faces of Glokta and RD into unfamiliar masks. It was as if the darkness was trapped within the heavy masonry, and the door within it, which looked ancient, gnarled, scraped, and studded with many black iron rivets. "What amuses you, Master Superior?" "I stood here once before," Glokta murmured, "in this exact spot, with shivers." He stretched out his hand and ran his fingertips over the iron door handle. My hand was already on the latch, and then I moved on. The irony. The answers we seek for so long and so far away often lie right at our fingertips. A shiver ran down Glokta's spine as he leaned closer to the door. From the other side, he could hear something, a muffled drone in a language he didn't know. Was the Adeptus of Demonology perhaps already summoning the beings of the underworld? He ran his tongue over his lips. The sight of Archlector Morovia's frozen remains was still fresh in his memory. It would be reckless to storm through that door immediately, no matter how much we yearn to finally have our questions answered. Very reckless. "Superior Goyle, since you have led us this far, perhaps you would be so kind as to go in first?" "Guh?" Goyle squeaked through his gag, and his already bulging eyes grew even wider. Casca grabbed the Superior of Adwa by the collar, seized the iron handle with his other hand, ripped the door open quickly, and delivered a well-placed kick to Goyle's backside. The Superior stumbled into the room, barking incomprehensible words into his gag. The metallic sound of a crossbow bolt being fired came from the other side of the door, as did the chanting, which was now louder and more intense. What would Colonel Glokta have said? "Forward, lads, to victory!" Glokta limped through the door, almost tripping over his own feet on the threshold, and looked around in surprise. He stood in a large, circular hall with a domed roof, whose shadow-ringed walls were adorned with a huge, overwhelmingly detailed mural. One, moreover, that felt unpleasantly familiar. Canadius, the master maker, overshadowed the entire hall with outstretched arms, 5 times human size, and behind him a fire blazed in vivid crimson, orange, and white. On the opposite wall, his brother Juvens lay sprawled in the grass beneath blooming trees, blood flowing from numerous wounds. Between the two men, the Magi marched to take their revenge. From one side came 6, from the other 5, and the bald Bayaz led them. Blood, fire, death, revenge.
How exceedingly fitting, considering the circumstances. An intricate drawing, executed with extreme care, covered the wide floor. Circles within other circles, shapes, symbols, figures of frightening complexity had been laid out in clean lines of a white powder. Salt, if I'm not much mistaken. Goyle lay on his stomach a step or two from the door, at the edge of the outermost ring, his hands still bound. Dark blood spread beneath him, and the tip of a crossbow bolt protruded from his back, exactly where his heart should be. I would never have suspected that this, of all things, would prove to be his weak spot. 4 of the university's adepti stood there, looking at him with varying degrees of surprise. 3 of them, Chael, Denka, and Candelau, held candles in both hands, their sooty wicks emitting a corpse-like stench. Sarrazin, the adeptus of chemistry, clutched a fired crossbow. The faces of the old men, lit from below in sickly yellow, were silent masks of fear. On the other side of the hall, Shivers stood behind a lectern, staring with utmost concentration at the large book open before him by the light of a single lamp. Beside him, painfully upright in his pure white cloak, casting gazes like piercing blue daggers across the hall, stood Arch-Lector Salt. "Glokta, you very cripple," he snarled. "What in the world are you doing here?" "I could ask you the same, Your Eminence." Glokta gestured with his stick at the entire scene. "Aside from the fact that the candles, the ancient books, the chants, and the circles of salt already answer that perfectly, don't they? And somehow it suddenly seems like a most infantile game. All this time, while I tortured my way through the Clothiers' Guild, risked my life in Dagaska, and extorted votes in your name, you have been dabbling in something like this?" But for Selt, the matter was clearly serious enough. "Get out, you fool! This is our last chance." "This? Seriously?" Koska was already through the door, and the masked mercenaries followed him. Shiver's eyes were still fixed on the book, his lips moving, and there was even more sweat on his brow than usual. Glokta frowned. "Kann denn mal bitte jemand zum Schweigen bringen?" "Nein!" brüllte Chael, und ein Ausdruck größten Entsetzens trat auf sein Gesicht. "Sie dürfen die Beschwörungen nicht unterbrechen. Die Folgen könnten Katastrophe sein!" vollendete Candelau kreischend den Satz. Dennoch wagte einer der Söldner einen Schritt auf die Raumsmitte zu. "Treten Sie nicht in die Nähe des Salzes!" schrie Denker gellend, und Wachs tropfte von seiner schwankenden Kerze. "Was auch immer Sie tun, warten Sie!" zischte Glokta, und der Mann blieb am Rand des Kreises stehen und sah über seine Maske hinüber zu ihm hinüber. Noch während sie sprachen, wurde es im Raum immer kälter, unnatürlich kalt. Irgendwas geschah in der Mitte der Kreise. Die Luft flimmerte, wie die Luft über einem Feuerstoß, und dieses Flimmern wurde immer stärker, je länger Silbers harte Stimme weiterleierte. Glokta stand wie angewurzelt da, und seine Augen huschten zwischen den alten Adepti hin und her. Was tun? Ihn aufhalten oder nicht? Aufhalten oder gestatten Sie? Koska trat vor und griff mit der freien Hand in seinen schwarzen Mantel. Aber Sie können doch wohl nicht. Mit lässiger Bewegung zog er den Arm wieder hervor, und ein Wurfmesser steckte nun zwischen seinen Fingern. Die Klinge blitzte im Kerzenlicht, drehte sich in der schwirrenden Luft über der Mitte des Saales und bohrte sich mit sanftem Aufschlag bis zum Griff in Silbers Stirn. »Ha!« Koska packte Glokta an der Schulter. »Was habe ich Ihnen gesagt? Haben Sie schon mal einen besseren Messerwurf gesehen?« Rot tropfte das Blut an Silbers Gesicht herab. Seine Augen verdrehten sich, dann sackte er seitlich zusammen, rutschte über sein Pult und stürzte zu Boden. Sein Buch fiel auf ihn, die alten Seiten raschelten, und die Laterne kippte um und versprühte Lampenöl. »Nein!« kreischte Salt. Chael keuchte und sein Mund klappte auf. Candelau warf seine Kerze weg und sank unterwürfig zu Boden. Denker stieß einen entsetzten Schrei aus, eine Hand über das Gesicht gebreitet und starrte mit hervorquollenden Augen zwischen seinen Fingern hervor. Eine lange Pause entstand, während jeder außer Koska voller Panik den Leichnam des Adeptes der Dämonologie anstarrte. Glokta wartete, die wenigen Zähne gebleckt, die Augen beinahe ganz zugekniffen. Ach, dieser herrliche, entsetzliche Augenblick zwischen dem Anstoßen des Zehs und dem Einsetzen des Schmerzes. Jetzt kommt er, hier kommt der Schmerz. Aber nichts geschah. Kein dämonisches Gelächter erschütterte den Saal, der Boden stürzte nicht ein, um ein Tor zur Hölle zu offenbaren. Das Flimmern ließ nach, der Raum wurde wieder wärmer. Glokta hob die Brauen, beinahe enttäuscht. Offenbar werden die teuflischen Künste ganz gewaltig überschätzt. »Nein«, fauchte Solt wieder, »ich bedauere doch, Euer Eminenz, wenn ich daran denke, dass ich Sie zu respektieren pflegte.« Glokta grinste den Adeptes der Chemie an, der noch immer geschwächt den abgeschossenen Flachbogen umklammert hielt. Er deutete mit einer Handbewegung auf Goyles Leiche. »Ein guter Schuss, ich gratuliere Ihnen. Ein Problem weniger, um das ich mich kümmern muss.«
Dann winkte er die hinter ihm versammelten Söldner heran. »Und nun ergreifen Sie diesen Mann.« »Nein«, bellte Saurizin, der nun den Flachbogen auf den Boden warf. »Das war alles nicht meine Idee. Ich hatte keine Wahl. Er war es.« Mit einem dicken Finger deutete er auf Silbers leblosen Körper. Und er«, nun zeigte er mit zitterndem Arm auf Sult. »Sie denken bereits in die richtige Richtung, aber das kann bis zur Befragung warten. Wären Sie nun so nett, seine Eminenz in Gewahrsam zu nehmen?« »Aber gern.« Koska schlenderte durch den großen Saal, wobei seine Stiefel kleine Wölkchen weißen Pulvers aufwürfelten und eine Spur der Zerstörung in dem komplizierten Muster hinterließen. »Glokta, Sie Idiot, Sie machen einen schweren Fehler«, schrie Sult. »Sie haben ja keine Ahnung, wie gefährlich Bayas ist. Der Erste der Magie und sein Bastardkönig. Glokta, Sie haben nicht das Recht. Gar!« Er jaulte auf, als Koska ihm die Arme hinter den Rücken drehte und ihn, das weiße Haar völlig zerrauft, auf die Knie zwang. »Sie haben keine Ahnung. Wenn die Gurkisen uns nicht alle umbringen, dann werden Sie reichlich Gelegenheit bekommen, es mir zu erklären. Das kann ich Ihnen versichern.« Glokta verzog den Mund zu seinem zahnlosen Lächeln, während Koska den Strick um Sults Handgelenke fester zog. »Wenn Sie wüssten, wie lange ich darauf gewartet habe, diese Worte auszusprechen. Erzlektor Sult, ich verhafte Sie wegen Hochverrats an seiner Majestät, dem König.« Jezal stand mit großen Augen da. Eine der Zwillingsschwestern, die Blut bespritzte, streckte langsam die langen Arme über den Kopf und reckte sich ausgiebig und zufrieden. Die andere hob eine Augenbraue. »Wie möchtest du gern sterben?« fragte sie. »Euer Majestät, treten Sie hinter mich.« Gorst wog sein langes Eisen in der noch unverletzten Hand. »Nein, diesmal nicht.« Jezal nahm die Krone vom Kopf, jene Krone, auf deren Gestaltung Bayas so viel Mühe verwendet hatte, und warf sie klappernd weg. Er hatte keine Lust mehr, König zu sein. Wenn er sterben musste, dann wollte er als Mann sterben, als ein Mann wie jeder andere. Er hatte so viele Vorteile genossen, das begriff er jetzt. Viel mehr, als die meisten Menschen sich auch nur erträumen konnten. So viele Gelegenheiten, Gutes zu tun, und er hatte stattdessen nur herumgejammert und an sich selbst gedacht. Jetzt war es zu spät. Ich habe mich mein ganzes Leben lang auf andere gestützt, mich hinter ihnen versteckt oder bin auf ihre Schultern gestiegen. Diesmal nicht. Eine der Schwestern hob die Hände und begann langsam zu klatschen, und das gleichmäßige Klapp, Klapp, Klapp hallte von den Spiegeln wieder. Die andere kicherte. Gorst hob die Klinge. Jezal tat es ihm nach, als letztes Zeichen sinnlosen Widerstands. Dann fuhr Kronrichter Marovia wie ein Blitz zwischen sie. Der alte Mann bewegte sich mit geradezu unmöglicher Geschwindigkeit, seine dunkle Robe wehte schnalzend um ihn herum. Er hatte etwas in der Hand, eine lange Metallstange mit einem Haken am Ende. »Was?« murmelte Jezal. Plötzlich begann der Haken zu glühen, brennend weiß, hell wie die Sonne an einem Sommertag. 100 Haken brannten wie Sterne, wurden von den Spiegeln an den Wänden zurückgeworfen, wieder und wieder und wieder, bis in große Weite. Jezal keuchte, kniff die Augen zusammen und hielt sich eine Hand vor das Gesicht. Die lange Spur, die diese leuchtende Spitze hinterlassen hatte, brannte noch immer in seinen Augen. Er blinzelte, starrte, senkte den Arm. Die Zwillinge standen da, der Kronrichter neben ihnen, so wie sie zuvor auch gestanden hatten, still wie Statuen. Ranken aus weißem Rauch zischten aus den Öffnungen am Ende der seltsamen Waffe und ringelten sich um Marovias Arm. Für einen Augenblick bewegte sich nichts.
Dann sprang plötzlich ein Dutzend der großen Spiegel am entfernten Ende des Saales mitten in zwei, als habe man Papierstücke mit dem schärfsten Messer der Welt zerteilt. Ein paar der unteren und eine der oberen Hälften neigten sich langsam nach vorn und zersprangen. Helle Bruchstücke aus Glas flogen über den gefliesten Boden. »Ugh«, hauchte die Zwillingsschwester zur Linken. Jezal erkannte, dass Blut unter ihrer Rüstung herausfloss. Sie hob eine Hand in seine Richtung, und diese Hand löste sich von ihrem Arm und fiel auf die Fliesen. Blut quoll aus dem verletzten Stumpf. Sie stürzte nach links, zumindest ihr Rumpf tat das, ihre Beine kippten in die andere Richtung. Nun schlug sie mit dem größten Teil ihres Körpers auf den Boden auf, und ihr Kopf löste sich und rollte in einer schnell größer werdenden Blutlache über die Fliesen. Ihr Haar, das glatt auf Nackenhöhe abgeschnitten worden war, schwebte in einer goldenen Wolke auf das Blut herab. Rüstung, Fleisch, Knochen, alles war ordentlich zerteilt, als habe man Käse mit einem Draht geschnitten. Die Zwillingsschwester zur Rechten runzelte die Stirn und machte einen wackeligen Schritt auf Marovia zu. Ihre Knie gaben nach und sie zerfiel, an der Taille in zwei Hälften geteilt, in Stücke. Die Beine kippten um und lagen still, und ein brauner Haufen Staub rann aus ihnen heraus. Die obere Hälfte zog sich mit Hilfe der Fingernägel weiter voran, hob den Kopf und fauchte. Die Luft um den Kronrichter flimmerte, und der zerteilte Körper der Verzehrerin stand plötzlich in Flammen. Er zuckte eine Weile hin und her und stieß ein langes Quieken aus. Dann war er still, ein Haufen rauchender schwarzer Asche. Marovia hob die seltsame Waffe und pfiff leise, als er lächelnd den Haken am Ende betrachtete, von dem noch ein paar Dampfkringel aufstiegen. Kanedias, der wusste, was eine Waffe ist. Der war wirklich ein Meisterschöpfer. Was, Euer Majestät? Wie bitte? Murmelte Jezal völlig entgeistert. Marovias Gesicht schmolz langsam, als er auf Jezal zukam. Ein anderes begann sich darunter abzuzeichnen. Nur seine Augen blieben gleich. Verschiedenfarbige Augen, die von Lachfältchen umgeben waren und Jezal anstrahlten, als sei er ein alter Freund. Jorus Sulfur verbeugte sich. »Man hat doch nie seine Ruhe, oder, Euer Majestät? Nicht das kleinste bisschen Ruhe.« Ein Krachen ertönte, und eine der Türen flog mit einem lauten Schlag auf. Jezal hob sein Schwert, das Herz schlug ihm bis zum Hals. Sulfur fuhr herum und hielt die Waffe des Schöpfers eng an seiner Seite. Ein Mann stolperte in den Saal. Ein großer Mann, dessen verzerrtes Gesicht mit Narben bedeckt war. Seine Brust hob und senkte sich heftig, und er trug ein großes Schwert in einer Hand, während er die andere gegen seine Rippen drückte. Jezal blinzelte, er konnte es kaum glauben. 9 Finger Logen! Wie zur Hölle bist du hierher gekommen? Der Nordmann starrte ihn einen Augenblick an. Dann lehnte er sich gegen einen Spiegel neben der Tür und ließ sein Schwert auf die Fliesen fallen. Slowly he slid down the wall and remained sitting there, his head leaning against the glass. Long story, he said. Listen to us. The wind was now full of figures. There were hundreds. They pressed around the outermost circle, and the bright iron was damp with mist and gleamed with cold wetness. There are things we must tell you, Pharaoh, secrets. What can we give you? We know it. Everything. You just have to let us in. So many voices. She heard Aruf among them, her old teacher. She heard Sosman, the slave owner. She heard her mother and father. She heard Yulve and Prince Uthman. Hundreds of voices. Thousands. Voices she knew and had forgotten. Voices of the dead and voices of the living. Calls, murmurs, screams. Whispers directly into her ear. Even closer, closer than her eigene thoughts. You want revenge? We can get you revenge. Revenge like you've never dreamed of. Everything you want, everything you need. You just have to let us in. This emptiness inside you, we are what you're missing. The metal rings were now white with frost. Pharaoh knelt on the end of a dizzying tunnel, its walls made of rushing, roaring, furious matter, full of shadows, and its end lay far behind the dark sky. The laughter of the first of the Magi echoed faintly in ihre Ehren.
The air hummed with power, twisted, shimmering, blurred. You don't have to do anything. Bayaz, he will do it. Fool, liar, let us in. He cannot understand it. He is using you, but not for long. The gates are under tension. Let us in. If Bayaz heard the voices, he didn't show it. Cracks ran from his feet through the trembling pavement, spreading further, and splinters flew up around him in swirling spirals. The iron rings began to shift and buckle. With the grinding of tormented metal, they twisted out of the breaking stones, and the bright edges gleamed. The seals are breaking. 11 seals, and another 11 seals backwards. The gates are opening. Yes, the voices chorused. The shadows crept closer to her. Pharaoh breathed in short, violent gasps. Her teeth chattered, her limbs trembled, and the cold lay directly on her heart. She knelt at an abyss, bottomless, endless, full of shadows, full of voices. Soon we will be with you. Soon. Our time has come. Both sides, once separated, now reunited. As they should be, before Uz spoke his first commandment. Let us in. She just had to hold the seed a little longer. Then the voices would ensure she could take her revenge. Bayaz was a liar. She had known that from the start. She owed him nothing. Her eyelids fluttered, closed, her mouth hung open. The roar of the wind grew weaker until she could only hear the voices. Whispering, soothing, righteous. We will take over the world and set it right, together. Let us in. You will help us. You will free us. You can trust us. Trust us. Trust? That was a word only liars used. Pharaoh remembered the destruction of Olcus, the hollow ruins, the desolate land. The creatures of the other side are made of lies. Better to keep this emptiness within her than to fill it with such things. She clamped her tongue between her teeth and bit down hard until she felt her mouth fill with salty blood. Then she took a breath and forced herself to open her eyes. Trust us. Let us in. She saw the Maker's box, its trembling, blurred outline. Slowly she bent over it and felt it with her numb fingertips while the air roared around her. She would be no one's slave, neither Bayaz's nor the secret betrayer's. She would find her own way, a dark one perhaps, but her own. The lid swung open. No! The voices hissed together in her ear. No! Pharaoh gritted her bloody teeth and snarled with rage as she forced her fingers to loosen. The world was a painful, screaming, formless darkness. Gradually, very gradually, her dead hand opened. Here was her revenge. Revenge on the liars, the thieves, and those who exploited others. The earth trembled, quaked, broke, as thin and fragile as a pane of glass, beneath which a great void lurked. She turned her trembling hand over, and the seed fell out. As if from a mouth, the voices hurled their harsh command. No! Blindly she grabbed the lid. Really yourselves? She hissed, and with a final effort she slammed the box shut. After the rain, Logen leaned against the parapet, high up on a tower on one side of the palace, and held his grim face to the wind. He had stood like this before, back then, atop the chain tower. It felt as if centuries had passed. Struck by thunder, he had gazed over the endless city and wondered if he could ever have dreamed that humans could build something so proud, beautiful, and indestructible. By the dead, how times changed. The green lawn of the park was strewn with fallen debris, the trees burned, the grass blown away, and half of the small lake had seeped away, turning into a muddy swamp. On its western shore, a long line of white houses still stood, albeit with gaping empty windows. Further west, the buildings had no roofs left, and the rafters jutted naked into the sky. Even further, and the walls were cracked and collapsed, empty ruins, choked with rubble. Beyond that, there was nothing left. The great hall with the golden dome, gone. The square where Logen had watched the swordplay, no longer there. The chain tower and the mighty wall at its base, and all the magnificent buildings over whose roofs Logen had climbed during his escape with Pharaoh, all gone. A colossal circle of destruction had settled over the west side of the Agriont, leaving behind only formless debris. The city beyond was scarred with black marks, and smoke continued to rise from some of the last fires and from smoldering ship hulls still drifting in the bay. The house of the Maker overlooked this site, a sharply outlined black block beneath the looming clouds, unmoved and untouchable. Logen stood there, repeatedly scratching the scarred side of his face. His wounds ached, so many wounds. Every part of his body was battered and bruised, punctured and slashed. From the fight with the Devourer, the battle before the moat, the duel with the Feared, the 7 days of slaughter on the high heights. Through hundreds of fights, skirmishes and previous campaigns. Too many to remember individually. So tired, sore and miserable. He looked sullenly at his hands resting on the parapet. Where his middle finger once was, bare stone stared back at him. He was still Ninefingers, the bloody Nine. A man made of death, just as Bethod had said. Yesterday he had almost killed the Dogman, and he knew it very well. His oldest friend, his only friend. He had already raised the sword, and only a tiny twist of fate had prevented him from actually doing it. He remembered standing just as high up on a balcony of the great library of the North, looking out over the empty valley, its still lake shimmering like a great mirror. Back then he had felt the wind on his freshly shaved face and wondered if a man could change. Now he knew the answer. "Master Ninefingers!" Logen turned hastily and hissed through his teeth as the stitches in his side began to burn. The first of the Magi stepped through the door into the open. He, however, had indeed changed somehow. He looked young, even younger than when Logen had first met him. His movements had a certain sharpness, and his eyes gleamed. It even seemed to him as if there were a few black hairs in the grey beard that framed his friendly smile. The first smile Logen had seen in quite a while. "Are you hurt?" he asked. Logen sucked bitterly at his teeth. Hardly the first time, and it won't get easier. Bayaz rested his strong hands on the stone parapet next to Logen's and looked happily over the city, as if a sea of flowers and not an incredible extent of destruction stretched out beneath him. "I hadn't expected to see you again so soon, and in such an elevated position. As I heard, your feud is over. You defeated Bethod, threw him from his own walls, if I heard correctly. A nice gesture. You always think of the songs that will be made of it later, don't you? And now you have taken his place, the Bloody Nine, king of the Northmen. Imagine that." Logen glared at him. It wasn't like that. "Oh, trifles. The result is the same, isn't it? Finally peace in the north, right? Either way, I congratulate you." Bethod still had a few things to say. "Did he?" Bayaz asked dismissively. "I usually found conversations with him quite tedious. It was always about himself, his plans, his successes. It's so exhausting when men never think of others. Bad manners. He said you were the reason he didn't kill me. Ihr hättet mein Leben gefeilscht. Das ist wahr, das muss ich zugeben. Schuldete mir noch etwas, und ihr wart der Preis, den ich verlangte. Ich versuche stets, die Zukunft im Blick zu behalten. Schon damals wusste ich, dass ich vielleicht noch einmal einen Mann brauchen würde, der mit den Geistern sprechen kann. Es war dann ein zusätzlicher Trumpf, dass ihr euch darüber hinaus als derart angenehmer Reisegefährte erwiesen habt." Logen merkte, dass er immer noch durch die zusammengebissenen Zähne sprach. "Wäre allerdings nett gewesen, wenn ich davon gewusst hätte." "Ihr habt nie gefragt, Meister Neunfinger."
Ihr wolltet, wenn ich mich recht erinnere, nichts über meine Pläne wissen, und ich wollte euch nicht das Gefühl geben, dass ihr mir etwas schuldet. Ich habe einmal euer Leben gerettet, das wäre kein guter Ausgangspunkt für unsere Freundschaft gewesen. All das erschien zwar sehr vernünftig, wie alles, was Bayaz je gesagt hatte, aber es hinterließ trotzdem einen bitteren Nachgeschmack, wie ein Schlachtschwein verhökert worden zu sein. Wo ist Quai? Ich würde gern tot Bayas brachte das Wort glatt über die Lippen, scharf wie ein geworfenes Messer. Sein Verlust hat uns sehr hart getroffen. Wieder zu Schlamm geworden, was? Logen erinnerte sich an die Mühe, die er sich dabei gegeben hatte, das Leben des Mannes zu retten, die langen Meilen, die er ihn durch den Regen geschleppt und dabei versucht hatte, das Richtige zu tun. Alles Verschwendung. Vielleicht hätte er angesichts dieser Nachricht mehr Trauer empfinden sollen, aber das war nicht so einfach, bei all dem Tod, der sich vor seinen Augen ausbreitete. Logen war innerlich taub. Oder aber Quais Tod interessierte ihn wirklich einen feuchten Dreck. Schwer zu sagen, was davon zutraf. Wieder zu Schlamm geworden, wiederholte er leise. Ihr macht aber natürlich weiter, nicht wahr? Natürlich. Das ist die Aufgabe, die den Überlebenden zufällt. Man erinnert sich der Toten, man spricht ein paar Worte, dann macht man weiter und hofft darauf, dass sich alles zum Besseren wendet. Genau. Bei solchen Sachen muss man realistisch sein. Das ist wahr. Logen rieb sich mit einer Hand über die schmerzende Seite, nur um wieder etwas zu spüren. Aber zusätzliche Schmerzen brachten auch niemanden weiter. Ich habe gestern einen Freund verloren. Es war ein blutiger Tag. Aber ein siegreicher. Ach ja? Für wen denn? Logen sah unten Menschen, die sich in den Ruinen bewegten, Insekten, die in den Trümmern herumwühlten, nach Überlebenden suchen und Tote fanden. Und er bezweifelte, dass viele von ihnen gerade das Hochgefühl eines Siegers verspürten. Er selbst tat es jedenfalls nicht. »Ich sollte bei meinen Leuten sein«, murmelte er, bewegte sich aber nicht. »Dabei helfen, sie zu begraben und die Verwundeten zu versorgen. Und dennoch steht ihr hier oben und seht herab?« Bayas grüne Augen waren hart wie Stein. Diese Härte hatte Logen von Anfang an gesehen, aber dann irgendwie vergessen, hatte sich daran gewöhnt, sie zu übersehen. »Ich verstehe eure Gefühle. Heilen ist etwas für die Jungen. Wenn man älter wird, stellt man fest, dass man immer weniger Geduld mit den Verletzten hat.« Bayas hob die Augenbrauen, während er sich wieder dem schrecklichen Anblick zuwandte. »Ich bin sehr alt.« Er hob die Faust, um anzuklopfen, dann hielt er inne und strich sich mit den Fingern nervös über die Handfläche. Er erinnerte sich an ihren bittersüßen Geruch, an die Kraft ihrer Hände, an die Züge ihres missmutigen Gesichts im Feuerschein und an ihre Wärme, wenn sie sich nachts eng an ihn geschmiegt hatte. Zwischen ihnen war etwas Gutes gewesen, das wusste er, auch wenn all die Worte, die sie gewechselt hatten, hart gewesen waren. Manche Menschen haben keine sanften Worte in sich, egal wie sehr sie sich bemühen. Viel Hoffnung hatte er natürlich nicht. Ein Mann wie er war besser dran, wenn er sich nicht zu viel erhofft. Aber man gewinnt nichts, wenn man nichts riskiert. Also biss Logen die Zähne zusammen und klopfte. Keine Antwort. Er nagte an seiner Unterlippe und klopfte noch einmal. Nichts. Mit einem Mal verließ ihn die Geduld und er drehte den Türknauf mit finsterem Gesicht und stieß die Tür auf. Ferro fuhr herum. Ihre Kleider waren zerknittert und verdreckt, sogar noch mehr als sonst. Sie riss die Augen weit auf, ihr Blick war richtiggehend wild und sie ballte die Fäuste. Aber ihr Gesicht fiel schnell wieder in sich zusammen, als sie sah, dass er es war, und ihm sank der Mut. »Ich bin's, Logen.« »Oh«, knurrte sie. Dann warf sie den Kopf herum und sah mit gerunzelter Stirn zum Fenster. Mit zusammengekniffenen Augen ging sie ein paar Schritte darauf zu, um unvermittelt in die andere Richtung zu starren. »Da!« »Was?« fragte Logen verblüfft. »Hörst du sie denn nicht?« »Was höre ich?« »Sie, du Idiot!« Sie kroch zu einer Wand hinüber und drängte sich dagegen. Logen war sich nicht sicher gewesen, wie das Treffen verlaufen würde. Bei ihr konnte man vorher nie wissen, was geschehen würde, das war ihm klar gewesen. Aber so etwas hatte er trotzdem nicht erwartet. »Mach einfach weiter«, sagte er sich. Was blieb ihm auch anderes übrig? »Ich bin jetzt König«, er schnaubte. »König der Nordmänner, ist es zu glauben?« Er erwartete, sie würde ihn auslachen, aber sie stand nur da und lauschte der Mauer. »Ich und Luther, wir beide, ein Paar Könige. Kannst du dir zwei größere Taugen nicht so vorstellen, die eine Krone vielleicht noch weniger verdient hätten?« Keine Antwort. Logen fuhr sich mit der Zunge über die Lippen. Es blieb ihm wohl nichts anderes übrig, als deutlich zu werden. »Ferro, so wie das alles gekommen ist, so wie wir aufgehört haben.« Er machte einen Schritt auf sie zu, dann noch einen. »Ich wünschte, ich weiß nicht.« Sacht legte er ihr die Hand auf die Schulter. »Ferro, ich will dir sagen, dass...« Schnell wandte sie sich zu ihm um und legte ihm die Hand auf den Mund. »Psst!« Dann packte sie ihn am Hemd und zog ihn zu sich herunter auf die Knie. Sie legte das Ohr auf die Fliesen und ihre Augen glitten von einer Seite zur anderen, als ob sie lauschte. »Hörst du das?« Ruckartig ließ sie ihn wieder los und rutschte in die Ecke des Zimmers. »Da,
Hörst du sie?« Er streckte langsam die Hand aus und berührte ihren Nacken, ließ die Fingerspitzen über ihre Haut fahren. Mit einer heftigen Bewegung ihrer Schultern schüttelte sie ihn ab und er fühlte, wie sich sein Gesicht verzerrte. Vielleicht hatte er es sich nur eingebildet, dass es einmal etwas Gutes zwischen ihnen gegeben hatte und sie hatte nie etwas davon gemerkt. Vielleicht hatte er sich so sehr danach gesehnt, dass er es sich einfach zurechtgeträumt hatte. Er stand auf und räusperte sich. »Ist auch egal. Ich komme vielleicht später nochmal wieder.« Sie lag immer noch auf Knien, den Kopf nahe am Boden. Als er ging, sah sie nicht einmal auf. Der Tod war für Neunfinger Logen kein Fremder. Sein ganzes Leben lang hatte er ihn begleitet. Nach der Schlacht von Caerleon vor langer Zeit hatte er zugesehen, wie man die Leichen dutzendweise verbrannt hatte. Hunderte hatte man vor seinen Augen im namenlosen Tal in den hohen Höhen begraben. Unter den Ruinen von Aulkus war er auf einem Berg aus Menschenknochen herumgeklettert. Aber selbst der blutige Neuner, der meistgefürchtete Mann im ganzen Norden, hatte so etwas noch nie gesehen. Am Rand der breiten Straße waren in großen Haufen bis auf Brusthöhe Leichen aufgestapelt. Zusammengesunkene Leichenberge, überall. Hunderte und Aberhunderte. Zu viele, als dass er ihre Zahl hätte schätzen können. Man hatte sich bemüht, sie abzudecken, war aber nicht besonders gründlich gewesen. Die Toten dankten es einem schließlich nicht mehr. Zerfetzte Laken, mit gebrossenen Holzstücken beschwert, flatterten im leichten Wind und schlaffe Hände und Füße sahen darunter hervor. An diesem Ende der Straße standen noch ein paar Statuen. Einst stolze Könige und ihre Ratgeber, steinerne Gesichter und Körper, vernarbt und zerlöchert, sahen traurig auf die blutigen Überreste, die man zu ihren Füßen aufgetürmt hatte. Es waren genug, damit Logen erkannte, dass er sich tatsächlich auf dem Weg der Könige befand und nicht etwa ins Land der Toten hineingestolpert war. 100 Schritt entfernt standen nur noch leere Sockel, auf einem ragten sogar noch die gebrochenen Beine empor. Eine seltsame Gruppe von Menschen hatte sich darum versammelt. Sie wirkten verkümmert, halb tot, halb lebendig. Ein Mann saß auf einem Steinquader und starrte ausdruckslos vor sich hin, während er sich büschelweise Haar vom Kopf zog. Ein anderer hustete in einen blutigen Lumpen.
Eine Frau und ein Mann lagen nebeneinander, starrten leer ins Nichts, und ihre Gesichter waren so sehr eingesunken, dass sie wie Totenschädel aussahen. Die Frau atmete rasselnd und schnell. Der Mann atmete gar nicht. Noch einmal 100 Schritt weiter kam es Logen vor, als ginge er durch eine zerstörte Hölle. Nichts deutete mehr darauf hin, dass hier einmal Statuen, Häuser oder sonst etwas gestanden hatten. Es gab nur noch wirre Haufen aus seltsamen Trümmern. Gebrochener Stein, gesplittertes Holz, verbogenes Metall, Papier, Glas, alles zusammengepresst und mit Staub und Schlamm verbunden. Aus dem Schutt ragten einige Dinge, die noch seltsam unversehrt waren: eine Tür, ein Stuhl, ein Teppich, ein bemalter Teller oder das lächelnde Gesicht einer Statue. Überall in diesem Chaos waren Männer und Frauen unterwegs, von oben bis unten verdreckt, suchten in dem Schutt herum, warfen Bruchstücke auf die Straße und versuchten, sich einen Weg zu bahnen. Rettungskräfte, Arbeiter, Diebe, wer wusste das schon? Logen kam an einem mannshohen Feuerstoß vorüber und fühlte dessen wärmenden Kuss auf seiner Wange. Ein großer Soldat in einer rußverschmierten Rüstung stand daneben. »Haben Sie irgendwas aus weißem Metall gefunden?« brüllte er zu den Suchenden hinüber. »Something made of white metal? If so, into the fire with it immediately. Flesh in white metal? Burn it immediately. That is the command of the closed council.« A few more steps away, someone stood at the very top of one of the highest piles of rubble, struggling with a large wooden plank. He turned a little to get a better grip, and it was none other than Jezal dan Lutar. His clothes were torn and soiled, and his face was smeared with dirt. He looked almost as little like ein König wie Logen. Ein stockiger Mann, sein Arm in einer Schling, looked up at him. »Your Majesty, you are not safe up there,« he squeaked in einer strange girlischen voice. »We really should.« »No, I am needed here.« Jezal bent over the beam again and tugged at it, bis die Venen in seinem Hals standen heraus. Es war offensichtlich unmöglich für ihn, irgendetwas allein zu erleiden, aber er tried anyway. Logen watched him. »How long has he been doing that?« »All night and all day«, sagte der stockige Mann, »und es doesn't look like he wants to stop. The few we found alive, almost all have this disease.
Er pointete mit seinem guten Arm auf das pathetische Gruppe benähte Statues. Their hair is falling out, their nails, their teeth, they are shrinking. Some have already died. For others, it won't be long. He slowly shook his head. What have we done to deserve such a punishment? It is not always the guilty who are punished. Ninefingers! Jezza looked down at them, the watery sun shining on him from behind. You have a strong back. Grab the end of that beam there. Es war schwer zu sagen, was gut Carrion Away einen Single Beam würde tun, amidst all dieser Destruktion. Aber große Reisen beginnen mit kleinen Schritten. Logens Vater hatte alt geworden ihm. So er kletterte auf, während das Holz knarrte und die Steine schlippten unter seinen Buten, strengte all den Weg nach oben, stand aufrecht und luckte herum. Bei der Dead. Von hier, die Mountains von Rubbel schienen unendlich zu strecken. People kletterte überall, fieberhaft amangen den Steinen, vorsichtig den Seite hielten oder schlicht nur herumschauten wie er, blind durch die Ausmaße der Destruktion. Sie waren in einem Kreis von Ruinen, eine Meile im Durchmesser. »Help me, Logan.« »Aye, sure.« Er bente down und schlitt seine Hände unter ein Ende des langen, geskarrten Holzplank. 2 Könige tragen einen Beam zur Seite, die Könige von Dert. »Then pull.« Logan pullte und seine Stiche brannten. Sehr langsam fühlte er das Holz moven. »Yes!« Jezal pantete durch grittete Zähne. Gemeinsam lifteten sie den Beam und pushten ihn zur Seite. Jezal richtete down und riss einen trockenen Ast zur Seite, tore away einen tatternden Kloss. Beneath es lag eine Frau, die zur Seite schaute. Sie hielt einen gebrochenen Arm, protective um ein Kind, dessen curliges Haar dunkel mit Blut war. »All right.« Jezal slowly wiped his mouth with a dirty hand. »Very well, we'll lay them with the other dead.« Er kletterte weiter über die Rubbel. »You there, bring me the crowbar. Here, und a pickaxe too. We need to clear away these wall fragments. Stack the stones over there. We'll need them later, for rebuilding.« Logan placed his hand on his shoulder. »Jezal, wait. You know me, don't you?« »Of course, I should think so.« »All right, then tell me something. Am I—« He sought for the right words. »Am I a bad person? You?« Jezal stared at him confused. »You are the best person I know.« Diese kamen unter einem Spaltbaum im Park, ein schattiger Kreis. Schattige Silhouetten von Männern, die still und standen, während rot und goldge Wolken am setzenden Sonnen über ihnen lagen. Logan hörte deren deliberierte Worte, als er zog, Worte für die Toten, sanft und traurig. Er konnte die Gräber an deren Füße sehen, 2 Dutzend Mounde von frisch umgegrabener Erde, angeordnet in einem Kreis, um jeden darzustellen, der gleich ist. Der große Ausgleicher, wie die Mountainvolker sagen. Men lagen in der Erde und Men sprechen Worte. Es könnte eine Szene aus dem alten Nord gewesen sein, von der Zeit von Scarling ohne Kapp. Harding Grim, never saw a better archer, never. Can't even count how many times he saved my life, and he never expected thanks for it. Only perhaps that I would do the same for him. Guess I couldn't, not this time anyway. Guess none of us could. Der Dogman's voice faded. Ein paar Köpfe drehten zu Logen, dessen Buten über den Kies kratschten. »If it isn't the King of the Northmen«, Serla sagte, »the Bloody Nine himself.« »Then I suppose we should bow, eh?« Nun schauten alle auf ihn. Er konnte seine Augen glitzern im Twilight sehen. Ein paar schädige Umrisse, ohne den einzelnen Mann einfach voneinander zu halten. Eine Gruppe von Schatten, eine Gruppe von Geistern und genauso unfreundlich. »Perhaps you'd like to say something too, Bloody Nine?« Eine Voice von hinten rannte auf. »I don't think so«, sagte er. »You're doing it right. There was no reason for us to be here.« More Sympathie erfolgte. »It wasn't our very fight. They didn't have to die.« Mehr Murmeln. »You're the one we should be burying.« »Aye, maybe.« Logan wäre gerne geweint, wenn er das hörte, aber instattdessen er lachte. Der Bloody Nine Smile, der Grins eines Schädels, in dem nur Tod ist. »Maybe, but you don't decide who dies, unless you have enough guts to take matters into your own hands. Do you?
Any of you? Silence. Well then, good for Harding Grim, good for the other dead, we will miss them all. Logen trennte seinen Kopf und spannte auf den Boden. I don't care about you others. Damit drehte er sich und ging Weg, auf den er gekommen war. In die Dunkelheit. Answers. So viel zu tun. Das Haus der Inquisitionen stand noch und jemand musste nun die Rähne ausreißen nun. Und wer wäre das? Superior Goyle? Leider ein Flatbautschoß tot ins Herz. Jemand musste sich um die Bestattung und die Internierung der vielen Hunderte gefangener Gurkisch ausmachen, deren Anzahl jeden Tag wächst, als die Armee die Angreifer zurück zu Kellen drängt. Und wer anders könnte es? Practicals Vitari? Sie hat die Union für immer verlassen, mit ihren Kindern im Gepäck. Jemand musste Lord Brocks Betrug untersuchen, track down und ausmachen seine Komplizen, organisieren Anhaltungen und forzen Endgeständnisse. Und wer anders wäre da? Archlektor Sult? Wohl leider nicht. Glokta kam an seine Tür, gähnend, und biss seine wenige Zähne auf, den Schmerz in seinen Beinen. Alles in allem eine fortunatische Entscheidung, uns in die Ostseite der Agriont zu bewegen. Man sollte dankbar sein für die kleinen Dinge im Leben, zum Beispiel einen Ort, bei dem man seine gelähmten Lieder ausruhen kann. Mein altes Apartment ist unzweifelhaft unter 1000 Tonnen Rubbelverbunde wie der Rest von. Der Fronttür war nicht ordentlich zugemacht. Er drückte ganz leicht gegen sie und es schwang auf mit einem Knarzen.
Soft lamplight streamed through a shimmering gap into the hallway, over the end of Glokta's stick and the muddy toe of one boot. I certainly locked the door, and definitely didn't leave a lamp burning. His tongue slid nervously over his empty gums. So, I have a visitor, an uninvited visitor. Do I enter and welcome him? His eyes slid to the shadows in the corners of the hallway. Or do I try to get away? He almost smiled as he shuffled over the threshold, first the stick, then the right foot, and finally the left, which he laboriously dragged after him. Glokta's guest sat in the light of a single lamp by the window, illuminating the hard planes of his face, while cold darkness gathered in the deep furrows. Before him stood the four sides board, exactly as Glokta had left it, and the pieces cast long shadows over the two-toned wooden squares. So, Superior Glokta, I have been waiting for you, and I for you. Glokta limped to the table, his stick scraping across the bare floorboards, as hesitantly as a man would hobble to the scaffold. Well, no one can permanently outwit the executioner. Perhaps we will at least find some answers before the end. I have always dreamed of departing well-informed. Slowly, very slowly, he sank, panting, into the empty armchair. Do I have the pleasure of speaking with Master Valent or Master Bulk? Bayaz smiled. With both, of course. Glokta wrapped his tongue around one of his few remaining teeth and pulled it away with a slight sucking sound. And to what circumstance do I owe this overwhelming honor? Did I not say, back when we visited the house of the Maker, that we should speak again when the opportunity arose? About what I want and about what you want. That moment has now come. What a happy day! The first of the Magi looked at him with the same expression in his eyes as a man observing an interesting beetle. I must confess, you fascinate me, Superior. Your life seems utterly unbearable, and yet you fight so incredibly hard to preserve it, with every weapon, with every strategy. You simply refuse to die. I am ready to die, Glokta returned the gaze in the same way, but I refuse to lose. Whatever it costs you, eh? You and I are of the same kind, and we are truly a rare breed. We understand what must be done, and we do not shrink from it, no matter what feelings may be involved. You surely remember Lord Ficht. If I look back a very long way, the Golden Chancellor, it is said he led the closed council for 40 years. They say he ruled the Union. Salt said that. Salt said his death left a hole that both he and Morovia would have gladly filled. That was the moment this whole ugly dance began, for me anyway. With a visit from the Archlector, with the confession of my old friend Salem Ruse, with the arrest of Sepp Don Teufel, the master of the mint. Bayaz ran the tip of his thick finger over the pieces on the four-sided board, as if contemplating his next move. Ficht and I had an agreement. I made him so powerful. He served me fully and completely. Ficht, the foundation on which our nation rested, served you? I had expected a little megalomania, but that is truly hard to beat. Am I to assume, then, that you have controlled the Union all this time? Bayaz snorted. I have, ever since I welded this whole very structure together in the days of Herod the so-called Great. Occasionally, it was necessary for me to take a hand myself, as in this most recent crisis. But most of the time, I kept my distance, hidden, as it were, behind the curtain. It's a little stuffy back there, I'd imagine. Somewhat uncomfortable, but unavoidable. The lamp's light illuminated the Magus's white grin. People like to watch the pretty puppets, Superior. A glimpse of the puppeteer can be extremely disturbing for them. Perhaps they might even notice the strings on their own wrists. Salt once peeked behind the curtain for a moment, and you saw the trouble he caused afterwards. Bayaz tipped over a piece, which clattered to its side and rocked gently back and forth. Let's assume you are indeed the great architect, and we owe you. Glokta gestured towards the window. A few mornings of wonderful destruction. All of this, why this generosity? It wasn't entirely selfless, I must admit. Khalul had the Gurkish fight for him. I needed my own soldiers. Even the greatest generals need a few small men to hold the front. Lost in thought, he nudged one of the smaller pieces forward. Even the greatest warrior needs his armor. Glokta pushed out his lower lip. But then Ficht died, and you were suddenly naked. As naked as a baby, and at my age. Bayaz let out a long sigh. And I faced a storm, for Khalul was preparing for war. I probably should have sought a suitable successor earlier, but my thoughts were distracted, and I had buried myself in my books. The older one gets, the faster the years pass. It's easy to forget how quickly people die. And how easily. The Golden Chancellor's death left a hole, Glokta mused. Salt and Morovia saw an opportunity to seize power themselves and implement their ideas about the direction the nation should take. Utterly nonsensical ideas. Salt wanted to return to an imaginary past where everyone had their fixed place and always did what they were told. And Morovia? Morovia wanted to throw power to the people. Elections? Votes? The voice of the common man? He did express something like that once, yes. I hope you commented on that with appropriate contempt. Power for the people? Bayaz snorted dismissively. The people don't want it. They don't understand it either. What in the world would they do with it if they had it? People are like children. They are children. They need someone to tell them what to do. Someone like you, I suppose? Who would be better suited? Morovia thought he could use me for his little schemes, but in reality, I was using him. While he squabbled with Salt over crumbs, the game was already won, by a move I had prepared long ago. Glokta nodded slowly. Jezel Don Luthar, our little rascal, your friend and mine. But a rascal is useless as long as... Crown Prince Raymalt was in the way. The Magus tipped over another piece, which slowly rolled off the board and clattered onto the table. We are speaking of great events. Attrition is everywhere. You made it look as if he had been killed by a devourer. Oh, he was. Bayaz looked at Glokta from the shadows with satisfaction. Not all who break the second commandment serve Khalul. My apprentice, Yoro Sulphur, has long indulged a bite or two occasionally. He snapped his even, smooth rows of teeth together. I understand.
We are at war, Superior. In war, you must use every weapon at your disposal. Restraint is foolishness. Worse, restraint is cowardice. But look who I am preaching to here. You need no instruction in ruthlessness. No, they drilled it into me in the Emperor's prisons, and I have applied it ever since. Bayaz gently pushed another piece forward. A useful man, this sulfur. A man who long ago recognized the necessities arising from our situation and mastered the art of assuming different forms. He was the guard who wept outside Prince Reynolt's bedroom door, the guard who seemed to have vanished into thin air the next day. A scrap of cloth from the envoy's bedroom, Glokta murmured, and bloodstains on his robe. And so an innocent went to the scaffold, and the war between Gurkul and the Union began. 2 obstacles swept out of the way with one powerful stroke of the broom. Peace with the Gurkish did not fit my plan. It was sloppy of Sulfur to leave such obvious clues, but he also didn't expect you to be interested in the truth, as long as there was a plausible explanation. Glokta nodded slowly, as the web of events gradually sorted itself out in his mind.
He learned of my investigations through Severard, and then I received the friendly visit from your walking corpse, Mothis, who let me know that I was risking my life by continuing to investigate. Precisely. On other occasions, Yoro assumed a different form and called himself the Tanner to entice a few peasants to rather inappropriate behavior. Bayaz examined his fingernails, all, of course, in the service of the good cause, Superior. To lend a little more glory to your latest puppet, to win him the favor of the people, to make him a familiar face to the nobles and the closed council. You were the source of all the rumors. Heroic deeds in the ruined West? Jezzel Den Luthar? Bayaz snorted contemptuously. He did little more than constantly grumble about the rain. It's fascinating what nonsense idiots will believe as long as it's stated loudly enough. And you also influenced the tournament. You noticed that? Bayaz's smile widened further. I am impressed, Superior. I am extremely impressed. You were so close to the truth all this time, and yet so far from it. I wouldn't feel bad about it. I have many advantages. Salt eventually stumbled upon the answers, but far too late. I had a suspicion of what he would plan from the beginning. And that's why you asked me to shadow him? That you only obeyed me at the last moment did indeed anger me not insignificantly. It would have helped to ask nicely. At least it would have been a refreshing change. I regret that I found myself in a somewhat difficult position, a typical problem when serving too many masters. That's probably resolved now, isn't it? I was almost disappointed when I found out how limited Salt's studies were. Salt, candles, and incantations? How ridiculously childish! It was enough to bring an early end to the would-be Democrat Morovia, but it would never have posed even the slightest threat to me. Glokta looked at the 4-sided board with a frown. Salt and Morovia. For all their cunning and all their power, their ugly little struggles were of no importance. They were insignificant minor figures in this game. And what am I then? At best, a speck of dust between the individual squares. What about the mysterious visitor in your chambers on that first day I met you? A visitor who perhaps also came to my chambers? A woman, and cold. A frown appeared on Bayaz's forehead. A mistake I made in my youth. You had better not speak of it again. Oh, as you command. And the great prophet Kalul? The war will continue, on other battlefields with other soldiers. But it will have been the last battle fought with the weapons of the past. Magic is leaking from the world. The teachings of the old time are fading into the darkness of history. A new age is dawning. The magus made a careless gesture, and then something sparkled in the air, clattered into the center of the board, and spun until it rolled flat on its side with the unmistakable clink of a coin. A golden 50-mark piece, shimmering warm and inviting in the lamplight.
Glokta almost laughed. Ah, even now, and even here, it always comes back to the same thing. Everything has its price. It was money that led to victory in King Guslav's ill-conceived war against the Gurkish, Bayaz said. Money united the open council behind his bastard king. Money drove Grand Duke Orso to defend his daughter and changed the situation in our favor. My money. Only with money could I hold Dagaska for so long. And you know whose money it was? Who would have thought? Apparently, he is more the first of the moneylenders than the first of the Magi. Open and closed council, commoners and kings, merchants and torturers, all caught in the golden web. A web of debts, of lies and secrets, every thread carefully plucked into place and then played like a harp by a master. And what about poor superior Glokta, this clumsy fool? Is there a place in this sweet music for his bitter sound? Or will the life lent to me now be called in? I suppose I should congratulate you. You played your hand well, Glokta muttered bitterly. Puh. Bayaz dismissed it with a wave of his hand. Gathering a bunch of savages under that jerk Harad and making them behave like civilized people. Holding the Union together during the Civil War and raising that fool Arnott to the throne. Leading the coward Casimir in the conquest of England. That's where I played my hand well. This was nothing. I hold all the cards, and so it will remain. I have. It's starting to get on my nerves. And blah, blah, blah. The stench of self-satisfaction is slowly becoming unbearable. If you want to kill me, then set me on fire and let me burn to ashes, but then let's get it over with. But for goodness sake, spare me your boasting. They sat for a long moment, looking silently across the dark table. Long enough for Glokta's leg to begin to tremble, his eye to water, and his toothless mouth to become dry as desert dust. Oh, sweet premonition! Is it coming now? Is it coming now? Is it? Kill you? Bayaz asked mildly, and deprive me of your delicious sense of humor? Then it's probably not coming now. But why did you lay all your cards on the table before me then? Because I will soon leave Adua. The magus leaned forward, and his hard face came back into the light. Because it is important that you understand who holds the power and who will always keep it. Because it is important that you, unlike Salt or Morovia, have the right perspective. Because it is important if you want to serve me. Serve you? I would rather spend 2 years in stinking darkness. I would rather be tortured until my leg is nothing but minced meat. I would rather have all my teeth pulled out. But since I have already done all that, you will take on the task that Ficht once had, the task that some 20 great men before him shouldered. You will be my representative in the Union. You will lead the closed council, as well as the open council and our mutual friend, the king. You will ensure he has heirs. You will guarantee a stable government. In short, you will take care of everything while I am gone. But the others in the closed council will never. Those who survived have already been spoken to. They will all bow to your authority. To my authority, of course. How can I? I will contact you, frequently, through my people in the bank, through my apprentice Sulphur, by other means. You will notice. I suppose I have no choice in this matter? Not as long as you cannot repay me the 1,000,000 marks you owe me. With interest. Glokta ran his hands over the front of his shirt. Very. I left my purse at work. Then I fear you have no choice. But why should you refuse my proposal? I offer you the opportunity to shape a new age. To get my hands dirty up to the elbows with your dirty work? To be a great man, the greatest of all men. To ride the closed council like a crippled colossus. To see your effigy carved in stone on the path of kings. so that children can be scared with his ugliness. Of course, only after the rubble and corpses have been cleared away. To determine the fate of a nation under your guidance? Of course, nothing is free, you know that. Again, the magus flicked his hand, and an object clattered onto the four-sided board. It lay before Glokta, and gold shimmered. The Archlector's ring. So often I have leaned forward to kiss this gem. Who would have dreamed that I would wear it one day? Glokta picked it up and turned it thoughtfully in his hands. And so I finally managed to shake off one Dark Master, only to find that another now holds my leash in his fist, an even darker and more dangerous lord. But what choice do I have? What choices does anyone have? He slid the ring onto his finger. The large gem shimmered in the lamplight and sparkled in deep purple. From a dead man to the greatest in the entire realm, all in one evening. "It fits," Glokta murmured. "Of course, Your Eminence."
That was always clear to me. The wounded West woke with a jolt and tried to sit up hastily. Pain shot up his leg, through his chest and through his right arm, and the pain remained and throbbed. Groaning, he sank back and stared at the ceiling, a vaulted stone ceiling beneath which dense shadows hung. Now sounds reached his ear from everywhere. Groans and whimpers, coughs and sobs, rapid gasps, drawn-out growls. Occasionally, a clearly discernible cry of pain. Sounds somewhere between human and animal. To his left, a voice whispered hoarsely and endlessly the same thing over and over, like a rat scratching at a wall. "I can't see anything. Very wind. I can't see anything. Where am I? Is anyone there? I can't see anything." West swallowed and felt the pain increase. In the Gurkle infirmaries, he had heard such sounds before, when he had gone there to visit the wounded soldiers of his company. He remembered the stench and the noise that prevailed in those terrible tents, the misery of the men, but above all, the overwhelming need to leave that place and be among the healthy again. But it was already terribly clear to him that this time it would not be so easy to get out. He was among the wounded, a completely different, contemptible, and disgusting species. Horror slowly crept through his body, mixing with the pain. How badly was he injured? Did he still have all his limbs? He tried to move his fingers and wiggle his toes, biting his teeth together as the pain in his arm and leg only worsened. Trembling, he managed to bring his left hand up to his face, turning it back and forth in the dim light. It seemed whole and intact. But this arm was the only limb he could move at all, and that only with the greatest effort. Panic rose in his throat and seized him. "Where am I? Very wind. I can't see anything. Help! Help! Where am I?" "Shut your very mouth!" West roared, but the words stuck in his dry throat. Only a hollow cough came out, setting his ribs ablaze again. "Shh!" A gentle touch on his chest. "Just lie still." A blurred face came into his field of vision. The face of a woman, he believed, with blonde hair, but he couldn't get a clear look. He closed his eyes and stopped trying. Somehow, it didn't seem important either. Something pressed against his lips, a bottleneck. Too hastily he drank, spat, and felt cold water run down his throat. "What happened?" he croaked. "You were wounded." "I know that. I mean, in the city, the wind." "I don't know. I don't think anyone knows." "Did we win?" "I suppose. The Gurkish were driven out of the city, yes, but there are very many wounded." Another sip of water. This time he managed to drink without choking. "Who are you?" "My name is Aris, Don Kaspa." "Aris?" West searched for the name. "I knew your cousin. Quite well, actually. A good man. He always talked about how beautiful you are. And how rich," he murmured, vaguely aware that he shouldn't say it, but he couldn't stop his mouth from moving. "Very rich. He died. In the mountains." "I know."
"What are you doing here?" "I'm trying to help the wounded. You should try to sleep now, if you—" "Am I unharmed?" A pause. "Yes, sleep if you can." Her dark face blurred even more, and West allowed his eyes to close. The tormented sounds around him gradually faded. He was unharmed. Everything would be all right. Someone sat beside his bed. Artie, his sister. He blinked, moved his bitter-tasting mouth, and for a moment wasn't sure where he was. "Am I dreaming?" She reached out and dug her nails into his arm. "Ah!" A painful dream then. "No," he was forced to admit. "This is reality." She looked good, much better than the last time he'd seen her, that much was certain. At least there was no blood on her face, and no look of pure hatred, just a thoughtful frown. He tried to sit up, but couldn't, and sank back down. She offered him no help. He hadn't really expected it. "How bad is it?" he asked. "Apparently not too bad. A broken arm, a few broken ribs, and a badly bruised leg, I'm told. A few cuts on your face, one or two of which might leave scars later. But I've always had a monopoly on good looks in our family anyway." He let out a short laugh and immediately winced as he felt the pain in his chest. "That's true enough. And the brains, too. You don't have to feel bad about it. I've used both to make my life the outstanding success you see before you. Achievements you, as Lord Marshal of the Union, can only dream of." "Stop it," he hissed, pressing his good hand to his ribs. "That hurts. No worse than you deserve." His laughter stuttered to a halt, and for a short time they were silent, looking at each other. Even that was difficult. "Artie," his voice failed in his sore throat. "Can you forgive me?" "I already have. The first time I heard you were dead." She tried to smile, he could see that, but she still had that angry set to her mouth. She probably would have preferred to scratch his face rather than just his arm. For a moment, he was almost glad he was wounded. She had no choice but to be gentle with him. "It's good that you're not dead, I mean." She looked uneasily over her shoulder. A small commotion arose at the other end of the long cellar. Raised voices, the clatter of a man's footsteps in full armor. "The king!" Whoever said it almost squeaked with excitement. "The king is coming back to us!" In their beds, all the men turned their heads and propped themselves up. Nervous excitement spread from one cot to the next. "The king?" they whispered, faces tense and expectant, as if they were among the chosen few to witness a divine apparition. Several figures moved in the shadows on the other side of the hall. West craned his neck to see, but only caught the glint of metal in the darkness. The foremost figure stopped beside a wounded man a few beds away. "Are you being well cared for here?" A strangely familiar and yet strangely unfamiliar voice. "Yes, Your Majesty. Is there anything you need? A kiss from a good woman, perhaps? I would gladly give you one, but alas, I am merely a king. We are far more ordinary than good women." Men laughed, though it wasn't funny. West suspected this was one of the advantages of being a ruler, that people laughed even at the flat jokes. Perhaps another blanket, Your Majesty. It gets quite cold here at night." "Of course." The figure turned to a man standing behind him. Lord Huff, as West now recognized, kept a respectful distance. "Another blanket for every man down here." The Lord Treasurer, the feared scourge of the audience chamber, nodded humbly like a meek child. The king stood there and now stepped into the light. Of course, it was Jezeldon Luthar, and yet it was hard to believe he was still the same. This was not only due to the noble fur coat and the golden circlet on his brow. He seemed taller, still handsome, but no longer boyish. A deep scar on his bearded chin gave him an air of vigor and strength. The haughty expression had given way to a commanding frown. The loose, overly confident posture had become a purposeful stride. He slowly worked his way down the aisle between the beds, having a few words for each man, shaking their hands, thanking them, and promising them help. No one was overlooked. "Long live the king!" someone gurgled through clenched teeth. "No, no, it is you who should be celebrated, my brave friends. You who have made so many sacrifices in my name. I am deeply in your debt. Only with your help could the Gurkish be defeated. Only with your help was the Union saved. I never forget my debts, I promise you." West stared at the man, astonished. Whoever this strange apparition might be, he looked like Jezal Don Luthar, but spoke like a king. West almost felt the ridiculous urge to roll out of bed and kneel. A wounded man was about to do just that as the king passed his cot.
Jezal held him back with a gentle pressure on his chest, smiled, and clapped him on the shoulder, as if he had done nothing his whole life but comfort the injured, instead of getting drunk in some rat holes with the other officers and complaining about the undemanding duties imposed upon him. He came closer and now saw West lying stretched out. His face brightened, though a tooth was now missing from his smile. "Column West," he said, stepping quickly to the bed. "Honestly, I've never been so glad to see your face in my entire life." West moved his jaw muscles, but hardly knew what to say. Jezal turned to his sister. "Ardi, I hope you are well." "Yes." She said nothing else. The two looked at each other for a long, uncomfortable moment and did not speak. Lord Hoff cast a worried glance at the king, at West, at Ardi. Then he squeezed himself a little between them. "Your Majesty, we should—" Jezal silenced him with a casual wave of his hand. "I trust you will soon be sitting by my side in the closed council, West. I could really use a friendly face there, not to mention good counsel. You have always been an inexhaustible source of good advice. I never thanked you for that. Well, I thank you now. Your Majesty." No, always Jezal to you, I hope. You will, of course, have a room in the palace. You will be cared for by the royal physician. Everything possible shall be done for you. Please see to it, Hoff. The Lord Treasurer bowed. "Of course, it will be arranged immediately." "Good, good. I am glad you are well, West. I cannot afford to lose you." The king nodded to him, then to his sister. Finally, he turned and moved on, shaking hands, speaking gentle words. A wellspring of hope seemed to surround him wherever he went. Despair followed behind. The smiles faded as soon as he departed. The men sank back onto their cots, and pain filled their faces. "Responsibility seems to have made a better man of him," West said softly. "He's almost unrecognizable. How long do you think it will last?" "I would be happy if it lasted, but I've always been an optimist." "That's good." Ardi watched the wonderful new king of the Union walk away, and the wounded rose from their beds to at least catch a touch of his cloak. That at least one of us can think that way. "Marshal West." "Jallenhorm, good to see you." West threw back the blankets with his good hand, swung his legs over the edge of the bed, and struggled into a sitting position. The massive man shook his hand and clapped him on the shoulder. "You look well." West smiled faintly. "It gets a little better every day, Major. How are my troops?" "They're trying to stumble along without you. Croy's holding everything together. He's not a bad fellow, the general, once you get used to him." "If you say so. How many people have we lost?" "Still hard to say. The situation is quite confused. Entire companies are missing. Units hastily assembled are still chasing scattered Gurkish across the land. I don't think we'll have numbers for a while. I don't know if we ever will. No one fared well, but it was the soldiers of the 9th Regiment who fought in the west of the Agriant. They took the brunt of it." He searched for words. Von dieser ganzen Sache." West verzog das Gesicht. Er erinnerte sich an die schwarze Säule herumwirbelnder Gegenstände, die von der gemarterten Erde bis in die kreisenden Wolken reichte. An die Trümmer, die seine Haut gestreift hatten, an den heulenden Wind um ihn herum. Was war denn das eigentlich? Ich will verdammt sein, wenn ich das wüsste. Jallenhorn schüttelte den Kopf. Oder sonst jemand. Aber Gerüchten zufolge hatte dieser Bajas irgendwas damit zu tun. Die Hälfte des Agrians liegt in Trümmern und man hat kaum damit begonnen, den Schutt abzutragen. So etwas haben Sie noch nicht gesehen, das kann ich Ihnen sagen. Jede Menge Tote liegen dazwischen. Leichen, überall unter freiem Himmel aufgetürmt.
Gjallenhorn holte tief Luft. Und jeden Tag sterben mehr Menschen. Viele werden krank. Er erschauerte. Diese Krankheit, Seuchen, die gibt es in jedem Krieg. Nicht so. Es gibt schon Hunderte von Fällen. Manche sterben in nur einem Tag. Man kann geradezu dabei zusehen. Bei anderen dauert es länger. Sie verdorren, bis sie nur noch Haut und Knochen sind. Sie füllen schon ganze Säle, Orte voller Gestank und Hoffnungslosigkeit. Aber darüber brauchen Sie sich keine Gedanken zu machen. Er schüttelte sich. Ich muss jetzt gehen. Schon? Ich konnte nur auf einen Sprung vorbeikommen, Herr Marschall. Ich helfe dabei, alles für Polders Beerdigung vorzubereiten. Können Sie sich das vorstellen? Er bekommt ein Staatsbegräbnis auf Befehl des Königs. Soll heißen, auf Befehl Jasels. Jasel Dan Luthar. Er blies die Backen auf. Komische Sache, die seltsamste überhaupt. Die ganze Zeit über hatten wir einen Königssohn in unserer Mitte. Ich wusste, dass es einen Grund dafür geben musste, wieso er so gut im Kartenspielen war. Er gab West noch einen Klaps auf die Schulter. »Es freut mich, Sie so wohl aufzufinden, Herr Marschall. Wusste ich doch, dass Sie nichts lange ans Bett fesseln würde. Halten Sie sich aus allem Ärger raus«, rief West ihm nach, als Gjallenhorn hinausging. »Wie immer.« Der massige Mann grinste, als er die Tür hinter sich schloss. West nahm den Stock, der neben dem Bett lehnte, biss die Zähne zusammen und richtete sich mühsam auf. Er humpelte über das breite Stück schachbrettartiger Fliesen bis zum Fenster, einen schmerzenden Schritt nach dem nächsten, und blinzelte endlich in die Morgensonne. Wenn man von hier auf den Palastgarten hinabsah, konnte man sich kaum vorstellen, dass ein Krieg stattgefunden hatte und dass es irgendwo Ruinen und ganze Berge von Leichen gab. Der Rasen war sauber geschnitten, der Kies ordentlich gehakt. Die letzten braunen Blätter waren von den Bäumen gefallen, und die glatten Äste ragten schwarz und nackt in den Himmel. Es war Herbst gewesen, als er nach England aufgebrochen war. Konnte das wirklich erst ein Jahr her sein? Er hatte 4 große Schlachten überlebt, eine Belagerung, einen Hinterhalt und ein blutiges Handgemenge. Er hatte einen Zweikampf bis zum Tod angesehen. Er hatte im Mittelpunkt großer Ereignisse gestanden. Er hatte einen Gewaltmarsch über Hunderte von Meilen durch den tristen Winter Englands überstanden. An den unwahrscheinlichsten Orten hatte er neue Kameraden gefunden, und Freunde waren vor seinen Augen gestorben. Burr, Caspar, Cathal, Dreibaum, alle wieder zu Schlamm geworden, wie die Nordmänner sagten. Er hatte dem Tod ins Auge gesehen, und er hatte ihn gebracht. Gequält bewegte er seinen schmerzenden Arm in der Schlinge. Den Thronerben der Union hatte er mit seinen eigenen Händen ermordet. Und dann war er aufgestiegen, durch einen Glücksfall, der ans Unmögliche grenzte, und bekleidete nun einen der höchsten Posten im ganzen Land. Ein sehr aufregendes Jahr. Und jetzt, es war vorbei. Frieden, jedenfalls gewissermaßen. Die Stadt lag in Trümmern, und jeder Mann musste seinen Teil beitragen, aber er schuldete sich eine Pause. Die würde ihm sicherlich niemand missgönnen. Vielleicht konnte er darauf bestehen, dass ihn Aristan Caspar weiterhin versorgte. Eine reiche und schöne Pflegerin erschien ihm genau das, was er jetzt brauchte. »Du solltest noch nicht aufstehen.« Adi stand in der Tür. Er grinste. Es war schön, sie zu sehen. In den letzten Tagen waren sie einander sehr nahe gewesen. Beinahe so, wie es früher einmal gewesen war, als sie noch Kinder waren. »Mach dir keine Sorgen, mir geht es jeden Tag besser.« Sie ging zum Fenster hinüber. »Aber natürlich, in ein paar Wochen wirst du so kräftig wie ein kleines Mädchen. Marsch, zurück ins Bett.« Sie schob ihren Arm unter den seinen und nahm ihm den Stock aus der Hand, dann führte sie ihn durchs Zimmer. West machte keine Anstalten, sich zu widersetzen. Wenn er ehrlich war, dann fühlte er sich bereits wieder erschöpft. »Wir wollen nichts riskieren«, sagte sie.
»Du bist alles, was ich habe, muss ich leider sagen. Es sei denn, dass man den anderen Invaliden mitzählt, meinen guten Freund Sandan Glokta.« West lachte beinahe laut auf. »Das hat geklappt?« Der Mann ist natürlich völlig abscheulich, jedenfalls auf gewisse Weise. Gleichzeitig furcht- und mitleidererregend. Und dennoch, da es niemand anderen gab, mit dem ich hätte reden können, habe ich ihn seltsamerweise tatsächlich ins Herz geschlossen. Früher war er auf völlig andere Weise abscheulich. Ich weiß eigentlich nicht, wieso ich ihn damals ins Herz schloss, aber ich tat es. Vermutlich gibt es dafür keinen. Eine plötzliche Welle der Übelkeit packte seine Eingeweide, und er stolperte und wäre beinahe gestürzt. Dann sank er aufs Bett, das steife Bein vor sich ausgestreckt. Sein Blick war verschwommen, und um ihn drehte sich alles.
Mit zusammengebissenen Zähnen presste er die Hände gegen sein Gesicht und spürte, wie ihm der Speichel in den Mund floss. Ardés Hand berührte seine Schulter. »Ist alles in Ordnung?« »Ah, ja, es ist nur, ich habe immer wieder diese Übelkeitsanfälle.« Das Gefühl verebbte bereits wieder. Er rieb sich die brennenden Schläfen und dann den Hinterkopf. Dann hob er den Kopf und lächelte sie wieder an. »Ich bin sicher, das hat nichts zu bedeuten, Colm.« Zwischen seinen Fingern hingen Haare, sehr viele, seine eigenen, nach der Farbe zu urteilen. Er betrachtete sie mit verblüfftem Blinzeln. Dann lachte er hart und ungläubig. Es wurde eher ein Husten, ein feuchtes, salziges Husten, das tief unter seinen Rippen saß. »Ich weiß ja, dass Sie mir seit Jahren schon ausgehen«, krächzte er, »aber das ist nun doch ein bisschen stark.« Ardé lachte nicht. Sie starrte auf seine Hände, die Augen vor Entsetzen geweitet. Patriotische Pflichten. Glokta verzog gequält das Gesicht, als er sich auf den Stuhl sinken ließ. Es gab keinen Tusch, um den Augenblick zu bestimmen, an dem sein schmerzender Hintern das harte Holz berührte. Keine Runde Beifall, nur ein scharfes Knacken in seinem brennenden Knie. Und dennoch ist es ein Augenblick von größter Bedeutung, und zwar nicht nur für mich. Wer auch immer die Möbel des Weißen Saales entworfen hatte, er hatte nicht nur auf klare, strenge Linien gesetzt, sondern sich sogar in das Reich ausgesprochener Unbequemlichkeit begeben. Man sollte doch wohl annehmen, dass man sich für die mächtigsten Männer des Reiches zumindest ein paar Polster hätte leisten können. Vielleicht lag es aber auch in der Absicht, die hier Sitzenden ständig daran zu erinnern, dass man es sich an der Spitze der Macht nicht allzu gemütlich machen sollte. Er sah zur Seite und stellte fest, dass Bayas ihn beobachtete. »Nun, besser als ungemütlich fühle ich mich ohnehin nie. Habe ich das nicht oft gesagt?« Wieder verzog er das Gesicht, während er versuchte, mittels schlangengleicher Windungen ein wenig weiter nach vorn zu rücken, und die Stuhlbeine schabten geräuschvoll über den Boden. »Vor langer Zeit, als ich noch ein gut aussehender junger Mann mit besten Aussichten war, träumte ich davon, eines Tages als edler Lord Marschall oder geachteter Kronrichter oder sogar als ehrbarer Schatzmeister an diesem Tisch zu sitzen. Wer hätte geahnt, selbst in den dunkelsten Stunden, dass der hübsche Sanddern Glokta seinen Sitz im geschlossenen Rat eines Tages als gefürchteter, verabscheuter, allmächtiger Erzlektor der Inquisition einnehmen würde? Es fiel ihm schwer, das Lächeln zu unterdrücken, das sich über seinen zahnlosen Mund legen wollte, als er sich wieder auf das unnachgiebige Holz sinken ließ. Doch nicht jeden schien sein plötzlicher Aufstieg zu amüsieren. Vor allem König Jesal betrachtete Glokta mit einem finsteren Blick ausgesprochener Abneigung. »Bemerkenswert, dass Sie bereits in Ihrem Amt bestätigt wurden«, blaffte er. Bayas ergriff sofort das Wort. »So etwas kann sehr schnell gehen, wenn der Wille dazu da ist, Euer Majestät.« Immerhin, bemerkte Hoff, der sich für einen seltenen Augenblick von seinem Weinkelch losriss, um einen melancholischen Blick über den Tisch schweifen zu lassen, hat sich unsere Zahl ohnehin höchst betrüglich verringert. Das ist wohl wahr. Mehrere leere Stühle kündeten bedeutungsvoll von Verlusten. Marschall Varuz fehlte, er wurde allgemein für tot gehalten. Und ist es auch mit Sicherheit, denn schließlich hat er die Verteidigung vom Kettenturm ausgeleitet, ein Gebäude, das nun breit über die Straßen der Stadt verstreut liegt. Leb wohl, mein alter Fechtmeister, leb wohl. Auch Kronrichter Marovia hatte einen leeren Platz hinterlassen. Zweifelsohne versucht man noch, das gefrorene Fleisch von den Wänden seines Arbeitszimmers zu kratzen. Auch von meinem dritten Verehrer muss ich mich daher wohl verabschieden. Lord Valdis, Befehlshaber der Heroldsritter, war ebenfalls nicht anwesend. Hielt wohl am Südtor Wache, als die Gurkischen ihr Sprengpulver zündeten. Die Leiche wurde bisher nicht gefunden und wird es auch nie werden, sollte man annehmen. Admiral Reutzer fehlte ebenfalls. Auf See von einem Entermesser aufgeschlitzt. Man rechnet leider nicht damit, dass er überlebt. Wahrlich, an der Spitze der Macht ist das Gedränge längst nicht mehr so groß wie früher. Marshal West couldn't be with us, asked Lord Chancellor Halleck. He regrets it, but it's not possible for him. General Croy seemed to bite off every word with his teeth. He asked me to take his place and speak for the army. And how is the Marshal? He is injured, and also afflicted by the wasting sickness that recently spread in the Argriont, added the king, who cast a grim look at the first of the Magi across the long table. Regrettable. Bayaz's face, however, showed no regret or any other emotion. A terrible story, lamented Hoff. The doctors are baffled. Only a few survive. Luthar's gaze could certainly have killed now.
Let us therefore certainly hope, gushed Torlicom, that Marshal West will be among the lucky few. We really want to hope that. Although hope changes nothing at all. Now to business. Wein gurgelte von der Juck, als Hoff füllte seinen Goblet für den zweiten Mal seine Ankunft. How stands the war, General Croy? The Gurkish army has been completely routed. We pushed the soldiers back to Keln, where some managed to escape with the last remnants of their fleet. Grand Duke also, however, quickly put a stop to that. The Gurkish invasion has been repelled. The victory is ours. Und yet makes such a grim face, as if he had to admit defeat. Excellent. The nation owes its thanks to the brave soldiers. Congratulations, General. Croy stared at the tabletop. The congratulations are due to Lord Marshal West, who gave the orders, and General Pulder and the others who sacrificed their lives to carry them out. I was no more than an observer. But you contributed your part, and admirably so. Hoff raised seinen Goblet. Given the regrettable absence of Marshal Varuz, I am confident that His Majesty will soon offer you a promotion. He looked over at the king, und Jesal grummelte seinen Assent ohne besondere Enthusiasmus. I am of course honored to serve in any capacity His Majesty assigns me. The prisoners, however, sind einen mehr pressenden Problem. Wir haben viele tausend, aber keine food to. We don't have enough to eat for our own soldiers, our own citizens and our own wounded, sagte Hoff, dabbend seine moisten Milchlippen. Should we perhaps demand a ransom from the Emperor for high-ranking men? There were very few high-ranking men in the whole very troop. Bayas looked grimly along the table. If they are of no value to the Emperor, then certainly not to us either. Let them starve. Some men shifted unermüdlich in seinen Stühlen. Wir reden über viele Tausende von Menschen hier, Croy begann. Der Blick des ersten der Magier fiel auf ihn wie ein großer Steinblock, krotzend alle Kontradiktion. I know what we are talking about, General, about enemies who have invaded our country. But surely we can find another solution, the king interjected.
Couldn't we ship them to the coasts of Kanta? It would be a shameful aftermath of our victory if we, for every prisoner who gets food, a citizen of our country must starve. These are the cruel mechanisms of power. A difficult decision, Your Majesty, but we have no other to make in this hall. What do you think, Archlector? The eyes of the king and the old men in the high-backed chairs now all turned to Glokta. Ah, we know what must be done, we don't shy away from it, and so on. Let the monster pronounce the judgment, so that the others can feel like decent people. I was never a great admirer of the Gurkish, said Glokta, shrugging his aching shoulders. Let them starve. King Jezel leaned back on his throne with an even grimmer look. Could it be that our ruler is a little less well-trained than the first of the Magi would like to believe? Lord Chancellor Halleck cleared his throat. Now that victory is ours, our attention must undoubtedly be focused on clearing the rubble and rebuilding what was destroyed by— his eyes nervously flickered to Beaz— by the Gurkish raid. Hear, hear. Rebuild, we all agree on that. The costs— and at this word Halleck's face twisted as if it caused him pain— just to clear the rubble in the Agriant could amount to many tens of thousands of marks. The costs for reconstruction to many millions. If we consider the enormous destruction of the city of Adwa outside the fortress, the costs— again he frowned and rubbed his poorly shaved chin— difficult to even estimate. We can only try our best. Hoff shook his head sheepishly, and raise one mark after another. Personally, I would suggest that we hold the nobles accountable in this regard, said Glokta. Assenting murmurs were the answer. His Eminence makes a good suggestion there. A sharp curtailment of the power of the Open Council, said Halleck. High taxes for all those who did not make a decisive contribution in the recently concluded war. Excellent. Cut the sails under which the nobles sail, very parasites. Comprehensive reforms, land reverting to the crown, taxes on inheritances. On inheritances, an extremely clever thought. The Lord Governors must be reined in again. Scald and Mead, yes, they have enjoyed far too much freedom for too long.
Mead is probably not to blame. His province is completely devastated. This is not about guilt, said Bayaz. No, not really, because we know whose fault it is. This is about control. Victory has given us the opportunity for reforms. Power must be much more concentrated in Adwa, and Westport too. We've been played against the Gurkish long enough now. Perhaps we should extend the Inquisition to their city as well? Glokta suggested. A base in Styria. Reconstruction must be pushed forward. The first of the Magi slammed his heavy fist on the table. Better and more beautiful than before. The statues on the King's Road may have fallen, but they have also created space for new ones. A new age of prosperity, said Halleck with shining eyes. A new age of power, said Hoff, raising his goblet. A golden age? Bayaz looked over at Glokta. An age of unity and new opportunities for all, said the king. His suggestion was not particularly well received. The eyes of those present uncomfortably turned to the royal end of the table, as if he had loudly farted instead of saying something. Yes, Your Majesty, said Hoff. Opportunities, meaning for anyone lucky enough to sit on the closed council. Perhaps higher taxes for the merchant guilds, Halleck suggested, as our former archlector planned, and for the banks too. Such a step could bring great wealth. No, said Bayaz immediately, neither the guilds nor the banks. The freedom of action of these noble institutions brings wealth and security for all. The future of our nation lies in trade. Halleck humbly bowed his head. Do I sense more than just a little fear there? Of course, Lord Bayaz, you are right. I admit I made a mistake there. The Magus continued calmly. Perhaps the banks would, however, be willing to grant the crown alone. An excellent idea, Glokta agreed without hesitation. The banking house of Valent and Balk is a trustworthy and traditional institution. It was already a great help to me in the defense of Dagaska. I am sure we can count on its help again. Bayaz's smile was almost imperceptible. In the meantime, the lands, assets, and titles of the traitor Lord Brock have already been confiscated by the crown. Their sale will bring in a considerable sum. And what about the man himself, Archlector? Apparently, he fled the country with the last of the Gurkish. We assume he is their guest. Their puppet, you mean. Bayaz sucked on his teeth. Very unfortunate. He could continue to be a rallying point for other malcontents. 2 of his children are locked up in the House of Interrogations, his daughter and one of his sons. An exchange might be possible. For Brock? Barked Hoff. Not for the whole world and everything in it would he trade his own life. Glokta raised his eyebrows. Then perhaps a demonstration of our resolve? A message that makes it clear that treason will never, ever be tolerated? Such a message is never wrong, Bayaz growled to the assenting murmurs of the old men. So a public declaration of Brock's guilt, with clear emphasis on his responsibility for the destruction of Adwa, accompanied by 2 executions. What bad luck for the 2 to have been born children of such an ambitious father. But public executions are extremely popular with the people. Does anyone have a suggestion for the best day for this? There will be no executions. The king looked Bayaz openly and resolutely in the eyes. Hoff blinked. But, Your Majesty, you cannot allow. There has been enough bloodshed. More than enough. Release Lord Brock's children. Around the table, sharp intakes of breath were heard. Let them travel to their father, or remain as free citizens in the Union, if they wish. Bayaz stared grimly at him from the other side of the hall, but the king did not seem intimidated. The war is over. We have won. The war is never over, and victory is always short-lived. I would rather try to heal the wounds than deepen them. A wounded enemy is the best, for he is the easiest to kill. Sometimes mercy can achieve more than ruthlessness. Glokta cleared his throat. Sometimes. Although I personally have not yet experienced a case that proves it. Good, said the king in a tone that brooked no contradiction. Then that is settled. Do we have any other urgent matters to discuss? I must visit the hospitals and then check again on the progress of debris removal. Of course, Your Majesty. Hoff performed a fawning bow. The compassion you show for your subjects honors you. Jezzel stared at him for a moment, then snorted and stood up. He had already left the room before most of the old men had laboriously risen. And I even take longer than them. After Glokta had finally worked himself out of the chair and stood on both legs with a distorted face, he noticed that Hoff was waiting beside him. His red face wore a worried expression. "We have a small problem," he whispered. "Indeed? One we cannot discuss before the rest of the council? I fear so, yes. One we should especially not discuss openly before His Majesty." Hoff quickly looked over his shoulder and waited until the last old gentleman closed the heavy door behind them, leaving the two unobserved. Secrets, then? How incredibly exciting! The sister of our absent Lord Marshal. Glokta frowned. Oh dear. R.D. West? What about her? I know from a reliable source that she is somewhat precarious circumstances. The familiar twitch ran across Glokta's left side of his face. Indeed. How regrettable.
You are astonishingly well informed regarding the private affairs of the lady in question. That is my duty. Hoff leaned forward and blew his wine-stinking breath into Glokta's face as he whispered, "If you consider who might be the father, and who would that be, although I suspect we can both already guess the answer." "Who but the king?" Hoff hissed, suppressed and with a hint of panic in his voice. "You must have known that before his coronation, the two had well, to put it cautiously, an affair. That's hardly a secret. And now this, an illegitimate child, when our king's own claim to the throne is not entirely clean, and when he has so many enemies in the open council? Such a child could be used against us if its existence became known, and that will naturally happen." He came even closer. "Such a matter could pose a threat to the state." "Indeed," Glokta declared icily. "That is unfortunately true. How terribly regrettable." Hoff nervously fumbled with his thick fingers. "As far as I know, you are connected to the lady and her family. I would certainly understand if this were a responsibility you would gladly relinquish. I can easily arrange something to—" Glokta showed him his craziest grin. "Are you implying that I would not be ruthless enough to have a pregnant woman murdered, Lord Treasurer?" Ruthless as a dagger thrust, his voice echoed from the hard white walls. Hoff flinched, and his eyes darted to the door. "I am sure you would not shirk your patriotic duty under any circumstances." "Good. Then you can rest assured. Our mutual friend did not choose me for this role because of my compassionate heart. Quite the contrary. I will take care of the matter." It was the same small brick-built house on the familiar, unassuming street that Glokta had visited so often. The house where I spent so many pleasant afternoons. Where I felt as comfortable as I could possibly feel since they dragged me drooling from the Emperor's prisons. He slid his right hand into his pocket and felt the cold metal brush against his fingers. Why am I doing this? Why? So that this drunken jerk Hoff can wipe the sweat from his brow because a misfortune has been averted? So that Yezel Dan Luthar can sit a little more securely on his puppet throne? He twisted his hips, first to one side, then to the other, until he felt the crack in his back. She deserves so much better, but that's how the mechanisms of power are. He pushed open the gate, limped to the front door, and knocked firmly once. It took a while before the maid opened it, recoiling. Perhaps the one who alerted our resident drunkard Lord Hoff to the unfortunate situation? The girl, merely murmuring softly, led him through the over-furnished parlor and left him standing before the fire burning in the small fireplace. He caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror hanging above it and grimaced. Who is this man? This ruin? This limping corpse? Can one even speak of a face so distorted and furrowed and marked by pain? What kind of despicable, pitiable creature is this? Oh, if there is a God, then protect me from this being. He tried to smile. Wild furrows cut into his cadaverous skin, and the ugly gap between his front teeth yawned wide. The corners of his mouth trembled. His left eye, narrower than the other, twitched and was bloodshot. The smile seems to spread even more terror than a grim expression. Has any man ever looked more like a villain? Has any man ever been a greater monster? How did the handsome Sandan Glokta become this? Mirrors. They are even worse than stares. He curled his lips in disgust and turned away. R.D. stood in the doorway, watching him silently. She looked good, he thought, after recovering from the embarrassing surprise of being observed. She looks very good. And is her belly perhaps already rounding a little? Is she in her 3rd month now? Or perhaps her 4th? Soon it will no longer be possible to hide it. Your Eminence, she gave him an appraising look as she stepped over the threshold. White suits you. Really, don't you think the skull-like rings around my feverish eyes look even darker this way? Not at all. The color goes well with your cadaverous pallor. Glokta gave her a toothless grin. Exactly the effect I was hoping for. Have you come to pick me up for another death and torture excursion into the canals? That prospect will probably never be repeated, I fear. I believe with that one throw, I used up all my friends and enemies at once. And unfortunately, the Gurkish forces couldn't stay any longer either. They are otherwise occupied, I hear. He watched her as she walked over to the table and looked down the street out the window, while the light fell on her dark hair and a little on her cheek. I hope you are well, she asked. I am even busier than the Gurkish. There is so much to do. How is your brother? I wanted to visit him, but I believe even I couldn't stand the stench of my own hypocrisy if I actually did. I cause pain. To alleviate it is like a foreign language to me. R.D. looked at her feet. He's constantly nauseous now. Every time I see him, he's thinner. One of his teeth fell out the last time I was with him. She shrugged. He just lost it trying to eat something. He almost choked on it. But what can I do? What can anyone do? I am really sorry to hear that. But that changes nothing. I am sure you are a great help to him. I am sure there is no help left for him at all. And how are you? Better than most, I suppose. She let out a deep sigh, then straightened up with a jerk and tried to smile. Would you like a sip of wine? No, but don't let that stop you. You never have before. But she only briefly picked up the bottle and then put it back down. I've been trying to drink less lately. I've always thought you should. He took a slow step towards her. So you're sometimes nauseous in the mornings? She looked at him sharply from the side, then swallowed, and the thin muscles in her neck stood out. You know? I am the Archlector, he said, coming even closer. It is my duty to know everything. She first let her shoulders drop, then her head, and leaned forward, both hands resting on the edge of the table. Glokta saw from the side how her eyelids fluttered. She tried to blink away the tears. Despite all her anger, despite all her cunning, she needed someone to save her just as much as anyone else. But there was no one who wanted to do that. Except me. I've made quite a mess, just as my brother always feared. And you too. You must be very disappointed. Glokta felt a twitch in his face, a kind of smile. But there wasn't much joy in it. I've spent most of my life with disappointments, but not concerning you. It's a hard world. No one gets what they deserve. How much longer must we drag this out before we finally find the courage to act? It won't get any easier. It has to be now. R.D. His voice sounded rough in his own ears. He took another limping step, his hands sweaty around the grip of his stick. She looked up at him, her moist eyes shimmering, and one hand was placed on her belly. She moved as if to recoil. A hint of fear, perhaps? Who could blame her?
Did she perhaps already sense what was coming? You know that I have always shown your brother a great deal of affection and respect. His mouth was dry, and his tongue awkwardly licked over his gums. Now is the moment. In recent months, I have developed a great deal of affection and respect for you. A wave of twitches ran across one side of his face, letting a tear trickle from his fluttering eye. Now. Or at least I came as close to those feelings as a man like me can. Glokta let his hand slide into his pocket, very gently so she wouldn't notice. He felt the cold metal, the hard, merciless edges pressing against his fingers. It has to be now. His heart pounded. His throat was so constricted he could barely make a sound. This is very difficult for me.
I'm sorry. What is it? She asked, looking at him in surprise. Now, with a jerk, he moved towards her and pulled his hand from his pocket. She stumbled backward against the table, eyes wide, and then they both froze. Between them, a ring sparkled. A gigantic, flashing diamond of such a size that it made even the thick golden band it sat on appear thin. So large that it almost seemed like a joke, a fake, an absurd impossibility. The largest stone Valent and Bulk had to offer. "I must ask you if you will marry me," he croaked. The hand holding up the ring trembled like dry leaves. If a cleaver is in it, it is calm and steady as a rock. But if I am to present a ring, I almost soil myself. Courage, Sand, courage. She stared at the sparkling stone, her mouth open, speechless. From surprise? From horror? Marry this thing? I'd rather die. She mumbled. I know. I find it just as disgusting as you, but let me explain. Please." He looked down, his mouth twitching as he continued. "I'm not so foolish as to believe that you could ever love a man like me, or even develop any feeling other than pity. This is a matter of necessity. You shouldn't shy away from it, because I am who I am. The others know that you are carrying the king's child." "The others?" she asked softly. "Yes, the others. The child is a threat to them, as are you, R.D. This way I can protect you. I can provide your child with a legitimate lineage. It must be our child, now and for all time." Still, she stared silently at the ring, like a prisoner who cannot avert his horrified gaze from the instruments and wonders whether to confess. Two terrible choices, but which is the worse? "There are many things I can offer you. Protection, security, respect. You will have only the best of everything. A high position in society, whatever that may be worth. No one will dare lay a finger on you. No one will speak down to you anymore. Behind your back, people will talk, of course, but they will talk about your beauty, your cleverness, and your surpassing virtue." Glokta narrowed his eyes. "I will see to that." She looked at him and swallowed. "And now comes the rejection. Thank you, but I'd rather die. I should be honest with you. When I was younger, I did some foolish things." Her mouth twisted. "This isn't even the first bastard I've carried. My father threw me down the stairs, and I lost the child. He almost killed me. I hadn't thought it could happen again. We've all done things we're not proud of. You should hear the confessions I make to myself from time to time. Confessions that perhaps no one should ever hear. That changes nothing. I promised that I would look after your well-being. I see no other way. Then I say yes." She unceremoniously took the ring from his hands and slid it onto her finger. "Then there's nothing to think about, is there? Not necessarily the effusive yes, the tear-filled consent, the joyful surrender one reads about in books. Rather, a hesitantly concluded business agreement. An opportunity to sadly look back once more at all that could have been, but never was." "Who would have thought," she murmured, as she looked at the gemstone on her finger, "that when I watched you fight my brother all those years ago, I would one day wear your ring?
You were always the man of my dreams. And now, the man of your nightmares. Life takes strange turns. Circumstances are not as one might have expected. And so, I saved 2 lives. How much evil can that perhaps outweigh? At least, it's something that will be counted on the right side of the scales for once. Every man needs something of that. Her dark eyes slid to his. Couldn't you afford a bigger stone? Only if I had plundered the state treasury, he croaked. A kiss would be customary now, but under these circumstances. She stepped towards him and raised an arm. He flinched back and grimaced in pain as a stab shot through his hip. Excuse me, I'm a bit out of practice. If I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it properly. To make the best of it, you mean? To make anything of it at all. She came closer still. He had to force himself to stand where he was. She looked into his eyes. Then she raised her hand very slowly and touched his cheek, making his eyelids flutter. How foolish. How many women had touched me before? And yet that was in another life. In another. Her hand caressed his face, and her fingertips gripped his chin firmly. His neck cracked as she pulled him towards her. He felt her breath warm on his skin. Her lips gently brushed over his, first in one direction, then the other. He heard her emit a soft, guttural growl, and he involuntarily held his breath. Acting, of course. How could a woman desire this rotten body, kiss this ruined face? Even I find the thought repulsive. Pure acting, but just for the effort she's making, I must applaud her. His left leg trembled, and he leaned on his stick. His breath rushed quickly through his nose. Her face was angled before his, and their mouths met and sucked wetly against each other. The tip of her tongue licked over his empty gums. Pure acting. How could it be otherwise? But she does it so exceedingly well. The first law. Pharaoh sat there staring at her hand, the hand that had held the seed. It looked the same as always, and yet it felt different. Cold, still, very cold. She had wrapped it in blankets. She had bathed it in warm water. She had held it to the fire, so close she almost burned herself. Nothing had helped. Pharaoh. It whispered so softly that it could almost have been the wind at the window frame. She sprang up, knife in hand, stared into all corners of the room. They were empty. Then she bent down to look under the bed and under the tall wardrobe. She tore the curtains aside with her free hand. No one. She had known no one would be there, and yet she kept hearing them. A knock sounded from the door, and she whirled around again. Her breath hissed through her teeth. Another dream. Another ghost. The knocking came loudly once more. "Come in," she growled. The door opened. Bias. He raised an eyebrow when he noticed her knife. "You're a little too fond of blades, Pharaoh. You have no enemies here." She stared at the magus with narrowed eyes. She wasn't so sure about that. What happened in that wind? What happened? Bias shrugged. We won. What were those figures, those shadows? I saw nothing but Mamun and his 100 words receiving the punishment they deserved. Didn't you hear any voices? Over the thunder of our victory, I heard nothing. I did. Pharaoh let the knife sink and slid it into her belt. Then she stretched the fingers of her hand, the same as always, and yet changed. I still hear them. And what do they tell you, Pharaoh? They speak of castles and gates and doors, and of them being opened. They always talk about opening. They ask about the seed. Where is it? Safe. Bias looked through her. Always remember, if you truly hear creatures from the other side, they are made of lies. They are not alone in that. They urge me to break the first law, just like you. That's a matter of interpretation. A proud trait played around one corner of his mouth, as if he had achieved something wonderful. I refined Glustrad's insights with the techniques of the Master Maker, and used the seed as a drive for my high arts. The result was, he took a long, satisfied breath. Well, you were there. It was primarily a triumph of will. You tampered with the seals. You put the whole world at stake. The betrayers of secrets. The first law is a paradox. As soon as you change a thing, you borrow something from the underworld, and there are always dangers involved. If I have crossed a line, it was an arbitrarily set one. Nothing happened to the world, did it? I will not apologize for the ambition behind my vision. They bury men and women and children in pits by the hundreds, just like in Ulcus, this disease.
It arose from what we did. Is that ambition, then, the size of the graves? Beaz made a dismissive gesture. An unexpected side effect. The price of victory, I fear, is still the same as in the old time, and so it will always remain. He held her firmly in his gaze, and there was a threat in it, a challenge. And if I broke the first law, then what? Before which court will you hold me accountable for it? Which jurors should condemn me? Do you want to release Ptolemy from the darkness so she can appear as a witness? Do you want to seek Zacharias so he can read the indictment? Do you want to lure Corneille from the end of the world here so she can announce the punishment? Do you want to bring the great Juvens from the land of the dead so he can pronounce the verdict? I hardly think so. I am the first of the Magi. I am the final authority, and I say, I am right. You? No. Yes, Pharaoh. Power straightens all things. That is my first law and my only one. It is the only one I recognize. Zacharias warned me, she murmured, thinking of the endless plain and the man with his wild eyes and the birds circling him. He told me to flee and not stop running. I should have listened to him. To that self-righteous, puffed-up fellow, Beaz snorted. Perhaps you should have, but that ship has probably already sailed. You cheerfully waved goodbye to it from the shore and chose instead to feed your anger. I'm glad you made that choice then. Let's not pretend I deceived you. You knew we would walk dark paths. I didn't expect. She clenched her icy fingers into a trembling fist. I didn't expect this. What then? I must admit, I thought you were made of tougher stuff. Let's leave the philosophizing to those who have more time and fewer bills to pay. Guilt, regret, being right? That's like talking to the great King Jezzel, and who has the patience for that? He turned to the door. You should stay close to me. Perhaps Khalul will send more fighters one day. Then I will need your skills again. She snorted. And until then, am I supposed to sit here with the shadows for company? Until then, Pharaoh, you should smile if you can remember how. Beaz grinned at her with his white teeth. You got your revenge. The wind tore at her, swirling around her full of shadows. She knelt at the end of a screaming tunnel that reached up to the sky. The world was thin and fragile, like a pane of glass about to shatter. Beneath it, a bottomless depth full of voices. Let us in. No! She fought her way free and scrambled up, then stood panting beside her bed, every muscle tense. But there was no one she could have fought against, just another dream. Her own fault for allowing herself to simply fall asleep. A long beam of moonlight reached across the tiles towards her. The window was open. Cool night wind swept through, soothing her sweat-drenched skin. She went to the window with a frown, closed it, and slid the bolt. Then she turned around. A figure stood in the dense shadows beside the door. A one-armed figure, wrapped in rags. The few pieces of armor he still wore were scraped and furrowed. His face was a dusty ruin. Tattered skin hung from white bones, but Pharaoh still recognized him. Mamun. So we meet again, devil's blood. His dry voice rustled like old paper. I'm dreaming, she hissed. You'll wish you were.
In a breathless blink, he had crossed the room. His hand closed around her throat like a snapping shackle. Having to work my way out of these ruins, one handful of dust after another, has made me hungry. His dry breath brushed her face. I will make myself a new arm from your flesh, and I will destroy Beaz and take revenge for the great Juvens. The prophet has seen it, and I will make his vision come true. Effortlessly, he lifted her up and pressed her against the wall, while her feet kicked against the paneling. The hand squeezed. Her chest rose and fell, but no air reached her throat. She fought against his fingers, clawing at them with her nails, but they were made of iron and as firm as a hanged man's collar. She struggled and writhed, but he didn't give an inch. She worked at Mamun's destroyed face, her fingers digging into his tattered cheek, tearing at the dusty flesh on the inside, but his eyes didn't even blink. It had become very cold in the room. "Say your prayers, child," he whispered, and his destroyed teeth gnashed, "and hope that God is merciful." Her strength waned, her lungs threatened to burst. Still she tore at him, but her efforts grew weaker and weaker, weaker and weaker. She let her arms hang, her legs, her eyelids were heavy, very heavy. Everything was terribly cold. "Now," he breathed, and his breath rose before him like a white cloud. He pulled her to him, opened his mouth, and the tattered lips slid back over the splintered teeth. "Now." Her finger stabbed into his throat, through his skin and into his dry flesh, up to the knuckle. That drove his head away. Her other hand wrapped around his fingers, pulled them from her throat, bent them back. She felt the bones crack, crunch, and splinter. Pharaoh fell to the ground. White frost crept over the black window panes beside her, crunched under her bare feet as she threw Mamun out and hurled him against the wall, his body crashing into the cracked wall paneling and crumbling plaster. Dust trickled down from the force of the impact. She drove her fingers further into his throat, further up, further in. It was very easy. Her strength knew no end. It came from the other side of the chasm. The seed had changed her, just like Ptolemy, and there was no turning back. Pharaoh smiled. "You want to take my flesh, yes. You've had your last meal, Mamun." The tip of her finger slipped between his teeth, met her thumb, and hooked him like a fish. With a jerk of her wrist, she tore the jawbone from his head and threw it clattering away. His tongue hung limp in a tattered mass of dusty flesh. "Say your prayers, devourer," she hissed, "and hope that God is merciful." She pressed her palms against both sides of his head. A long scream escaped his nose. His shattered hand reached for her unsuccessfully. His skull deformed, then flattened, burst, and bone fragments flew around. She let the body fall, dust slid from it onto the floor and gathered at her feet. Yes. She didn't flinch. She didn't look in any particular direction. She knew where the voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Pharaoh stepped to the window and opened it. Then she jumped through, fell a dozen steps deep to the earth, and rose. The night was full of sounds, but she herself was very quiet. Carefully, she walked across the moonlit grass, which crunched frostily where her feet trod, crept up a long staircase, and climbed onto the wall. "Wait, the seed! Pharaoh, let us in!" She paid no attention to them. An armed man looked out into the night, towards the Maker's house, which stood out in even deeper blackness against the black sky. A wedge of darkness above Agriant, where there were no stars, no moonlit clouds, no light at all. Pharaoh wondered if Ptolemy lurked in the shadows within, scratching at the gates. And scratching, for all eternity. She had let her chance for revenge slip away. That would not happen to Pharaoh.
She slid along the rampart, bypassing the guard, who pulled his cloak tighter around his shoulders as she passed him. Then up to the battlements, and from there she jumped. The wind brushed against her skin. She flew over the moat, and crackling ice spread out beneath her on the water. The paved ground came closer. Her feet hit hard, and she tumbled a few times, then rolled towards the houses. Her clothes were torn from the fall, but there were no marks on her skin. Not even a single drop of blood. No, Pharaoh. Back, find the seed. It is near him. Beaz has it. Beaz. Perhaps she would return when she was finished in the south, when she had buried the great Uthmanel Dasht in the ruins of his own palace.
When she had sent Khalul and his devourers and his priests to hell, perhaps then she would come back and teach the first of the Magi the lesson he deserved, the lesson Ptolemy had actually wanted to teach him. But he might be a liar or not. He had kept his word to her. He had given her the means to exact revenge. Now she would do it. Pharaoh crept through the silent ruins of the city, quiet and agile as a cool breeze in the night. South to the harbor. She would find a way. South, across the sea to Gurkul, and then... The voices continued to whisper in her ears, thousands of voices. They spoke of the gates Yuz closed, and of the seals Yuz pushed forward like bolts. They begged her to open them. They told her she could break them. They also told her how, and they commanded her to do it. But Pharaoh only smiled. Let them talk. She obeyed no one. Tea and threats. Logen frowned. Grimly he surveyed the great hall, the shimmering mirrors, the many powerful people within. He scowled at the great nobles of the Union opposite him. 200 or more, perhaps, sat murmuring on the other side of the hall. Their false speeches, their false smiles, their false faces disgusted him like an overdose of honey. But he had no better opinion of the people on his side, who had taken their places on the high dais with him and the great King Jezzel. There was the contemptuous-looking cripple who had asked all the questions that day in the tower and was now dressed head to toe in white. Then a fat fellow whose face was full of broken capillaries and who looked as if he started every day with a drink. Then a tall, gaunt... When she had sent Khalul and his devourers and his priests to hell, perhaps then she would come back and teach the first of the Magi the lesson he deserved, the lesson Ptolemy had actually wanted to teach him. But he might be a liar, or not. He had kept his word to her. He had given her the means to exact revenge. Now she would do it. Pharaoh crept through the silent ruins of the city, quiet and agile as a cool breeze in the night. South, to the harbor. She would find a way. South, across the sea, to Gurkul. And then? The voices continued to whisper in her ears, thousands of voices. They spoke of the gates Yuz closed, and of the seals Yuz pushed forward like bolts. They begged her to open them. They told her she could break them. They also told her how, and they commanded her to do it. But Pharaoh only smiled. Let them talk. She obeyed no one. Tea and threats. Logen frowned. Grimly he surveyed the great hall, the shimmering mirrors, the many powerful people within. He scowled at the great nobles of the Union opposite him. 200 or more, perhaps, sat murmuring on the other side of the hall. Their false speeches, their false smiles, their false faces disgusted him like an overdose of honey. But he had no better opinion of the people on his side, who had taken their places on the high dais with him and the great King Jezzel. There was the contemptuous-looking cripple who had asked all the questions that day in the tower and was now dressed head to toe in white. Then a fat fellow whose face was full of broken capillaries and who looked as if he started every day with a drink.
Then a tall, gaunt fellow with black and elaborately gilded breastplate, with a gentle smile and hard eyes. Such a shifty group of liars as Logen had never seen, but one was worse than all the rest. Beaz sat there with a loose grin on his face, as if everything had gone exactly as he had planned. Perhaps it had. Really wizard. Logen should have been smarter from the start than to trust a man with no hair. The spirits had warned him, saying the Magi pursued their own goals, but he hadn't listened, had blindly rushed off and hoped for the best, as always. If one thing could be said about Logen Ninefingers, it was this: he doesn't listen. One of his many flaws. His eyes slid to the other side, to Jezzel. He looked as if he felt quite comfortable in his royal robes, with the shimmering golden crown on his head and a golden chair even larger than the one Logen had received. His wife sat beside him. She exuded frosty pride, perhaps, but that did not detract from her. She was as beautiful as a winter morning. And she had that expression when she looked at Jezzel, a wild look, as if she could barely restrain herself from sinking her teeth into him. The really lucky fellow always seemed to have it best. She would have liked to nibble on Logen a bit too, if she had wanted, but what sensible woman would want that? His darkest gaze, however, was directed at himself in the mirrors opposite, as he sat on the dais beside Jezzel and his queen. He looked ill-tempered and sullen, like a scarred and fearsome monster beside this handsome couple. A man made of death, wrapped in brightly colored cloth and rare white furs, adorned with polished studs and shimmering buckles, and then given a large golden chain around his shoulders. A chain like Bethod had worn. His hands protruded from fur-trimmed sleeves, scarred and brutal, lacking the one missing finger, and clutched the arms of his gilded chair. The clothes of a king, perhaps, but the hands of a killer. He looked like the villain from a children's fairy tale, the ruthless warrior who had fought his way to power with fire and steel, who had climbed to the throne over a mountain of corpses. Perhaps he was that man. He moved uneasily, and the new cloth scratched his clammy skin. He had come a long way since pulling himself out of a river and not even owning a pair of boots. He had made it from the high places with only a pot as his companion. Much lay behind him, but he wasn't sure if he hadn't been better off before. He had laughed when he learned that Bethod called himself king. Now he sat here, doing the exact same thing, and was even worse suited for the task. If one thing could be said about Logen Ninefingers, it was this: he was a jerk. It was that simple. And a man usually doesn't admit that about himself so easily. The drunkard, Hoff, took over most of the talking. The circle of princes now lies in ruins, unfortunately. Until a hall is erected that befits this noble assembly, a new circle of princes, larger and more magnificent than the old, the sessions of the Open Council will be suspended. A pause followed. Suspended, someone repeated. How will we be heard then? Where will the nobles be able to represent their cause? The nobles will be represented through the closed council. Hoff spoke in a tone as if talking down to a child. Or you can approach the Undersecretary for Audiences to obtain a hearing before the king. But any peasant can do that? Hoff raised his eyebrows. That is true. Anger spread among the nobles. Logen might not understand much about politics, but he noticed when one group of men forced another under their thumb. It was never a particularly pretty thing, but at least this time he was on the side of those with the thumb. The king and the nation are one and the same, Beaz's harsh voice cut through the murmuring. You have merely borrowed your lands from him. He regrets that he must now reclaim a part of them, but that is unfortunately necessary these days. A quarter. The cripple ran his tongue over his empty gums, making a slight smacking sound. From all of you. You won't get away with this, cried an angry old man from the front row. Do you think so, Lord Isher?
Beaz smiled at him. Anyone who shares that opinion is welcome to follow Lord Brock into his dusty exile and surrender all his lands to the crown, not just a part. That is an insult, cried another man. The king was always the first among equals, the most significant among the nobles, but he did not stand above them. Our voices brought him to the throne, and we refuse. You walk a narrow ridge, Lord Hugen. The cripple's face was seized by ugly spasms as he glared grimly at the assembly. You would surely prefer to stay on the side of this ridge, where it is safe and warm, on the loyal side. The other side, I think, you would not like so much. A long tear track ran down his cheek from his twitching left eye. The Inspector General will assess all your lands in the coming months. It would be wise for all of you to grant him your fullest support. Now many men were on their feet, glaring grimly and shaking their fists. This is scandalous, unprecedented, unacceptable. We will not be intimidated. Jezzel sprang from his throne, raised his jewel-encrusted rapier, and repeatedly slammed the end of its scabbard onto the dais so that the blows echoed loudly from the walls. I am the king, he roared into the suddenly completely silent hall. I offer you no choice here. I proclaim a royal decree. Adua will be rebuilt, more splendid than ever, and that is the price for it. You have grown too accustomed to a weak crown, gentlemen. Believe me, those days are now behind us. Beaz leaned over to Logen and whispered, He's doing surprisingly well, isn't he? The nobles grumbled.
Dann tat dasselbe bei der Königin. Ihre Freunde sind meine Freunde. Das sagte er mit einem Lächeln, aber die Bedeutung war nicht zu verkennen. Ihre Feinde? Sie alle sind kluge Männer. Alles andere können Sie sich denken. Ich danke Ihnen dafür, dass Sie sich für unsere Rettung eingesetzt haben, sagte Jesal. Unsere Ergebenheit ist Ihnen sicher. Der Krieg zwischen der Union und dem Norden ist beendet. Der Tyrann Bethod ist tot, und dort hat sich nun vieles geändert. Ich bin stolz, den Mann, der ihn niederwarf, meinen Freund nennen zu dürfen. Neunfingerlogen, König der Nordmänner. Er strahlte und streckte die Hand aus. Es passt, dass wir diese kühne neue Zeit als Brüder beginnen. Jo, sagte Logen und erhob sich schwerfällig von seinem Stuhl. Stimmt. Er zog Jesal in seine Arme und gab ihm einen mächtigen Klaps auf die Schulter, der in der ganzen Halle zu hören war. Ich denk mal, wir werden ab jetzt auf unserer Seite der Weißflut bleiben. Es sei denn, dass mein Bruder hier unten Ärger hat. Er warf den missmutigen alten Männern in der ersten Reihe einen Friedhofsblick zu. Ich sag's nur, sorg dafür, dass ich nicht wiederkommen muss. Damit ließ er sich wieder auf den hohen Stuhl sinken und blickte weiter finster vor sich hin. Der blutige Neuner hatte vielleicht keine große Ahnung von Politik, aber er wusste, wie man eine Drohung ausspricht. »Wir haben den Krieg gewonnen!« Jesal rasselte mit dem goldenen Griff seines Degens, dann ließ er ihn elegant wieder in die Aufhängung an seinem Gürtel gleiten. »Jetzt müssen wir den Frieden gewinnen! Wohlgesprochen, Euer Majestät, wohlgesprochen!« Der rotgesichtige Säufer erhob sich und verhinderte geschickt, dass weitere Einwände erhoben wurden. Dann bleibt nur noch ein einziger Tagesordnungspunkt, bevor der offene Rat einstweilen ausgesetzt wird. Er wandte sich mit einem öligen Lächeln und einer Verbeugung um, während er sich die Hände rieb. »Lassen Sie uns Lord Bajas danken, dem ersten der Magi, der durch die Weisheit seines Ratschlusses und der Macht seiner hohen Künste die Angreifer aus dem Lande trieb und die Union rettete.« Damit begann er zu klatschen. Der Krüppel Glokta tat es ihm nach, dann auch Großherzog Orso. Ein untersetzter Edelmann in der ersten Reihe sprang auf. »Lord Bajas«, brüllte er und schlug die fetten Hände zusammen. Schon bald hallte der ganze Saal vor zögerlichem Applaus wieder. Selbst Eugen machte mit. Selbst Isha, der dabei allerdings ein Gesicht zog, als ob er seiner eigenen Beerdigung Beifall zollte. Logen ließ seine Hände, wo sie waren. Wenn er ehrlich war, dann war ihm schon übel, weil er überhaupt nur dabei war. Übel und wütend. Er lehnte sich zurück und starrte weiter finster vor sich hin. Jesal sah den großen Würdenträgern der Union zu, wie sie murrend den Spiegelsaal verließen. Große Männer.
Isha, Barezin, Huygen und all die anderen. Männer, bei deren Anblick ihm früher der Mund offen gestanden hatte. Alle hatten sie Demut lernen müssen. Es gelang ihm kaum, das Lächeln von seinem Gesicht zu verbannen, während sie ihrer Unzufriedenheit hilflos grummelnd Luft machten. Beinahe fühlte es sich an, als wäre er König. Aber dann fiel sein Blick auf seine Königin. Teres und ihr Vater, Großherzog Orso, waren in ein äußerst hitziges Gespräch verwickelt, das in leidenschaftlichem Styrisch geführt und von beiden durch heftige Handbewegungen unterstrichen wurde. Dass er offenbar nicht das einzige Familienmitglied war, das sie zu verabscheuen schien, hätte Jesal ein wenig erleichtert, hätte er nicht vermutet, dass er selbst das Thema ihres Streits darstellte. Hinter sich hörte er ein leichtes Kratzen, und leicht angeekelt sah er das verzerrte Gesicht seines neuen Elektors neben sich. »Euer Majestät«, Glokta sprach gedämpft, als ginge es um ein Geheimnis, und sah mit gerunzelter Stirn zu Teres und ihrem Vater hinüber. »Wenn ich fragen darf, ist zwischen Ihnen und der Königin alles in Ordnung?« Seine Stimme wurde sogar noch leiser. »Wenn ich recht informiert bin, schlafen Sie kaum je im selben Raum.« Jesal stand kurz davor, dem Krüppel ob seiner Unverschämtheit mit dem Handrücken ins Gesicht zu schlagen. Dann entdeckte er im Augenwinkel, dass Teres ihn ansah. Dieser Blick äußerster Verachtung war alles, was er als Ehemann üblicherweise von ihr zu erwarten hatte. Er ließ die Schultern hängen. »Sie erträgt es kaum, im gleichen Land zu sein wie ich, vom gleichen Bett gar nicht zu reden. Die Frau ist eine fürchterliche, schwierige Person«, zischte er, dann senkte er den Kopf und sah zu Boden. »Was soll ich nur tun?« Glokta dehnte den Hals erst zu einer, dann zur anderen Seite, und Jesal unterdrückte ein Erschauern, als er ein lautes Knacken vernahm. »Lassen Sie mich mit der Königin sprechen, Euer Majestät. Ich kann recht überzeugend sein, wenn ich es darauf anlege. Ich verstehe Ihre Schwierigkeiten, schließlich habe ich selbst erst kürzlich geheiratet.« Jesal wollte sich gar nicht vorstellen, was für ein Scheusal ein solches Ungeheuer als Ehemann akzeptiert hatte. »Tatsächlich?« fragte er mit geheucheltem Interesse. »Wer ist denn die Dame?« »Ich glaube, sie beide sind entfernt miteinander bekannt. Sie heißt Arde. Arde dann Glokta.« Die Lippen des Krüppels gaben den Blick auf die ekelhafte Lücke zwischen den Vorderzähnen frei. »Aber doch, die Schwester meines alten Freundes Colum West, genau.« Jesal starrte ihn sprachlos an. Glokta verbeugte sich steif. »Vielen Dank für Ihre Glückwünsche.« Damit wandte er sich ab, schlurfte zum Rand des Podests und humpelte die Stufen hinunter, wobei er sich schwer auf seinen Stock stützte. Jesal konnte den heftigen Schock, die überwältigende Enttäuschung und das bodenlose Entsetzen kaum verbergen. Er konnte sich nicht vorstellen, welche erpresserischen Maßnahmen dieses verdorrte Ungeheuer angewandt haben mochte, um sie in eine solche Falle zu locken. Vielleicht war sie lediglich verzweifelt gewesen, nachdem Jesal sie sitzen gelassen hatte. Vielleicht hatte sie nun, da ihr Bruder krank war, niemand anderen mehr, an den sich wenden konnte. Noch vor wenigen Tagen, an jenem Morgen im Hospital, hatte ihr Anblick etwas in ihm berührt, genau wie immer. Er hatte noch gedacht, dass sie vielleicht eines Tages, nach einiger Zeit… Jetzt waren selbst solche angenehmen Tagträumereien dahin. Arde war verheiratet, mit einem Mann, den Jesal verabscheute. Ein Mann, der in seinem geschlossenen Rat saß. Schlimmer noch, es handelte sich um jenen Kerl, dem er in einem Augenblick des Wahnsinns die völlige Leere seiner eigenen Ehe gestanden hatte. Er hatte sich schwach gezeigt, verletzlich, lächerlich. Bitter fluchte er vor sich hin. Logen spürte einen Stich heftiger Enttäuschung, als er die Tür öffnete, gefolgt von einer hässlichen Welle Zorn. Das Zimmer war leer, sauber und aufgeräumt, als habe dort nie jemand geschlafen. Ferro war verschwunden. Nichts hatte sich so entwickelt, wie er gehofft hatte. Vielleicht hätte er inzwischen damit rechnen sollen. Schließlich war das noch nie anders gewesen. Und dennoch schaffte er es immer wieder, alles Gute, was in seiner Reichweite war, leichtsinnig zu verspielen. Er war wie ein Mann, dessen Tür zu niedrig ist, aber der niemals lernt, sich zu ducken, sondern jeden Tag seines elenden Lebens mit dem Kopf gegen den Türsturz prellt. Gern hätte er sich leid tun, aber er wusste, dass er es nicht besser verdiente. Man konnte nicht tun, was er getan hatte, und dann darauf hoffen, dass am Ende alles gut würde. Mit zusammengebissenen Zähnen verließ er das Zimmer und schritt den Flur hinunter. Die nächste Tür drückte er ohne anzuklopfen auf. Die hohen Fenster waren geöffnet, Sonnenlicht durchflutete den luftigen Raum und die Wandbehänge flatterten leicht in der milden Brise. Baja saß vor einem der Fenster und hielt eine Teetasse in der Hand.
Ein unterwürfiger Diener in einer Samtjacke, der auf den gespreizten Fingern der anderen Hand ein Tablett mit Tässchen balancierte, schenkte ihm aus einer silbernen Kanne ein. »Ah, der König der Nordmänner«, rief Bajas.
»Wie geht? Wo ist Ferro? Weg. Sie hat ein ziemliches Durcheinander hinterlassen, aber ich habe hinter ihr aufgeräumt, wie ich es so oft. Wohin?« Der Magus zuckte die Achseln. »Nach Süden, könnte ich mir vorstellen. Wenn ich eine Vermutung aussprechen müsste, würde ich sagen, dass es mit Rache oder dergleichen zu tun hat. Sie hat ja immer sehr viel von Rache gesprochen. Eine äußerst schlecht gelaunte Frau. Sie hat sich verändert. Große Ereignisse, mein Freund. Niemand von uns ist noch ganz derselbe. Möchten Sie vielleicht auch eine Tasse Tee?« Der Diener tänzelte mit bebendem Silbertablett auf ihn zu. Logen packte ihn an seiner Samtjacke und schleuderte ihn durchs Zimmer. Der Mann schrie auf, als er gegen die Wand schlug und zwischen seinen Teetassen ausgestreckt auf dem Boden liegen blieb. Bajas hob eine Augenbraue. Ein schlichtes Nein hätte auch genügt. »Gosh on it, du alter Jerk!« Der erste der Magi runzelte die Stirn. »Aber, Meister Neunfinger, ihr scheint heute ja in äußerst ruppiger Stimmung zu sein. Ihr seid nun König, und es steht euch schlecht an, euch auf diese Weise von euren niederen Leidenschaften beherrschen zu lassen. Könige dieser Art bleiben nie lange auf dem Thron. You still have enemies in the north. Calder and Scale have surely holed up in the mountains and are plotting something. Good manners should be repaid with good manners, I have always thought. You were useful to me, and I can be useful to you in return. Like for Bethod? Exactly. Didn't do him much good. When he enjoyed my support, he prospered. Then he became proud and stubborn, demanding that everything happen his way. Without my help, well, you know the rest. Stay out of my affairs, wizard. Logen let his hand fall to the hilt of Canedia's sword. If swords have voices, als der Magus once told him, then he let it spake a grim threat now. But Baya's face showed only a faint hint of annoyance. A lesser man might be offended now. Did I not bargain your life from Bethod? Did I not give you a purpose when you had nothing left? Did I not lead you to the end of the world and show you wonders few men have ever seen? These are truly bad manners. Even the sword with which you threaten me, I once gave to you. I had hoped we could come to einem... No, I understand. Not even... We are done with each other. As it looks, I will never become a better person, but I can try not to become an even worse one. At least that much I can do. Bajas narrowed his eyes. Well, Master Ninefingers, you surprise me in the end. I took you for brave, yet controlled, for calculating, yet passionate. Above all, I took you for realistic. But the Northmen have always been prone to capriciousness. I find that you are currently in a stubborn and destructive mood. Now at last I see the bloody nine. Glad I disappoint you. Apparently we misjudged each other. I thought you were a great man, but now I recognize my mistake. Logen slowly shook his head. What have you done here? Was hab ich getan? Bajas lit out einen schnorzenden, inkredulischen Lach. I have intertwined 3 pure forms of magic und created einen neuen. Apparently you do not grasp my achievement, Master Ninefingers, but I forgive you. I have realized that book learning has never your greatest strength. Solch eine Unternehmung hat nicht beanstandet seit der alten Zeit, wenn Eos distribuierte seine Gifte unter seinen Söhnen. Bajas seufzte. Niemand wird meine größte Erfolgstat apprezieren, es scheint. Nur Kalul vielleicht. Und es ist unwahrscheinlich, er wird eher nicht gratulieren für ihn. Well, solch eine Power hat nicht mehr auf der Welt entwegt seit Glustrot durchstreute sich selbst und Aulkus along with him. Der Magus reißte die Augenbraue. Well, now that you mention it. Und die Konsequenzen sind much the same, it seems to me. If you disregard that you got by with a little weniger unskrupulosem Mord und laid waste zu einem kleineren Teil einer kleineren Stadt. Und das in einer weniger signifikanten, lässeren Zeit. Otherwise, there's no difference between you and him? I would have thought that was perfectly obvious. Bajas raised his teacup und cast Logen einen milden Glanz über sein Rimm. Glustrot lost. Logen stand der für einen langen Tag denken. Dann er turnt und stroht aus dem Raum, der Servant ängstlich auf ihm vor. Im Hallweg echoten seine Fußschritte aus dem gildeten Ziel, und das Rattern von Bethods heerigen Kette auf seinen Schultern saunte lachend in seinen Ohren. Er probably should have made sure der unskrupulose alte Jerk stayed on his side.
The way things probably stood in the north, it might well be that Logen would need his help once he returned. He probably should have drunken das avasare Brühe Bayas called tea und smiled als it were honey. He probably should have laughed und called der Magus ein old friend, so könnte crawlen zu der große library of the north when things went wrong. That would have been smart. That would have been realistic. But it was just as Logen's father had always said, he had never been that realistic. Behind the throne. He had barely heard the tour open when Jezal already knew who his visitor was. He did everything else. Who else would have the audacity to enter the king's chambers without at least knocking? He cursed to himself, inaudibly, but full of bitterness none displeasure. It could only Bayas, his jailer, his omnipräsente Chateau, der Mann, wat der halb vor Agrionta durchstreute und beautiful Adua in Ruinen und der nun smiled und wallte in Applaus, als das große Savior der Nation war. Das war Nur und Danno. Jezal grittete die Zähne, starrte aus seinem Fenster auf die Ruinen und refuste zu turnen. More demands, more compromises, more talk über Dinge, die Tat geboten seien. Als Head of State, als solange der First of the Magi konstant über ihn schaute, fühlte sich tief frustriert und disbefährt. Even with Trifles war es ein Streit zu Erserten seiner eigenen Views. Wo immer hinschaute, konstant zu sehen schien den Magus disapprovierenden Face. Fühlte sich nicht mehr als eine Figurhede. Eine beautiful designte, gildete, unbezweifelt überwältigende, yet öterlich unnütze Piece of Wood. Abgesehen von dem, dass eine Figurhede als die wenigsten am Bug eines Schiffes hangen. Your Majesty, der Altens Voice nun sank, und wie immer eine dünne Schicht von Respekt nur unvollständig vertuschte den Hohn darüber. Was ist es nun? Jezal Föhnlich tante zu ihm. Zu seinem Erstaunen merkte dass der Magus seine Staatsroben für sein altes, wornes Travelcloud und die Heavier Boots getragen hatte, die auf deren illfätige Wanderung in den Ruinen West gebracht hatte. Are you going somewhere? Jezal askte, bärlich deren zu hoffen. I am leaving Adua. Today. Today. Jezal konnte bärlich kontrollieren von Springen und Schreien für Freude. Fühlte sich als ein Gefangener Schritt von seinem dreckigen Gefängnis in den breiten Sonnenschein von Freiheit. Nun würde Adua bauen, als es wollte. Könnte reassemblieren den geschlossenen Rat und wählen seine eigenen Advisor. Perfekt könnte sogar Rede von der Wife Bayas erpressen lassen. Wäre frei, um zu tun, was recht war, was immer das sein mochte. Würde at least die Freiheit haben, zu finden, was recht war. War nicht alle andere High King der Union? Who would dare to stand in his way? We are of course very sorry to lose you. I can imagine. However, some preparations must be made first. If es must. War red für alles, als lange endlich von dem alten Jerk reden konnte. I have spoken with your new Archlector Glokta. Das Name allein machte ihn schuddern mit Disgust. Indeed, a shrewd man. He impressed me greatly. I have asked him to speak in my stead auf dem Closed Council durch meine Abwesenheit. Really? Jezal sagte, sierens darüber nachzudenken, ob den disableden Mann sofort von seinem Post entlassen würde, sobald der Magus durch die Stadtgrabe gepasst hatte, oder ob noch einen Tag hinauszögern sollte. I would advise you, und das klang plötzlich sehr nach einem Gebot, to listen very carefully to his views. Oh, I will, of course.
Good luck on your journey back to. I would even ask you to do exactly what he says. A cold knot of anger formed in Jezal's throat. So you are essentially asking me to obey him? Baya's eyes rested firmly on his. Essentially, yes. For a moment, Jezal was speechless. How dared the Magus assume he could come and go as he pleased, while entrusting supervision to seinen disabled servant? Over einen King in his own kingdom? What incredible arrogance von diesem Mann! You have interfered very strongly in my affairs lately, Jezal snapped at him. I have no intention of replacing one presumptuous advisor with the next. The man will be very useful to you, to us. Decisions will have to be made that you will find difficult, and things will have to be done that you will not want to take on yourself. People who live in shimmering palaces need others who are willing to sweep away their dirt, otherwise it will pile up in the polished halls and bury them one day. It's all very simple and obvious. You haven't listened to me. No, you are the one who hasn't listened.
Sand done Glokta, that disabled jerk? He recognized his unfortunate choice of words, but now he had to press on regardless, growing angrier and angrier. And he sits next to me on their closed council, stares over my shoulder every day of my life, and now he's supposed to give me instructions too? That is unacceptable, intolerable, unmöglich. Wir leben nicht mehr in den Zeiten Herods des Großen. Ich habe keine Ahnung, was Sie zu der Überzeugung bringt, Sie könnten auf diese Weise mit mir reden. Ich bin hier König und lasse mich nicht herumschubsen. Bajas schloss die Augen und zog langsam durch die Nase den Atem ein, als suche er die Geduld aufzubringen, einen Schwachsinnigen zu unterweisen. Sie können nicht begreifen, was es bedeutet, so lange gelebt zu haben wie ich, zu wissen, was ich weiß. Ihr Leute seid im Nu tot und ständig muss man euch dieselben Lektionen aufs Neue beibringen. Dieselben Lektionen, die Julen Stolicus vor 1000 Jahren schon übermittelte. Es wird äußerst ermüdend. Jesals Wut wurde stetig größer. Entschuldigen Sie, wenn ich Sie langweile. Ich nehme Ihre Entschuldigung an. Das war ein Witz. Ah, Ihr Witz ist von solcher Schärfe, dass ich nicht einmal merkte, dass er mich schnitt. Sie verspotten mich. Das ist so leicht. Jeder Mann erscheint mir wie ein Kind. Wenn man mein Alter erreicht, dann erkennt man, dass die Geschichte sich im Kreis bewegt. So oft habe ich diese Nation vom Rande der Zerstörung hinweggeführt, noch größerem Ruhm entgegen. Und was erbitte ich im Gegenzug? Ein paar kleine Opfer? Wenn Sie doch nur die Opfer begreifen würden, die ich für Vieh wie Sie und Ihr Volk gebracht habe. Jesals Finger zuckte heftig in Richtung des Fensters. Und was ist mit all den Toten? Was ist mit denen, die alles verloren haben? Dieses Vieh, wie Sie es nennen, ist es wohl glücklich über seine Opfer? Was meinen Sie? Was ist mit all denen, die an dieser Krankheit gelitten haben, die immer noch daran leiden? Einer meiner engsten Freunde ist darunter. Mir fällt durchaus auf, dass sie sehr an jene Krankheit erinnert, die Sie uns in den Ruinen von Aulkus beschrieben haben. Ich werde den Gedanken nicht los, dass Ihre Zauberei vielleicht der Grund dafür ist. Der Magus machte sich nicht die Mühe, das zu leugnen. Ich kümmere mich um die großen Dinge. Mit dem Schicksal eines jeden Bauern kann ich mich nicht abgeben. Und Sie auch nicht. Ich habe versucht, Ihnen das beizubringen, aber wie es aussieht, haben Sie Ihre Lektion nicht gelernt. Sie irren sich. Ich weigere mich, sie zu lernen. Jetzt war sein Augenblick gekommen. Jetzt, da er zornig genug war, konnte Jesar für immer dem Schatten des Ersten der Magi entkommen und als freier Mann leben. Bajas war wie Gift in einer Wunde, das herausgeschnitten werden musste. Sie haben mir zum Thron verholfen, und dafür danke ich Ihnen. Aber ich danke Ihnen nicht für Ihre Art der Regierung, sie schmeckt nach Tyrannei. Bajas kniff die Augen zusammen. Regierung ist Tyrannei. Bestenfalls ist sie in hübsche Farben gewandet. Ihre hartherzige Geringschätzung meiner Untertanen, ich werde sie nicht dulden. Ich bin über sie hinausgewachsen. Sie sind hier nicht mehr erwünscht, sie werden nicht mehr gebraucht. Ich werde ab jetzt meinen eigenen Weg finden. Er schickte Bajas mit einer Geste weg, die, wie er hoffte, nach königlicher Entlassung aussah. Sie dürfen gehen. Darf ich das? Der Erste der Magi stand lange schweigend da, und seine Miene verdüsterte sich zusehends. Es genügte, damit Jesals Zorn allmählich verebbte, sein Mund trocken und seine Knie weich wurden. »Ich stelle fest, dass ich viel zu sanft mit Ihnen umgegangen bin«, sagte Bajas, und jedes Wort war rasiermesserscharf. »Ich habe Sie verhätschelt wie einen Lieblingsenkel, und Sie sind nun eigensinnig geworden. Ein Fehler, der mir nicht wieder passieren wird. Ein verantwortlicher Vormund sollte mit der Peitsche nicht sparsam sein.« »Ich bin der Sohn von Königen«, blaffte Jesal. Ein Schmerz wie ein Speer durchfuhr fürchterlich plötzlich seine Eingeweide und er krümmte sich zusammen. 1 oder 2 Schritte stolperte er noch voran, dann schoss heißes Erbrochenes aus seinem Mund. Er stürzte vornüber, konnte kaum noch atmen und die Krone fiel von seinem Kopf und rollte davon. Einen derartigen Schmerz hatte er noch nie empfunden, nicht einmal annähernd.
Ich habe keine Ahnung, welche Umstände Sie zu der Überzeugung bringen, Sie könnten auf diese Weise mit mir sprechen. Mit mir, dem Ersten der Magi. Jezal hörte Bayas Schritte langsam auf sich zukommen, und seine Stimme zerrte an seinen Ohren, während er sich hilflos in seinem eigenen Erbrochenen wälzte. Sohn von Königen? Es enttäuscht mich, dass Sie nach all dem, was wir gemeinsam erlebt haben, so bereitwillig die Lügen glauben, die ich zu Ihrem Wohl ausgestreut habe. Dieser Unfug war für die Idioten auf der Straße bestimmt, aber es scheint, als seien die Idioten in den Palästen ebenso leicht von süßem Schwachsinn einzulullen. Ich habe sie von einer Hure gekauft. Sie haben mich 6 Mark gekostet. Sie wollte 20, aber ich habe hart verhandelt. Die Worte waren natürlich äußerst schmerzhaft. Aber noch viel, viel schlimmer war das unerträgliche Stechen, das durch Jezals Wirbelsäule fuhr, an seinen Augen zerrte, seine Haut verbrannte, an seinen Haarwurzeln riss und ihn dazu brachte, wie ein Frosch in kochendem Wasser zu zucken. Ich hatte natürlich noch andere in Wartestellung. Ich habe zu viel Erfahrung, um alles auf eine Karte zu setzen. Es gab andere Söhne unbekannter Herkunft, die ebenso bereit standen, um in diese Rolle zu schlüpfen. Eine Familie hieß Brind, wie ich mich erinnere, und es gab viele weitere. Aber sie trieben an die Oberfläche Jezal, wie ein Stück Dreck in der Badewanne. Als ich damals die Brücke zum Agriont überquerte und sie als Erwachsenen erblickte, da wusste ich, sie sind der Richtige. Sie sahen einfach richtig aus, und das kann man niemandem beibringen. Inzwischen sprechen sie sogar schon wie ein König, und das ist ein zusätzlicher Vorteil, den ich nie erwartet hätte. Jezal stöhnte und sabberte, er konnte nicht einmal schreien. Er fühlte, wie Bayas den Fuß unter seinen Körper schob und ihn mit einem Tritt auf den Rücken drehte. Das grimmige Gesicht des Magus dräute über ihm, durch seine eigenen Tränen verzerrt. Aber wenn Sie darauf bestehen, schwierig zu sein, wenn Sie darauf bestehen, Ihren eigenen Weg zu gehen, nun, dann gibt es auch noch andere Möglichkeiten. Selbst Könige sterben unter ungeklärten Umständen. Von einem Pferd abgeworfen, an einem Olivenkern erstickt, ein Sturz aus großer Höhe auf die harten Pflastersteine. Oder sie werden einfach eines Morgens tot aufgefunden. Das Leben ist immer kurz für euch Insekten. Aber für jene, die sich nicht als nützlich erweisen, kann es sogar sehr kurz sein. Ich habe sie aus dem Nichts erschaffen, aus Luft. Mit einem Wort kann ich sie zerstören.
Bayaz schnippte mit den Fingern, und das Geräusch fuhr wie ein Schwert durch Jezals Magen. So schnell können sie ersetzt werden. Der Erste der Magi beugte sich weiter herunter. »Nun, Sie Dummkopf, Sie elender Schurke, denken Sie gut über Ihre Antworten zu meinen Fragen nach. Sie werden tun, was Ihr Erzlektor Ihnen rät, nicht wahr?« Die Krämpfe ließen ein kleines bisschen nach, gerade genug, damit Jezal Ja flüstern konnte. »Sie werden sich von ihm in allen Bereichen führen lassen?« »Ja.« »Sie werden seinen Anweisungen folgen, sowohl in der Öffentlichkeit als auch privat?« »Ja«, keuchte er, »ja.« »Gut«, sagte der Magus, richtete sich auf und überragte Jezal nun so, wie seine Statue einst die Menschen auf dem Weg der Könige überragt hatte. »Ich wusste, dass Sie das sagen würden, denn ich weiß, Sie sind hochmütig, unwissend und undankbar, und ich weiß auch, dass Sie ein Feigling sind. Ich vertraue darauf, dass Sie diese Lektion nicht wieder vergessen werden.« Der Schmerz ließ plötzlich nach. Genug, damit Jezal den Kopf leicht heben konnte, während sich die Welt um ihn drehte. »Ich hasse Sie«, stieß er rauh hervor. Bayaz brach in abruptes Gelächter aus. »Sie hassen mich? Dieser Hochmut! Dass Sie glauben, mich würde das interessieren? Mich, Bayaz, den ersten Lehrling des großen Juvens? Ich, der den Meisterschöpfer überwand, der die Union schmiedete, der die 100 Worte zerstörte?« Langsam hob der Magus seinen Fuß und setzte ihn seitlich auf Jezals Kiefer. »Mir ist egal, ob Sie mich mögen, Sie Narr.« Mit seinem Stiefel drückte er Jezals Gesicht gegen den mit Erbrochenem besudelten Boden. »Für mich zählt, dass Sie mir gehorchen. Und das werden Sie, nicht wahr?« »Ja«, sabberte Jezal aus seinem zusammengepressten Mund. »Dann, Euer Majestät, werde ich mich jetzt verabschieden. Beten Sie, dass Sie mir nie einen Grund zur Rückkehr geben werden.« Der Druck auf sein Gesicht ließ nach, und Jezal hörte, dass sich die Schritte des Magus entfernten. Die Tür öffnete sich knarrend und fiel dann fest ins Schloss.
Er lag auf dem Rücken, starrte an die Decke und atmete schnell und stoßweise ein und aus. Nach einer Weile hatte er genug Mut gesammelt, um sich umzudrehen und schwindelnd auf alle Viere zu kommen. Dann bemerkte er einen unangenehmen Gestank, der nicht allein von dem Erbrochenen stammte, das über sein Gesicht geschmiert war. Mit einem winzigen Aufflackern vom Scham erkannte er, dass er sich in die Hosen gemacht hatte. Er kroch zum Fenster hinüber, immer noch schlaff wie ein ausgewrungener Lappen, zog sich dann keuchend auf die Knie und sah in den kühlen Garten hinunter. Nur einen Augenblick später kam Bajaz in Sicht, wie er den Kiesweg zwischen den sauberen Rasenflächen entlang schritt. Sein kahler Schädel schimmerte in der Sonne. Neben ihm ging Jorro Sulfur, in einer Hand seinen Stab, unter dem anderen Arm eine Kiste aus dunklem Metall. Jene Kiste, die Jezal, Logen und Ferro in einem Karren um das halbe Weltenrund gefolgt war. Wie glücklich erschienen ihm jene Tage jetzt. Bajaz hielt unvermittelt inne, wandte sich um und hob den Kopf. Dann sah er direkt zum Fenster hinauf. Jezal drückte sich mit einem Wimmern des Entsetzens gegen die Vorhänge und sein ganzer Körper zitterte. Das Abbild des unerträglichen Schmerzes, kalt wie Eis, war noch immer in seine Eingeweide eingegraben. The first of the Magi remained standing there for another moment, a hint of a smile on his face. Then he turned, walked between the two bowing knights of the watch who flanked the gate, and was gone. Jezal knelt on the floor, clinging to the curtains like a child to its mother. He thought of how happy he had once been and how little he had realized it at the time. How he had played cards, surrounded by friends, a bright future before him. Er trug einen tiefen Atem, und Tränen konstriktierten seinen Kehl und wellten in seine Einweide. Nie in seinem Leben hatte er so allein gefühlt. Sohn von Königen? Er hatte nichts und niemand. Er schluckte und schniefte, seine Sicht wurde unscharf. Dann helflose Seufze nahmen ihm auf, sein vernagter Lipp zitterte und Tränen drippten auf die Tiegeln. Er wegte von Schmerz und Furcht, von Scham und Angst, von Enttäuschung und Hilflosigkeit. Bajaz hatte den Rechtfinger, er war ein Coward. Und so, aber allem, er wegte von Erleichterung. Good and Evil. A grey morning in the cold, wet gardens, and the dogman just stood there, thinking that things used to be better. He stood there amidst the circle of brown graves, staring at the freshly turned earth over Harding Grim. Strange that a man who had said so little could leave such a large void. It had been a long journey that the dogman had made over the last few years, and a very strange one. He had started in nothing and returned there, and he had lost many friends along the way. He thought of all the men who had turned back to mud. Harding Grim, Tulduru Thunderhead, Rudd Three Trees, Forley the weakest. And why? Who had gained anything from it now? All this waste. It was enough to make einen Mann fühl ungeheule Misery. Even someone like him, who was known for having a balanced temperament. Sie waren alle da, leaving Dogman allein. Die Welt war näher geworden ohne sie. Er hörte Fußschritte auf dem weichen Gras. Logen kam durch den Drissel, und sein Brett stund weiß vor seinem vernagten Gesicht. Dogman erinnerte sich, wie happy er gewesen war, als Logen in den Feuerleitback kam, noch am Leben. Es hat ausgesehen wie ein neuer Beginn, ein guter Moment, verheißender besserer Zeiten. Aber es hatte nicht so gewesen. Strange, aber nun Dogman war nicht mehr so happy, wenn er Logen Ninefingers anprächtern lotte. Der König der Nortmänner, grummelte er, der Bloody Nine. How are things? Wet, that's how they are. The year is drawing to a close. Ja, ein neuer Winter ist kommen. Dogman pickte an einer Colours auf seiner Palm. Sie kommen faster und faster. It's high time I returned north, isn't it? Calder und Scale sind auch noch da draußen, plotten something. Und der Dad might know what trouble thou has stirred up by now. I'd say so too. High time we left. Ich wille, dass sie hier bleiben. Was? Jemand muss mit den Südländern sprechen und negoziieren. Wenn es ums Reden geht, du bist immer der Beste gewesen, den ich kenne. Außer Bethod vielleicht, aber, naja, er ist hauptsächlich keine Option mehr, ist er. Was, Negoziationen? Vielleicht brauchen wir noch seine Hilfe. Es werden viele Leute im Nord finden, die nicht besonders glücklich sind mit dem, wie es ausgegangen ist. People, die keinen König wollen oder allein nicht diesen. Es würde helfen, wenn wir die Union an unserer Seite hätten. Es zählte sicher nicht aus, wenn ihr Waffen mitbringt, wenn ihr zurückkommt. Dogman grimeste. Waffen,
Besser zu haben und nicht brauchen, als zu brauchen und nicht haben. Ja, ja, ich weiß den Sagen. Dinten wir nicht einst gesagt, nur eine Morgen Feit, dann wären wir fertig? Dinten wir nicht einst gesagt, wir wollten Gründers wachsen? Vielleicht andere werden das für eine Weile. Listen, Dogman, ich habe nie einen Fight geforst, you know that, but one has to be read. Forget it, simply. Ich bin eine bessere Person, Dogman. Reglich? Sofern bekomme ich nicht den Eindruck, du da viel nachtreibst. Dinkt du Tull töten? Logens Augen näherten sich. Did thou blab oder sowas? Das macht nicht, wer was gesagt hat. Dinkt du Thunderhead tot oder nicht? Es ist keine diffizile Frage, ist es. Es gibt nur ein Ja oder ein Nein. Logan gab einen Schnurrt, als ob er anfangen wollte zu lachen oder zu weinen, aber er tat nichts. Ich weiß nicht, was ich tat. Du weißt nicht? Was für eine Antwort ist das? Ist das, was du sagst, wenn ich dich erschlagen, während ich versucht habe, deinen wertlosen Leben zu retten? Logan ließ Trommo an die weiche Gras. Vielleicht. Ich weiß es nicht. Seine Augen schlitten bergauf, trafen Dogmans und hielten diese. Aber das ist der Preis, ist es. You know who I am. You could have chosen another man to follow. Dogman watched him go, und er wusste nicht, was er sagen sollte, nicht einmal, was er denken sollte. Er stand da, amidst den Gräbern, gehend immer noch nässer. Dann bemerkte er jemanden angesprochen haben.
Redcap also looked into the rain, following Logen's black outline, which gradually grew fainter and fainter. He shook his head, lips tightly pressed together. I never believed the stories they told about him, about the Bloody Nine. All much ado about nothing, I thought. But now I believe them. I heard he killed Crummock's boy in the battle up in the mountains, split him in two, like crushing a beetle, for no reason. That's a fellow for whom nothing matters. In all the North, there's no one worse, I'd say, not even Bethod, and he was already a nasty jerk. You think so, eh? Dogman realized he was staring directly into Redcap's face and roaring. Then I'll ignore you, you jerk. Who made you the very judge here? I'm just saying, that's all. Redcap stared at him. I mean, I thought we had the same idea. Well, we don't. You need a mind bigger than a pea to judge something like that, and that's exactly what you lack. You couldn't tell a good man from a bad one if he bothered you. Redcap blinked. You're right. I see I had the wrong impression. He took a step back and then walked away through the drizzle, shaking his head. Dogman watched him go, teeth clenched, and only thought how much he would have liked to hit someone now, but he didn't know whom. Anyway, no one else was there but him and the dead. But perhaps that's just how it is when the battles are over, at least for a man who knows nothing but fighting. He then fights against himself. Once again he drew in the cold, damp air and looked grimly at the earth over Grim's grave. He wondered if he could still tell a good man from a bad one now. He wondered what the difference was. A gray morning in the cold, wet gardens, and the Dogman stood there, thinking that things used to be better. Expectations. Glokta awoke as a gentle sunbeam full of dancing dust motes fell through the curtains onto his rumpled sheets. He tried to turn over and grimaced in agony as he felt a crack in his neck. Ah, the first cramp of the day. The second was not long in coming. It shot through his left hip as he laboriously worked his way onto his back, taking his breath away. The pain crawled up his spine, spread into his leg, and did not subside. Ah, he groaned. Very carefully he tried to rotate his ankle and move his knee. The pain immediately worsened. Barnum! He pulled back the sheet, and the familiar stench of waste rose to his nose. There's nothing like the smell of one's own waste as an overture to a productive morning. Ah, Barnum! He whimpered and drooled and clutched the withered leg, but nothing helped. The pain grew worse and worse. The fibers of his atrophied flesh protruded like metal cables, and the toeless foot twitched grotesquely at their end without him being able to control it in the slightest. "Barnum!" he screamed. "Barnum, you jerk! The door!" Saliva dripped from his toothless mouth, tears ran over his twitching face, and his hands clawed deep into the brown-stained sheet. Footsteps hurried down the hall, and he heard the squeak of the lock.
"Locked, you fool!" he shrieked, squeezed through his pressed-together gums as he thrashed back and forth in pain and anger. The doorknob turned, and to his surprise, the door opened. What? R.D. hurried to his bed. "Get out," he hissed, holding one arm uselessly before his face and clutching the bedding with the other. "Get out." "No." She pulled back the sheet, and Glokta grimaced in shame. He waited for her to turn pale, recoil, clap a hand over her mouth, and widen her eyes in disgust and revulsion. I'm married to this filth-smeared monster? But she merely frowned briefly, then grabbed his ruined thigh and pressed her thumbs into the flesh. He gasped and twitched, trying to turn away, but her grip was merciless, and 2 points of pain stabbed into his cramped tendons. "Ah, you—" The distorted muscles suddenly went slack, and Glokta likewise sagged back onto the mattress. And now it seems a little embarrassing to be soiled with my own waste. For a short time he lay there helplessly. "I didn't want you to see me like this." "Too late. You married me, remember? We are now completely united." "I guess I got the better deal. At least I kept my life, didn't I? Hardly a life most young women would long for." He watched the strip of sunlight move across her face as she moved. "I know I'm not what you dreamed of as a husband." "I always dreamed of a man I could dance with." She looked up and met his gaze. "But I think you might suit me better. Dreams are for children. We are both adults." "Still, you see now, dancing is the least of the problems. You shouldn't have to do this." "But I want to." She gripped his chin firmly and turned his head slightly painfully to the side so he looked directly into her eyes. "I want to do something. I want to make myself useful. I want someone to need me. Can you understand that?" Glokta swallowed. "Yes. Few would understand that better." "Where is Barnum?" "I told him he could have the morning off. I told him I would do this from now on. I also instructed him to bring my bed into this room." "But, are you telling me I shouldn't sleep in the same room as my husband?" Her hand slowly glided over his withered flesh, gently yet firmly, rubbing the scarred skin and massaging the ruined muscles. "How long has it been since a woman looked at me with something other than horror in her eyes? Since a woman touched me with something other than brutality?" He leaned back, eyes closed and mouth open, and tears streamed from his eyes, down his head, and onto the pillow. "Almost. Almost. I don't deserve any of this," he whispered. "Nobody gets what they deserve." Queen Therese looked haughtily at Glokta as he limped into her sunny salon, making no effort to hide her disgust and contempt, as if she saw a cockroach crawling into her royal presence. "But wait, we know the way very well after all. We once walked it ourselves, and we have dragged so many others behind us. First comes pride, then comes pain, and after that, humility. Obedience lies just behind it. My name is Glokta. I am His Majesty's new Archlector of the Inquisition." "Ah, the cripple," she remarked dismissively. "What refreshing frankness. And why are you disturbing my afternoon? You won't find any criminals here." "Only Styrian witches." Glokta's eyes slid to the other woman, who stood ramrod straight near a window. "This is a matter we should discuss alone. Countess Schiller has been my friend since childhood. There is nothing you would want to tell me that she shouldn't hear." The Countess stared at Glokta with a disdain that was only slightly less than the Queen's gaze. "Very well. There is no polite circumlocution for this matter, and I doubt politeness will get us far here. It has come to my attention, Your Majesty, that you are not fulfilling your duties as a wife." Therese's long, slender neck seemed to stretch even further in indignation. "How dare you? That is none of your business." "I regret it is. Heirs for the king, you know, the future of the nation, and so on." This is unbearable! The queen's face was white with rage. The jewel of talons truly sparks. I have to eat your disgusting food, endure your dreadful weather, and listen with a smile to the chattering talk of your idiotic king. Now I also have to justify myself to his repulsive servants. I am a prisoner here. Glokta looked around the beautiful room. The opulent tapestries, the gilded furniture, the pretty paintings. The two beautiful women in their beautiful dresses. He pressed the underside of his tongue against a tooth in annoyance. Believe me on this one thing. A prison looks different. There are different kinds of prisons. I have yearned to live in worse circumstances, as have many others. You should see what my wife has to endure. He leaned back, eyes closed and mouth open, and tears streamed from his eyes, down his head and onto the pillow. Almost. I don't deserve any of this, he whispered. Nobody gets what they deserve. Queen Therese looked haughtily at Glokta as he limped into her sunny salon, making no effort to hide her disgust and contempt, as if she saw a cockroach crawling into her royal presence. But wait, we know the way very well after all. We once walked it ourselves, and we have dragged so many others behind us. First comes pride, then comes pain, and after that, humility. Obedience lies just behind it. My name is Glokta. I am His Majesty's new Archlector of the Inquisition. Ah, the cripple, she remarked dismissively. What refreshing frankness. And why are you disturbing my afternoon? You won't find any criminals here. Only Styrian witches. Glokta's eyes slid to the other woman, who stood ramrod straight near a window. This is a matter we should discuss alone. Countess Schiller has been my friend since childhood. There is nothing you would want to tell me that she shouldn't hear. The countess stared at Glokta with a disdain that was only slightly less than the queen's gaze. To share a bed with a disgusting jerk, the scarred son of I don't know what, and to allow a stinking, hairy man to make unwanted advances at night. The queen shuddered with disgust. That is unbearable. Tears shimmered in her eyes. Her lady-in-waiting hurried to her with rustling dress, knelt beside her, and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Therese pushed her own hand over it. The maid stared at Glokta with naked hatred. Get out, cripple, and never come back. You have frightened Her Majesty. I have a talent for that, Glokta grumbled. That's one of the reasons I'm generally so hated. He fell silent and frowned. His gaze lingered on the hands of the two women. There was something strange about this touch. Comforting, soothing, protective. The touch of a devoted friend, a loyal confidant, a sisterly companion. But it is more than that. Far too familiar, too intimate, almost like the touch of a... You don't care much for men, do you? The two women turned their eyes to him at the same moment. Then Schiller abruptly pulled her hand from the queen's shoulder. What do you mean by that? Therese barked, but her voice sounded shrill, almost panicked. I think you understood perfectly what I mean. And that makes my task much easier. I need a little help here. Two burly apprentices stormed through the door. And just like that, the whole situation changed. It's surprising what spice two big fellows can add to a conversation. Some power consists only of small turns of our minds. I learned that all too well in the Emperor's prisons, and my new master has further developed the lesson. You wouldn't dare! Shrieked Therese, staring with wide eyes at the masked intruders. You wouldn't dare lay a hand on me! Fortunately, I think that won't even be necessary. But we'll see. He pointed at the countess. Seize this woman. The two black-masked men tramped across the thick carpet. One moved a chair out of the way with exaggerated caution. No! The queen jumped up and grabbed Schiller's hand. No! Yes, said Glokta. The two women recoiled and clung to each other. Therese stepped forward and shielded the countess with her body, teeth bared in warning as the two large shadows approached. almost touching. How much they obviously care for each other, if one could even be touched anymore. Seize her, but please, no signs of violence on the queen. No! Therese screamed. That will cost you your head! My father is on his way back to Talon's, and I doubt he would start a war for your childhood friend anyway. You were sold and paid for, and Duke Orso did not strike me as a man who would want to renegotiate a deal after the fact. The two men and the two women were united in an awkward dance in the furthest corner of the room. One of the apprentices grabbed the Countess by the wrist and wrestled her from the queen's clinging grip, then forced her to her knees and snapped on a pair of heavy handcuffs. Therese shrieked, hit, clawed, and kicked at the other, but she might as well have vented her rage on a tree. The huge man barely moved, and his eyes betrayed as little emotion as the mask that concealed the lower half of his face. Glokta found himself almost smiling as he watched the ugly scene. I may be crippled and ugly and constantly plagued by pain, but the humiliation of beautiful women is one of the pleasures I can still enjoy. Today I work with threats and violence instead of gentle words and promises as before, but still, it's almost as much fun as it used to be. One apprentice dragged a canvas sack over Chalaire's head, turning her screams into sobs, then led her helplessly through the room. The other paused briefly to ensure the queen could not escape from her corner. Then he too went to the door. On the way, he picked up the chair he had moved aside and placed it back in exactly the same spot it had been before. "I curse you!" Therese shrieked at the top of her lungs, her clenched fists trembling as the door softly closed, leaving them both alone. "I curse you, you perverted jerk, if you harm even a single hair on her head!" "That will probably not happen, for you hold the means of her salvation in your hands." The queen swallowed, and her chest rose. "What must I do?" "Fulfill your marital duties." The word sounded twice as ugly in the beautiful surroundings. "And have children. I will grant the Countess 7 days in darkness, during which she will not be bothered. If, at the end of this week, I do not hear that you have fulfilled your marital duties with the king, then I will subject her to a very unpleasant experience. My apprentices are eager for opportunities, and there are many of them. I suspect we could easily keep your childhood friend occupied day and night." Horror flickered across Therese's face, and how could it not? This is a descent into extremely deep lows even for me. "And if I do what you ask? Then the Countess will be safe and comfortable. As soon as you are demonstrably carrying a child, I will let her return to you. Then things can continue as before while you are in other circumstances. 2 boys as heirs, 2 girls who can later be well married, and then we are done with each other. The king can then amuse himself elsewhere." "But that will take years!" "You could be done with it in 3 or 4 years if you are diligent in your duties. And you might find that it makes things easier for everyone if you at least pretend to enjoy it." "Pretend?" she whispered. "The more you seem to enjoy it, the sooner it will be over. Are you telling me you couldn't show a little enthusiasm for the king of the Union?" He made a mocking sound, rolling his eyes in feigned ecstasy. "Ah, yes, just like that. Don't stop." He looked at her with curled lips. "Do you understand? Even I can do it. A liar with your experience should have no difficulty." Her tear-filled eyes darted around the room as if searching for an escape, but there was none. The noble Arch-Lector Glokta, preserver of the Union, the great heart of the closed council, paragon of noble virtues, displayed his political and diplomatic skill. He felt something stir within him as he saw her terrible despair, a slight, barely perceptible flutter in his stomach. Guilt, perhaps? Or rather, an upset stomach. It hardly matters, for I have learned my lesson. Pity does not pay for me. He took another slow step towards her. "Your Majesty, I hope you have understood what is at stake here." She nodded and dried her eyes. Then she proudly lifted her chin.
I will do what you ask. Please, I implore you, don't hurt her. Please. Please, please, please. Congratulations, Your Eminence. You have my word. I will ensure the Countess receives the best treatment." He gently ran his tongue over the bitter gaps between his teeth. "And you will do the same for your husband." Jezzel sat in the dark. He watched the fire dance in the large fireplace and thought of what might have been. He thought of it with considerable bitterness, of all the paths his life could have taken, and instead he had ended up here, alone. He heard hinges creak. The small door leading to the Queen's bedchamber slowly opened. He had never bothered to lock it from his side. After all, he hadn't expected her to ever want to use that door. Undoubtedly, he had made an etiquette mistake, and she couldn't even wait until morning to scold him for it. He stood up hastily, feeling ridiculously nervous. Therese stepped through the gloomy passage. She looked so different that he barely recognized her at first. Her hair was down, and she wore only her slip. She humbly looked at the floor, her face shrouded in shadow. Her bare feet padded across the floorboards and over the thick carpet to the fire. Suddenly she seemed very young and small, weak and alone.
He watched her with a great deal of confusion and also a little fear. But as she came closer and the firelight caught the contours of her body, also with a very small bit of arousal, "Therese, my—" he searched for the right word. "Darling" didn't quite capture it. "Beloved" either. "Worst enemy" might have fit, but that wouldn't have helped either of them. "Can I—" As usual, she cut him off, but not with the tirade he expected. "I'm sorry I treated you this way, and also what I said to you. You must think me a—" Tears stood in her eyes, real tears. Until this moment, he would hardly have believed she could cry at all. He hastily took a step or two towards her, one hand outstretched, but didn't know what to do. He had never dared to hope for an apology, especially not one so earnest and honest. I know," he stammered. "I know. I'm not at all what you imagined as a husband. I'm sorry, but I am as much a prisoner as you are. I can only hope. Maybe we can make the best of it. Maybe we can find a way to appreciate each other. We have no one but ourselves. Please, tell me what I need to do." "Shh." She placed a finger on his lips and looked into his eyes. One side of her face was illuminated orange-red by the fire, the other lay in shadow. Her fingers ran through his hair and pulled him closer. She kissed him, very gently and almost a little awkwardly. Their lips brushed against each other until they pressed together clumsily. He slid his hand to the back of her neck, letting it rest below her ear, and stroked her cheek with his thumb. Their mouths moved mechanically, accompanied by the soft hiss of breath in his nose and the gentle smack of saliva. Hardly the most passionate kiss he had ever enjoyed, but more than he had ever expected to get from her. He felt a pleasant tingling as their kiss deepened, a growing intimacy between them. He made a soft sound as his hand explored her form, moving lower. Her slip bunched up over his wrist. But then he felt her shiver, pull back, and bite her lip in fright, or even disgust. He pulled his hand back, and they separated. Both looked at the floor. "I'm sorry," he murmured, inwardly cursing his impatience. No, it's my fault. I have no experience with men." Jezal blinked briefly, then almost smiled as a wave of relief washed over him. Of course, now everything was clear. She was so self-assured, so clever, that it had never occurred to him she might still be a virgin. It was pure fear that made her tremble so, the fear of disappointing him. He felt pity rise within him. "Don't worry," he murmured softly, stepped forward, and took her in his arms. He felt her body stiffen, certainly from nervousness, and he gently stroked her hair. "I can wait. We don't have to. Not yet, anyway." "Yes." She said it with moving determination and looked him fearlessly in the face. "Yes, we must." With that, she removed her slip. She stepped close to him, took his hand, and guided it to her, her breath hot against his ear.
Yes, right there. Don't stop. Breathlessly, she led him to the bed. They came together in passion. Is that all, then? Glokta looked along the table, but the old men were silent, all waiting for my word. The king was absent once again, and so the archlector made the council members wait an unnecessarily long time, just to make it unequivocally clear to all doubters who was in charge here, and why not? The purpose of power is not to be merciful. Then this meeting of the closed council is over. They stood up, quickly, quietly, and in an orderly line. Torlicorm, Halleck, Croy, and the others left the room one after another. Glokta himself struggled out of his chair, his legs still aching from the memory of this morning's cramps, and had to note again that the Lord Treasurer had remained, and he didn't look particularly amused. Hoff waited until the door had closed before speaking. "Imagine my surprise," he snapped, "when I learned that you recently got married." A quick ceremony in a small circle. Glokta showed the Lord Chancellor the ruins of his front teeth. "You know, young love doesn't like to wait. I regret if it hurt you that you didn't get an invitation." "An invitation?" Hoff growled with an extremely ill-tempered expression. "Hardly. That's not what we discussed recently." "Discussed? I believe there's a misunderstanding here. Our mutual friend," Glokta's eyes meaningfully drifted to the empty 13th chair on the other side of the table, "has transferred authority to me, to no one else. He considers it necessary for the closed council to speak with one voice. This voice will from now on sound remarkably like mine." Hoff's red face had grown considerably paler. "Of course, but are you aware of the fact that I survived 2 years of torture, 2 years in hell, only to stand before you now, or to lean, twisted like an old tree root, a crippled, miserable, ridiculous shadow of a man, aren't I, Lord Huff? Let's be honest with each other. Sometimes I lose control of my own leg, my eyes, my face," he snorted, "if one can even call it a face. My bowels are also quite unruly. Often I wake up in my own. I suffer constant pain and am endlessly plagued by the memories of all that I have lost." He felt his left eye twitch, let it twitch. "Therefore, you surely understand that despite my constant efforts to be a man of sunny disposition, I repeatedly find that I detest the world, along with everything that teems on it, above all, myself. A regrettable state with no prospect of healing." The Lord Treasurer licked his lips uncertainly. "You have my fullest sympathy, but I don't understand what that means now." Glokta suddenly came very close, ignoring the cramp that shot up his leg, and pushed Hoff backward against the table. "Your sympathy is less than worthless, and the meaning is this. If you know who I am, what I have suffered, and what I still suffer, can you then imagine that there is anything left in this world that I fear? Any deed from which I would shrink? The most unbearable pain of others, at best, arouses in me slight displeasure." Glokta jerked even closer to him, pulled back his lips so that the destroyed teeth became visible, let his face twitch and his eye tear. "If you are aware of all that, do you then consider it wise for a man who stands where you stand now to utter threats? Threats against my wife? Against my unborn child? A threat was not intended, of course not. I would never. That would not be advisable, Lord Hoff. That would not be advisable. At the slightest hint of violence against her, well, I wouldn't even want to ask you to imagine the inhuman horror of my response." He came even closer, so close that his spit settled like a gentle mist on Hoff's trembling jowls. "I cannot allow this topic to be discussed any further. I can't even allow such a topic to exist by rumor. It would be, simply, not advisable, Lord Hoff, for an eyeless, tongueless, faceless, fingerless lump of flesh to take your seat on the closed council." He stepped aside and grinned in a particularly disgusting way. "For, my dear Lord Chancellor, who would then drink all the wine?"
It was a wonderful autumn day in Audiobook, and the sun shone pleasantly through the branches of the fragrant fruit trees, casting an irregular shadow on the grass below. A pleasant breeze blew through the orchard, tugging at the king's crimson cloak as he strode majestically across the lawn, as well as at the white cloak of his arch-lector, who, leaning on his staff, limped behind his ruler at a respectful distance. Birds chirped in the branches, and His Majesty's highly polished boots crunched on the gravel, a sound that echoed softly and pleasantly from the white Powitz buildings. From the other side of the high walls came faint, distant working noises, the knocking of hoes and hammers, the scraping of shovels and the clatter of stones, the distant calls of carpenters and masons.
To Jezel's ears, these were exceedingly pleasant sounds, the sound of rebuilding. "It will take some time, of course," he said, "of course. Years, perhaps, but a large part of the rubble has now been cleared away. They have begun to repair the only slightly damaged houses. Before you know it, the Agreement will stand grander than before. This task is a matter close to my heart." Glokta bowed his head even further. "And, therefore, also from me, and for the entire closed council. May I ask," he murmured, "how your consort, the queen, is doing?" Jezel moved his mouth back and forth. He didn't like discussing his private affairs with this man of all people, but it couldn't be denied that the cripple's words, whatever he might have said, had led to a most remarkable improvement. "She is completely changed," Jezel shook his head. "By now I must admit that she is a woman of almost insatiable appetite. I am pleased to hear that my persuasive words have not been without effect." "Oh no, quite the contrary, although still—" Jezel made a gesture with his hand, searching for the right word. "A certain sadness surrounds her. Sometimes at night I hear her crying. Then she stands at the open window and cries for hours." "She cries, Your Majesty? Perhaps she is just homesick. I have always suspected that she has a much gentler nature than it appears." She is, a gentle nature." Jezel thought about it for a moment. "You know, perhaps you are right, homesickness." A plan took shape in his mind. "Perhaps we should have the palace garden redesigned to resemble Talon's a little more. We could have the stream diverted, in the manner of the canals, and so on." Glokta grinned in his toothless way. "An excellent idea. I will speak with the royal gardener. Perhaps I will also quickly exchange a few words with Her Majesty, and see if I cannot perhaps dry her tears. Your efforts would be very welcome. How is your own wife?" He threw the question out casually to change the subject, and only then realized he had ventured onto even thinner ice. But Glokta merely showed him his empty smile once more. "She is an incredible support to me, Your Majesty. I truly don't know how I ever managed without her." For a while they walked side by side in uneasy silence. Then Jezel cleared his throat. "Glokta, I've been thinking about that idea I had the other day. You know, about a tax on banking transactions. That could perhaps pay for a new hospital at the harbor, for all those who cannot afford a doctor. The common people have been so good to us. They brought us to power and suffered in our name. A government should be able to offer something to all people, shouldn't it? The more common, the lower their origin, the more they need our help, don't you think? Would you ask the Crown Judge to draw up a document for this? Something small to start with, then we can go from there. Also perhaps free accommodation for those who have lost their homes, we should consider." "Your Majesty, I have spoken with our mutual friend about it." Jezel stopped abruptly, and a chill crept up his spine. "Indeed? I'm afraid I had to." The cripple spoke in the tone of an obedient servant, but his deep-set eyes did not release Jezel from their gaze for a heartbeat. "Our friend is not pleased about it. Does he rule the Union or I?" But they both knew the answer to that question all too well. "You are, of course, the king." "Of course. But our mutual friend, we don't want to disappoint him, do we?" Glokta came a limping step closer, and his left eye twitched disgustingly. "I'm sure neither of us wants to provoke a visit from him." Jezel's knees suddenly felt weak. The pale memory of that terrible, unbearable pain gnawed at his stomach.
"No," he croaked, "of course not." The cripple's voice was now barely a whisper. "Perhaps funds can be diverted for a small project sometime. Our friend cannot see everything, and what he doesn't know won't cause him trouble. I'm sure we too, quietly, do a little good. But not yet. No, you are right, Glokta. You have a good sense for these things. Do nothing that could cause displeasure in any way. Please let our friend know that he can rely on me. Would you please convey that to him?" "I will, your majesty. He will be pleased to hear that." "Good," Jezzel murmured. "Good." A cool wind had come up, and he turned and walked back to the palace, his cloak wrapped tightly around his body. Ultimately, it was not as beautiful a day as he had hoped. Loose ends. A dingy white chamber with 2 opposing doors, narrow as a box. The ceiling was oppressively low, and the room was too brightly lit by glaring lamps. Dampness crept from a corner, and the plaster threw flaky bubbles covered in black mold spots. Someone had tried to scrub a long bloodstain from the wall, but apparently hadn't put much effort into it. 2 huge practicals stood with crossed arms against the wall. One of the chairs at the worn table was empty. On the other sat Carlot Dan Eider. History repeats itself, they say. How things have changed. And yet, in some ways, they have remained the same. Her face was white with worry. Dark rings around her eyes spoke of sleeplessness. But still, she was beautiful, even more beautiful than ever. The beauty of a candle flame that is almost extinguished. Again. Glokta could hear her fearful breath as he took the empty chair, leaned his stick against the scarred top table, and frowned at her. "I still wonder if I will receive the letter you spoke of back then in the next few days. You know, the one you wrote for Salt, in which the story of my negligent little mercy towards you is described. The one that was said to be, in the event of your death, guaranteed to be sent to the Archlector. Do you think it will find its way to my desk now?" A final ironic twist of events. A pause followed. "I've realized that I made a grave mistake by returning here, and an even worse mistake was that you didn't leave quickly enough. I hope you will accept my apology. I only wanted to warn you about the Gurkish, if you can still find a little mercy in your heart. Did you expect me to be merciful back then?" "No," she whispered. "Then what are the chances that I'll make the same mistake twice? What do you think?" "Never come back," I said. "Never." He waved to one of the huge practicals, who stepped forward and opened the lid of the box. "No, no." Her eyes slid over his instruments. "You've won. Of course you've won. I should have been grateful the first time. Please, there must be something. I must be able to do something to make up for my foolishness. And all of this becomes even more gruesome due to the tension of growing horror. It makes me wonder why I was so merciful the first time." Glokta snorted. "Does this now have to be not only painful but also embarrassing? But the fear doesn't disappear, I see." It was now accompanied by growing despair. "I know I made a mistake. I just wanted to help. Please, I didn't want to cause you any serious harm. I didn't do anything to you, you know that." He slowly reached for the box, and watched her terrified eyes follow his white-gloved hand, while her voice now escalated into shrill panic. "Tell me what I can do. Please, I can help you. I will be useful. Tell me what I can do." Glokta's hand paused in its merciless journey across the table. He tapped a finger against the wood. With that finger, on which the Archlector's ring sparkled in the lamplight. "Perhaps there is a way." "No matter what it is," she gurgled, and her tear-filled eyes shimmered. "No matter what, you just have to say it." "You have contacts in Talons?" She swallowed. "In Talons? Well, of course." "Good. I and some of my colleagues in the closed council are a little concerned about the role Grand Duke Orso intends to play in Union politics. Our opinion, a very clear opinion, is that he should stick to harassing the Styrians and keep his nose out of our affairs." He paused meaningfully.
"How can I? You will travel to Talons. You will be my eyes in that city.
A traitor who fled fearing for her life, without friends and very lonely, seeking a place to start a new life. A beautiful but pitiable traitor who desperately needs a strong arm to protect her. You understand? I think I could do that. Glokta snorted. That would be better for you, too. I will need money. Your assets have been confiscated by the Inquisition. Everything? You will certainly have noticed that a good deal of rebuilding needs to be done here. The king needs every mark he can get his hands on, and confessed traitors cannot expect to keep their possessions in such times. I have arranged passage for you. When you arrive in Talons, report to the banking house of Valant and Balk. They will grant you a loan to help you start anew. Valant and Balk? Eider looked even more frightened than before, if that was possible. I'd rather owe anyone else than them. I know the feeling. But it's either this way or not at all. How will I? A woman of your resourcefulness? I'm sure you'll discover a way. He grimaced in pain as he worked himself out of his chair. I want to be flooded with your letters about what's happening in the city, what Orso is planning, who he's at war with, who he's making peace with, who his allies and who his enemies are. Your ship sails with the next tide. In the doorway, he looked back briefly. I will watch you depart. She nodded silently and wiped away tears of relief with the back of her trembling hand. First it is done to us, then we do it to others, then we command that it be done. That's just the way things are. Are you always drunk this early in the morning? Your Eminence, you wound me. Nicomo Casca grinned. Normally I'm already a few hours blue by this time. Well, we all develop our own strategies to get through the days. I should thank you for your help. The Styrian waved dismissively. Heavy rings sparkled on every finger of his hand, Glokta noted. Forget your thanks. I want your money, every mark of which was well spent. I hope you stay in the city and enjoy the Union's hospitality a little longer. You know what? I think I will. The mercenary scratched thoughtfully at the rash on his neck, leaving red nail marks on the scaly skin. At least until the money runs out. How quickly do you think you can spend a fortune like the one I paid you? Oh, you'd be surprised. In my life, I've already gone through 10 such fortunes and much more. I'm very much looking forward to wasting another one. Casca clapped his hands on his thighs, rose, walked a little unsteadily to the door, and turned around with a grand gesture. Be sure to contact me if you ever need to organize a defense in a hopeless situation again. My first letter will be addressed to you. Then I say to you, farewell. Casca doffed his wagon wheel-sized hat and bowed deeply. With a knowing grin, he stepped through the door and was gone. Glokta had moved the Archlector's office to a large room on the ground floor of the House of Interrogations, closer to the actual business of the Inquisition, the prisoners, closer to the questions and the answers, closer to the truth. And then, of course, the biggest trump card, no stairs. Before the large windows stretched a well-kept garden. Behind the glass, a fountain softly gurgled. But the room itself showed none of the usual ugly embellishments of power. The walls were plastered and simply painted white. The whetstone of discomfort has kept me sharp for so long. There's no reason to let the blade dull just because I've run out of enemies for now. New enemies will present themselves sooner or later. Heavy dark wood bookshelves lined the walls, and several leather-covered desks were already piled with documents requiring his attention. Apart from the large round table with the map of the Union and the bloody nail marks, there was only one other piece from Salt's office that Glokta had brought downstairs. The dark painting of old bald Zoller stared grimly from its place above the simple fireplace. And yet it strikingly resembles a certain magus I once knew. It would be good to ensure we don't lose the right perspective. Every man must answer to someone else. A knock came from the door, and Glokta's secretary poked his head through the gap. The Lord Marshals are here, Archlector. Ask them in. When old friends meet, sometimes things are immediately as they were all those years ago. The friendship continues, untouched, as if there had been no interruption. Sometimes, perhaps, but not here. Column West was barely recognizable. His hair had fallen out in clumps, leaving ugly bald patches. His face looked sunken and had taken on a yellowish hue. His uniform hung loosely from his bony shoulders and was stained at the collar. He shuffled into the room, bent over like an old man, leaning heavily on a stick. Indeed, he looked like a walking corpse. Glokta had, of course, expected something similar after what Artie had told him. Yet the violent shock of disappointment and horror he felt at the sight of him still hit him surprisingly hard. Als kehrte man an den Ort zurück, an dem man seine glückliche Jugend verbracht hat, und fände alles zerstört vor. Tode. Sie ereignen sich jeden Tag. Wie viele Leben habe ich mit meinen eigenen Händen zerstört? Wieso ist dieser eine so schwer hinzunehmen? Doch so war es. Er merkte, dass er vom Stuhl aufsprang und West unter Schmerzen entgegenhumpelte, als wolle er ihn stützen. »Euer Eminenz«, Wests Stimme war so dünn und kantig wie zerbrochenes Glas. Er unternahm einen schwachen Versuch zu lächeln. »Oder, wahrscheinlich, sollte ich Sie jetzt Bruder nennen. West, Colum, schön Sie zu sehen. Schön und gleichzeitig auch schrecklich.« Eine Gruppe von Offizieren folgte West. An den wunderbar tüchtigen Leutnant Jallenhorm, allerdings ist er heute natürlich Major, erinnere ich mich noch. Ebenso wie an Brind, der aufgrund der schnellen Förderung seines Freundes zum Hauptmann aufgestiegen ist. Marschall Croy haben wir im geschlossenen Rat bereits kennen und lieben gelernt. Herzlichen Glückwunsch Ihnen allen zu Ihrem beruflichen Fortkommen. Ein weiterer Mann war mit ihnen gekommen und hielt sich im Hintergrund. Ein hagerer Mann mit schrecklich verbranntem Gesicht. Aber gerade wir sollten niemandem einer entstellenden Verletzung wegen ablehnen. Jeder der Anwesenden sah mit nervöser Besorgnis zu West, wie um rechtzeitig vorspringen zu können, sollte er zu Boden sinken. Stattdessen schlurfte er jedoch zum runden Tisch und ließ sich zitternd auf den nächstbesten Stuhl sinken. »Ich hätte zu Ihnen kommen sollen«, sagte Glokta. »Ich hätte schon viel früher zu Ihnen kommen sollen.« West bemühte sich erneut zu lächeln, und dieser Versuch wirkte noch abstoßender als der letzte. Ihm fehlten mehrere Zähne. »Unsinn. Ich weiß, wie viel Sie gerade jetzt zu tun haben, und ich fühle mich heute schon viel besser. Gut, gut, das ist gut. Kann ich Ihnen irgendetwas bringen lassen? Was würde denn überhaupt helfen? Irgendetwas?« West schüttelte den Kopf. »Ich glaube nicht. Diese Herren kennen Sie natürlich alle, abgesehen von Corporal Pike.« Der Verbrannte nickte ihm zu. »Es ist mir ein Vergnügen. Das ist es immer, wenn ich einmal jemanden treffe, der noch verstümmelter ist als ich. Ich habe frohe Nachrichten gehört von meiner Schwester.« Glokta verzog gequält das Gesicht und bekam es beinahe nicht fertig, seinem alten Freund in die Augen zu sehen. »Ich hätte selbstverständlich um Ihre Erlaubnis nachsuchen sollen. Das hätte ich sicherlich getan, wenn dazu genügend Zeit gewesen wäre. Ich verstehe das durchaus.« Wests helle Augen ruhten auf seinen. »Sie hat mir alles erklärt. Es ist für mich eine gewisse Beruhigung, dass sie gut versorgt ist. Darauf können Sie sich verlassen. Dafür werde ich sorgen. Man wird ihr nie wieder wehtun.« Wests ausgemergeltes Gesicht zuckte leicht. »Gut.«
Gut rieb sich sanft die Wange. Seine Fingernägel waren schwarz, die Ränder voller getrocknetem Blut, als ob sie sich vom Fleisch darunter ablösten. Es ist stets ein Preis für alles zu zahlen, nicht wahr, Sand? Für alles, was wir tun. Glokta fühlte, wie sein Auge zuckte. So sieht es aus. Ich habe einige Zähne verloren. Das sehe ich, und ich weiß, wie das ist. Suppe, habe ich festgestellt, finde ich ausgesprochen ekelhaft. Ich kann kaum noch laufen. Auch das kann ich nachempfinden. Ihr Stock wird schließlich Ihr bester Freund sein. Und auch mir wird außer meinem Stock bald niemand mehr geblieben sein. Ich bin ein erbärmlicher Schatten meiner selbst. Ich fühle Ihren Schmerz, das ist wahr, sogar beinahe stärker als meinen eigenen. West schüttelte langsam den eingesunkenen Kopf. Wie halten Sie das nur aus? Immer einen Schritt nach dem anderen, alter Freund. Halten Sie sich von Treppen fern, wenn möglich, und meiden Sie Spiegel. Ein kluger Rat. West hustete. Es war ein hallender, hässlicher Husten, der von unterhalb seiner Rippen zu kommen schien. Er schluckte geräuschvoll. »Ich glaube, meine Tage sind gezählt.« »Sicher nicht.« Glokta streckte kurz die Hand aus, als wolle er sie auf Wests verwitterte Schulter legen, als wolle er ihm Trost spenden. Ungelenk riss er sie wieder zurück. Sie ist für diese Aufgabe nicht geschaffen. West leckte sich über das leere Zahnfleisch.
So treten wohl die meisten von uns ab, wie kein letzter Angriff, kein Augenblick des Ruhms. Wir fallen einfach. Auseinander. Glokta hätte gern etwas Aufmunterndes gesagt, aber solcher Blödsinn kommt aus anderen Mündern, nicht aus meinem. Aus jüngeren, hübscheren Mündern, die vermutlich noch all ihre Zähne haben. Jene, die auf dem Schlachtfeld sterben, sind in gewisser Hinsicht die Glücklichen. Auf ewig jung, auf ewig ruhmreich. West nickte langsam. Dann ein Hoch auf die wenigen Glücklichen, die. Seine Augen verdrehten sich, er schwankte und fiel dann zur Seite. Jalenhorn war der Erste, der nach vorn sprang, und er hielt den Lord Marshal fest, bevor er zu Boden stürzen konnte. West zuckte in den Armen des massigen Mannes, und Erbrochenes spritzte in dünnem Strahl auf die Fliesen. »Zurück zum Palast«, bellte Croy, »sofort!« Brind beeilte sich, die Türen aufzustoßen, während Jalenhorn und Croy ihre Schultern unter Wests Achseln geschoben hatten und ihn aus dem Zimmer führten. Seine Stiefel scharrten schlaff über den Boden, und sein scheckiger Kopf hing zu einer Seite. Glokta sah ihnen hilflos nach, und der zahnlose Mund stand ihm halb offen, als wolle er etwas sagen, als wolle er seinem Freund Glück wünschen oder Gesundheit oder einen schönen Nachmittag. Allerdings erscheint unter den Umständen nichts davon wirklich passend. Die Tür fiel klappend ins Schloss, und Glokta blieb zurück und starrte sie an. Sein Augenlid flatterte, und er fühlte, dass seine Wange feucht war. Keine Tränen des Mitleids natürlich, keine Tränen der Trauer. Ich fühle nichts, fürchte nichts, bekümmere mich um nichts. Jenen Teil, der weinen konnte, hat man mir im Gefängnis des Imperators weggeschnitten. Dies kann jetzt nur noch Salzwasser sein, mehr nicht. Ein kaputter Reflex in einem zerstörten Gesicht. Leb wohl, Bruder. Leb wohl, mein alter Freund. Und auch ein Lebwohl an den Geist von Sandan Glokta. Nichts bleibt von ihm übrig. Und das ist natürlich auch gut so. Ein Mann in meiner Position kann sich keine Schwächen leisten. Er holte hart Luft und wischte sich mit dem Handrücken übers Gesicht. Dann humpelte er zu seinem Schreibtisch, setzte sich und sammelte sich kurz, wobei ihn ein plötzliches Zucken seines zehenlosen Fußes unterstützte. Schließlich wandte er die Aufmerksamkeit den Dokumenten zu. Geständnisse, unerledigte Aufgaben, die ermüdenden Regierungsgeschäfte. Er sah auf. Aus den Schatten hinter einem der hohen Bücherregale hatte sich eine Gestalt gelöst und trat nun vor, die Hände vor der Brust verschränkt. Der Mann mit dem verbrannten Gesicht, der mit den Offizieren hereingekommen war. In der Aufregung über ihren Abgang war er offenbar zurückgeblieben. »Korporal Pike, nicht wahr?« fragte Glokta mit gerunzelter Stirn. »Das ist der Name, den ich angenommen habe.« Angenommen. Das vernarbte Gesicht verzog sich zu einer Parodie eines Lächelns, tatsächlich noch hässlicher als mein eigenes, falls das möglich ist. Es überrascht mich nicht, dass Sie mich nicht erkennen. Gleich in meiner ersten Woche gab es einen Unfall in der Schmiede. Unfälle gibt es oft in Angland. Angland? Diese Stimme? Irgendwas an dieser Stimme. Klingelt immer noch nichts. Vielleicht, wenn ich ein wenig näher komme? Ohne Warnung sprang er quer durchs Zimmer. Glokta kämpfte sich immer noch aus seinem Stuhl, als der Korporal bereits über den Schreibtisch hechtete. In einer Wolke aufwirbelnden Papiers fielen sie gemeinsam zu Boden. Glokta kam unter seinem Angreifer zu liegen und prallte mit dem Kopf gegen die Fliesen, während ihm der Atem in einem langen, gequälten Keuchen aus der Brust gepresst wurde. Er fühlte Stahl über seinen Hals fahren. Pikes Gesicht war nur noch wenige Zoll von seinem entfernt, und die verschmolzene Masse von Verbrennungen stand ihm in überaus ekelerregenden Einzelheiten direkt vor Augen. »Und was ist nun?« zischte Pike. »Kommt Ihnen irgendwas bekannt vor?« Glokta fühlte sein linkes Auge zucken, als die Erinnerung ihn überkam wie eine Welle eiskalten Wassers. Verändert natürlich, völlig und durch verändert. Und dennoch erkenne ich ihn. »Revs«, hauchte er. »Genau der.« Revs spuckte die Worte mit grimmiger Entschlossenheit aus. »Sie haben überlebt.« Glokta flüsterte erst vor Überraschung, dann vor wachsender Belustigung. »Sie haben überlebt. Sie sind doch wesentlich härter, als ich Ihnen zugetraut hätte. Viel, viel härter.« Er begann zu kichern, und wieder liefen ihm Tränen über die Wange. »Gibt es dabei was zu lachen?« »Alles, sozusagen. Sie müssen sich doch des Aberwitzes bewusst sein. Ich habe so viele mächtige Feinde aus dem Weg geräumt, und dann setzt mir Salem Revs eine Klinge an die Kehle? Es ist doch immer das Messer, das man nicht kommen sieht, welches am tiefsten eindringt, nicht wahr? Keins wird Sie tiefer stechen als dieses hier. Dann stechen Sie nur zu, mein Lieber. Ich bin bereit.« Glokta legte den Kopf in den Nacken und drückte die Kehle nach vorn gegen das kalte Metall. »Ich bin schon seit langer Zeit bereit.« Revs Faust packte den Messergriff noch fester. Sein verbranntes Gesicht zitterte und seine Augen verengten sich in ihren rosafarbenen Höhlen zu hellen Schlitzen. Jetzt. Seine fleckigen Lippen teilten sich über den Zähnen. Die Sehnen in seinem Hals traten vor, als er sich darauf vorbereitete, zum Stich auszuholen. Mach schon. Glokta atmete schnell, seine Kehle kribbelte vor Erwartung. Jetzt endlich. Jetzt. Aber Revs Arm bewegte sich nicht. Und dennoch zögern Sie, flüsterte Glokta durch sein leeres Zahnfleisch. Nicht aus Gnade natürlich und auch nicht aus Schwäche. They burnt all that out of you, didn't they? In England? You pause, because you've realized that all the time you spent dreaming of killing me, you never gave a thought to what comes next. What have you actually gained through all your tenacity, through all your cunning, all your efforts? Will they hunt you? Will they send you back to England? I can offer you so viel mehr. Revs melted grim face hardened even more. What could you possibly give me after this? Oh, that's nothing. Every morning when I get up, I experience twice as much pain with 10 times more humiliation. A man like you could be useful to me. A man who has proven as tough as you have. A man who has lost everything, including his scruples, his mercy, his fear. We both have lost everything. We both have survived. I understand you, Revs, better than anyone else ever will. My name is Pike now. Of course. Let me up, Pike. Slowly, the cipher slipped from Arsa's kota. The man who had been Salem Revs looked grimly down at him.
Who could ever foresee the turns of fate? Then get up. Easier said than done. Glokta sharply drew breath several times, then groaned, and with great effort rolled onto all fours. Indeed, a heroic feat. Carefully, he checked his limbs and winced as his crippled joints cracked. Nothing broken, at least no more than usual. He reached out and touched the handle of his fallen staff with 2 fingers, then pulled it towards him over the papers scattered on the floor. Again, he felt the tip of the knife in his back. Don't take me for a fool, Glokta, if you try any tricks. He clung to the edge of the desk and pulled himself up. Then cut out my liver and so on. Don't worry, I'm far too crippled to try anything, except perhaps soil myself. But there's something I need to show you, something you'll surely appreciate. If I'm wrong, well, then you can still cut my throat a little later. Glokta limped through the heavy door of his office, and Pike stayed so close beside him as if he were his shadow, the knife carefully hidden from all eyes. "Stay where you are," Glokta hissed at the 2 practicals in the antechamber as he limped past the bewildered-looking secretary behind the large desk. They crossed the great hall that ran through the heart of the House of Inquiries, and Glokta, his staff tapping on the tiles, shuffled a little faster. It hurt him, but he held his head high and curled his lips coldly. From the corners of his eyes, he saw the scribes, the practicals, the inquisitors, bowing, backing away, getting out of the way. How they fear me, more than any other man in Adwa, and for good reason. How things have changed. And yet they have remained as they always were. His leg, his neck, his empty jaw. These things were as they always were, and so they will always remain, unless, of course, I should be tortured again. "You look well," Glokta declared over his shoulder. "Aside from the terrible burns on your face, of course, you've lost weight. When one starves, that's often unavoidable." "True, true. I lost quite a bit of weight in Gurkel, too, and not just because so much was cut off me. This way." They passed through a heavy door, guarded by grim-faced practicals, and reached a grated door that stood open. Then through a long, windowless corridor that led steadily downwards, lit by too few lamps and inhabited by too many shadows. The walls were plastered and whitewashed, though a long time ago. The place seemed unclean and smelled slightly damp, just as always. The clicking of Glokta's staff, the hiss of his breath, the rustle of his white cloak echoed dully in the cool, damp air. "It will hardly bring you satisfaction to kill me, you know." "We'll see about that." "I doubt it. I was hardly responsible for your little trip north.
Fine, I did the work, but others gave the orders. But those weren't my friends, Glokta snorted. Please, friends are people who pretend to like each other to make life more bearable. Men like us don't need such crutches. We are measured by our enemies. And here are mine. 16 steps lay before him, this old, familiar staircase, cut from smooth stone and a little worn in the middle. Steps, very annoying things. If I could torture one man, do you know who it would be? Pike's face was a single expressionless scar. Well, never mind. Glokta struggled down without incident and then limped towards a heavy, iron-bound wooden door. We're here. He pulled a bunch of keys from the pocket of his white cloak, let them slide through his fingers until he found the right one, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. Archlector Sult was no longer the man he once was, but then none of us are, not entirely. His magnificent white mane of hair was greasy and stuck to his gaunt skull, and on one side it was matted with yellowish-brown blood. His piercing blue eyes had lost their accustomed sparkle, lying deep in their sockets and surrounded by angry pink. He had been stripped of his clothes, and his sinewy old man's body, a little hairy at the shoulders, was smeared with the dirt of the cell. He truly looked not much different from a crazy old beggar. Could this really once have been one of the most powerful men in the entire world? One would never guess. A salutary lesson for us all. The higher one climbs, the deeper one can fall. Glokta, he snarled, thrashing helplessly, tied to the chair. You treacherous, sick jerk! Glokta held up his white-gloved hand, and the purple stone on the ring, the sign of his office, sparkled in the harsh lamplight. I would say your eminence would now be the appropriate address. You? Salt let out a sharp, barking laugh. Archlector? A withered, pathetic shadow of a man like you? You disgust me. Don't talk nonsense. Glokta dropped into the other chair, teeth clenched. Disgust is for the innocent. Salt stared at Pike, who looked menacingly down at the table, his shadow falling on the polished box where Glokta's instruments slumbered. What kind of monster is that? That's an old friend of ours, Master Salt, who has recently returned from the war in the north and is looking for a new place to work. My congratulations! I never thought you could find an assistant even uglier than you. You are very rude, but fortunately we are not easily offended. Let's say he is just as ugly. And just as ruthless, I hope. When is my trial? Trial? Why would I want to put you on trial? You are generally considered dead, and I have made no effort to correct that. I demand the right to speak before the open council. Salt tugged powerlessly at his chains. I demand, may you be cursed, I demand a hearing. Glokta snorted. Demand it all you like, but look around. No one is listening to you, not even me. We all have too much to do. The open council is suspended until further notice. The closed council is completely changed, and you are forgotten. I have taken over leadership, and as comprehensively as you yourself could not have done even in your dreams. Under the thumb of the devil Bayaz. Quite right. Perhaps in time I will manage to loosen his grip a little, just as I managed with you. Enough, perhaps, to ensure things go as I wish. Who knows? Never. You will never be free of him. We'll see. Glokta shrugged. But there are worse fates than being the chief among slaves. Much worse. I've seen that often enough. I've experienced that often enough. You fool, we could have been free. No, we wouldn't have. And anyway, freedom is overrated. We all have our responsibilities. We all owe something to other people. Only the utterly worthless are truly free. The worthless and the dead. What does that matter now? Salt looked at the table with a distorted face. What matters at all? Ask your questions. Oh, that's not why we're here, not this time. Not for questions, not for the truth, not for confessions. I already have my answers. Why am I doing this then? Why?
Glokta slowly leaned over the table. "We are here to have a little fun." Salt stared at him briefly, then burst into screeching laughter. "To have fun? You'll never get your teeth back, and not your leg either. You'll never get your life back." "Of course not, but I can take yours." Glokta turned, stiff, slow, and full of pain, and he grinned toothlessly. "Practical Pike, would you be so kind as to show the prisoner the instruments?" Pike gave Glokta a grim look. Then he looked over at Salt. He stood there for a long time, unmoving. Finally, he stepped forward and lifted the lid of the box. "Does the devil know he's a devil?" The beginning. The flanks of the valley were covered with white snow. The black road wound like an old scar through it, down to the bridge, over the river, to the gates of Carlion. Black tufts of rushes, black tufts of grass, black stones peeked out from under the clean white blanket. The black branches of the trees were also covered with a white layer on their upper sides.
The city was a cluster of white roofs and black walls, huddled around the hill at the river's fork under the gray sky. Logen wondered if Pharaoh Malgin saw the world that way. Black and white, nothing else, no colors. He wondered where she was and what she was doing. If she was thinking of him, probably not. "Back again?" "Yeah," Espe said, "back again." He had said little during the long ride from Ufrith. They might have saved each other's lives, but it still wasn't easy for them to talk. Logen assumed he still wasn't Espe's favorite, and he doubted that would ever change. They rode on in silence, a long line of hardened riders beside the black stream, which was just a thin, icy trickle. Horses and men exhaled white smoke, and the horse harnesses clinked in the cold air. They rode over the bridge, hooves drumming on the hollow wood, to the gate where Logen had spoken with Bethod. That gate from which he had thrown Bethod down. The grass had surely grown back there, in the circle where he had killed the feared, and then the snow had fallen and covered it. That was ultimately how it was with all human deeds. They were covered up and forgotten. No one was there to cheer his arrival, but that was hardly surprising. When the Bloody Nine came, it was never a cause for celebration, certainly not in Carlion. His very first appearance here had not ended well for anyone involved, and the other times after that hadn't either. The people had undoubtedly barricaded themselves in their homes, and everyone feared being the first to be burned alive. He swung himself from his horse and left Redcap and the other lads to themselves. Then he marched along the paved road, up the steep slope to the gate of the inner wall. Espe remained close behind him. Some of Dow's men saw him approaching. There were a few of Dow's lads who made a rather tough impression. One of them gave him a grin, half his teeth missing. "The king!" he roared, swinging his sword in the air. "The Bloody Nine!" the other roared, rattling his shield. "King of the Northmen!" He walked with crunching steps across the silent castle courtyard, where snow gathered in the corners, and came to the high gates of Bethod's great hall. There he raised his hands and pushed the creaking doors open. Inside, it was barely warmer than outside in the snow. The high windows at the far end of the large room stood open, and the roar of the cold, cold river echoed up. Scarling's throne stood on the dais behind the steps, casting a long shadow over the roughly hewn floorboards. Someone was sitting on it, Logen noticed, once his eyes had adjusted to the gloom. Black Dow. His axe and sword leaned against the side of the throne, gleaming sharp and metallic in the darkness. He was just like him, this fellow, always kept his weapons close. Logen grinned at him. "Making yourself comfortable, Dow?" "A bit hard on the backside, to be honest, but better than sitting in the dirt." "Did you find Calder and Scale?" "Yeah, I did." "So they're dead?" "Not yet. Thought I'd try something different. We talked." "Talked, did you? With those two jerks?" "I know worse. Where's the dogman?" "Still in the south, talking with the union and negotiating a deal." "Grim?" Logen shook his head. "Turned to mud again." Well, that's how it is. Makes things easier anyway. Dao's eyes slid to the side. Makes what easier? Logen looked around. Espe stood right beside him, making a face as if he wanted to kill someone. Who? Logen didn't have to think long about. Steel gleamed at his side in the shadows, a blade, drawn and ready. He could have calmly stabbed Logen from behind, but he hadn't, and he wasn't doing it now. It seemed they all stood still for a while, unmoving, stiff and frozen like the cold valley outside the windows. Forget all this stuff. Espe threw the knife clattering to the floor. I'm better than you, Bloody Nine. I'm better than both of you. You can do your dirty work yourself, Black Dao. I'm done with it. With that, he turned, marched out, and pushed past the two Carls from the gate, who were now coming straight towards him. One of them raised his shield and looked grimly at Logen. The other pulled the door shut and placed the heavy bar with a final-sounding crash. Logen slid the Maker's sword from its sheath, turned his head, and spat on the boards. So that's how it is, then? Of course, said Dao, still sitting on Scarling's throne. If you'd ever looked a little beyond your own nose, you'd have realized that long ago. What about the old traditions, huh? What about your word? The old traditions no longer count. You killed them. You and Bethod. A man's word isn't worth much today. Well, what is it? He called over his shoulder. Now is your moment, isn't it? Logen had a premonition. A lucky coincidence, perhaps, but he had always been very lucky. Unlucky, too, of course. And so he sprang aside, heard the rattle of a flatbow, at the same moment, rolled across the floor, and immediately crouched again as the flatbow bolt struck the wall behind him. Now he also saw a figure in the dark, kneeling against the opposite wall. Calder. Logen heard his curse as he reached for a new bolt. Bloody Nine, you finished dog. Scale rolled out of the shadows, his boots thudding heavily on the floorboards, and in his fists he carried an axe as big as a wagon wheel. Here comes your death. Logen stayed where he was, crouched loosely and ready to spring, and he felt himself smiling. His prospects might be bad, but that was nothing new. It was almost a relief not to have to think. Fine words and politics meant nothing to him, but this he understood. The blade crashed into the floorboards, sending a shower of splinters flying up. Logen had already rolled out of the way. Now he retreated, watched, kept moving, letting Scale cleave the air around him. The air healed quickly enough. The next blow came from the side, and Logen flinched back, so the blade sent a large chunk of plaster spraying from the wall. Then he came closer, as Scale let out another growl. His eyes bulged wildly from their sockets, and he raised the axe for a blow that could have split the world. The hilt of Canadia's sword crashed against his mouth before he could deliver the blow, snapping his head back and sending black drops of blood and white teeth flying. He stumbled back, and Logen pressed on. Scale's eyes rolled down, the axe flew up, and he opened his bloody mouth in a loud roar. Logen's boot kicked hard against his leg from the side. With a sharp crack, the knee bent in the wrong direction, and Scale crashed onto the boards, the axe flying from his hand, and his roar turned into a scream of pain. "My knee! Ah, gosh, my knee!" He twitched wildly on the ground, blood running down his chin, and he tried to move backward with only one good leg. Logen laughed at him. "You bloated pig, I warned you, didn't I?" "By the cursed dead," Dao barked. He sprang from Scarling's throne, axe and sword in his hands. "If you really want something done, then you'll have to be prepared to do the work yourself." Logen would have liked to ram the blade into Scale's fat head, but there were too many other men he had to watch. The two Carls were still at the door. Calder was just loading the next bolt. Logen moved into the empty space, trying to keep an eye on all of them at once, especially Dao. "Come on, you faithless jerk," he roared. "Now you're in for it." "Faithless me?" Dao snorted as he slowly came down the steps, one by one.
I'm a grim fellow, sure, I know what I am, but that's nothing compared to you. I can tell my friends from my enemies. I've never killed my own people. In one respect, Bethod was right, Bloody Nine. You are made of death. If I can put an end to you, you know what? Then it will be the best thing I've ever done in my whole life. Do you have anything else to say? Dao bared his teeth.
That I'm simply fed up with doing what you ask of me. He shot forward as fast as a snake, the axe swinging forward, and the sword struck in hip height. Logen dodged the axe and parried the sword blow with his own blade. Metal struck metal. Dao caught him with his knee on the wound on his ribs, making him gasp and recoil against the wall. Then he went at him again, and the blades left bright trails in the darkness. Logen sprang out of the way, rolled to the side, and immediately stood up again, gliding into the middle of the hall, weighing the sword loosely in his hand. "Is that all?" he asked, smiling despite the pain in his side. "The blood is only just starting to flow." Dao sprang forward, feinted to the right, but then struck left, and sword and axe came down simultaneously. Logen saw them coming, dodged the axe, turned the sword away with Canadius blade, and stepped closer, snarling. Dao flinched back as Logen's weapon hissed through the air just past his face. Then he stumbled a few steps to the side. His eye twitched, and something red seeped from a small wound above his cheek. Logen grinned, spinning the hilt of the sword in his hand. "Now the blood's really flowing, isn't it?" "Yeah," Dao returned the grin. "Just like old times. I should have killed you. You really should have." Dao circled him, always moving, his weapons gleaming in the cold light of the high windows. "But you love playing the good guy, don't you? You know what's even worse than a villain? A villain who thinks he's a hero. There's nothing such a man wouldn't do, and he's never short of an excuse. We've already had an unscrupulous jerk declare himself king of the North, and I'll be very surprised if I have to watch an even worse one take the throne." He feinted forward, and Logen recoiled. Again he heard the clatter of Calder's flatbow and saw the bolt fly right between them. Dao shot Calder a dark look. "Are you trying to kill me? If you loose another bolt, I'll hack you to pieces. Is that clear?" "Then stop messing around with him and just kill him," Calder barked, already cranking his flatbow again. "Kill him!" Scale howled from somewhere in the shadows. "I was working on it, you difficult person." Dao gestured with his chin at the two Carls by the door. "Do you two want to join in or what?" They looked at each other and didn't seem particularly eager. But then they stepped closer, round shields raised, eyes fixed on Logen, and pushed him into a corner. Logen bared his teeth as he backed away. "Oh, so that's how you want to finish it, is it? I would have preferred to kill you in a fair fight, but taking you out like this?" Dao shrugged. "It's just as good. I don't make a habit of taking risks. Now, at him!" The two Carls approached hesitantly, and Dao moved to the side. Logen stumbled back, trying to look fearful, and waited for an opportunity. It wasn't long before it presented itself. One of the Carls came a fraction too close and let his shield drop too low. He chose a bad moment to raise his axe, and did so clumsily. A clack was heard as the Maker's sword tore off his forearm, the limb hanging only by a strip of chainmail at the elbow. The Carl stumbled forward, gasping loudly for air, preparing to scream, while blood spurted from the stump of his arm onto the floorboards. Logen struck a large piece from his helmet, and then the man collapsed to his knees. "Gah!" he gasped, and blood streamed down the side of his face. He rolled his eyes to the ceiling and tipped to the side. The other Carl leaped over his body, roaring at the top of his lungs. Logen parried the sword blow. The two blades met with a clang. Then he slammed his shoulder hard against the other's shield, sending him backward to the ground. The Carl howled, and a boot stuck up. Logen swung the Maker's sword and split the foot to the ankle. Quick footsteps were heard amidst the Carl's screams. Logen whirled around and saw Black Dao attacking him, his face twisted into a murderous grimace. "Die!" he hissed. Logen ducked away, and the blade passed razor close on one side, the axe on the other.
He tried to swing the Maker's sword, but Tao was too fast and too clever, kicking Logen back and making him stumble. Die, bloody nine! Logen dodged, parried, stumbled again, as Tao attacked him once more, without pause or mercy. Steel gleamed in the darkness, blades flashing in murderous blows, one after another. Die, you malicious jerk! Tao's sword came down, and Logen barely managed to raise his own weapon in time to parry the blow. The axe came from nowhere below, struck the crossguard with a clang, and ripped the blade spinning from Logen's numb hand. He staggered back a few steps, and then stood there, breathing heavily, sweat running down his neck. He was in a bad spot. Though he had been in some tight corners and survived to sing a song about it later, this time it was hard to imagine it getting any worse. Logen nodded towards the Maker's sword, which lay right beside Tao's boot on the floorboards. "I suppose you're not keen on giving me back the sword, are you?" Tao grinned wider than ever. "What's my name? White Tao?" Logen, of course, still had a knife at hand. He always did, and more than one. His eyes slid from the notched blade of Tao's sword to the gleaming edge of his axe, and back. And if he'd had 1,000 knives, they were no match for these two weapons, at least not as long as Black Tao wielded them. And Calder's flatbow rattled again as he tried to reload the very thing. Eventually, he wouldn't miss. The Carl with the split foot whimpered towards the door, preparing to call for more men to finish the job. If Logen stood and fought, he was a dead man, whether he was the Bloody Nine or not. He had only one choice left, between dying and perhaps surviving, and that's no choice at all. When you know what you have to do, it's better to get it over with than to live with the fear of it for a long time. That's what Logen's father would have said. So he turned to the windows. The high, open windows through which the bright white sunlight and cold wind streamed. He ran towards them now. He heard shouting behind him, but he paid it no mind. Instead, he ran on, gasping for breath, and the long streaks of light wobbled closer. With great leaps, he took the steps of the dais, shot past Scarling's throne, faster and faster. His right foot pushed off hard on the hollow floorboards. His left reached the stone windowsill. With all the strength left in him, he leaped into the void, and for a moment, he was free. Then he began to fall. The roughly mortared walls shot past him, then the steep cliffs, gray rock, green moss, patches of white snow, plummeted past him in wild succession. Logen turned slowly in the air, his arms flailing helplessly. The whistling wind lashed his eyes, tugged at his clothes, tore the breath from his mouth. Had he chosen this voluntarily? It didn't seem like a particularly wise choice now that he was hurtling towards the river. But if one thing could be said about Logen Ninefingers, it was this. The water rushed towards him. It hit his side like a charging bull, squeezed the air from his lungs, knocked all sense from his head, sucked him in and down into the cold dark.